what angle of the
About half of
spot?
Earth. So it's not even a normal shaped patch. It's a bendy worm that goes round Earth. The Earth puddle. Absolutely absurd.
Is there any evidence when you look at the sun? Is there any evidence to see the light going off behind it?
Yeah, you call someone round the globe, they can confirm. Well, you're seeing it on the horizon, but I'm seeing it up to the right. And then you can
No,
say,
I
cheers,
mean
cheers, mate. Must be a ball then.
on the opposite side of the sun from where you're standing.
No. You knew that's not what I
Opposite
meant.
of a ball.
Well, there's no evidence. There's no evidence to say that the sun is a ball because
I just told you it all.
you'd have to be looking directly at the sun and then see behind the sun rays going off in the same direction you're looking
you
at,
wouldn't
which
have
is
to see
in the
that.
direction
Would somebody
of the
see in the
sun.
back of the sun? Who's looking at that? How would you know? Doesn't it look the same?
Nobody's claimed that. Carlos is playing a word game.
All right.
I'm
Flat
saying
hole sun.
people around Earth can report still seeing a sun disk. But if it was flat, it would have to be a spotlight right above them still, when it's not.
Yeah, because it doesn't look like a ball. It looks like a disc, right?
No, it doesn't. It looks like a ball.
It looks like a disc in the sky.
Every time you look at it, you have the word must be a disc repeating in your brain. That's why.
Because I've never seen it as a ball. I've always seen it just as this disc in the sky, like the moon, a disc. Whether it's concave, convexed, it still just looks like a disc.
Yeah, because you can't really. Well, if you try to look at the sun, you know how it's like so bright.
It's a disc, yeah, with curvature all the way around the edge from the texture.
Like the sun is round, right? But like a circle. But
You've never
I
seen
think
the sunlight dawn. You just posted a photo of, I guess that's supposed to be the sun, is it? Does that look like a ball, or does that just look like a disc?
That looks like a ball.
How do you know it's a ball? What part of it tells you it's a ball?
You can see the texture around the edge curving.
How do you know that's not just what the light looks like on a disc?
Because I'm honest.
So you've never actually seen a ball in the sky. You've just seen
I'm
discs.
showing you a picture now that's claimed to be the sun through a solar filter, showing it as a ball.
And it looks like it's got shading that might make you think that way, but it doesn't mean it's a ball.
Yeah, and when I see stuff that makes me think something, I normally think it. Yeah.
How can you prove that's a ball?
I don't need to prove it. Oh, well, I consider this proof. It's a ball. But I don't need to like bring it down and show you it in my hands.
You see, that's where we differ, because I don't see that's evidence that the sun is a ball.
It's not even evidence that it might be.
Right?
Is it evidence that the sun might be a ball? Is it possible evidence, if it was true, that the sun might be a ball?
Yeah, it's evidence that it could be a ball. It's evidence that it could be a wormhole.
That's great. Okay. So you've got evidence the sun could be a ball.
Yeah, it's what do you call it?
Have you got evidence?
It's something that could sway your thinking for sure.
Have you got evidence to show me that it could be flat?
Can you imagine that the sun is a ball?
I can't imagine it because, like, I can't see the sun rays going off it into the other direction.
You got to call someone on the phone.
Right.
Round Earth. Anyway,
how come someone can zoom into the sun like that with a special camera and picture it perfectly, and the surrounding area around this disc ball is all black. What happened to all the light that's supposed to be just saturating that
They
area
used
of
the filter. They used the filter. They zoomed in, and then they used an app to black out the edge.
so they made their own edge.
No, they made the background darker to make balls more striking.
So that amount of light coming off that ginormous thing was able to be distinguished between the light around it and it itself. Yeah,
Yeah, shocking.
that's amazing. That's
Shocking, right?
amazing. It is shocking
Like,
considering how much
what's
light should be around it.
sunglasses? I mean, mind blowing. You're welcome to present your evidence that shows the sun might be flat. I'll take a look at
Because
it.
if the sun is supposed to be a
Well,
giant gas, it's not supposed to be. It's plasma, isn't it? Or it's not supposed to be solid. So if you're taking a photo of it and it's just light and plasma and it's gas, then I don't know how you'd get that shape, because all the heat and the radiation around the sun would definitely not give it such a crisp edge like that. It wouldn't be possible.
Well, I presented my evidence. I feel like I've won.
Is there an atmosphere on the sun that's keeping such a crisp edge like the Earth that they show from space, and it's got a really crisp edge in space because
Yes.
it's not,
Yes,
it's got like a
yeah.
There's a sphere edge surfacey bit on the sun. Yes.
But is he saying
yeah,
that like because it's gas that it would be more like a soft white light bulb instead of like a I'm a circle?
Well, this is an image of it. This is what I'm presenting as an image of it. This is what it looks like through a solar filter sometimes.
that's why I'm thinking, like, if that's an actual photo and done properly, then I don't think that it's a giant gas ball, because just of the crisp edge itself is not what they say it is.
It's like a fusion fart that stays together. It's gravity and then
It's
pulls
a
us around
god.
it. It
It's a
makes
god, but
total sense.
I'm just arguing it's in the shape of the ball. If it's a god fart, whatever it is.
Because like what they say it is, it's not possible to have such a crisp edge on the sun like that, because it'll all just be a big blur around
Who
it for
says that?
sure. Because you're trying to filter out the light, like, and just to show the shape of the sun, but it's not a solid object. It's like plasma, and it's like
It's fine.
radiation. Yeah,
You already said it's only
there's
evidence
no
that it might be a ball. So I'm fine with that. You don't have to keep trying to debunk it for yourself out loud.
yeah. That's why I disbelieve a lot of things they say, because like if you really think about it, like if that was all gas, like there's no way you could have a crisp edge. Someone needs to explain that to me.
Have you ever had a? No, I'm not gonna say. Yeah, there's no answer for it, Carlos.
It's not right.
I gotta say that is what gravity holding the lightest of light elements, all that hydrogen, right? It's pretty light. It's so light that we have trouble keeping it around. Kind of. Anyway, man, in space, the final frontier, it's hanging out in there. I think it's so bright, but it stays together. Well, we have to depend on that model works, because then we can keep living, and it's swinging all the planets around. You know what I mean? The sun's doing a lot of work. We gotta take it easy on the girl. Who cares if it makes sense? It's.
Yeah, it's like this fucking orbital mechanics rubbish is just such gobbledygook, you know, with 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 demonstrable like fluid dynamics and tanks and the way you know that things work on a tether. You can explain and demonstrate everything, but you can't demonstrate orbital mechanics. It's just something you have to believe.
Well, how does the sun and moon move on your model? You've thrown
That's
orbital mechanics in the bin. What's happening on your model to make it go round?
That's not how you answer the question of where's the evidence for orbital mechanics.
So you don't have it either?
A demonstrable model.
I'll stick with orbital mechanics. If you
You have
can't
to
explain
believe.
how it moves.
Well, you can't do the math, and other people can't do the math. They can't do multi-body problems, you know. Orbital mechanics for the bird, Don.
Well, I'm saying, if Carlos hasn't got a better idea, I'd rather go with that. The idea that exists that many people think is cool.
I believe that there are tracks. There are tracks that they follow. These celestial bodies, they follow a path, a track, and they're on a set path. And sometimes they go slow, fast, and sometimes they overtake each other. Sometimes they
Is the
they,
track?
they slag behind each other, but I don't believe that it's anything to do with gravity and orbital swings around each other in elliptical paths.
What tracks of what? What are the tracks?
Like a railroad track.
Just some invisible ring of energy. Once it's there moving, it just carries on forever.
I don't know about forever, but it's definitely a path that it follows, and they never deviate from their track, but they they correlate with each other in such a way that they have meaningful expressions down here on this flat non-rotating plane, and they affect our emotions, and they have influence on our thinking.
I mean, that's a belief.
That's what astrology talks about, right?
Yeah. Well, the astrology bit that can work on orbital mechanics globe model.
Well,
Can
does the
it?
sun count? I mean, I think we at least know that the sun has some effect on us. I mean, medically speaking.
I agree with the astrology bit, but I'm just like going around on the track. It's the belief part. It's the same as my belief in orbital mechanics. You just made up an explanation to explain how the sky stuff moves around.
Yeah, exactly. I just made up an explanation, but it's no better than your explanation because I don't have a demonstratable model. But I could actually make a model with tracks, and I could actually show the planets moving around on these tracks. But you can't show it with your magical gravity because you just can't demonstrate it. Like I could put tracks and I could make a model, but you can't.
How would you make these tracks that are going to be invisible energy rings?
Well, I don't have to make them invisible. I can actually show them, but you
Well, then
can't actually
I
show
don't
them.
have to make my diagram have real orbital mechanics. I can just have a wire going around.
Okay, so a tether.
Whatever I want to make it look how it's supposed to be moving.
I think nobody knows actually what you guys are trying to talk about when you're talking about orbital mechanics because no one's actually got a diagram for us to see how it works.
There's loads of
Like,
diagrams. It's things
no,
falling.
there's not. There's not a single diagram of how the relationship in orbital mechanics and gravity are interrelated. There's no visualization that we can ever see.
Okay, let's throw all that in the bin. So neither of us have any idea how things move in the sky and in space.
We know how they move, but it doesn't have to be based on a model with no demonstrable evidence.
Well, okay, we're going to throw mine and yours in the bin then.
Yeah, I don't mind if you throw mine in the bin, but yours definitely has to be burnt.
Okay,
Because
you make fake models, make stuff up, and I'll pretend to throw the globe model in the bin.
I just told you that I could actually get some material and make a model like that if I was,
Yeah, and I
inclined
told
to.
you I can make a solar system with a moon going around it on a wire.
No, you're not allowed to wire. You're
Well,
not
you're
allowed
not
to
allowed,
wire.
you have to make invisible energy rings then.
No, I could just make like
What?
cloaked track
What's a
that
cloak
they
track?
the cloak. Yeah, the tracks can be cloaked, right?
What does that mean?
You know, cloaking.
No.
It's like if you look at the underside of a stealth airplane, all you see is the sky, because the undercarriage of the airplane is the same color as the sky.
Okay, well, what I'm going to do for my solar system is put all the planets and moons on cloaked tracks. That's my demonstration of orbital
You're not
mechanics.
allowed to use tracks. You have to use gravity.
You're not allowed to use actual tracks. You have to use invisible ones.
Can anybody manipulate gravity?
I don't know what that means, really.
Well, I can manipulate a track. Can you manipulate some gravity, like a bucket of gravity?
Well, I still don't know what you mean by track, because you agreed to the invisible energy field, but now you want to use actual tracks.
You said invisible energy fields. I said tracks.
So you think the sun and the moon are going around on cloaked tracks in the sky, actual physical things that are just cloaked?
They're not physical.
Right. But in your demonstration, you're going to make them physical.
At least I could do it on something physical that would be tangible and you could actually see it working, but
That's
show
what
me
I
a
would
bucket
do.
of gravity, a bucket of gravity.
That's what I'd do for orbital mechanics. Do it with something physical to demonstrate the non-physical.
Well, I could do it on a maglev track. So, have you ever seen a maglev track?
Yeah, but I could use that for my solar system. I don't believe that you believe a maglev track is a possible explanation for how your sun and moon move. I don't believe you believe it.
No, I don't believe it either, but
Yeah.
I
So
definitely do
why
believe.
did you say it in the middle of a discussion?
Well, because I don't believe that there's something that you can't measure, you can't observe, can be something that you're using to explain how the planets are stuck together and using orbital mechanics.
Why are you wasting my time making me try and vocally debunk something you don't believe in?
You wanted an explanation. You wanted me to come up with another idea, so I did.
Okay, all right, thanks. You should have said, I don't believe this, but here's something I made up.
I said that first.
Okay, we're back to the drawing board for Flat Earth then.
So just because you have an explanation, that makes it right.
I believe my explanation is true, so that makes me think I'm right.
Ah, So it's all about religion.
Yes, a system of beliefs.
Okay. Is there anything, if you take your belief away, is there anything that's true about your model?
If I take the belief away, I don't know what that means.
If you take away, chip away all of your beliefs, what do you have left?
If I pretend that I don't believe all of the stuff, I'm just left as
Yeah.
human.
What if you take away the biggest part of him?
I'm a human on a surface. If I try and take it all away, Carlos, that's all I am. A human on a surface.
And then you have to start from square one. Like, what is the surface?
Forming a religion for myself to believe in, to know. Gnosticism, like knowing what's going on to the best of my ability.
But if the globe were to leave you now, would it take away the biggest part of you?
No, of course not. Just the
And you'd be like,
cosmology.
ooh, baby, please don't go. Right? Come back.
Well,
to me,
that's what I
my
was thinking
globe,
now, yeah.
my
But
globestress.
it's just a lark for me. I don't believe it's actually going anywhere.
Now I'm going to have that song stuck in my mind all night.
Oh, I think. You're welcome. You did it to me. So I want you to know that. You incepted me to incept you. That's what happened here, Carlos.
Well, got to love you and leave you. I just finished my beautiful Icelandic beer and I've got to go to bed. Nice talking to you.
Sayonara, Carlos. Oh, right.
I feel bad now because he was drinking that beer that he was really proud of. I forgot he was drinking the beer.
You also might have forgot about Peter Cetera.
In the dark.
They're great, aren't they? Old videos, old pop videos.
I'm going to go down this in the dark rabbit hole here. It's not some radio stuff you'd hear. So this is like off a real album. It's from a real aficionado of the Saterian universe. Thanks. Thanks for that. Hey Don, do you think people sort of have a tendency on anthropomorphization of things?
Yeah.
Like they did it with the deities and stuff in Egypt or whatever. They put an animal head on a human body or whatever.
Yeah, even I do it. 'Cause if I remove sort of the personification or the idea of consciousness, you, you're left with no deity, just a gap.
Right. And but we like have some yeah, first for it to be anthropomorphic it needs to have a head. If it doesn't have a head, I mean, if it's just a body, it'd be weird.
Yeah.
You like kill that thing and eat it, maybe.
Why the animals? Not sure. Still don't know. Because we're fascinated with their
And
nature.
like yeah, but like we like pets and stuff like that. We think our pets are like people, treat them like people. Maybe they are. Whatever. I'm not trying to make that case, but like, look in their eyes and stuff, that's how we know that there's something going on there, right?
Haile Selassie had a pet lion.
No way.
So did Anton LaVey.
Well, that's not surprising. But don't you think that the like even like a soccer ball, or like a volleyball, like in that Tom Hanks movie, where he sees the ball and he's like, yeah, this is my friend now. This is like it reminds me of a person because it's like kind of round, right?
Yeah.
Make that all attachment, to where he's like crying at the end. He's like, no, remember that part? I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it for you. But you know what I mean? Like,
Oh yeah, I'm thinking now. Your baby and your mum is above the cot, looking down on you. Sometimes there's a light up there. Maybe that's like the sun looking down on us. We just think, oh, it's got to be a person. Got to be Ra.
well, no, I'm just saying, like, we make attachments to things.
Yeah.
We experience this like psychological connection or however. I don't know what's really going on here. Some kind of mirroring almost, right? I don't want to be like, it's not Mansonian mirroring, but it's like there is a mirror process that goes on when two beings are encountered.
You feel separation and a gap and a bit of confusion, so you try and say, oh, maybe it's like me in some ways. And
or we just
all the character to it that you want.
Like, are we predisposed to like feel that there's some kind of personality in a way to anything that's kind of spherical, like
animism,
like as if it were the head of something, and
yes,
like Pee-wee's Playhouse or something, right?
I think definitely. Wouldn't have to be balls. Let's say discs. Wouldn't that also work for discs?
When have you met a disc-faced person?
Well, if you don't go around the side and you're just in a corridor meeting someone, disc is still like a ball, a circle, right? But no, you're saying ball is more like a face.
But then it's like Mother Earth and stuff like that. I'm just saying, like, do we not like make some sort of template is already existent? Okay, it's not like you don't even have to think it. I think it's subconsciously, the plugs and the connectors are there. That's what I think. Like we're predisposed to look at something that's round and be like, that's unnatural. Oh, that must be special. That must all be a living thing,
Yes, I do agree. But I think it's animism in general. If you see anything and you feel lonely, you're going to add personality to that thing. Do it like with a dog, don't we? Oh, my dog really loves me and he knows me. We convince ourselves of it, even though we know there's a bridge of communication.
We want to draw smiley faces on shit,
Yes.
We like ascribing like we're moderns. We enjoy that. We're like, we do that. But I think
I'm thinking of the
people
Teletubbies.
in the past would have done that too, right?
You know, in Teletubbies where the sun comes up and it's got the baby's face. Like the Jesus face.
I'm just saying we're in a I'm trying to walk you down this path real gentle, like, you know, man. All right. Just trying to say,
I'm
like,
trying to follow you the best I can.
we anthropomorphize the globe as a person's head, you know, in some kind of very childlike connections that we all still may have, you know.
Yes, I agree.
Does that make sense? I just think
Especially looking up,
part of the
especially looking up
psychological.
at the balls, because let's say, even if we're flat earthers, we don't know Earth's a ball, but some of us have looked through a telescope and believed in sky balls and thought that's got a bit, just because it looks big and it's moving across the sky, you already want to add a person to it.
But it
But,
is
but
is
I
it
know
is
the
it
face thing is true, because we put people's faces in suns and we put the man on the moon, you know, pareidolia, we just add our own face. What's the final
pareidolia
point?
we had on our face.
So
Right.
let's
Okay.
say we're both, you've walked me there. Now
Okay.
tell me.
Right. All right. So you're just gonna say it's pareidolia. I think it's deeper than that. You know, it's not just like an abstract. It's like it's specific to the I don't know, like the condition of having a head. like
Yeah,
like
I
if
agree
they were
all
like, oh,
balls
the
are
Earth
okay.
is a floating skull, like it just looks like a big head. It's just what it does. You know, then you'd be like, oh, okay, yeah, it's got like a big
But
head, like
I
me.
mean pareidolia, where we make stuff up. I mean, we see a pattern and we add the painting in our mind to that thing.
I was gonna say you could build the case that the Earth is a living thing, you know, on its own right. Like the sun is another story. The sun being a living thing, I don't think so. But the Earth, it could be a living thing that we're on.
I believe in animism, so they're all types of living things to me.
Well, yeah, I don't know if I don't know if I disbelieve in animism, but it's not like a it's just something I know about. Um, but yeah, I guess I just mean that like we're sort of we can't see very far. You know what I mean? We're trying to come up with some kind of idea of like how to encapsulate that the all encompassing compass the all encompassing totality of everything, and try to put an idea to that other people can understand. You know, I just feel like is more difficult to translate all these things when just saying like, oh, it's like a table. You know, table doesn't really have the type of persona that we might want. You know, to like say it's an organism in that way.
It needs to
Yeah.
be complex and show change and stuff for me to apply the animism mostly. Hard for me
And
to
then
apply
there's
it
like,
to a rock.
but like how your memory, like you see somebody else's face, right? And you're like, oh, you're that person. You know, you might not have seen him for 15 years. Be like, hey, Jim. You know, right?
Yeah.
Like we have like such great memory for these very particular things, which are very subtle things actually to measure and to recall. I think, you know, and like maybe it's in some of the mixing up of all of this that like I don't know, we just kind of have certain ideas that we don't even consider. They're like sort of pre-conscious thinking, I guess. You know what I mean? It's like you're hardly aware that you think this way. Are there things like that, like where you're like, oh, yeah, I do think that. I didn't know that. I didn't know that I thought that. I've gone too far here. Okay.
No, you're you're talking about subconscious. Your subconscious.
Yeah.
That goes into the psychology and Sigmund Freud, the ego and the self and all that stuff. The soul.
which are similar to the kinds of
Try it again.
Test.
Yep. There you go.
Is that you, Snacks?
Sorry, Snacks
What?
isn't here now.
Where'd you go, Snacks?
He's busy. He can't be hanging out on the internet all the fucking time. They think he doesn't have a
Oh,
life.
I'm sorry to hear
Fuck
that.
off. Just trying to burn this out of my system. I think one day he just won't see me. Be like, where'd that dude go?
Burn what out of the system?
Discord.
Yeah, no, but you do other stuff. You play other games, look at other websites, and you don't
I
dedicate
don't play
yourself
games.
to.
I never play games. No, I do play games. I was playing, but Game Boys. Like Game Boys, what I'm running right now.
You look at news stuff, and BitChute's a really good website for information. YouTube is just too cluttered and
check
too
that
messy.
out. I'm like exclusively on YouTube, I think. I don't look at any other
Yeah,
video
the thing
channels.
about YouTube, it's got a lot of good stuff in there, but it's cluttered too much with too much misinformation and propaganda. So that's what sort of drags BitChute down.
You mean for
YouTube, not BitChute.
truthiness?
So yeah, you're better off on BitChute because it's just a constant flow of information on BitChute. That's how you keep up to date and you get more knowledgeable and more aware, more awake. Yeah. But also, with the AI, they've incorporated into a lot of the news, media, and politics now. You're going to see like a cohesiveness happen, and things are going to get very one-tracked. So you've got to start. I don't know. I think you understand what I'm trying to say, but I'm not liking the situation. That's for sure.
Take advantage while you still can, because
That's what people are doing. I thought people would push back and people would be more awake, but people are just going down the path of like go along to get along. Here's an opportunity to make money or make a new make whatever. And I'm like, fuck that. We don't want to go into slavery. Why do you want slavery? People don't know what slavery is.
You have one video that really like says it all, and then 100 other videos that just avalanche on top of that, and you're still looking for that one video that you needed that was all concise, but like it's a needle in a haystack after a while.
Yeah, I get it, but the thing is,
because there's
this is what I've always told people. My angle has always been the same. If it looks like fascism or socialism or communism or authoritarianism or any type of ism, whether that be racism, feminism, whatever, sexism, push back on it because it's all the same agenda. It's all done by the same families and corruption. It's all a lie, and people need to understand that. But they think that all these agendas they've been given are like, grassroots, natural shit. It's coming from this. My friends like this. My girlfriend does that. It's all bullshit. It's all manipulation. The only true natural living human beings are people who want to live in absolute freedom, away from government, away from propaganda, away from corruption. But people can't see it.
To add to that, there's nothing better than the model that you just referenced, where you have freedom without government. But that's like impossible, dude, because some organization ends up taking over always. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, no, you're missing the point. But if you push back on government, it forces them to reverse their decisions on all the authoritarianism.
Yeah.
So it reverts back to a natural state of being. And people say it's not possible. There's too much crime and there's too much this, and we need police and we need military and all this shit. All that's government created. The government created all that drugs, all the crime, all the corruption, all the wars. They did it. We didn't do anything. You think about the stuff you and your family have done. Have we ever done anything?
You know, I
No.
think it's a
None
direct
of it.
consequence due to the people. The government and who the leaders are a direct reflection of the people. Like
They're not of the people. Incorrect.
the thing is, there are. This is more philosophical, but there are things at play that are beyond us and variables that you're not concluding. Like how this government formed and how it was shaped. It was due to literally the people. Like like you mentioned, like if the people let these things happen, right? If they let the government grow, it's literally a
Yeah.
direct reflection of the people becoming
Lethargic and stupid.
lethargic and stupid. But the
That's
thing
what
is,
the
like,
government does. They dumb you down with drugs and TV and alcohol and all this shit.
look at how far America came in 20 and 30 years, right? There's no better economic engine than what we had going on, which was a free republic. You know, it was a republic with free markets and freedom. But that
Yeah.
freedom starts deteriorating when the people let it deteriorate, and it just gets worse and worse. But like, look at how many things came out of America, like the Industrial Revolution and all the inventions, bro. Like, look at history,
Yeah, I know.
how many inventions came out of America. We were pioneers, entrepreneurs. But the reason that we had so much entrepreneurs in America is because of the model that this country had, which the technological sector, the medical sector.
Yeah, the government didn't involve themselves in public finance, in public shit.
Yes, and
Once
hear me out real
the
quick.
government did get involved, and that's when everything went to shit. The car industry collapsed, the finance industry collapsed, everything collapsed. The banking industry's collapsed, Wall Street's collapsed, and that's all because of government and the Federal Reserve. And that's what JFK spoke about.
It truly is.
Fuck this system is bullshit, and he wanted to get rid of it.
I'm all about free markets, a republic, and just letting the natural balance of things takes place. If a business goes out of business, let it go out of business. That's part of the natural rhythm of things. But like what I was trying to say is that there's all these things, there's all these different ideas of how government should be ran, right? Like fascism, socialism, democratic socialism, you know, a little bit of everything. But like the thing is, like none of that's ever really worked in a long period of time. Those economic engines always fail. Where like what we had going lasted a really long time, and it led to the Industrial Revolution, in my opinion. Like just the fact that you let people invent things, like inventing things is big, because if you hinder entrepreneurship or you hinder innovation, when you hinder innovation, it directly affects the economy. So if you hinder the innovation of invention, right, the technological sector suffers, and the economy has a big part of the economy depends on the technological sector and the medical sector to continue evolving. If it becomes stagnant, it affects the economy. So we've seen how technology has been improving for over 100 years, consistently improving, and that's what propels the economy forward. But if you keep putting red tape and legislations and laws that hinders innovation, it's going to literally hurt the economy, and that's exactly what they're trying to do. We've all heard about free energy and like Tesla and all this
they
stuff.
want to, they believe that they can capture all
Yeah, you gotta
markets
end it at some point, bro. You
through
can't just keep
AI.
going and going and going and going nonstop like other people do want to talk sometimes.
No, I know. I feel you. I literally got a mute, so I'm trying to get it all out before I have to stop. I won't be able to talk for the rest of the day. That's why you hear me kind of trying to rant that all out. But anyways, I'm good.
Yeah. We're fucked. But it's not just the United States, it's all Western countries. It's the same agenda, same people, same bullshit. Yeah, it's true.
Jeremy, no one else was talking. I don't know why you'd rather have silence.
I'm just watching a video there.
What's
They're
that?
talking about
You stopped your talking.
Like this guy heard you address me, but what's up?
You stopped your talking, even though he's really expressing himself, just so we can sit in silence. But he
I don't
wasn't.
know. This other guy was trying to get in. Other people want. I thought other people wanted to talk. I don't know. You can't just go on and on. I don't know. What do you want me to tell you? It's literally in the rules. No monologuing.
Okay.
Yeah,
He
and
doesn't
I
have to
appreciate it.
stop talking.
I
Yeah, you
just,
don't have to stop talking.
yeah, I appreciate it. No, it's just the thing is, I rant a lot because I'm literally on the way to work, and once I get to work, I can't talk, so I'm trying to get it all out, like within a reasonable amount of time. So sorry.
Yeah, I don't know. It sounded like the other guy was trying to get in. Maybe it's because people just want to talk when other people are talking, and now he has nothing to say. I don't know.
It might be
Or he
that.
said his thing already. I don't know.
You might be right.
So, what do you guys think is a good economic engine besides what we have right now in America? Which is it's a facade because it's not a free economy, it's not a free market, it's not a republic. So whatever we have going on right now, what is it? What do we even have going on in America? What would you call it?
Well, you've just got a free for all of what they call is their free market economy, and they're just using public dollars, public money for their economic advancement. So you look at California, right, and places like this. Look at the bullshit that's going on. They're just taking the money for their advantage.
I've
So
heard the term technocratic society with
yeah.
technological oligarchs, but other than that, I don't know what else to call it.
So the problem is, look, I think I cracked the code today. I was thinking about it, and it came to me. I think in the future, right, with the social credit score, it's going to be based on the wealth that you have when the digital currency comes out and your social status. So if you're going along with the New World Order and with the agenda, with the jabs, and with the reparations and the immigration, you'll get a higher social credit score. So what I think's going on, these politicians have probably going to have 1,000,000 social credit score points, whereas you and I will probably have 50 or 60 social credit score points. So the more social credit score points you have, the more opportunity you can take flights and go on holidays and whatever. But if you've got a low score and low income with no assets, you'll be eating bugs and fucking rotten apples and shit. This is what I think is going on, because I can't think for the life of me why a politician would sell his own family and friends out. Like, blatantly just doesn't even care. He must have inside knowledge onto what he's going to get in the next 5 years. I think I'm on the right track. So this is why these politicians are trying to get as much money as possible for their friends and family and business associates and all this other bullshit, so they can be not part of the bug system, out of the apartment in the middle of fucking nowhere eating fucking whatever. Are you guys there, or did you die or something?
No, I'm here. I'm listening.
Okay, I just popped into an article. Governor Ron DeSantis bans digital currencies in Florida. Holy shit. So he's choosing not to be part of the system.
It's a he's a Zionist, bro. Don't trust him. Like, yeah, he might seem like he's
I
doing
know. I
good,
have
but
seen him with the skull cap on, banging the walls. I have seen all that. Yeah. But honestly, that's only a law. Laws can be easily reversed or changed overnight without the public even knowing. So it means shit.
People used to say, "Oh, it doesn't mean they're a Jew or they're a Zionist. Or they're not aligned with Israel. They're just being friendly. Get together at the wall. They're just doing the tradition. It doesn't mean they're aligned."
This is fascism, yeah.
Okay. Do we have that silence?
I was just talking real quiet.
In a world where people believe that the Earth flies around the sun, but they have no evidence.
In a world where people think water humps and drops, but have no evidence.
Oh man.
Just messing with you.
Good morning, bro.
Morning, brother.
It's getting bad out here for the Globers nowadays, man.
Oh yeah, it's brutal for them. Brutal. Too many attacks from all sides.
Yeah, we've just gotten to the point where like they just stay quiet. Like when you ask the specific questions, they just all get quiet.
Yep. Or they say, "Well, I haven't really looked into that." That's their new one. Let me look into it.
Yeah. It's crazy, man. Like I tried to ask them like 5 times yesterday, like just provide any evidence like that's exclusive to the Earth moving around the sun, and they couldn't say anything.
They have nothing, bro. They have nothing.
Yeah,
This
and there
baby,
actually is nothing. Yeah, like
especially with this new baby galaxy thing I've been hammering them, they're double talking, going crazy. Their cosmology is finished. It literally is finished.
yeah, I guess there's some narrative going around now that wasn't even a big deal or something. I don't know. I haven't even heard what they're trying to say. Like when I was talking to the astronomer dude, um, he acted like that was no big deal, that they had
I,
figured it out or something.
Whoa, I spoke to him. Well, I like Professor Parks. I'm not going to talk bad about him, but, he didn't really seem to know a lot about it. Uh, and now it's even worse because now in those baby galaxies, which shouldn't be there, they found black holes in them. That's even twice as worse, twice as bad. how how could a galaxy that early form, number one, and have a huge black hole in it, a million times the size of the sun? It's game over for them.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's because like it's just a magnetic field. And like, what even are the observations in the first place, though? Like, that's one thing. Like, what are these observations of galaxies? But I for one, think that like a lot of the observations are not fake, not necessarily from that, like James Webb, but yeah, like a lot of flight earthers will just be like, oh, they just made up stories of the sky. Yeah, but they do look at stuff in the sky. You know what I'm saying? Not black holes, though.
Yeah, there's definitely something. Whoever says they're nothing. I mean, that's stupid, right? The thing is, what are they? That's the thing.
Yeah, and like what they're calling a black hole, it's just a place that they can't image, and everything seems to be like moving towards it. It's just yeah, that's just a magnetic field.
Or
Like,
or it could just be dark stuff, like not dark matter, actual matter that we just can't see. You know what I'm saying? It could be just as simple as that.
well, that's what Professor Parks was trying to say. That dark matter is actually real baryonic matter, and that it's just a bunch of the dust and debris from asteroids, and it's so small and very dim, so we can't see it. I'm like, oh wow. 84% of the universe is dim dust from asteroids that you just can't see. What a cool story. But like, I guess what I'm saying is if everything's moving towards that area, like the question's like why? Or why would everything be moving towards this like black area?
Yeah,
It just makes perfect
magnetism
sense.
makes sense.
Yeah, it makes
Yeah,
perfect sense. Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah, something we know, something that we know exists. Yeah, exactly. And baryonic matter, it, it can't be baryonic matter by the very definition of it. They don't know what it is. It doesn't interact with anything. You can't smell it, touch it, measure it. It's not baryonic matter by the definition of it. It's like, yes, I don't know, man.
Well, just an easy way out, right? If there's ever an easy way out, then a lot of people will take that position. The easy way out is to say is that it's real matter, so they don't have to come up with some new thing. Just real matter you can't see because it's so dim. That's all it is. I was asking it too. I'm like, I mean, no disrespect, but that's just like a made up story. You just can make up whatever you want. He's like, it is just a theory. I'm like, yeah, it's made up.
It's definitely made up. At
But
least
I have
this
a
is
good
one
guess
guy
coming
we
on.
can talk to, at least and get something out of him. The rest of them, yeah.
Yeah. Like if you see my in the field conversation with him, you can go read the comment. Everyone's like, "Wow, this was so refreshing that this guy actually had a normal conversation and didn't just incessantly interrupt, insult, and lie." So yeah, he's definitely better than the people in here. But that's why I'm doing that show. Is you're not really going to get anybody with credentials to come on there on a show that's going to be viewed by many thousands of people, and might just be ridiculous. They have to be somewhat professional. And then I have a good guest coming on this week as well. Which I feel like I can't even say the guest in advance because the anti-flat earthers will like harass them. So
Yeah. Don't. Yeah, they're gonna flood their pages. Yeah.
and what's funny is the anti-flat earthers comment on all my stuff, but they don't really seem to have anything to say about that conversation, which is very telling. Like they hate it. They hate that like me and that guy sat there, had higher level intellectual conversations, and I'm toe to toe with him and making him stutter and not be able to answer questions multiple times for 4 hours. They can't really say anything about that. Everyone can just see it for themselves. So they just avoid the comments section like the plague on that video. But they got something to say about every other video. So I think it's working. Right? I think that's the move.
Yeah, they have this need to follow people. Like for example, there's this Professor Ivy. He's an astrophysics, very down to earth, very cool guy. I watched his videos and I made some comments. And before you know it, I got guys, was it Doofus or somebody making comments? This guy's a flat earther. And I'm saying, what the hell? Are these guys serious? What, they follow us around? they're they're incensed. They're I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yeah, it's super gay. And like that's why I had to go all the way over the top for audit NASA. I had to require NDAs. I have to get in the YouTube and like censor the comments. So I have to like hold all comments for approval and stuff because the anti-flat earthers will even like stalk that and try and ruin it when it's not even about flat earth. It's really crazy, man. It's really crazy. It's like they act like when you're talking to someone else that's genuine and new to some of the subjects and curious, that it's like you're kidnapping their little sister or something. Like they have to intervene and like stop it. Like they can't help it. It's weird. I think what it is though is like to sit back and hear someone have an open, honest conversation for the first time about flat Earth and start to learn about this stuff and start to put the pieces together live and you can hear it. Like they can't sit back and listen to that. It's just too real. That's why whenever that one guy came in, he was asking serious questions. Like Jesse had to pounce on him. So that's what I think.
Yeah, it's
That's
like
why they go around.
they want to keep the truth, or they want to keep stuff away from them. It's really weird.
Yeah, I think they just honestly can't stand to see like the honest conversation. Like it's like cog dis. Um, they convince themselves that there isn't like anything to this at all. So to hear people talk about it, like say like that's why they hate to talk about stuff like what the government did back in the day. Like they hate to talk about Operation High Jump and stuff because like, or they hate to talk about stuff like the Project Mars book written by Werner von Braun because there's really nothing to say. Like, there flat earthers don't exist for no reason, you know, and like all that kind of evidence they can't say anything about, so they just don't want to hear it. Like they can't talk about it, they can't answer it, they don't want to hear it. They want to censor like any conversations that show that there's a valid reason. That's why they, for a perfect example, is they still lie about Antarctica. If you say you can't freely and privately explore Antarctica, they will say you're lying, and they will say thousands of people go to Antarctica every year. You're just lying, but they're projecting, right? Because they're lying. Like that proves that they can't even like be real about some of the major parts of this convo. So that's got to be cognizant. Yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, it's a script. It's a script. But I must say, I was impressed with chirality the other day when we were talking about the baby galaxies. They actually said that they were wrong. It's like one of the first times. Maybe somehow we're getting through to them. I doubt it, but yeah, I think this baby galaxy just might make some inroads, but I highly doubt it.
They need this. They need the astrophysicists and astronomers to come out and tell them that there's no way out. That's the only way.
Yeah, and it's evident, it's obvious. Like, I think this is the top argument right now against their cosmology. It's so obvious. Like, there's no answer to this. I'm really waiting. I'm anxiously waiting. Like, I can't think of. I racked my brain. What are they going to say? The only thing they can say is the equipment malfunctioned, and they're not baby galaxies. I can't think of any other thing. Because you have early development at a time when it was just after the Dark Ages, when things started forming. They call it the ionization period. Things were just starting to form around then. There's no way that there can be massive galaxies, let alone massive black holes in the galaxies. Like, that's unheard of. They cannot explain this. So I'm really anxious on this one. Left Lane gave it a go. What did you say, Left Lane? They're gonna make the age of the galaxy bigger, is one of the things I heard.
Yeah, I've never heard them like specifically articulate the response. I saw someone post a video and say that the girl explains it or something, but I've never heard them like say anything back. So just I don't know. But this is the main thing you have to attack. The talking point is like this is science. We're talking about the universe. Of course there are things we don't know. Of course we got some stuff wrong right now, and we're just gonna have to figure it out. That doesn't mean we're completely wrong about everything. That's the narrative, right? And it's
Yeah,
like
they
no,
use that.
no,
They've tried that already.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. They say that about everything. They say that about the Hubble tension, which is where there's such a huge discrepancy in the Hubble constant, meaning how fast the universe is supposedly accelerating. The measurements that they use at different distances, there's a huge discrepancy in how fast it's supposedly accelerating, but it has to be accelerating the same rate everywhere. And they'll say that that's not a big deal. That's just about the methods used to the instrumental methods. But like, no, it's well beyond the instrument error. There's a difference, and they do the same thing with that you're talking about, and everything else. Dark matter, dark energy, all kinds of stuff, right? The accelerative expansion, where the universe has to be going 4 times the speed of light, and doesn't have any energy. If they try to use quantum vacuum energy, then it's way too much energy, and that's 10 to the 120th power off. And then they try to say, well, that's just that one guy's claim. Like, okay, then what is the dark energy? Doesn't matter. And I think that what's so telling is that they have to do that because an honest person would be able to use logic and be like, wait. My entire cosmology depends upon the fact that there was a singularity and everything expanded out from that. And everything's accelerating, and that from that Big Bang, everything was formed away from where it originated, which means if the galaxies are formed way too if they have way too much of like a formational structure, there's really that takes away like the very heart of the claim. It's like
Exactly.
the very base of your claim. They'll act like it's not important, but it's like the base of it. They do that with all of it. That's the same thing with everything, right? The discrepancies with the energy and the acceleration. If you don't have acceleration, that's the heart of your claim. It's not just no big deal. It's like the biggest deal.
This is really the biggest deal, but the difference here is there's no way out of it, right? Because they have a timeline. They have a timeline, they have formation, they have the bang, they have the heat, they have the cooling off, they have the dark ages, then they have the ionization period. Everything is calculated, right? Everything is timed. So there's no way they can explain this away. It's impossible. Trust me, I've thought of every freaking possible thing that they can say, right? Because I know they bullshit. I can't think of any. There's no way because it's a timeline, right? It's A, B, C. They cannot switch things around. And even if they make it earlier, that doesn't change it. Because if they make it earlier, then there's going to have to be a 2-stage development. You understand what I'm saying? There's no way around this one. This one is like a nail in the coffin.
I think James Webb is releasing real observations too, by the way. Because I think it's just like something that's high up in the air, but it's not floating out in space. It's just high up in the air. It's like using a telescope really high in the air. Like Sophia got amazing shots. Imagine just going a little higher. Like imagine going
Yeah.
twice the height of Sophia to where the balloons are. Because I have a patent that someone just sent me, electrostatic propulsion for UFOs. It's a real patent that's patent. Like, oh yeah, I'm so crazy. What a coincidence that there's a patent about UFOs that's using electrostatics. But like say you're using something like that, or they can also use like different electrostatic propulsion devices to keep balloons in place, according to NASA. Or no,
Have you
actually,
heard
that's a
of
patent.
ion propulsion? Have you heard of ion propulsion?
Yes, yeah, like
That is
like
a
they made a little
real
drone at MIT.
that is a real thing. I seen somebody build it, and you put your hand there, it actually makes a wind. There's actual like a force. It's amazing to see, man. It's like just wires, and they produce. Yeah. So there's a lot of technologies out there, and
Yeah, did
ion
you know
thrusters.
that?
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, I'm done.
Did you know that they can there's something called like an ionic wind generator. There's a generator that just takes the ionization from the wind, the ionic wind, and then like runs a generator.
No kidding. I didn't know that. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Like and that's electrostatics, right? So like you can actually even move gas with electrostatic. Like if you're sitting in your living room and then I put like 1,000,000 volts on you, if you had like 10 candles lined up across the room, they can be like 15, maybe 20 feet away. If you point your finger at the candles, it'll blow the candle out. Isn't that crazy? Like if you get electrostatics, like electrostatically charged, you can point your finger at a candle across the room, and it'll go out. You can actually move your finger down the line of candles, and they'll go out as you point at them.
And how that because the room is charged? Is that it?
Well, yeah. There's electrostatic transference through the air from you through the air, and you're pointing in that direction to where it's transferring towards the gas, like towards the candle. And so it just basically discharges off of you, and then there's electrostatic induction in the air. So from your finger through the air back to, like, say, the candle. Which is what I keep trying to tell these people when they talk about Cavendish and stuff. I'm like, electrostatics transfers through the air, and it also transfers through a vacuum. It also transfers even with the Faraday cage, which is very baffling for them, but not really for me. But yeah, anyway, I was just saying, because it also affects gas. Like, you can do all kinds of stuff. You can literally move. You can move the candle. You can move smoke, like just using electrostatic. And then again, there's ionic wind, which is just ionization of the wind itself. It's just electrostatically charged wind, and they actually even run generators off of this. So
Yeah,
it's
I
just
didn't know.
really
I
interesting.
didn't see the generator, but I saw an actual ionic wind thing. It's like picture coils, like coils around, and they actually ionize the air and make it move. You actually see like a wind. It produces thrust. It's quite amazing, man.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I saw exactly what you're talking about, because I've seen like MIT made an ionization, like an ionized propulsion device, where they can like make a drone levitate and stuff using ionization of the air. But
Yeah, this is the same thing. Yeah, this is exactly the
yeah,
same thing. Yeah.
yeah, it's very cool, man. It's very cool. They're like, Austin, if your idea of electrostatics is so correct, then why can't you make things float? Well, we can. What are you talking about? I don't know.
Look, it makes more logical sense to assume that where we're at is electromagnetic. I mean, it makes sense because this is what we see around us now. And what are you going to believe? Vacuum or electromagnetism? I'll go with something that we already know, right? This vacuum stuff is just nonsense for me.
And what's crazy though is, like, even in a vacuum, there's electromagnetism. So it's like they have no way out. Like, even in their fake little paradigm, they have no way out. So I don't know. Obviously, it's because it came from me, right? So like, they need someone from their own side to tell them. It's the only way.
Remember Grimm? He used to
Yeah,
talk
yeah.
about electric, and everybody used to laugh at him. But I didn't. I would tell him from then, look, bro, I don't know what it is, but I'll go with electromagnetism over vacuum any day of the week. You know?
Yeah,
Shout out
Grimm
Grimm.
knows a
I don't know
lot about
whatever
that.
happened to Grimm. Anybody seen Grimm around?
I talked to him like 3 weeks ago. Um, yeah, I think he's just busy.
Good to see he's around.
Yeah, Grimm is cool though, man. He dunks all over them on a regular basis.
Yeah.
You know what's funny is, like, here's an article from NASA. NASA investigates invisible magnetic bubbles in outer solar system. Mhm. So I mean, yeah, I don't know.
I even think the sun is somehow electromagnetic, to be honest with you.
Yeah, of course it is, dude.
I've been saying that for so long because of the plants, how the plants grow, right? We can recreate electromagnetic and make plants grow, but try to grow a plant in a nuclear with nuclear. Yeah, good luck.
What I was thinking about doing is taking Kepler's laws and working them out with electromagnetism. They say it can't be done, but I don't know that that's true. So, uh, but Kepler's laws can be applied to a geocentric Earth as well. One of the main problems is all the mainstream geocentric Earth models. Like, of course, they assume the Earth's a sphere, and they assume the sun's way bigger than the Earth, and it may be. It may be bigger than the Earth. Like, it can be bigger than the Earth and not be 93 million miles away. I just don't know that it is bigger than the Earth. And so that's a major assumption. And so they're like, oh, well, using gravitation, if the sun is so much bigger than the earth, then it would have to go around the sun. But that's why I point out, even in their paradigm, actually, that's not true. When you account for all the other stuff in the universe, even though the sun's bigger than the earth, it would go around the earth. But that's like giving them a ton of stuff. That's just to pull out their nonsense. They can't even articulate a rebuttal. Like, I've already proven that. They have nothing. Nothing, dude. McToon commented on my video, but couldn't rebut any of it. If McToon can't rebut any of it, none of them can, because they all just follow McToon. So there isn't a rebuttal, because I tried to be a baller in my head and rebut it, and there is nothing, which means there actually is nothing, because I tried to do it. Like, that's how you're supposed to do it. But anyway, the point I'm making is I want to show that relationship, because Kepler's laws are just kinematical. They're kinematics. It's like this moves in relation to this and does an ellipse here and da da da. And stuff does move in the sky, So I don't think his laws are just awful or something. I think that relationship, that kinematic, i.e., in this case, geometric relationship, it may be valuable. Yeah, I think I'm just going to show that you can use electromagnetism for it. Like, show the math. Therefore, you have a dynamic force that's real, can actually be proven. And then
It's obvious
show
that his formulas are kinematic, right? But also, they have variance in the orbit, in the speed. You're aware of that, right?
Yeah.
The orbits are weird the way he has them. There's like 2 points, and they're like at the end of the basketball, of the football, shall we say, not in the middle. You know what I'm talking about? It's like a weird relationship. Hold on, Kosho made me a GIF. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, I would say if you ever get frustrated with these guys today or whatever, like, just bring that other question up. They have nothing, dude. Like, just ask them if they have any exclusive evidence that the Earth is moving around the sun, and then just kind of everyone should just familiarize themselves with some of the basic. According to Einsteinian mechanics, the Earth can be stationary. According to Newtonian mechanics, the Earth can be stationary, and everything moving around it. Parallax and aberration and retrograde do not in any way prove the Earth's moving. I can show you a cartoon or an animation that, like, an 8-year-old can understand, showing parallax, aberration, and retrograde from a stationary central Earth. You can literally just watch a little animated video and know that's not true. That's how dumb it is. So, just make them give you exclusive evidence for going around the sun. They have nothing, and then they'll just shut up. Like, if they're being really annoying and, like, interruptive and dragging people through the mud, I say everyone just make them answer that, or just be like, okay, then just shut up.
I posted the Kepler orbital mechanics. Look how it is. It's not in the center like everybody thinks. It's a weird freaking, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Somehow that doesn't jive right there. What kind of a freaking orbit is that? And all orbits are like this? Yeah, that just doesn't jive. So there's a lot of splaining to do.
Well, I don't know. It's just funny to me because, like, it's just so obvious that we're in the center of the universe. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I just don't get why they can't understand that. Like right now, Don's like, it's simpler. No, it's not simpler. You need dark matter and dark energy to even make it work in theory. But geocentrism doesn't need that. So you have over a century of something that you can't define, explain, have no evidence for other than assuming it has to be there. Can't even make the math work. So how is it simpler if you can't even make the math work? How is heliocentrism simpler if you have to use an Earth-centered, Earth-fixed system to try to map it out and then say, oh, it's just an illusion that we are in the center? How is it simpler? No, it's not.
Not only is it not simpler, he posted that another thing after saying that it's perfect circles after I just posted him Kosho showing that they're not perfect circles. Like, are you not listening, dude? Seriously, man. It's not perfect. It's far from perfect circles. That's why I posted that. It's like, you guys don't listen, man, at all.
It's like robots. They're like robots.
Yeah.
They're legit robots, bro. Like,
Yeah.
little do we know, iRobot was like a documentary, only it's about people.
He came here to find the script. Yeah. They say you don't feel motion because it's uniform orbit. You show him that the orbit is not uniform. And the next day, they keep saying it. It's uniform. No, it's not uniform. It's not constant motion. We keep showing it to you. We keep showing your model, but somehow it doesn't register.
I mean, that's what's so crazy. They don't even get to any of that. Do they have any evidence that the Earth is moving? They've resorted now to saying it's simpler. Even if that were true, that doesn't mean anything. And it's actually not true. So
Look at Don. SC, I blocked you because you pretend not to understand balls. It's crazy, man. Yeah. A ball, a constantly curving surface. There you go.
don't take the bait because they want so bad to get away from this. Like, that's what I'm
Of
saying.
course.
Like, they hate the heliocentric part of it because they can't do anything about it. Like, they have to take it on the chin. They got nothing. And what it does is it makes it obvious they're in a religion and they're just weak-minded, so they conform to consensus. And so since consensus is that there's a solar system, they're going to believe that till they die. That so they can pretend they're smarter than everyone. It makes them. It's the safer position. The weak find contentment in the consensus of ignorance.
Yeah. They
That's
have
what
to
it
be
is.
told their opinion. They have to be given an opinion. It's unbelievable, man. It's unbelievable.
Like,
Stockholm.
I bet you that Baller never answers this honestly the whole day, right? So, okay, if the Earth is geocentric, then every retrograde, aberration, parallax, all can be explained from a geocentric position. All the planetary motions, you can satisfy all of Kepler's laws, all of that. Okay, if it's actually heliocentric, you have a dark matter and dark energy problem that you don't have if the Earth is at the center. Because you have a set of real inertial forces, equal and opposite reactions. You have immense speeds at great distances, explaining the galaxy rotational speed, explaining everything that you need. You don't have dark matter or dark energy problems in a geocentric universe. So, how is geocentrism not more viable? They'll never answer it. If they're kinematically and dynamically equivalent in validity, and it all can be explained from a geocentric position,
Have
but
you
it doesn't
decided?
have the dark. Wait, it doesn't have the dark matter or dark energy problem. How would that not mean that geocentrism is more viable?
Have you decided there's no dark matter, dark energy, or do you think that's what geocentrism says?
Geocentrism doesn't require dark matter or dark energy.
Why do you
That's what
think
it says.
heliocentrism requires it?
because you have galaxy rotational speeds that are way too fast. You have
They're not way too
galaxy.
fast. We went over this yesterday. They are not too fast. Stop misrepresenting. I answered that question yesterday. It's because they're moving away from you and it appears as they're moving too fast. They are not moving too fast. Do not misrepresent the model, please. Stop talking shit.
Okay, You once again have no idea what you're talking about. So we're not even talking about if it's moving faster than the speed of light or something. The outer edges of the galaxies are moving too fast for Newtonian mechanics and for Einsteinian mechanics. There has to
Okay.
be dark matter there to explain it.
Yeah,
You
I'll
don't even
give
know what
you.
you're talking about.
How do you know that's not the same on geocentrism?
I just explained it because you have
Yeah.
real inertial forces of the angular momentum of the universe moving around. So at great distances, it's moving so fast that you don't need more matter. Okay, I just explained that. You don't need dark energy because there is no accelerative expansion. Whenever the angular momentum of the universe moving around the Earth
Only we can
creates
observe.
real inertial force, you can observe dark matter.
I take your word
No, we
for it.
can
I take
observe
your word for it.
expansion. We can observe expansion of the universe.
No, you can't. No, you can't.
Sure we can. Why not?
Okay.
No, you can't. No, see,
So
and this is what
basically,
you
Why
guys
not?
want to
you're
avoid the
back to
question.
line.
You're going to do it all day. You're going to do it
You're
all
back to
day. You're
line.
going to avoid the question. None of you guys can pretend to be an adult and actually answer the question. If geocentrism is kinematically and dynamically equivalent in validity, yet geocentrism doesn't have the dark matter and dark energy problem, how is geocentrism not more valid?
Okay,
The
It's not
answer is
more
it's
valid
not
because you're closing
equivalent.
your eyes and pretending that things don't exist. The galaxies do accelerate
They
from each
can't.
other.
hold
If
on.
you
They
close your
can't
eyes
answer.
like
They
you
wasn't
with it,
answer.
if you
You
close
can't
your
answer.
eyes and then don't look at certain things happening, then you don't have to explain them.
You
And
can't
that only
answer.
works in a fantasy, just like you can't answer.
You can't answer. You can't answer. Redshift is
I just
can be caused
answered.
simply. Redshift can be simply caused by a difference in wavelength. And actually, there's over
Redshift
a
is a
thousand.
difference in
I have an
wavelength.
article.
Redshift is a
Okay, this is
difference
what I'm
in
saying.
wavelength.
Do you see what they do? This is what they do. They can't answer the question. So what they try to do is gaslight me, like somehow they know more about it than me. When the truth is
Because you
that they
like.
don't even know a fraction about it compared to me. Answer the question. If geocentrism and heliocentrism are equally valid coordinate systems kinematically, and it can be shown that dynamically with a real set of inertial forces that they're equally equivalent in validity, then how is geocentrism not more viable
They're not.
than heliocentrism if it doesn't
They're not
have the dark
equal.
matter and dark energy problem?
They're not equal
Oh,
kinematically.
really? So Einstein's wrong?
I thought you didn't believe in
Show
Einstein. And why are you
me.
quoting
Show me
NASA documents?
yeah,
Why
where
are you
is
quoting
Einstein
NASA
wrong?
documents that you don't
Okay,
believe in
watch this.
NASA?
Watch what? Okay, look, the other guy. Look, if you're gonna just jump in and just say stuff like that and never talk about the point specifically, then you can just be quiet, please. Okay, left lane. Wait, do you not know what the equivalence principle is? How about this? First of all,
That,
do you know what
that
what does kinematically mean?
the equivalence principle is you can't tell if you're moving or something else is moving, right?
Okay, and as applied to cosmology within relativity, what does that mean?
But we're just talking about the equivalence of the motion of the planets and the stars on a geocentric versus heliocentric. They don't work.
Really, what's kinematic mean?
Motion.
Kinematic means motion.
Yeah. Kinetics.
No,
Things
it
in
means
motion
motion.
and yeah, you can apply energy to that equation too, I'm
No,
sure.
no. In the context that we're talking about, kinematics means bodies moving in relation to one another. So it's how they move geometrically in relation to one another. It's equivalent with the geocentric position according to your own model.
Okay.
Okay, so why'd
And
you just say it
show how
wasn't?
they work. Show how they work. Show me how they work on a geocentric model.
Show you how they work. Okay, so
Yeah.
are you saying that Einstein's wrong when he says that it turns out that the struggle so violent in the day of Copernicus between the Ptolemy and Copernicus would turn out to be rather meaningless because it's just a matter of coordinate system preference, and either coordinate system is equally valid when you say that
But
the Earth is at rest and the sun moves around it, or the sun is at rest and the Earth moves around it. These are both equally valid coordinate systems. Coordinate systems are about kinematics, left lane.
yeah, but you show the rest the rest of the bodies and how they work, and you're going to have to figure out a way to show a smaller mass being orbited by a larger mass.
Oh, now you're talking about dynamics. And this is what I'm saying. You don't even know what you're talking about. So when you said it doesn't work kinematically, you then immediately changed over to dynamics. And I can
No,
dunk
you
all
said
over
they
you with
were
dynamics.
equivalent. You said they were equivalent, and they're not.
Buddy. Hey, is your question about objects moving around bigger masses, is that kinematic or dynamic?
Well, it's dynamically kinematic. I guess you. I
What
don't
the
know how. What? Well, I don't know how you would say that, but
That's so
it's
retarded,
known
dude.
that
You're talking
Kepler's laws, that you don't have smaller bodies that are orbited by larger bodies. It's always the other way
buddy,
around.
you don't even know what Kepler's laws are. Kepler's laws are
Yeah,
kinematic. They're not
yeah.
about
They
mass relationships. They're not about mass relationships. It's kinematic.
No, it is mass relationships. Absolutely. Yeah. It
Okay.
talks about
No,
velocities and masses and distances and yeah.
dude, listen carefully, bro. Kepler mapped out the motion of the bodies in relation to one another. It's kinematics. It's just geometric. And according to even Einstein himself, that they're equally valid coordinate systems to have the Earth in the center or have the Sun in the center. And in fact, Einsteinian mechanics would say you can put anything in the center. If you want to talk about the bigger mass, I've already buried that. I can also bury the dynamic conversation. I've already explained it to you that if there's angular momentum of the cosmos moving around the Earth, that will create real inertial forces, centrifugal, Coriolis, and Euler forces, which will create an equal and opposite reaction to what you call gravitation. Then there will be actually a twice as strong Coriolis force, which will result in a net centripetal acceleration. And based on everything in the entire cosmos moving around the Earth, that will keep the Earth in place and everything moving around it due to inertial forces. So yes, they are
Okay.
dynamically equivalent. I've dropped the papers for you explaining all the math from all the different physicists, showing you that they're kinematically and dynamically equivalent in validity. You haven't read the papers. You're not going to read the
Do,
papers. You're not going to rebut
do
it. You're
they
just going to keep
show
saying, "Nuh-uh."
now do they show a flat earth or do they show a round geocentric earth?
No, wow, dude. Wow. And
No,
this is
no,
what
no.
you resort
Seriously.
to.
What do they
This
show?
is
Do
what
they
you
talk
resort
about
to.
flat earth?
This is, hey,
No,
are
do they show a
we
flat
talking
earth?
about that right now? Are we talking about that right now? Or did you just get dunked on? So
Yeah,
then you
no,
just
we
changed
are
the
talking
subject?
about that right now. We're talking about the
Okay.
sun orbiting the earth, and is it a
Why does
flat
no
earth
one
that
call
it's
him out?
orbiting?
Why does no one call him out? Right.
That's a
So
good
because what the
question, right?
question? No. The question was, if the geocentric model is kinematically and dynamically equivalent in validity, then why? Then if is it not more viable if it doesn't have the dark matter and dark energy problem? You said they weren't kinematically equivalent. Then you got dunked on. Then you used a red herring to divert over to dynamics, and then you got dunked on. And now you're just blatantly switching over to flat Earth.
Now
That's
you
what
got
you guys
fundamental
always do.
issues. You got a fundamental issue with the geocentric model in stating that Earth is flat in that model.
Okay, Left Lane's chosen to be extremely dishonest this morning. Does anyone else want to try to answer the question? Because he wants to try to change the subject and act like we didn't all just hear on. So, does anyone else want to answer the question? If a geocentric position is kinematically and dynamically equivalent in validity, but the geocentric model wouldn't have a dark matter and dark energy problem, then how would that not mean that geocentrism is more valid? I told you that they'll never answer it all day. You can ask this question all day, they'll never answer it.
One of my favorite sayings: 3 coplanar points and bam. Jesse. What is a coplanar point? My friend, that's very important. You know what a plane is? Well, you have 3 points on that plane. And what do they make? 3 points on a plane. What do they make? Come on, guys, you know the answer to that. 3 coplanar points. What do they make on a plane?
A triangle, Essie.
That's right, sir. A triangle. With how many degrees, left lane?
Well, Euclidean, 180. Spherical, more than 180.
Oh, you had to throw the spherical in there, huh? Yeah.
How do you have coplanar points spherically?
You can't.
Yeah, like you asked about coplanar points and you said spherical geometry. Dude, what's so funny, bro? Like I hate to be this guy, but like I don't think they should be allowed to just get past it. You need to show intellectual honesty and admit that you were wrong. That's what you need to do.
Were you wrong, left lane?
No, that's a presumption that we're wrong. That's yet to be determined.
No, you just said that it wasn't kinematically equivalent. You got proven wrong within your own paradigm per Einstein and Newton. And then I can show you all the physicists from modern times showing you that with all the math, all the explanations, kinematics, all of Kepler's laws are satisfied with the neotactonic system. Okay, so then you diverted over to dynamics. I told you specifically why even dynamically that's not true. So now here we are where you just didn't acknowledge it, you didn't concede, you just got quiet and waited for the subject to
Well,
change.
no, I made the point about Kepler and orbits and figuring out how that would equate to a flat Earth.
We're not even talking about flat Earth right now. It's like I'm talking about geocentrism. See, you can't concede. That's what. So I talked about geocentrism. The original question is yet to be answered. You tried to fight it, then you got proven wrong, and then you diverted over to flat Earth. So can you please answer the actual? Can you answer the actual? What you don't understand is that from our perspective, everything being mapped out geocentric can just be placed on a flat Earth. You don't even understand that. We're not diverting away to that though. Can you please answer my question? If the geocentric system is kinematically and dynamically equivalent in validity, yet the geocentric model wouldn't have the dark matter and dark energy problem, how would that not mean that the geocentric model is more viable?
It's begging the question that they are equivalent.
I already explained why. It's not begging the question. It's using your own paradigm. That's why you couldn't rebut it. Dude, this is what's so funny, man. It's like
I did. It's not a matter. It's not a rebuttal or diversion. I just see inherent issues that probably should be addressed before it's
Like
presented
what?
as a valid model.
Like what?
Yeah, well, like using Kepler's laws in a flat Earth.
Why do you keep talking about flat Earth? We're talking about geocentrism.
Well, isn't that the crux of? I mean, isn't that like the foundation of the argument? Is the shape of the Earth?
So you can't actually defend the heliocentric model against geocentrism. You agree that it's equally valid? And
Left lane, you're assuming that flat earthers can look at a bigger picture. That's what you're forgetting. They can't.
If you're willing to give me
well, guess
globe,
what? You're not going to even be able to talk anymore. You keep on just jumping into gaslight people. So good try, though.
I'll give you geocentrism if you give me globe.
No, we're not talking about globe. We're talking about you guys don't even understand your own belief system. So you need to concede that not only is it equally valid, the geocentric model is more viable because it doesn't have the dark matter and dark energy problem.
But so are you saying that the globe geocentric model is more viable than flat Earth or less viable?
We're not. No, it's less viable. I'm not talking about a globe. Stop changing the subjects.
So you're offering up a less viable model as better than mine.
Dude, no one can answer. Do you guys see this? Essie, do you remember I told you that none of them will be able to answer it? Look what they're doing. They're diverting to flat Earth. They're running away. They're just saying, nuh-uh. They're gaslighting. They're getting all silent. They can't answer the question. They can't even answer the question.
They never answer tough questions.
I've got the answer for the question. It's less viable than heliocentrism for me, if it's equal, like you say, because heliocentrism is neater circles and geocentrism is wiggly,
But this is, but
wiggly.
you're not addressing the point though. I said that they're kinematically and dynamically equivalent in validity, as in the math.
Yeah,
But
I gave you that.
the difference is that the geocentric model wouldn't have the dark matter and dark energy problem. Let's see if
Yeah,
you
I know.
guys can answer it like this. Do you guys agree that if you have two models and one of them has a discrepancy of 96% that's unexplained, and then one of them doesn't have that 96% discrepancy, the one that doesn't have the discrepancy is more viable?
Yeah, I'm just simply disagreeing and saying no. Heliocentrism has circles, so I still think it's more viable.
No, it doesn't. It has ellipses.
And mostly circles. Ellipses are like
No, they're ellipses.
circles.
Oh my god, they're ellipses in both systems, dude.
It fits better to what we see, and it's neater.
How is it neater? What does that even mean?
When you look at the
Because they're
solar
aligned.
system from above, all the bodies are going round in orbits, but on geocentrism, they're all doing squiggly spirals on their own.
Yeah, and they all fit perfectly within a toroid, a flower of life, sacred geometry. They all fit perfectly within that. Hey, can you guys answer the actual point though? Is the system that doesn't have the 96% discrepancy more viable?
You have to take my answer with it because I've given it twice now. You can't pretend I didn't give one.
You didn't. So
My answer is no. It's not more viable for me. Sorry.
Okay, well that's retarded. So do all the other
So
ballers?
is your toroid fantasy retarded?
Do all the other ballers agree with him that if you have a model that has a 96% unexplained discrepancy, and you have another model that doesn't have that 96% discrepancy, that the model that actually has the 96% discrepancy is more viable?
No, I just agree that our model is a lot more viable than yours. Your model isn't viable at all. Ours might have 96% discrepancy. Yours is 107% discrepancy.
Wait. We're talking specifically about geocentrism
I'm talking
or
specifically.
heliocentrism?
I'm talking very specifically. Very specifically.
Well, tell him what you think.
Yeah,
about
we're talking about
geocentrism.
geocentrism and heliocentrism. So if geocentrism doesn't have the dark matter and dark energy problem, then how is it not more viable than heliocentrism?
Because I asked you, how do you explain that galaxies move away from each other faster? No, redshift is not an answer. Redshift is what happens due to the movement. Otherwise, you're going to have to explain how does redshift happen. Oh, let me guess, electromagnetics, yeah?
Okay, so this is something else that I just know way more about than you. I don't know why you're pretending to teach me every time. It's really see-through, but in fact,
Because you're not answering the question.
in your model, I can give you your redshift claims of accelerative expansion away from us actually don't match the data. I have a paper that literally cites 400 different sources all about the redshift anomalies and discrepancies within your model. When you claim that there's redshift because everything's moving away from us, the data doesn't match that. You have areas that have way too much redshift. You have areas that have not enough redshift. You have an uneven distribution of redshift. It doesn't actually match the data at all. So there's that. Secondly, it's an assumption that redshift is caused by the universe accelerating away from you. Redshift can simply just be a difference in wavelength. Okay, that's what causes
Redshift
it.
is the difference in wavelength. That is exactly what causes
it doesn't
Is that the
require
light
motion.
alters wavelength? Don't overtalk me. Now you're interrupting me. It's wavelength altered. What you need to do is you need to either stop telling that it's fake and everything and explain how it works, unless not for galaxies moving apart. You have to find another mechanism, and if you can't, then you're wrong. It's as simple as that. It's not that I'm trying to teach you anything. It's that you're the one who's trying to pretend like no one else understands anything, but we do, and that's the problem. And what you're saying makes not...
No, you don't.
Okay.
Okay, so wait, do you think the only way that you can have a difference in wavelength is for something to be moving away from you?
I never said that.
So then your whole entire claim is refuted. Then there you go. You said that.
He's telling you got to show a mechanism. At least try.
Okay, yeah, it's literally just the fact that there's light in different wavelengths. That's it. That the stuff at a greater distance has a
It's not a mechanism.
First of all, there's two different
saying, I believe.
Oh my God, are you going to keep interrupting me? So for one, Or one, the cosmos is moving around the Earth. And so at that distance, it's moving faster and faster the farther away you go from the Earth, because it has to move around the entire Earth. So as you go further away, there is a faster movement. It's not
Is
expanding
it?
away from us, though.
Oh, okay. So there's a faster movement further away from the Earth. And what is the mechanism for this movement? We observe this movement. I know that that movement exists. What causes it?
It's the universe is moving around the Earth, and it's using angular momentum keeps it in place with real inertial forces. We just covered that. So you just got destroyed, dude. Like,
No,
and
I
now you're
didn't.
asking for now wait
Take your answer.
now you're asking for the physical mechanism that causes the motion. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Is
because
that
we
right?
observe a physical motion. Yes, because we observe a physical motion. And not me. I think the other guy's asking too.
Wait, this is so funny. So wait, are you guys saying that we can't talk about the model being valid at all unless we can give a definitive physical mechanism for the motion in the sky?
Well, no, I'm
Well,
just wondering.
yes.
What's your what?
Essentially,
Hey,
yes.
Have you got
that's what's
that
up.
far yet?
Yeah, that's what's up. What's your physical mechanism, since gravity is admittedly not even understood in your own paradigm?
That gravities are accelerating away from each other, and that causes the light to shift in wavelength because it has to travel very far in the energy.
Gravities are accelerating away from each other.
God can do mysterious
What an
things. I don't
incoherent
know.
what an incoherent statement. So anyway, if you use gravitation, even with Newtonian or Einsteinian mechanics, using that same exact concept of gravitation, you can explain the mechanism. Why are you laughing? This is just a fact. You can
So you have no
explain the
mechanism,
mechanism.
basically.
You can literally use the same mechanism of Newtonian and Einsteinian mechanics, which is not even a defined mechanism. For example, Newtonian mechanics isn't even a defined mechanism. He
It's
didn't
a
even
very
offer
defined
physical.
mechanism.
Okay, what's the mechanism for Newtonian mechanics?
I didn't say for Newtonian mechanics. I said for explaining why the galaxies redshift because they're moving away from us. So either give us and don't try to. You're trying to like change the subject. You're doing every single thing that you accused us of, changing the subject, going to another thing. No, answer. What is the mechanism that causes? And you have to be able to prove it, because we can prove it. I can show you papers. You know well, damn, that there's papers out there talking about redshift and the few discrepancies that you found. What about compared to the millions of non-discrepancies? Because you can't even
That's
provide
not true.
one.
It doesn't exist. There aren't millions of non-discrepancies, which is an incoherent, retarded phrase. I already told you that there's tons of discrepancies. You don't know anything about it. You haven't researched it. If I paid you money
Actually, I
right
have.
now if I paid you money right now on the spot, you couldn't even name a redshift discrepancy. Exactly. So stop pretending you've researched stuff you haven't
Why
researched.
would I need to name a redshift discrepancy? You're the one who mentioned that there was 400 discrepancies or 300 or something in a paper. I don't need to show that because that's not my argument. I'm saying to you,
You just
stop. No, no,
claimed
no, no,
the
stop.
ratio.
Answer my question. Answer my question. What is the mechanism that causes the redshift in the light? And if you can't answer it, then concede that you're wrong and you don't have an answer. You just have speculation. You have wild guesses. Okay, I'll clap my hands for you. You've come up with a few wild guesses. None of them are more viable than the actual model that's in place right now. I'm sorry.
Okay, so everything in the sky is intrinsically electromagnetic. If we just use even the same framework that you have angular momentum, which means the galaxies further away are moving faster, not away from you. They're just moving an angular momentum around you. Okay, so the movement that is extremely fast the further away you go is going to explain the redshift, because there's an angular momentum moving around you at greater distances, they're greater speeds.
It doesn't work.
Why does it not work?
Because if they're not moving away from you, then there's no need for the light to lose its energy and shift wavelength, because it doesn't have to travel as far. So it just doesn't make sense. Because what you're saying then in your model, that means that sometimes redshift shift would happen when they'd be furthest away and moving faster. But as they're coming closer to you because they're orbiting around the Earth, the redshift would disappear. That's not what we observe. Sorry.
No, the redshift itself doesn't even have to be because of motion. Like, just like I explained to you a second ago, redshift isn't only caused by motion. You can have redshift just because of the wavelength, which means us interpreting the light from a greater distance that's moving in a circle around us, observing the light that's further away from us gives us redshift. Just because of the wavelength perceived, just like a rainbow. Rainbows aren't flying
It's
away
not
from
because
you.
So you're saying that redshift is not because it's moving around, but it is because it moves away from us, and when it's further away from us and moves the fastest, which is exactly what I said, that's when redshift happens. Okay, I understand. You still
So
haven't been able to answer it.
you just blatantly strawman me, right? And like no one's you're just the worst. All you ballers are like just terribly dishonest debaters, right? Like you just blatantly
Because you got
strawman what I just
destroyed.
said.
That's
You just
because your
blatantly
argument just got destroyed. You just got reminded that all you have is speculation, and you don't actually have a viable theory. You just have speculation. You got reminded of that. Now, if that to you is me strawmanning you or me being disingenuous, then I'm sorry, but it isn't. It's you who's being disingenuous and you who's wrong, and our model is a lot better than what you're saying. I'm sorry, but it is.
And this is what's so funny. Like, if I asked the ballers in the room, they would pretend that he's winning the debate. This is why you guys should basically just not even be allowed to talk in here. I'm not even joking, because this is the reality situation. Like, this is the reality situation. I just explained that there doesn't have to be motion away from you to have redshift. I explained that we're perceiving it at a greater distance, and so then the perceivable wavelength is going to be different. That's what redshift is. Just like with the rainbow's not moving further away from you. I then gave you the dynamical relationship that gives you the real set of inertial forces causing the angular momentum. We're observing the galaxies further away. Then your response is that I claim that they're moving away from us, and then, which is a straw man. And then you said that I'm just making up theories but you can prove yours. But in fact, your entire model, it just makes up theories. That's where the expansion came from in the first place. Was just a made up theory because they expected to see blue shift and red shift, but they didn't. They only saw red shift. So they're like, "What's going on?" But then they changed their entire model. Then they changed their entire model to claim that actually the entire universe is accelerating away in an expansion from every single point in the universe at the same time, which is also retarded. Doesn't make any sense. You can't have everything expanding in omnidirectional from a million different points. That's impossible.
Why not?
Right?
Why not? Why not? Why not?
How can everything start from a singularity and then expand out from there?
Because that's how powerful God is. Because that's how powerful God is. End of story. End of argument. That's how powerful God is.
So now you can invoke God to explain how your theory doesn't work. But when I'm actually giving you the dynamical relationship, that's just made
But
up
the Big
theories.
Bang, you listen. You just said what? You said the Big Bang is wrong, right? I want you to prove all the mathematics of the Big Bang wrong. And unless you don't, then sure, don't talk shit, man. You and me both know that it does appear as though something started from one point. Now, to me, that looks like God. You don't know where it is. I don't know where it is for sure. But to me, it's God, and nothing you are going to say is going to change my mind about the fact that the universe came from a creator. But if you're going to say that it's wrong, just like that in a debate, then you know what? You have to prove all the mathematics wrong. Start with the 25 universal constants that were present at the moment of creation, and you need to debunk every single one of them. There are 25 mathematical constants that need to have been in
This dude
place.
is so stupid, dude. Okay, so you're now saying I have to prove the Big Bang isn't real. You don't even know how basic. Stop interrupting me, dude. You don't even know how basic logic works, right? If you claim that the Big Bang is real, you need to substantiate it. Prove unicorns don't exist. Secondly, it's very easy to debunk the Big Bang even within your own paradigm. There's something called the flatness problem. Do you know what the flatness problem is?
Yeah, that people think the Earth is flat. That's a very big flatness
See, you don't
problem.
even know. You don't even know what it is. You're laughing nervously because you know that obviously I'm clearly dunking on you right now. So you don't even know what the flatness problem is, right? So you want me to tell you?
Well, since you mentioned it, I'm assuming you're gonna. Either way,
Yeah.
whether I want to or don't want to, I've not even said, do I know where it is? Do I not know where it is? But go on, let's see. Let's see what you've got.
You just said that there's tons of evidence for the Big Bang. Okay, so, and then I needed to prove the mathematics wrong. The mathematics have already been proven wrong, buddy. It's called the flatness problem. It's called the flatness problem. Okay, there has to be a very specific amount of energy density to cause this universe to supposedly expand out from a singularity
And that's what God
be
did.
flat. Buddy, stop interrupting me. So whenever they actually run it through the calculations, it's mathematically impossible that merely by random chance of the energy forming from a singularity, that you would actually have the perfect energy density to have the flatness.
When did I say that? I didn't say it's random. It's not random. It was God who did it. God did it. I don't know how God did it, but God did it. It's not random. I never said it was random. Don't fucking put words in my mouth. Don't strawman my argument either. God exists and God created it. How? I have no idea. All I
So
know
then
is
I
that
can
it
just say
appears like there was a Big
God
Bang.
too.
I say that.
I can just say God. Wait, so I can just say God though. So like, why do we see redshifts in the galaxies? God.
No,
Is
it's not
that
the
work?
same
That
kind of
works now.
argument. It's not the same kind of
Oh,
argument. Okay. Who created the beginning of your world?
oh, I know that there's a creator.
Exactly.
Yeah, but you're
Exactly.
claiming your model claims a physical mechanism of how it started. Do you not understand the difference?
Yep, it does, because if you look at the universe, that's where it appears. It appears that this is how God's work started. That God somehow snapped his fingers and all of this just came about. Just a big explosion. It looks like everything comes from one point. You can't prove it wrong, and I can't prove it right. So let's just leave that question of where the beginning of the universe started.
No. Your idea doesn't work logically though. If you claim that there's a singularity and then everything is expanding out from that singularity, as in the whole universe was in a little bitty singularity, and then it exploded and expanded out in all directions from that single point, then you turn around and doublespeak and claim that there is no center and that it's equally expanding away from all points at the same time. That doesn't make any sense. How can the universe be equally expanding away from multiple different points at the same time?
It's actually very simple. It's actually very simple because you're expanding away from the main point, and then you have clusters that are expanding away from each other whilst they're expanding away from the center point as well. Just because you can't understand that the universe is three-dimensional isn't my problem.
Okay, you can't explain. How can every place in the universe have the entire universe expanding away from it? How
Because
can
it's
everywhere in the
God.
universe be? Oh my God! How can everywhere in the universe be the center?
I didn't say it's the center. There is one
Well, that's what
ultimate
your model
center.
claims. That's what your model claims.
Not what my model claims. No,
Well, that's what
don't
the
say what my
mainstream.
model claims.
So you don't believe in the heliocentric mainstream cosmology. You're making up your own model.
Just like you, you're doing the same.
But I'm not the one that's going around making fun of people claiming that the real model's true, right? So this is what's so funny. You can't claim your model claims there is no center to the universe.
Okay.
And what you're laughing is you don't even understand. You can't even claim heliocentrism unless you claim that.
Have I made any claim?
So wait, wouldn't there be blue shift and red shift if there was an actual center to the universe?
I'm not actually sure.
Okay, well there would be. So, but we don't see that, which is why
Just
your model
mathematically. No. I know the answer. Mathematically, yes. But in real life, I don't know.
No, okay, listen, man, just think about it logically, okay? If you have an actual central point and everything's expanding away from it, and then you observe the universe, you're going to see places moving away from you and towards you relative to that center, which means you would have blue shift and red shift. For you just to see red shift, that means everything has to be expanding away from you,
No.
which is based on.
No.
Okay, can some other baller please jump in and correct him to save us time, please?
We don't have to save time at all because you forget that the universe is three-dimensional. Everything is expanding away from an original ultimate center in the shape of a sphere. So no, why would things run into each other? What the hell are you talking about?
Oh my God, dude. And no one's going to
Scott
correct
just
him?
doesn't get it. He doesn't get it, unfortunately. He's not comprehending the point.
Yeah, this is crazy. So, like, what happened was in 1925, Hubble made a discovery that required them to say that the universe is expanding away from every position in the universe and that there's no center, but everywhere in the universe is going to look like it's in the center because the universe is equally expanding away from every single position at the same time
Yeah,
relative
from
to
your
that.
perspective. From your perspective, yes, I admit that's from your perspective. But is that what we're
Okay,
talking
but
about? If it's from your perspective,
yes,
then yeah, that's what you see. In the universe, you see every point expanding away from everywhere else. Yes, that's what you see.
okay, but that
What's the
doesn't
point?
logically make sense. You have to listen and actually think about what's happening. Let's put a dot in the middle of the paper. We're going to say everything expands out away from that. If I put another dot on the other side of it, like on the edge of the paper, and it's looking at that, it's going to see stuff moving towards it from the center and moving away from it from the center.
Huh?
How do you understand that? If there's a single point and
I
everything
know,
expands out
I
from it,
know,
then
I
that means
know.
that
I'm
we would
saying
see
yes,
both
from your
redshift
perspective, that's
and
what it looks like.
we would see both. No, dude, we would see both redshift and blue shift if there was an
Be-
actual center to the universe. We would be seeing expansion relative to the actual center,
I
which
understand what
means
you mean, because the galaxies moving towards us would be blue shifting, and those moving away from us would be red shifting. I understand. I'm not dumb. I'm just stoned, and I can't be asked like going into all the
okay.
details. But
Well, this is what
and
I'm
what?
explaining to you, though. This is why your model has to claim there is no center to the universe, but that's incoherent. Okay, you can't have a singularity and everything moving out from it, and there be no center. Also, you can't claim that everywhere in the universe is simultaneously the center. That doesn't work. And then your model came up with the stupid analogy of a balloon. Balloons have a center. It blows up from the center. So that's a stupid analogy also. So
Yeah, that doesn't make
okay.
sense to me.
Yeah, the balloon thing. Yeah, I agree. But this is the problem, though. It's not just as simple as like, oh, maybe we don't get that. That changes all of cosmology. If there is an actual center, then the Earth cannot be in a heliocentric model, because that would mean we would see blue shift moving towards us, right? I mean, this was discovered in 1925.
Yeah,
I don't know
what he's
what the
saying now
implication
is a
would
fact.
be. Go ahead,
Let's say
Izzy.
I was checking this out, right? When I was doing the vectors, when I came up with the 11 different vectors and millions of miles an hour. So I was trying to find, okay, this is circling this, that's circling that. Okay, then we get to the great attractor, right? So then I'm going, okay, then it's got to be circling something else, right? Well, guess what? There's no center where everything
I
circles.
know. Yeah, that's the part that doesn't make sense. At anywhere, any point that you observe the universe from, if you go to another galaxy, that will look like everything's expanding away from it, like it's in the center.
Yeah, it's an oxymoron. They have no viable explanation for their cosmology. It's just patchwork on top of patchwork. That's all it is, bro. Think about it. If something banged, right, and banged evenly all over, homogeneous, which don't even let me get into that. It's not, it's flat. Shouldn't there be a point of bang? Like when you explode a grenade, right? You can find the point of impact, right? When there's a fire, right? The fire department goes in, they'll find you exactly what caused that fire, where it started. It's evident.
Yeah, this is what I guess they don't. It's like people don't understand. Like, okay, what they expected to see was that we would see redshift and blue shift all throughout the sky, because we're just a tiny speck of dust in this ever expanding universe. And so we have a random, unimportant position. So there should be red shift here, blue shift there, because we're just super far away from the alleged center of the Big Bang. But what they found out in 1925 is that's not what happens. When you observe the distant galaxies, etc., there isn't any blue shift. So it looks like we're in the center of the universe. So they changed the model and claimed, oh, well, everywhere you are in the universe is going to look like the center. That's what happened. That's the actual evolution
You
of
know
this
why?
model.
Do you know why, Witsit? Because the universe is a lot bigger than what we think it is. That's why.
That is
Do you
that's
think? Do
totally
you think that
irrelevant.
this is?
That's totally,
No, it's not. How is it irrelevant?
It's a
That's
red herring.
completely irrelevant.
it's totally irrelevant, dude. And this is what I do know why. Actually, I know why, because Hubble himself said it. Hubble himself said why. He said that the idea of a central position of Earth, akin to the ancient conceptions of the central Earth, can never be disproven. But we avoid the possibility at all costs. And the horror of a central position will only, or of a special and unique position, will only be accepted as a last resort to save the phenomenon. So he said that we have
No,
no.
I can accept it. I can accept it. I believe that there is a God. So if Earth was the center of everything, it wouldn't surprise me. I can accept it. However, it's not what we see, is it?
It is literally what we see. Again, we just
It
talked
is
about
what we
this.
see. If the universe isn't larger, if it's not bigger, then it's not what we see. If it's
No,
not bigger, then it's exactly what we see.
the heliocentric model literally claims that that is what we see, but that it's just an illusion and that it's going to look like that from everywhere.
Mm.
So the current model
No, I
does
don't
claim
believe
that
that.
what we
I don't
see.
believe that. That makes no sense because it's right. It should be blue shift and red shift. And the
Are you
balloon,
aware of the? Are you aware of the cosmic background radiation test they did? Are you aware
of
of
course,
this thing called the
of
axis of
course.
evil? You are aware of it?
Yes. The whole, yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
So you're aware of they found a complete different story of what cosmology said. It said that everything should be spread out even, homogeneous, but when they looked at it, it appears that it's flat. It appears that it's flat, circling, and guess what? It appears that the Earth is at the center of it all. Would you like that? That's quite amazing, right? They were at first they thought it was a mistake. They thought that the calculations were wrong, so they did it again, and guess what? Exactly the same thing. So that's your cosmology finished right there. Never mind the baby galaxy. This
No,
kills your Yeah, it does.
it doesn't kill anything. It's just another anomaly. That's another observation they talk about that where you do the observation from. It looks like you're in the middle.
Like, how does
Bro,
it not? How's
your
it not
model
obvious to
It's
says
an
everyone else? This is
anomaly
like
balloon.
in my mind.
this is like a religion
Yeah,
for you,
it
dude.
doesn't.
It's
Yeah,
a
it's like a
religion.
religion.
Yeah,
Because your model
What? Are you
says
yeah,
balloon.
that part.
Left
Yeah, that
lane.
part doesn't make sense to me.
left
Yeah,
lane,
because
left lane, left lane?
let me
How is
say it
it
in
that
plain English, right? Your model
They
says
are right. They are right.
balloon.
It's exactly what it looks like. It looks like the universe is flat. They are right. It's not. They're not wrong in what they're saying. I'm not going to say they're wrong because it's not a religion for me. I'm actually interested in science, and they are right in what they're saying. It looks that way, and it looks like the Earth is in the middle. Now, if the universe isn't bigger, the Earth is in the middle. If the universe isn't, if it is if it is bigger, then it's not, and if it's not bigger, then it is in the middle. And it looks like it's in the middle now. So it's the burden of proof is on us to prove them wrong now.
And even if it
Exactly.
was
So at
bigger,
least
though, even if it was bigger, it can still be in the center, though, right? Because if you
It
see
could,
more
it
stuff,
could, it could, but it could also not be.
do you
yeah,
admit it's a
this
problem in your
prove that it's not
cosmology?
though.
Do
That's
you
the
admit?
thing. Sorry,
Do
FC.
you admit that there's a problem in your cosmology?
I
They
did. I
thought
just
they
did.
were
Well,
looking
I
for a
saw.
balloon. Hold on, let me finish, man. 30 seconds, not even. They were looking for a balloon, but they found a pancake or a frisbee. That's a problem, right, guys?
Yeah,
Bosses.
I think it has to do with the observation. But the latest information from James Webb that I found, I was looking this morning when I got up. They've spotted another dot of light that they labeled at 33 billion years.
Yep, a galaxy, right? They think it's a galaxy.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah. This is bad news, bro. I mean, I'm glad you're following this because this
No, it's
James
not.
Webb Telescope is, yeah.
That's what I said. That's probably one of the things that they'll one of the conclusions that they'll draw, open-ended conclusion that the universe is older than we think it is.
So now listen to what
or
he
it's
said.
just in the
Now,
center.
he said that they found something 33 billion light years away. Correct?
Yeah, that's what they said.
And how old is the galaxy?
33 billion
Well,
years.
No,
well, the original
13.8
number was
according to the
13.
current.
Yeah, 13 and change.
So we got like a 20 billion year discrepancy here. 20
Well,
billion light years.
no, yeah, but it's saying, yeah.
I
I
know
hear what
what
you're
they're
saying,
gonna
right? Because
say. Yeah.
Light year is just distance, but I guess if it takes 33 billion years for the light to reach us, then how is it already reached us, or even where James Webb supposedly is, in just 13.8 billion years?
Exactly. There's the paradox right
I
there.
have a quick question. About blue shift. How exactly is blue shift supposedly, or no? Is red shift the lights going further away, moving away from us, or
That's
coming
what they
towards
claim.
us?
No, they claim the red shift is when it moves away, and blue shift would be when it comes towards you.
Okay, now how do they verify? I mean, how do they know that it's something moving away? Or
Because
do
of
they
the
just
energy
say,
of the.
well, it's
They do.
redshift, so therefore it's moving away?
Well, no,
Because
what
the
happened
energy.
was they expected to see redshift and blue shift, but they only saw redshift, which would put the Earth at the center. So what they did was come up with an idea of accelerative expansion in all directions, causing the redshift, and that it would look like you're in the center from everywhere. That's where that came from. That's why it's the Hubble constant, right?
Yeah, if he understood the
Okay, but
Doppler
how do they
effect.
verify?
Yeah.
But how do
He
they,
didn't verify it.
it has to do with the Doppler effect? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he specifically says that if we're wrong about our assumption about redshift and what causes it, which is very possible, then that would mean that the universe is actually closed and finite, significantly more local, more dense, and suspiciously young. That's what Edwin Hubble said.
They've also found what they call anomalies that show both red and blue shift. You guys aware of that?
Yeah, which is even worse for them now too, because like now they need everything to be accelerating away from us. And if it was going to be like there was an actual center, then we would see specific sections blue, specific sections red, right, based on where they are relative to the center. They saw a whole bunch of red, and now they're seeing red and blue where it shouldn't be, even at like right around the same area.
There's also another big, huge problem now. So now
It makes much more sense that it's just frequency and wavelength based on whatever the energy source is in the sky itself, and based on its frequency and wavelength, that's the different colors within the spectrum that you see.
yeah, that's the blue shit red shifting. Now there's another huge problem in cosmology. I've said it before, but I don't think it has sunk in. When they did the CMB, right? They had a look and they saw one particular area was accelerating like really, really quick, like unlike the rest of it. It wasn't expanding like the rest of it, and it's like really weird because it was traveling at crazy speeds, like whole galaxies in one area were traveling at tremendous speeds at a certain vector. So they
But
can
how did
figure
they
it
know
out.
this? Hold on. How do they determine that it's moving at this speed? What do they see? And they say, well, this is moving so fast. Well, how do they know this?
Well, they use the redshifts, yeah, and stuff like that. But hold on, before we get there, just listen to this, bro, and we'll get into that. Okay, I promise you, this is going to be worth it.
Okay, sorry.
So they see a whole section of the cosmos. I mean, huge, millions and millions and billions of galaxies accelerating in a certain way. So they couldn't figure it out. So to make a long story short, they're calling this now dark flow. I swear, believe it or not. And they're saying what's causing it is something at the outskirts of our galaxy. And they have this big blue thing, like this big, huge thing, like, I don't know, 1/20th the size of the whole cosmos. I'm going to post a picture of it. So they have a new thing now called dark flow. It's unbelievable. We have dark energy, dark matter. Now we have dark flow.
So are you drawing conclusions of that?
Everything's dark when you can't prove it.
Yeah, it's crazy. I'll post a diagram, man. You see for yourself.
But
Dude, it's
what
wild that people
conclusion?
can't tell that it's so abundantly clear that your cosmology is wrong and it assumes the Copernican principle, but every single piece of observational data available contradicts that claim. And every single time you guys say, oh, just an anomaly. Oh, it's fine. Oh, well, we just don't know that yet. Yet in every situation, if the Earth is in the center, then it perfectly explains all of them.
So if the red is shifting in a certain way, they say that they can determine how fast a galaxy is traveling.
Yeah.
And, and how do they support this? What do they use to actually support this, other than just stating that?
It's just a claim, Doppler effect, blah, blah, blah. Check out the two things I posted. This is their new bull. Look what they have at the edge of the known universe. What is that? They just make stuff up. Now you see that the first one I posted, the light part, that's us. That's us at the center of everything. That's your axis of evil and dark flow all in one. Like, it's astonishing, man, that anybody would believe any of this. It's just truly, truly astonishing.
Yeah, it's like, isn't it like galaxy clusters have like a anomalous velocity?
Yeah, this certain area there where it says dark flow, that those clusters right there have a crazy. See where they're pointing? They're all pointing to that direction there, and that's a huge amount of the known universe.
Well, I was just noticing this term in that second photo. It says something frighteningly massive outside our visible universe. How would they ever know? How would they ever know? Because if the universe is accelerating faster than the speed of light, then you cannot make any observation to even determine that there's something there. You can't. How would you even begin? So something that must be pulling. Well, I guess I could say that the flow, because something's pulling the universe faster and faster and faster. So I guess it would have to be some kind of massive gravitational something pulling the galaxies faster and faster and faster.
Yeah, this is actually not even new too. I was looking it up. It's like NASA has an article from like 2010.
Yeah, this is not new. Definitely not new.
Yeah, it's funny, dude.
Like, this is the stuff, because they don't even know their own model. This is what boggles me, right? How many people knew about this, you know? And this is their model. This has been out there for a while, but they don't look to see how nonsensical, crazy this is, you know?
Well, they keep the anomalies hidden. Like, I didn't know about this until you brought it up. Like, that's the crazy part, right? The only way that these people in here know about all the problems is because we brought it to their attention. Now, they've chosen to just stick their head in the sand and say, nuh-uh, and basically be religious about it. But the average person would never do that. Normal people would never sit in this conversation and just keep being like, oh, yeah, but yeah, it's totally got to be heliocentric.
The thing is, I just these things that I agree that are puzzling to me, that I don't understand. I don't draw conclusions from my misunderstanding. I just have to wonder about it. I can't say anything definitive about it.
Hey, if you have a theory and it makes predictions and then the evidence contradicts your theory, what do you do with your theory?
Well, if you understand the contradiction, you would follow the evidence, right?
Oh, so you just hold on to your theory anyway, religiously?
No, you follow the evidence.
Yeah, the evidence specifically goes against the heliocentric theory, though.
Well, that begs that question.
Okay.
It's kind of like a cog-dis defense.
No, not the opposite of cog-dis.
You will admit this is crazy stuff, right? This dark flow that I just showed you, left lane.
Yeah, that stuff, I don't understand that stuff. So I don't really draw any conclusion on it.
But that's the same. That's the same thing they did with dark energy, dark matter. When their theories are wrong, of course, gravitational theories. Instead of saying, "Look, we got to throw it out, start from scratch," they just patch it up, patch.
Well, yeah, but that dark energy and dark matter, that they freely admit when they talk about it on the very front end, we don't know what it is. We see an effect, but we don't see what's causing it, and that's what they call dark matter and dark energy.
But that's just it. They don't see an effect. What they see is an effect that they think is wrong. This is what they see. They see something that doesn't coincide with their theory. You understand? And they say, "Oh, well, the
Right.
effect." No, the effect is as it should be. It's just that your theories are absolutely wrong in trying to explain what we see. We all see the same things, Left Lane.
Yeah.
We see moon. We say, "Wow, we don't know." You say rock falling around Earth. Just a
Yeah,
simple
that's what
observation like that, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Now the moon, on the other hand, is not dark matter. It looks to me like a big rock that's obviously orbiting the Earth. That's what it looks like to me.
Right. This is what I'm trying to tell you. We all see the same things. But dark matter and dark energy and this dark flow now, I mean, you have to admit it's just patchwork to try to explain first Newtonian, which blows it, then Einsteinian, which makes a bigger mess out of it. And there's just no explanation for this.
And see,
What's
that's
crazy
another
is
thing
like I
that.
don't think.
Go ahead,
Yeah.
Vincent.
Well, I'm just saying I don't think that we should. Personally, I don't think we should like even talk about flat Earth a lot with certain people because they can't get over the like the heliocentric, geocentric situation. Like you have no chance of them even for a second considering the shape of the Earth. Like almost everyone that vehemently opposes flat Earth, they stand, and adamantly defend the heliocentric model as a whole. So I think that we should honestly like recalibrate and focus on that, which is why I'm doing that on my channel now. Because I think that that's super important. Like we have to break it apart piece by piece, right? The first part is geocentrism versus heliocentrism. That's the age-old debate before you even get to the shape. Now, I mean, one can be argued if you falsify the shape claim, it's obviously going to be a geocentric stationary plane. But I don't know. This is my opinion. My opinion is to maybe make these people concede on the heliocentric part first.
All the arguments we've had today have really nothing to do with shape. I mean, shape is almost irrelevant at this point.
I might start arguing for a heliocentric flat Earth, where the flat Earth goes round the sun.
Okay, well, hold on. In my opinion, the downfall of everything is having space. Without space, their entire model dies. What they need to do is provide evidence for having gas pressure without a container. If they can't do that, their entire view of things dies. That is essential.
No. We demonstrate it by showing you the air above Earth with no container found. That's the demonstration.
What?
Begging the question.
No,
the air
that's
above
begging the
Earth
question.
being there with no container found. That's the demonstration.
Just because you can't find the container,
yeah. If you
that's
can't
begging
find
the question,
something,
dude.
if you can't find something, it's not there. You haven't found it.
So the so-called atmosphere is your only example of gas pressure without a container.
That's all I need.
Yeah, he has to beg the question. What's even funnier though, it's like
you're
like,
begging
you
the
can't
question.
Wait, do radio waves bounce off the sky?
I think so. Yeah.
Oh wow, it's like something's up there bouncing radio waves back.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, okay, so but there's no container. So like if you can't go high enough to see, then Obviously, the evidence can't be begging the question. That's ridiculous, bro.
The question to say we have to have a container even though we can't find one.
No, that's just built upon empirical evidence. Like, there's no way to demonstrate it without doing that.
Well, I'm happy with my demonstration. There's no containers
It's not a
found.
demonstration.
Can't debunk the globe on a container you haven't found.
So that's
Oh my
fallacious
God.
reasoning.
Yeah. Do you not know what an antecedent to relationship is?
It's not an antecedent to atmosphere.
Wait. So you're claiming the atmosphere is an anomaly compared to all other gas pressure?
It's different to other gas pressures.
Why? Isn't the atmosphere made of gas?
Forming. Natural.
Isn't the atmosphere made of gas, though?
Yeah, sure.
Did he just say it's not natural?
No, I'm saying it's more natural than a car tire, or a gas can.
Okay, but how is gas pressure different than the atmosphere?
Atmosphere is naturally forming. Gas can is what you've trapped in there.
We have gas pressure systems that naturally form all over the place.
Is a container the antecedent for everyone?
Yeah, there has to be containment for all of it, yeah.
I think the atmosphere is different.
Okay. That's what I'm saying. You're claiming it's like an anomaly. So you're claiming an anomaly in the face of all the physical evidence, and then your evidence for it is to beg the question.
Well, you're claiming a comparison, and your evidence for it is just the thing, car tires.
No, it happens in nature also.
Maybe like in a little hole underground, it might happen. But that's different to an atmosphere, isn't it?
There you go. How?
Atmosphere is a whole thing round a planet, not trapped in a hole.
You're just back to begging the question, man.
Or a whole thing above a flat Earth, rather than trapped in a hole.
All right, man. If this satisfies you intellectually, I mean, what can you do?
Yes. Using a container you haven't found and the antecedent argument isn't enough to debunk.
Dude, this is what's super funny though. It's like what they'll try to say is that a force can hold the gas pressure down. But their model claims that gravity is not a force. Specifically says it's not a force. You can think of it like a force just because of the illusion of the geodesic of space-time, which means that there's no actual physical force holding down the gas in your own paradigm.
Is what some of them say. Yeah, don't say that.
Well, that's what the current model says, and the reason it says that is because it has to say that because Newtonian mechanics got thoroughly debunked and didn't work. So.
I don't believe in the geodesics of space-time, really.
Do you believe in Newton?
I think mass attracts mass to a certain extent, but I'm fine with you calling it a pseudo-force.
But don't
Can
you
you give an
agree that,
example? Sorry. Can you give an example of mass attracting mass?
Yeah, things falling and the Cavendish, but I wouldn't really use the Cavendish. That's just what someone else would present.
No, actual real evidence. Can
things
you
falling towards
actually
Earth.
display?
And things falling towards Earth and moons appearing to go around planets in the distance in the sky.
That's not mass attracting mass. You took something out of equilibrium and then let go of it.
No,
well, you made a good point, though. When you wait, time out. Say you see moons going around something out in the sky, what they call moon. Yeah. Like we see things moving in relation to other things in orbits. Like we 100% see that, which means there is some type of force that is causing it to move around each other. That's for sure. We see that in the sky, whether the Earth is flat or a ball or a triangle.
Plasma blobs with phases. Like, Flat Earther could describe it however he wants.
But also, you're not making a good point in the sense that doesn't verify mass attracting mass. Like I can show you an orbit with a magnet.
That's my demonstration of it. it might not be enough for you to believe mass attracts mass, but it's enough for
But
me
wait, why
to
couldn't
think
that
it
just
probably
be
does.
magnetic then? How couldn't that just be magnetic?
Well, I think there is a deep hidden magnetism in mass attracting mass. I can't be
Well,
bothered
it's
to
not mass
research
attracting
it.
mass, then it's magnetism.
Well, that's the same thing, isn't it? The mass attracts the mass.
Well, it's actually the magnetism that
Yeah, but
causes
it's
the
the same effect
other
we're
object.
watching, same observation.
Well, that's what I'm
No,
trying to say. So
your assumption.
your model can't claim that. It can't claim magnetism because it's too
I can
immense
claim
of
it.
distances in the vacuum.
I have my own skeptic model.
Yeah, you have to bring everything closer.
No, I don't. Could be further.
No, it couldn't. You can't have a vacuum with immense distances and use magnetism.
Oh, it's a hidden
You can
new
do it.
type of magnetism. It's not like a normal magnet. It's
Oh,
big
no.
fields from masses, from bodies.
Okay, dude. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, we have a real phenomenon that can cause objects to move around each other. It can be scientifically verified and physically proven. But we're going to throw that away and come up with something that can't even be defined and claim we know that's what's happening.
Yeah, that's what's happened in science. Yeah.
Do you realize that your entire argument is based off of fallacious reasoning? Everything you're saying
Which bit? Which
is
bit?
fallacious.
Which bit?
All of it.
Tell me one.
Everything
The
you're
last one
saying.
that triggered it.
The mass attracting mass. And you're
Yeah,
just
you begged
saying
the question.
because you see this happening, that means mass attracts mass.
You said, "What is your demonstration?" And I said, "These are my demonstrations for me that I would show
Begging the
you."
question, dude.
No, it's showing you what I've got for my belief.
No, you're using what you see to explain what you see.
I'm saying I call it gravity, and I think it's big masses attracting little things towards them, smaller masses.
Again, you're using what you what you see to explain what you see. That is fallacious reasoning. It's nonsensical.
It's my belief in the mass attracting mass. It's not just based on the two observations. It's based on my understanding that Earth is a globe and that things orbit, everything together. But I can't explain that in one sentence. So I'm just showing you the demonstrations.
Yeah, well, that's the whole point. You believe this happens because mass attracts mass, and you're using what you're claiming as the example
What's wrong with
of mass
believing?
attracting mass.
What's wrong with me believing an explanation for what I think is seen?
You can believe in fallacious reasoning all you want, and just stop using it as an argument.
For me, it's not
It's
fallacious.
nonsensical.
It's my actual reasoning for me.
Well, I feel sorry for you.
Well, the feeling's very mutual.
So you think it's okay to use fallacious reasoning when in a
I just told
discussion?
you, it's not fallacious to me.
That's ridiculous, man. Anything you observe, I mean, it's like any experiment that you do where you observe the cause and effect, you're calling it fallacious because you observed it. That's ridiculous.
No, I'm saying using it as your example of the cause.
Yeah,
That's
like you guys don't even, dude. You guys can't present one piece of alleged evidence for your model void of fallacious reasoning. Like literally, not one.
Every single aspect of you guys'
What's it?
argument
Can I
starts.
ask What's it a question? Now that we're here at the same time, can we talk? Do you want? It's probably not on subject. Actually, I take that back. I mean, are we supposed to pretend that Okay, I heard that whole fallacious argument thing. We're supposed to pretend these satellite things aren't real. What the hell they are? They're definitely not balloons from Samsung.
What is your point?
Moral question. What do you guys think? I know what's here. He's pretty well read on it. What do you guys all think about the? Okay, you know what? I jumped in inappropriately. My bad.
If satellites are real, right? It's just evidence for a geostationary Earth. So, like, they literally use geocentric math. They use an Earth-centered, Earth-fixed system, right? And then they use real inertial forces for the math. According to their own claims of putting satellites up, they use inertial forces to establish a geostationary satellite.
Yeah, I
So,
don't have a problem with that. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I cut you off. No, I don't have a problem with that, but I cut you off with it. I'm sorry.
Why don't
Continue.
you have a problem with that?
No, I have no problem with that. That makes perfect sense to me.
well, that the Earth is stationary.
No, it's just that the satellites themselves, they seem to be in geocentric orbit themselves. Do they not?
No, I'm saying when they put up the geostationary satellite, they use an Earth-centered, Earth-fixed system, meaning a stationary Earth system. They'll claim
Geofixed?
yeah. The ballers will claim that they do that just because it's simpler math, and since we're doing it from the Earth, then of course we're going to just use the Earth. Okay, but it gets even worse than that. Well, conveniently, they have to use a geocentric Earth for everything, so they use the Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate system, and they use the geocentric Earth's math and physics to do it. They use real inertial forces. If they don't account for the real inertial forces, then the quote unquote satellites wouldn't work, if you even believe their stories. So that's the ironic part, is that they don't use the heliocentric model to put up satellites. They don't use the heliocentric physics to put up satellites. They use a geocentric coordinate system and geocentric physics and math to put it up.
Well, what is a satellite orbiting?
See, now you want to go back to, say, flat Earth.
No. Why would you consider, if you're going to put a satellite into orbit around Earth, why would you consider anything else?
And I would like to stay on that topic. I know I just
You
jumped
just
in here, but I mean,
I said what you said, and then you came in and said it like you were rebutting me. I literally said that the ballers will say, since you're doing it from the Earth, then it's just easier, and why would you use something else than the Earth? And then you jump in as if you're informing me about it. Like, I brought up another point, though, which was that for the physics and the math, even with the Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate system, they use a geocentric model's physics and math with real inertial forces, as if the universe is moving around the Earth. They use the actual physics of a universe moving around Earth to put the satellite up. Of course,
they don't. There's no consideration to the universe to put a satellite in orbit around the Earth.
you're incorrect. They account for real inertial forces.
Not for the universe.
Dude, where does the real inertial forces come from?
That comes from the velocity of the satellite in its position, its distance from the center.
from the globe, if you believe in the globe, that's where it comes
No,
from. Yeah,
neither one
it
of
gets
those answers
pulled
the
around it.
question. No, dude, that's not how they do their math, though. They use inertial forces. Okay, they use centrifugal and Coriolis and Euler forces. Hey, what's the Coriolis of a geostationary satellite up above the Earth? And what's the centrifugal force? Because your model claims that it's free falling around the ball and that there is no force, and that it's actually a straight line that looks like a curve because it's in a free fall
What's the
geodesic
problem? What's the problem with that argument? I don't understand.
Oh my god!
Like no. Okay, maybe okay. What's the problem with a satellite flying around
You're
in
certainly
orbit?
wrong. Okay, so we're going to start with geostationary satellites. It's a satellite that stays over a single plot of land. Okay, so you're claiming that it's free falling around a ball, and that there's no force acting on it because it's in free fall, right? So it's just free falling around the ball. And in fact, your model claims that it's going in a straight path, but that it appears curved because of a geodesic relative to our reference frame in curved space-time. Okay. But then
I'm following.
But
Yep.
then in their math, they have to account for real forces. They claim that there aren't forces, but they have to account for real forces, including inertial forces. Okay, meaning that they claim for they account for centrifugal force,
Yep.
Coriolis
It's
force, and Euler
centrifugal
force.
and Coriolis, yeah, inertia type
That
forces. Yeah.
wouldn't exist. That wouldn't exist on a ball that's spinning in a universe that's at rest relative to it. That wouldn't happen. Those would
But
be fictitious forces that aren't real. They're just reference frames.
No, but couldn't you argue that you'd have inertial and in the two inertial forces that you just referenced, the centrifugal and the centrifugal forces would also apply either way, wouldn't they? Or very similar too?
No. If say the Earth is stationary and then the whole universe is moving around it, the angular momentum from that is going to generate a real force because the universe is moving around the Earth. So and very fast, might I add. In fact, faster and faster the further away you go.
But we don't know how far away all these supposed
doesn't matter.
Wouldn't it?
Well, okay, it would change how strong the force is, but that would just be based on the medium and the side, which we don't know that either. So the point is that if the universe is moving around a stationary Earth, that's going to create real forces. Okay, now if the Earth is moving, spinning, and just making it look like the universe is moving, then there's not going to be real forces out in space because space isn't moving. It just looks like it's moving from the Earth. So you have fictitious forces on the Earth because of your reference frame based on the inertial and accelerative reference frame. The inertial reference frame being space, right? And then the Earth accelerating, which you guys, I guess, don't get that rotation accelerates because change direction. So that's the fundamental difference, is that on a spinning globe, you don't have these real inertial forces. On a stationary Earth, you do have real inertial forces of the universe moving around it. When they supposedly put these satellites up, it doesn't work unless they account for, this is their own story, by the way, unless they account for the real inertial forces that they claim aren't actually there.
Inertial forces, the fictitious forces, they do say they're there. The centripetal and centrifugal forces acting on an orbiting satellite are neutral. They're balanced. That's why it's free falling and not coming down.
That's what you always say. That's the one thing you know to say. So you're just going to keep saying that as if it's a rebuttal because you don't know what else to say. You're just going to keep
That's
saying
what
that.
it
But
is. What do I say besides what it is?
I already rebutted that yesterday. I actually showed you the diagrams and showed you the math. And I used the ISS as an example. And how do you explain weightlessness on the ISS in your paradigm? Well, your paradigm doesn't explain it unless you account for a real force. Okay?
Can we go over that again without no selfishness? Can we repeat that last point again, and then everyone can learn again?
They have to account for real forces of a centrifugal force, a Coriolis force, and a Euler force, which is much less significant. So, like, the forces that the globe model currently claims are just fictitious, that they're just perceived to be there because of reference frame, but they're not actual. They're fictitious. They just look like they're there because of reference frame. But they have to account for it in their math and physics as if they're real. They literally put it in the equation as if it's real, and then they choose the mechanics and the trajectory and the velocities based upon there being real forces there, even though their model claims that they're not there. So that's actually, if that was true and they really are putting those satellites up there, and you believe that, that would actually be physical evidence for geocentric Earth. That's the point. It's very ironic. When I get back to the house, I will drop you guys all the papers if you want to read them. So
Okay, you're
In fact,
saying that
I would actually love to read that stuff because I
you're
think the
saying that
satellite thing is a crazy ass thing to bring up in these conversations, and everyone knows like, which obviously you've a lot of people here have a stake to their name, so to speak, right? That satellite thing, all I'm trying to say, I'm more interested in that, and I don't think it's been talked about enough, and I'm interested in learning
Yeah,
more.
fair enough. Well, yeah, I agree that it's swept under the rug because we can't really independently verify or whatever. But there's stuff in the sky. It's not how far they say it is. It's not doing what they say it is. What they claim it's doing is physically impossible. An object cannot free fall and change angular direction simultaneously and then perpetually go in orbit. That is
Well,
literally not possible physically. That is literally
can
impossible.
we? Do you want to freestyle satellites right now, just really quickly for like 2 seconds? I mean,
What I think they
by,
are.
by freestyle, we're not rapping. I'm just mean like, I mean, I've thought about this for many years, and I've been a sky studier.
I'll freestyle my satellite. So
Okay.
a lot of
Well, I
people, they
mean,
don't know their own belief, but they just conform, man. I try to tell them about the real inertial forces, but they choose to ignore it. So what I don't get is like, if I was in your guys' position where I believed in all this stuff, I would definitely want to inform myself as to what I believe. But I can give you guys papers. One of them is by a famous astronomer, and he says, if NASA's satellites are proof of anything, it's a geocentric Earth. And then he writes an entire paper explaining it. I haven't even read the whole paper because I just understand the concept. The concept is simple. It's that there would be real inertial forces coming from the angular momentum of the cosmos moving around the Earth. So if you were going to put anything up in the air above the Earth, you would have to account for that. And in fact, it's going to get stronger the further away you get from the Earth.
okay.
Right?
Okay. Yeah, and on that very topic, I'm curious as what you think about this, and this isn't a challenge, by the way. And I don't know if you remember me, but we've talked years ago. I want to ask you then, like, what is the deal with all these satellites flying over our heads too? Many of which, and I know it's not all, but many of which you can track with your cell phone.
Well,
Or
what
other
about
software, like your software. Well, what about them? I just mean like if.
yeah, there's things up there that are moving. So what?
Yeah,
No,
like
it's
you can
not so what.
obviously
No,
take
you
that
can't
data
just
and
say
you
so
can
what.
take that
That's a
data
big.
and transpose it
No,
onto a globe, dude. That's all.
that's
They
a
take the data and transpose it onto a coordinate system, assuming a globe. If you take
okay.
the same exact trajectories and map it on a plane, then it maps perfectly like a toroid. Like use the ISS for example. You can go see the ISS. You can literally track it and see it. You can see it cross in front of the sun or the moon, right? You can see it. But that doesn't mean there are people on it. It doesn't mean it's how
Oh
far they
yeah,
say it is.
I
It doesn't
don't think
matter how.
there's people. I don't think there's people on the ISS personally. I don't believe that. Yeah, but
Right. So look. If you take the ISS trajectory and you put it on a plane, it makes it a perfect like flower of life in a toroid. If you overlay that on top of a ferrocell cell image of a magnet, it matches perfect. It follows a perfect field line of a magnet. And conveniently, the ISS doesn't go over the North Pole or the South Pole. It doesn't go over that. It just goes in circles around the Earth in ellipses, but
in
not.
the equator area or so or something.
It goes all over the Earth, except all the way up to the North Pole, but then doesn't go over the North Pole, doesn't go over the South. What a coincidence!
Oh, it's more preferences the North Pole area. You're saying?
Well, it goes all over the Earth, just not the North or South. Look, I'll drive a picture.
So you're saying that magnetism is what is levitating the satellites?
Yeah, I that was my question to you with it, and I'm not even making a claim or anything like that. I was just literally wondering at this point. Like, I've thought about this for so many years. I want to know what you personally, because I've listened to you for a long time too. I want to know what you think. Like, what are these things? Like, we can track. Forget the ISS for a second, just a split second. What are these things flying around in the sky every single night? I've seen them since I was a kid. 20, 30 years later, I can still see them. They can move in perfect trajectories, always a straight line. What is that?
Can I respond to this? First of all, how are we supposed to prove this? Prove what they are? That's my first question. How are we supposed to prove to you what they are? Secondly, we do know based off of everything that what's this been saying. Yes, there's things up there that you can track and stuff, but they are definitely not what you have been told they are based off of the evidence that Vincent has just gave you.
Let's stop.
So
Let's start with that first point. You said, "How are we supposed to know what they are?" I'm not asking you to say what they are.
Let me finish, please. Let me finish. Based off the fact that we know what they are not, we do know they're not what they say they are.
You don't know
How
that.
do you know?
Yes,
Yeah,
based
yeah,
off
we
of
do.
the
I
evidence
just
that
dunked all over you guys.
just gave
You guys can't.
Hey,
yeah, you
no,
can't even
we
rebut
don't
what I
need to
said.
dunk on anyone. I was literally straight up asking you guys what you thought about it.
Yeah,
I
but
wasn't
Left
even
Lane's trying to
dunking on
pretend that
anyone.
Left Lane's trying to pretend that he's teaching people, but he can't even rebut what I said. And I'm gonna go drop all the math and physics when I get to the house in like 5 minutes, and then that'll just be the end of the conversation. I dropped a picture for you right there. That bottom left picture is the ISS trajectory mapped over a plane. The middle picture is a ferrocell cell image of a magnet. They're exactly the same.
There are consequences, though, to that. There are consequences to what you're saying that don't make any sense.
But you don't even know what magnetism is, so how are you going to tell me what does or doesn't make sense?
I know that two magnets are attracted to one another, or you can have ferrous material that is attracted to magnets. But you've got all these ferrous materials on the surface of the Earth that if magnetism is what was keeping an ISS up in the air, everything else would be subject to that. That's magnetic, and
you don't even
it
know
just doesn't. It doesn't absolutely makes no sense whatsoever to
Dude, you're
say
just
that
saying
magnetism is
stuff.
what's keeping the
Hey,
satellite up.
what is paramagnetism, ferromagnetism, and diamagnetism? What's the difference?
It's attractive and repulsive and neutral.
What's
not neutral. It's not neutral. It's just weak. Okay, so when we have a coherent magnetic field, we have paramagnetic, we have diamagnetic, and ferromagnetic. Paramagnetic being a very weak attraction, right? And then we have diamagnetic being repulsive, quote unquote, and then we have ferromagnetic material having a strong, quote unquote, attraction. In fact, magnetism there's no such thing as magnetic attraction. It's actually dielectric acceleration. Specifically, it's just acceleration to the null pressure point between the two magnets, meaning that it mediates pressure out from the center. When you put those objects close to each other, those magnets, they're going to accelerate towards each other to try to get to that place of equilibrium, the null pressure point in between. There's no such thing as magnetic attraction. So if you can't tell me even what magnetism is, how are you possibly going to tell me what is or isn't possible using magnetism? And then you just say that there's other paramagnetic material. What does that have to do with anything? What does that have to do with anything at all?
I know enough about
Are you saying it would make
magnetism.
things float or something?
Yeah, I know enough about magnetism to know that if there was that it requires physicality. You can't just have a magnetic track 250 miles up in the air, like power beaming this object around in what appears to be an orbit.
Or
It's
can
just
you
not a
with
thing.
with harp style technology?
Well, even if you had that, you would have to have an apparatus on the ground propelling that track.
No,
it's
you
like
don't even know what you're talking about. This is so annoying, man. It's
you
like
can't just
there's
have
a
a
magnetic
magic
field
track
on
of
the Earth. There's a
magnetism.
magnet,
You can't.
buddy. It's not
Go ahead.
magic. It's from the Earth. The Earth has a magnetic field. Okay, so you can actually map it out. You can take the flux data of the magnetic field, put it on a plane. It creates a giant vortex over top of the Earth.
You can map out the actual data. You can take the actual trajectory of, say, the ISS. It fits right within a Farrell cell image of a magnet. Okay, you just saying no doesn't change anything. Your ineptitude regarding understanding magnetism doesn't somehow prove anything. And then you're so quick to say something is physically. You're so quick to say something's physically impossible, but then you want to believe that objects are free falling and changing angular direction at the same time to establish perpetual orbit with no forces, yet there's forces accounted for to put the satellite up.
Yeah,
That's
those
what you want
orbits
to
are.
believe.
Those orbits though are according to Kepler's laws that you were talking about earlier in geocentrism.
That makes my point again, dude. It's that you have to
Oh,
account for
okay.
inertial forces. You have to account for inertial forces. Your model claims there aren't actual inertial forces there, though.
Yep, velocity and distance. Yep, that's how you got to know.
Okay, see what I'm
So,
saying?
but
It's
no,
like,
but okay, but to get back into sanity again without getting too scientific, because remember, everyone doesn't have a super science mind, such as myself. What are these satellites things that we were talking about earlier? Then, like, is that involved, that magnetic electro forcing that you guys just discussed? Is that involved with this satellite thing, or is it
yes.
not part of that?
Yeah, dude, you're gonna get up in the air where there's not much air. Okay, you're gonna have a magnetic field. As you get higher and higher up, you're gonna get closer to a section that is looping back around with the centrifugal divergence and the centripetal convergence of the magnetic field. As you get higher up, you're gonna get to where it's swooping back down to the middle. In layman terms, like just look at the picture. The magnetic field swoops around. Okay, to the middle. As you get higher up, you're gonna get to where it's swooping around. You could get into a certain altitude and you could catch that drift within the field and you could just ride it around. That's what it would do. It would just carry you around. Okay. There's
So
all
you say
kinds of
almost
aspects
there's
of it.
a device, like a human device, then that can like catch that what you just described right now. Are you saying that's like a human device that somehow
Yeah.
figured out that field of energy that and
I think
it's
that you
using
might
that?
can just go up. I think you might can just go up there. And if you go fast enough to catch the field, then you'll just
Mm-hmm.
keep riding around with it. It'll be
So it's a little.
perpetual.
You're saying there's a little highway up there, then?
Like a current,
Yes.
like a magnetic current.
Yep.
Like
Sure.
Yeah, I think that's what he's saying.
Yeah.
Like a highway or a current. Like like a. Yep.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Hmm.
And so like we can show that we have magnetic levitation, right, in quantum locking. We can show that objects can attain perpetual orbit with magnetic levitation. So basically they go up there and they catch them. So they went up back in the day, the government was going up higher and higher, testing things out. And they were measuring the magnetic field, they were measuring the flux, and they found out that at certain altitudes with certain material that you'll be able to catch this drift. That's it. And what they did was they took the math because they're just using a force, even though they claim it's not really a force. They just account for an actual force, right? They reverse engineered the actual force relationship between objects that cause orbit. They did this for the entire sky and quote unquote satellites. They took that and then they just transposed it onto a globe. They put the stuff in the sky and claim that's what's happening. It's that simple. It just runs through GPS coordinate systems
Wait.
to give you the information.
Before we get ahead, okay, I'm not saying you get ahead of yourself because I know you thought about this a lot, but I mean, hold on. I'm still trying to wrap
I'll
my
have
head
to
around
go
that whole
there.
little super highway thing from the satellite. So now that I accept that as a total possibility, but with that last part you said though, I don't think I can't agree with that. With like everything works like that. Like, I mean, I think maybe I don't know what you meant. Actually, you were moving really fast there, but I mean, with that satellite
Yeah,
point
because
though,
I have
you're
to
saying with
go.
that. Ah,
Get
fuck.
what?
Hey, wait,
Yeah,
can
I
we
have
say
to go
though?
help with my daughter. What's up?
Hey, that's okay. That's fair. We'll talk about it next time.
Okay, now he's gonna go. Okay, bye.
All right.
Thanks, Whit. Thanks for your
Yep.
time. Thank you for your valuable time all the time that you're spending your time. And definitely take some time to look at the message that I sent you. Haha.
I like how you brought that up though, because I will say, man, this whole that whole balloon satellite thing.
Some people say that they're like a type of aerostatic craft that was invented a while ago, but we just it's kind of a little bit under wraps, if you will. Maybe top secret. Maybe they keep the top a secret. I'm not really sure.
Interesting.
Yeah. But there would be like it's just like a bunch of nested lines, like field lines, I guess, you know. Where that's essentially
Maybe.
what like the Ferrocell looks like, you know, a bunch of sort of nested circles, right? All sort of in a right, yeah. And yeah, just what's it's just saying that matches the geometry of the orbit, and like that, you know.
But when you say orbit, that doesn't really make sense because we're talking a flat world now, which changes everything, right?
It just orbit really just means to go around a center or something like that. So you know,
I don't know if that's exactly what that means, but okay. No, I didn't mean to be a dick like that. I just meant I think orbit just means go around a sphere. I don't think going around something
Is that what it means?
circularly, I
Orbit
think has a different
orbit only
term,
means
doesn't
go
it?
around a sphere. Is that what you think? Okay.
I don't know the definition.
That's
And
what you
by the
think.
way, no, we just talked about something way more sophisticated. We're not going back to that low-minded thinking. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. No, I'm not calling you that too. Maybe I'm the one.
No.
I just think that.
Come on, Emo Phillips, let's do it.
Oh my God, who just called me Emo Phillips? Who was that?
It's the Snack Man dude.
Oh, you again.
Yes.
Okay, listen. We just talked about a lot of which it's brought up a lot of fucking stuff about electromagnetics and the fields around whatever it is, the world that we live around. That was beautiful, and I brought up to think about the satellites, and he had to go. So we'll bring up that subject potentially next time. You don't have to call me Emo Phillips.
All right, that sucks, but I'll stop calling you that now.
I mean, you can keep calling me. By the way, Emo Phillips was a comedian. I'm way funnier than you, so keep calling me.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Anyway, I love that idea of that field going around. But the crazy thing is, have you guys ever noticed that when people talk about this whole concept between, okay, I need to lower my voice because sometimes I feel too powerful. Have you noticed that when in these conversations, you have to basically be in a constant state of double mind? It's like you have to have two brains two minds functioning at the same time, and they're both different.
But they have to be
a
at like parity
mind
too.
fuck.
They have to be somewhat at parity as well. Like you can't just have the double mind where they're imbalanced. You know what I mean? To actually try to process this, you really need to balance both models to understand and extract the truth.
I see why people go
That
crazy
sounded
with this
legit
stuff
when you
and
said
how
it.
they go to one side and they can't handle the other. I totally get it. Thank God I'm still like sitting in the middle like a little. No, it's not about me. Nothing to do with me. I'm going on mute.
These are everything's about you. No, it's about all of us, individually and collectively. I think. Otherwise,
I
this
don't
wouldn't be going
think.
on like for over a decade, right? Otherwise, I wouldn't have
Yep.
all this time in my life like wasted. But
Well,
if it's a
fine.
waste,
Yeah. I guess
I don't
at
want to
this
think it's a
point,
waste. That would suck if it was a waste. I don't think it is. So, yeah,
I don't
like,
think it's a waste either. I've learned a lot. I mean,
so,
okay, at this point, if it's been 10 years, it should be a free for all at this point. I mean, okay.
what
Excuse
do you
me.
mean? A free
Okay.
for all? What's that mean?
Free for all means that if you've had 10 years to talk about this and figure it out, and if you're still talking about it, I mean, I think anything goes at this point.
Like
It's like at a festival. You've
I'm
been
a
at a
quick,
music festival, and on day 3 or 4, it's like, okay, now
I'm
it's.
pretty quick. I mean, I was into like making chiptune music. I was like, I want to make old school video game music. Do you know how long I
Nobody
did
cares
that? Not
about
for 10
chiptune
years.
music. 8-bit
Whatever. It's
shit.
just any interest that I might have is like, you know, they are.
I'm just kidding. 8-chip
8-bit
shit.
music.
It's
Yeah,
cool.
I don't really.
Yeah, I get it. I like the 8-bit stuff. Yeah, I like it.
Whatever. All I'm saying is like I've done like lots of I've been interested in many things in my life, you know, and this one is categorically other. Yeah.
Well,
Like-
I mean, I know what we're all here for a frickin' reason. Let's not beat around the bush here. And that's part of the reason why 10 minutes ago we were talking with Witsit about the satellites and everything. He had a goddamn unique opinion about what was going on there. And you don't hear that from most people. Now, I don't necessarily agree with Witsit, but he was making some pretty good points. But I will say this. So let's almost, I hate to do this, but rather than get more intelligent, let's get less intelligent. What the hell are, like,
let's go through
a lot of people think those are just a bunch of robots floating around in the air. Let's call it air. Like, there's Glovers here and there's flat Earth people here, right? So, okay. Let's even pretend it was on a flat Earth, which is, by the way, we're going lower on the IQ scale here. Just for a second. Why
are we going dumber? I don't understand.
Because we have to play both sides of the coin. We have to do both. That's why.
People sometimes smart, hidden.
Yeah, you have to understand dumb if you're gonna play smart. Absolutely, dude.
Dumb doesn't necessarily mean you can't
was
understand.
talking about all sorts of like crazy ass Earth fields and stuff like that. And as right as he may be, I don't personally understand it, and I doubt most people here would possibly understand that either. So let's at least go on average ground. Can we call it average? Wouldn't that make sense?
Listen, just speak how you're comfortable. Ask what you.
Okay, I'll go as comfortable as I'm with the whole thing. Okay, what? Okay, you walk out.
Less comfortable.
It's midnight. You walk outside your house, look over in the sky, and it's like, oh, there's a light going across the sky. And then bad example. You're at a campfire, and you see hundreds of these things with your friends and family. You're sitting there at a campfire, just friendly family time. Hundreds of these things just zip around you in the sky. What the hell is that? And in the meanwhile, so-called quote-unquote meteors are
This
just
is
like
so not working for me, by the way. But just like
really quickly, they do that too. So now you have to deal with two things here: satellites zipping across the sky and meteorites. What's going on? I know. I'm waiting for that. I'll go on mute.
Just go on mute. I can't answer that weirdness.
What in the hell is weird about that? You think I'm the only one who's seen satellites and meteors in the sky?
Dude, I think you're being completely incoherent. I'm not following.
I don't think he is. I follow him in. Yeah, I do the same thing. Stand out in the backyard and watch satellites go overhead, and occasionally you'll see the meteorites. What's up with that?
I live in the prairies of Canada, dude. A lot of people are like, I've never seen a satellite or meteorite. Like, you were living in New York or something. Dude, I've lived in the middle of nowhere my entire life. I've seen thousands of satellites and meteorites.
Yeah, I mean,
they're fucking everywhere.
I've looked with like night vision scope, shit, and I've seen things that you don't see with your eyes, and I don't know what the fuck that is.
That's what this conversation is supposed to be about. What is it? What is it? You know, I'm not claiming I know. I want to know what you guys think. That's straight up. Yeah, I'm not even fucking. Sorry if I talk too much, but I mean, literally, I just want to know what other people think. I'm not here to be right. I'm not.
Well, where's the energy for all this?
I'm literally sitting here looking for answers, to be honest.
Okay.
Are you looking?
I found it interesting earlier that I don't. Is it Scrat or is that Bob? Scrat or Bob one? I can't keep up with.
Sounds like Bob.
No. Yeah, it sounded like Bob. It could be Scrat though. I don't know. I found it interesting though that he wanted to throw out eyewitnesses as an appropriate witness to confirm something happened, but then witness said some things, and he said that was evidence for something. Yeah, that was interesting to me.
If you're talking about me, I don't know anything about throwing out eyewitnesses. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, you were talking with Don earlier. When you said that you saw it happen, and that's evidence for something happening. as
Wait,
if it
did
was
we
some
have
kind of
did we have
contradiction.
an UFO experience? Is that what we're talking about?
I
Are
forget
you
what it
talking
was.
about?
They were talking about gravity or something. When you were talking with
Are you
Don
talking about
earlier.
here, or
Yeah.
in?
No, just earlier. You were talking with Don and said that that seeing something is confirmation that of seeing something or something like that. I forget how you worded it.
It can be. It definitely can be, in my opinion. What do you guys? Yep, yeah, I think it can be. Your own experience is probably the most powerful experience you could possibly have. Sometimes.
I didn't say anything about eyewitnessing stuff here. Are you talking about when I was at freaking on Jim Panda's?
No, just a while ago, like 30 minutes ago, you were talking with Don about. I think y'all were talking about gravity.
Well, the only thing I can think of what you're talking about is him talking about the satellites and stuff. I said, yeah, we can see the satellites, but we don't know what they are. We know that they're not what we're told they are
We
based
don't
off
know
of
that.
the evidence. Yes, based off of the evidence that Whitsitt, all the evidence that Whitsitt gave, he presented. Based off of all that, we can eliminate that they're not what they say they are.
Well, that's
Whitsitt
what
didn't
he's.
present any evidence.
I'm sorry,
Whitsitt
what?
just said something. Whitsitt did not
Oh,
present
I'm
any
sorry. No,
evidence.
well, he said he was going to when he got home.
Yeah, drop some
That's
papers or
okay. And
something.
then in the meanwhile, we can have a discussion. Nobody has to throw anyone under the bus or anything like that. It's totally
Yeah.
fine. My main question, and I'm not trying to school anyone or trying to like
No, wait, hold on for a
dog
second.
on
I'm
anyone.
sorry.
I
Hold on for a
literally am
second.
just search for answers.
I just want to continue. I didn't say anything about eyewitnessing, though. I don't know. What are you talking about? I never said anything about disbelieving eyewitnesses.
No, you were talking to Don earlier, like 30 minutes
Okay.
ago, and I think y'all were talking about gravity, and he said something about seeing something happen, and you said something about you seeing something wasn't valid for confirmation or something. I can't remember exactly how you worded it, but it sounded absurd to me that it's like you can't witness anything and that be confirmation of something you see.
No, I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. I would never say that because witnessing something is very important for validation.
It's empiricism.
Well,
Yeah.
that's not the only thing, though. I mean, but I mean, you can witness something and it not be what you think you're seeing.
Well, I guess we could apply
But
that to satellites.
Yep.
Say what?
And yeah, okay. So yeah, not only can we apply that to satellite, what the hell are these thousands of things in the millions now? These things just zip across our sky. You'd be lying to yourself if you were going to try to tell yourself or somebody else that wasn't happening.
Are
It's
they
in the
crashing
millions.
into each other? ET, are they crashing into each other? I mean, how many reports do we have of them hitting houses and buildings and, people? I mean, how many? Since you wanted to keep it kind
I
of
don't know.
simple.
I don't
Right.
know,
I mean,
but
doesn't that seem a little
I
weird if
mean,
there's
I'm
millions
aware of
up
the
there?
Kessler. I'm aware of the Kessler syndrome, so I kind of am aware of that idea. Yep, and where all the satellites smash into each other, and it creates this cloud of space junk, so to speak. I know about that
But how
idea.
do they know that? I mean, like, what are the satellites made from? I mean, they just disintegrate, and when they crash into each other, that
They
just seems
don't
really
disintegrate into
naive.
nothing. They're pieces of metal that just float around in the upper atmosphere forever. Mm-hmm.
Right, but do we have an experience down here that we would know the effects of them crashing into each other and dissolving, disintegrating?
Without studying it further than I understand it, I would say they just like float around there up there forever. And
Well, if you see so many, why are you not seeing any crash into each other?
you're not going to
They're
see
on
that with your own
specific.
eyes. You're not going to
Yeah,
see that.
yeah, they're in specific orbit too. They're
Oh,
not on a collision course.
okay. So then, how come they're not flying into stars or planets or any of that
Because the
stuff?
stars and the planets are way out there, and we're just talking about the little bubble around Earth where
Oh,
this
so you
stuff
admit
is
there is
like
a bubble?
not a dome. I mean, it's created like the Kessler syndrome. If you just like go like really quick to Google images, you'll understand it like instantly. They talked about it for decades now. And astronomers have been worried about it for decades. They're like, this is seriously going to screw up um, our study of space. And they said the same thing about SpaceX. Elon's like, what's that space program called? New one.
Artemis.
Sorry.
Artemis.
No, the SpaceX one from Elon Musk, where he's putting like those thousands of satellites in the sky.
Oh,
Astronomers think,
Starlink. Yeah,
yeah, Starlink. Thank you.
Starlink.
Yeah. So it's the same thing as the Kessler syndrome, where it's like this is totally screwing up our ability to like study the skies because we can't even tell what the hell is real anymore. You know, because of the human activity, basically. And I mean, why is that bad? I mean, do people? I guess people don't believe that there's no such thing as orbital anything. Like, I guess if you believe it's flat, even if it is a flat world, I guess it's still supposed to be spinning in a circle, right? So can't that even still apply? Can't Kessler syndrome still apply on a flat Earth? It should. I mean, yeah.
Well,
I
what
don't
is
know,
it
man.
exactly? What is his? I've never heard of it.
Well, Kessler syndrome, it's just like that. I just looked it up fairly recently, within a couple months. I knew about it since I was a kid. It's just the idea that there's so much space junk up there that it'll eventually just like cloud the planet with so much, because they will smash. If you believe in space, which I know a lot of people don't, there'll be so many satellites and space technology that they just smash into each other. They fly into thousands of little
Well,
bits, and then boom, 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 and then they keep doing that, and then it just there's this cloud of space technology just like covering the whole world.
well,
That's what
part
some
of it
people
is
believe.
not even. Yeah, part of it's not even necessarily them colliding, but there would be so much stuff, and it actually happens that we have these telescopes focused on the universe, and we got satellites passing between what the telescope and what they're looking at, and it messes up their observation.
Did you guys know that they said there used to be 50 approximately, like, give me a break here. There used to be like 40 to 50,000 satellites up there back in the day. Now they claim there's only like 20 or so thousand. That's a lot of stuff. So yeah, I know. And then people are like, "Hey, show me a video of one of these satellites in real space." Yeah, because I guess aside from a NASA video, I've never seen one myself. So that's a good point. But they'd be flying, if you believe the whole thing, they'd be going so fast it would almost be impossible to capture one on video. Mm-hmm. Do you guys know? And also, do you guys know about the Black Knight satellite? I think I got that right. What's that one thing called? Yep, I think it's called the Black Knight satellite. It's almost impossible to
That
catch.
was, yeah, that's the one that they're putting a dark coating on it to so it doesn't obstruct observation or something like that.
Well, supposedly they don't even know what it is. It's like an anomaly of sorts, but it's almost impossible to catch on camera. Like if it was so easy, the only reason I brought that up is because it's so hard to capture these things up in the higher echelons of the atmosphere. And then people are like, no, it doesn't even exist. It's all fake. No, that's an easy way out. And that's my opinion. And you know what? I'm sure that I have a lot to learn on that front. But I mean, I think a lot of people do take that easy way out. Yeah, and a lot of people here know more than I do about it. But I mean, that's what I think. I mean, a lot of people don't even think that there's anything kind of military secret space force. I mean, even if you don't believe space exists, you still have craft like the X-37B, other types of, there's actually several forms of the X-37, and other crafts, S-71, excuse me, SR-71 Blackbird, I believe, was developed in the 70s, wasn't unveiled, in the 50s, wasn't unveiled until the 70s, got decommissioned like a decade or so later. We don't even use it anymore. And its top speed is still declassified, even though we know it was flying fast as pretty freaking fast. Very fast. And that was 50 years ago. You think now, like, okay, someone's going to sit here and tell me that they think that the military has been up to no good and have developed something like 2, 3, 5, 10 times something faster, if not something even crazier. I mean, I think you're kidding yourself. Anyway, that's my opinion. For real though, they designed that thing in the 50s and to get unveiled until the 70s, so it's a 20-year thing. And so that means, and then they decommissioned it like 10 years later. One of them crashed in the desert, like New Mexico or somewhere, and then they stopped the whole program. Why did they do that? Do you think it's like, oh, okay, we're done with these fast airplanes. Let's go back to air balloons and blah blah blah. No, what they did, they realized how limited they were. And then they probably developed something that went super underground, like super above top secret. And that's why that stuff is highly unknown at this point. See, the SR-71 Blackbird was probably the last sophisticated aircraft that we'll ever know about. And all that stuff that people call UFOs and everything like that, I bet a large majority of it is literally just crazy, quote unquote, experimental aircraft or whatever craft you wouldn't even call it at that point. It's got to be. It moves so fucking fast. What else would you even call it? I don't know. UFO works, I guess. And then all you have to do is insert that little alien narrative into it. And people are like, oh, it's an alien invasion, or aliens are observing us, blah, blah, blah. Like, I mean, maybe they are, but...
Is this a monologue or no?
Do you see the psyop there? That's all I'm saying. It's not a monologue. I'm just saying, I'm just pointing out the psyop is all I'm doing. You're free to respond. Yeah, that's what I thought. So anyway, I would, if anyone's interested in UFOs and everything, that military project idea, which we all know about, blah blah blah, mix that with the idea of aliens never existing, not here. Mix the two ideas, and then find out who put that idea out there in the first place. And I think that'll get you closer to the truth. That's what I think. Because I think they fucking lied to us, but there could be aliens here. I mean, we all know that. Who knows? Blah blah blah. It's so stupid. It's like so crazy. Like everyone knows. Like maybe they came from space. Maybe they're living underground. It's like everyone's had this thought before. Like but I will say this: that's a hell of a lot more interesting than talking about like the curvature of Earth. I'll tell you that much. Like how, right? Isn't that way more fascinating? I will also say though that satellite thing I do find highly interesting because I do think there's some kind of a space program that exists that's outside of the public realm, and that's part of the reason why I'm interested in satellites so much. Why I will continue to bring it up in flat Earth discussions, and which is also another interesting thing about that. If we want to bring it back to flat Earth discussion. I've never really heard a strong rebuttal about that. I mean, Witsit was even here talking about it and everything, and he had some really interesting points to make about like electrical fields that they may run through and everything. Well, I could say the same thing about flying saucers, but I mean, at least he had an interesting point to make about it. I mean, but like nobody can deny that these things are flying around above our skies every single night without fail. Like, what is? I don't understand. Like, why people think that's an okay thing to deal with without having an explanation. Like, I mean, most people are just like, yeah, those are satellites, but like, I don't really know any flat earthers in my real life, so I have to talk to people on the internet. But I mean, I don't understand what flat earthers on the internet think they are, or how they're okay with that happening without explanation.
Tried to call you. He's trying to figure it out. He was supposed to stop.
Sorry.
Hi, Mike.
I'll even come back. Yeah, I don't know. I think it might have been deafened or something weird happened.
No, you're good.
Really? I can be heard. Okay. Nobody's seriously talking. I wasn't sure what's going on, like an audio glitch or something. I'm sure. Well, those points I made earlier, though, pretty interesting, isn't it? Not just because I made them, just because in their own, in itself, it's pretty interesting, isn't it? Like, what's going on? Like, life itself is freaking interesting. I know everyone knows that, but I mean, when you have all this weird stuff going on in the sky, like, and you can't explain it, like, what is that? Like, what do you do at that point? You know, what do you do? What does one do? I don't know. What do you guys do? Like Blaze, what do you do when you think about these things? I don't know.
Think about what?
Just like the weird stuff in the sky going on every night, like the satellites, like we were discussing. What are you supposed to do with
I mean,
these ideas?
they're up there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. They're up there. I know, that's almost as far as you can take it. Yeah. What are they? You know what's funny was when Witsit was talking about those electric orbital things he was talking about earlier. It's funny because he was talking about the I hope he's actually still here, but that's okay. We can talk about another time. He's not. I've heard him previously talk about the satellite balloon idea thing and stuff. Specifically, I heard him talk about that, but that's okay. I'm not like trying to do anything, but it's just that a lot of people believe that there are satellite balloons and blah blah blah, and it almost seems as if like now people are like starting to wrap their head around the idea like, okay, it might be something a little more sophisticated than that, which is kind of what I've always thought the whole time. The balloon thing doesn't work. I'm sorry, it doesn't. They can't move at those speeds in those perfect trajectories so consistently. It doesn't make sense. There's no way. No. In my opinion, it can't work. So now we're having to come up with new ideas. I mean, if we don't believe satellites exist, we got to come up with something else, right? So the balloon thing, I'm open to be proven wrong. The balloon thing doesn't work. So
The balloon thing. What do you mean?
Satelloon.
Well, I
A lot of
mean,
people.
don't they have those up there? Are you saying that they don't have those up there at all?
No, I believe they exist, and they have for a while. A lot of people think it's all balloons, though, and that doesn't make any sense. You know, like when you go outside of city light pollution, and you see those things flying across the sky, people are like, "Oh, it's a satellite." You know what I mean, right? Doesn't mean you have to believe in satellites, but you know, like what I'm saying. When you're out in the middle of nowhere, and there'll be like a light go across the sky.
I agree. People used to doubt the space station, but I'm part of a amateur astronomy group who take independent photos of the luminaries, even the space station they've caught. So I know for a fact that there's a legit space station floating up there. I think it's a prop. I don't think there's anybody actually inside it. It's a front for NASA. I don't think it's inhabitable, but it is up there. But these satellites are up there, and they're not all satelloons. Like you mentioned, just the trajectory is too accurate and precise, and they're on its constant orbit,
thank you.
for lack of a better word. And also, like, it's just the speed, like you mentioned, bro. Like, and you can catch these satellites where amateur astronomers have caught images of these satellites up there, like they're up there, and they're not being held by balloons. Granted, some probably are held by balloons, but not all of them. And we can't discount the idea that there's something more sophisticated going on, like you mentioned. And Witsit already pointed out the toroidal fields. That's what I believe. I already knew that before Witsit, that there was something going on with the toroidal fields up there, the magnetic fields that are pulling these satellites.
Okay, before we
Wonderful.
get to toroidal fields, though, thank you for making me feel like I'm not a complete insane person. I appreciate that. Because it's funny when you talk to 50 people and everyone's like, "You crazy, bro." I'm like, really? Am I? I've been seeing this shit since I was like a child. And I lived in the prairies with little light pollution, and I've been seeing this my whole life since like the early 90s. Pretty sure I'm not crazy. So yeah, I agree with what you said. The toroidal thing, that's a little above me, but yeah. Thank you for saying that. Those things are up there, absolutely. There's no denying it. I think a lot of people don't know what it's like to grow up in the prairies like I did. You go out there at night and you could see them every 10, 20 seconds one will fly by you. Sometimes you could see multiples of them at the same time, and you have to pick which one you want to watch. I know people who think these things don't even exist. Like there's no such thing as going out in the sky like this gets a UFO or something. I know I've seen thousands of these things in my life. It's a very real thing. You go out outside of light pollution, go into the middle of nowhere, stare up at the sky for a little bit. You'll see these things. They just zipping around all over the place. Mm-hmm. They have been since I was a child, and and before. Okay, so obviously if people are still listening to what I'm trying to say here, it's a 360 thing. Mental's 360. I suppose it's possible they're circling around a flat world. That's what I'm claiming is that this is evidence that they're not doing that. They're orbiting around the world, and yeah, someone prove me wrong. Like, I'm not looking for a debate. I mean, we could talk about it, but makes a hell of a lot more sense to me that these things are just flying around where you can. It's so insane. I mean, on the satellite front alone, like how, if we were to stay on the subject of satellites, this isn't a challenge. I'm just saying, let's just pretend for a second, just for fun, we stay on the subject of satellites. How does that help flutter? Like, how do you see that crazy dichotomy? That paradigm. Like, how do we go forward with that in anyone else's mind?
What was your question?
My question was just that in the reality of the reality of satellites, or at least what I perceive to be the reality of satellites, which we kind of talked about for the last 20 or so minutes. What is someone who still thinks that like the world is flat, like, flat as we talk about, versus like a more spherical styled Earth, and how the satellites are involved? Like, what would that look like if on a flatter style plane, like just going in concentric circles? And I don't know what would keep them in orbit in the first place, because then now we have to talk about gravity. But they say that on a more spherical kind of idea, they figured out the gravitational pull, so they don't get They don't fly out into space and then get sucked back into Earth. They found that happy medium, and that's basically that's probably why most of those satellites are up at that certain altitude, which I could probably, and lots of people probably could prove that is absolutely the altitude that the majority. I know there's different altitudes, but the majority of altitudes fly in. There's a certain little happy area there.
I can only say something real fast, but look, man. Okay, first of all, you actually can't verify the altitudes. I don't know what you're talking about. All I have to do is look into how they supposedly verify altitudes, and then they take a duration of how long it takes to get a signal, and then they use the speed of light. So, of course, they assume a constant speed of light, and then assume a vacuum, and then assume sizes of these things, and all kinds of other assumptions. More so the medium and the duration of signal alone, right? And this is like an incredibly short duration, like a couple of seconds or whatever. And then they divide that by the speed of light to get a distance. So that doesn't mean anything. And then I just showed a video of orbit over a flat surface. Orbit doesn't mean around a ball. Orbit means perpetually moving in a circle. You can have an orbit.
That could be.
Just like that. This is literally a physical demonstration of magnetic levitation causing an orbit over a flat surface. Now, can someone show me a physical demonstration of something orbiting around a ball, free falling and changing angular direction because of gravity? Of course not. No, it's anomalous physics. Something can't free fall and then change angular direction at the same time. That doesn't exist.
Can I respond to your first point, though?
Yeah, but one more thing, because I'm just getting it all out because I have to still help with my daughter. But the point here is that, in addition, if you have the universe moving around the Earth, then that causes centrifugal force, which is outward, and it causes a Coriolis force, which is inward, and that's going to result in a net centripetal force, meaning that the net force is going to be inward, meaning it would push the satellite towards the Earth, because the angular momentum of the whole universe moving around it creates a force, and then that would actually push radially inward an accelerative force towards the Earth. And there's no way around it in any flat
Yes, there
earth
is.
that denies it. It denies
I can
reality.
think of on the top of my head. I've thought this a million times. Over a long period of time, enough that would all equalize.
That's incorrect. So
Why?
because there's still always going to be the angular momentum of the universe. So as long as the angular momentum of the universe is still there, there's still going to be a force. There is no
Not necessarily, because we don't know. Okay, pretend for just a quick second that you believe in that whole story. That you could argue that we're living in a small period of time, a temporary period of time, in a universal way of talking about it, where that's not affecting us right now.
No, what? That is no. Okay, so if the whole entire universe is moving around the Earth, then it's set up in such a way to sustain perpetual motion. It would do it forever. The Earth would stay where it is, and everything would move perpetually because of the inertial forces generated by the angular momentum. You can even use Newtonian mechanics to math it out, which I don't believe in, of course. I don't believe in Newtonian mechanics, but claim it was real just to make the point. Then you can actually show the math based on the forces and the inertial forces. You can show that it would perpetually move around. I can actually drop a paper for you that explains it, the Newtonian Machian analysis, and it shows you that it would move perpetually. So as the universe moves perpetually around the Earth, then that's going to create an inertial force, a few of them, Euler, centrifugal, and Coriolis, resulting in a net centripetal force radially inward, accelerative force inward, which is going to push towards the Earth, and it's going to be stronger the further away you get. So that's pretty simple. It's going to be stronger the further away that you get from the Earth. So that's what it is, and they actually have to use this force to even supposedly use satellites in the first place. So they account for it in their math. So why are they accounting for a force that would come from the universe moving around the Earth in their math to do satellites if it's actually not moving?
You're saying that they would pull them inwards then, with what you just kind of said,
right? It would basically push them inward, yeah.
Push them inwards. It's not pull, it's a pushing motion, you're saying.
Because it's the universe from outside the Earth moving around it. So that force is going to come from outside the Earth towards the Earth. This explains the pendulum drift, which is not even yet to be verified that it doesn't move on the equator or even in the south at all, based on the predictions. There's no verification of that, but
just pretend it is, and then the ring laser gyro. This explains that, and also explains how you could hijack this mechanism, combine with magnetism. Honestly, without even magnetism, you could do it. You don't even need magnetism, but they clearly follow the magnetic flux line, so they're like, it's probably just that the motion itself, this vortex, is actually within a giant toroid itself. So that force that generated with pressure mediation causes that object to go in that direction along the field lines because of the force generated from the outside. The most ironic part is that if you believe in the globe model, in the current model, and you believe in whether Einstein or Newtonian mechanics, you have to agree with everything I just said. It's literally a necessity based on both Einstein and Newtonian mechanics. So what's funny is they can't even use the heliocentric model to supposedly put satellites up. Just go look at their math. They use a geocentric model. And they use geocentric forces. So yeah, there you go.
Well, at least I found an answer for what we were talking about earlier with the whole blue shift and red shift thing. So we can go over that later on. You said you were gonna go do something with your daughter, so I don't want to like start a debate now.
Yeah, I have to go help with my daughter. So I was just tired of hearing like this misinformation that you can't have orbits unless it's around the sphere. And blah,
No,
blah,
yeah,
blah.
I wasn't trying to input disinformation either. I'm just trying to figure this out. So, but I do highly appreciate you weighing in on that, and this is obviously another conversation that needs to happen another
Yeah, I'll
time.
drop sources when I get a chance, but I gotta go.
Yeah, that sounds great. Okay, sweet.
Quantum loop gravity. Really, extremists? Quantum loop gravity. Why don't you explain to us a little bit? Give us a little rundown what quantum loop gravity is, please. I could use a laugh. Which way does it loop? Like a hula hoop? And what loops?
To be honest, what Widget just said was actually pretty profound, and I kind of, I don't know about you guys, but I just want to go just chill out and meditate on the whole thing. Not necessarily about his words specifically, but those concepts, you know.
Yeah, light some incest and stuff, you know? But I'd love to hear this quantum loop thing, especially from extremists.
Yeah, don't ask me. I don't believe in quantum looping. This whole thing, obviously the mainstream model of gravity is clearly incomplete, because if it was complete, you wouldn't have to invent new forms of gravity every time you run into a problem. Like, for example, when you come down to the quantum level, neither Einsteinian nor Newtonian gravitational frameworks really work. So that clearly shows that the mainstream model is incomplete, but that doesn't mean that it's completely wrong either.
Of course it does. It's completely wrong. Absolutely wrong.
I just told you, it doesn't mean it's completely wrong. There are elements to it that explain some of the phenomena we observe. You can't just say that something is completely, entirely wrong just because a part of it is wrong. That's intellectually dishonest.
Give me the part that's correct.
That was my next question. Thanks.
Well, the fact that we can observe some kind of attraction, we can observe some kind of force being exerted, and we can explain that and measure it. We can't explain what it is. Of course we can't.
Hey, the northern,
but we can measure
it. Sorry, just a quick one. The guy from North in the UK. Where are you from originally, mate?
From Leeds.
Oh, you sound like you have a foreign accent as well as Leeds. But okay, cool,
No,
man.
I've lived in
Just for
Manchester
that.
as well. Lived in Manchester
Oh,
as
right.
well.
Oh, cool, man. Thanks.
Why? Is it important? Where are you from? Where are you from?
It's not important. He was just looking for a way out.
Yeah.
No, he's
Probably.
looking for Aphex Twin fans.
Doesn't matter where we're from. About addressing the issue. Hey, I'm from Montreal. Glad to meet you. I like flowers and tea for breakfast. What is this, a dating site?
Yeah, yep.
I'm a Capricorn. I like skydiving on weekends. My favorite color is blue.
My point was.
Yeah.
My
See,
point.
now I like that. See how easy that was. Now I like
Yeah,
Dice Flows. He
yeah,
likes skydiving the color blue. Those are cool things. Those are
yeah.
two cool things.
But my
Nice
point was.
profile.
My point was, is the guy that I addressed. He's not English is not his first language, and unless you can convince me otherwise, I was
I
not
speak 6
convinced that he
languages,
was
bro. I speak six languages fluent. So yeah, English is
Yeah,
not my
you're
first
not.
language. I speak
Yeah,
6 of them.
but you're not first generation
He's
England,
one
are you?
of those people.
What are you
You're not.
wearing
My
right
my
now?
mom my mother is English. What do you mean I'm not? My mother is English. What are you trying to say?
What's a
Where's
Is
your
butter?
father?
this an English off? Who's more English?
Yeah, but you're not. You don't sound first generation English. That's why I'm asking.
So he's saying you got a
Why?
little
Just
mud in the water,
because I've
buddy.
lived in Yorkshire and I've lived in Manchester and I've got an
Yes,
accent that is a mixture of the two.
yes, but you don't. Your first language is not English, so that's what I'm trying to
Actually, it is.
establish.
It is actually.
But you sound like you're French. You sound like you're Arabic because of the way your personality is. I'm not being insultive. I'm just trying to get where you're from
Oh
to
no,
get where you're.
I want to be the first one to say that I completely agree with you. I've noticed this months ago. His personality and
I
his
wasn't here months ago.
accent is totally not native to.
Well, let's just cut
He's
the chase.
definitely
I
not from
wasn't here months ago.
Manchester, that's for sure.
What are you wearing right now, bro?
I wasn't here months ago, but fine.
Look,
Let's just
guys,
cut the
that's
chase,
his
man.
business, where he's from, what his accent is. If he doesn't want to tell you, let's move on. I
Yeah, it
mean,
doesn't matter.
this
It's about
is,
your ideas. It's about
yeah.
like Martha Luther King said. You know, it's about your acts in life. It's what you do with your life. Your ideas. It's not about who you are, where you came from.
I am from
So,
India. I come from India.
oh
There it
God,
is.
here's another Indian troll. Are you actually from India?
No, I'm not from India. I did one. I came in here trolling. No, I wasn't here. I was on 24/7 because they kicked me out for I don't remember what it was, but I thought it was unfair, so I came back and trolled a little bit.
Okay, 0 to 10. 0 being completely not, 10 being full on. Are you actually Indian?
Do you have a bracelet, like a silver ring bracelet on?
We
Yeah,
got
he's not
him.
Indian.
We got
not
him. He's
Indian.
not Indian now.
Do you wheeze the juice?
Do you know what those bracelets signify, guys?
I don't know. What is it?
If I'm not mistaken, that's the Sikhs that wear that.
Sorry, my thing got cut out. Did you ask me a question? You said from 1.
Oh, his thing got cut out. Yeah, ask again, Daislav.
Yeah, from
Does
0
that
to
mean
10.
he's circumcised?
No,
Oh,
I'm
his
not.
microphone. Okay.
I'm not circumcised. No.
Oh, you're not.
That's not what we asked. No. Sorry, no, Daislav, you asking. Sorry, my bad.
You said something
got
from
the-
0 to 10, and I got a phone call, and it cut out the feed. So what did you say?
That was my question. I was asking
Oh.
you from 0 being your fake, 10 being your full on not fake. Where are we here?
It depends how I'm treated. If I'm treated well, then 10. If I'm not treated well, then 3. I don't like being like, when people take the piss, I start taking the piss as well. What, is that not fair?
Okay, hold on a second. Has anyone ever heard of an Indian person taking the piss before? Because I never have. That's a total UK slang terminology.
He's not Indian. He's not Indian.
I know,
He's
I can tell. Yeah, nobody in India says they're taking the piss. That's a total UK thing.
Yeah, but he gave it away when he said that his mother was English. He never disclosed where his father was from.
You son of a bitch.
Huh?
Listen,
No,
buddy,
obviously.
the jig is up. Out with it, okay? Cha. Cha?
I'm just wondering about this correct portion of gravity. Where did they get it right?
Doesn't matter. The New World Order is going to take over the whole world anyway. Doesn't matter
You're a
if it's
glober.
round or flat.
You're a glober. You don't have a say.
I know, and you're getting taken over by a bunch of globalists. That's funny because you're going to be like, no such thing as a globe or globalist. And then when your whole life is tyrannical, you'll be like, huh, how'd that happen? You're like, huh, they did take over the globe, didn't they?
You're only allowed to troll in Sin server, ET. You can't do that here.
I'm not even trolling. I'm being straight up. No joke. Oh, no. No joke. No fucking joke, dude. I'm straight up.
You guys mentioned gravity. You guys mentioned gravity earlier. I looked up carbon. Carbon is ferromagnetic. It's diamagnetic.
See, that's what I'm talking about. Talk about carbon and stuff. I bring up the New World Order, and I'm a troll. But we can talk. No offense to that person. I'm sorry to that person that was talking about carbon. I just mean it's a perfect example. So I bring up globalism and the New World Order. That's bad. And then when someone else brings up carbon or something, that's something that works for everyone.
But if carbon is the common denominator in many things that fall to the ground, then surely carbon is a common denominator. Oxygen is another one. Oxygen is in steel, blah, 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 and all these different things. Now, if everything is gyroscopic and it stays still, it just requires an imbalance or more of one thing, ingredients, for it to be heavier, to apply the force. So I wonder if carbon. Now the thing is, they say that carbon is repelled. It's a diamagnetic, so it repels the field. So if carbon is the common denominator that keeps things to the ground, how can it be repelled from space?
There's a reason.
Who said carbon is the common denominator, first of all?
If it is a common denominator, but it's not saying it's the answer. I'm just saying it's a common denominator. In what most things, or if not anything that falls to the ground. Yes, there are things that don't have carbon in them. I get that, but something to explain a magnetic. If gravity is a magnetic thing, what is it?
Michael.
I mean, I don't feel magnetic. I'm standing here. I walk around. I don't feel like there's like a magnet pulling on me. I feel like I'm just free. I feel the same way about gravity. I don't feel like anything's pulling me up or down or anything.
And I don't think anybody made that argument that it's magnetic. The only argument I heard is it's a magnetic orientation, but I never
No,
heard of anybody
I
saying it's magnetic. Yeah.
I make that argument.
Yeah, so does Witsit. Yeah.
Yeah, this magnetic inclination and all that, it's a load of bollocks. It's just a field of solar rays. So I take back anything to do with the slope, and I'll stay with the flat mostly. So
Gravity,
inclination.
gravity and magnetic attraction are the same exact thing with different attributes.
No,
But
they're
of course,
not.
they have the same properties since they're the very same thing.
They are not the same thing.
Yeah,
They exert the same kind of effect, but they are not the same thing.
yeah, they're the same thing, and one's coherent and the other's incoherent. That's all.
Okay, if you say so.
Yeah.
Could it be incoherent because you don't fully understand the model?
No, not incoherent in that sense.
Are you sure?
Positively.
I mean, if all atoms are gyroscopes and they're all spinning on the horizontal plane, atoms are moving. And you exert a force in something that's a spinning gyroscope in space, whatever, and all you have to do is apply a pressure to it, and then it'll go in the direction it has to go to.
No, I don't claim that atoms are gyroscopes.
No. I'm not claiming it either. I'm setting the scenario. If we were to look up and it did say that atoms were basically gyroscopes, but others would say that you can't see an atom. Well, yeah, you can't see an atom because it's changing shape in this, that, or the other. But if its nucleus is a gyroscope and it's aligned to the Earth's surface, horizontal, whatever, blah blah blah, all it needs is an indifference of something in the ingredient compared to something else, for it to be heavier or lighter, and for things to fall down to the ground. It just has to have one ingredient in everything, like a common denominator, for it to exert a pressure. But then you would need a superconductor above us to push us to the ground.
What?
Yeah, what do you do with that kind of information? Even if what you're saying is true, okay, now what?
I mean, I don't remember whose experiment it is, right? But isn't there an experiment where you can spin something very fast and it creates an electric field around it?
I mean, that you could probably watch thousands of these kind of experiments on YouTube, but I mean, really ask yourself, like, what am I going to do about it? Or what has anyone else really done about it? Any of it? There's like here's one example. There's a Japanese car company that runs off water. It straight up runs off water. You think that would change the world, right? Like, well, they did it. Nope. That nobody talks about it. News doesn't bring it up. No, it doesn't fucking matter. Just Japanese car company makes cars that runs off water. It doesn't matter. No big deal.
Steam powered locomotives are old news. Yeah.
And our world's completely different from what it used to be, man. Like, it's all about the business model now.
Yeah, but it's very easy to make a hydrogen car. Anybody can make one. The problem is you need a hell of a lot of power to go into the generator to create the hydrogen in the first place. So if I put 1,000 of power into the car with a hydrogen generator, I'm probably going to get maybe 100 out, and then you have to think about the explosiveness of the hydrogen. But
okay, well, let's think about all the supposed carbon that certain organizations are trying to freak everyone out about how much damage they're doing the environment with the gas powered cars. It's come out fairly recently that creating an electrical vehicle causes way more damage to the environment, not only from like the mining for the batteries, but just overall it has like almost like 100 times like more damaging to the environment. It's like
it's absurdly more fucking worse than a classic
like,
gasoline-powered vehicle. So therefore, you would think that a water-powered vehicle would at least be less than that. You would
It's
hope
just
so.
subjective, though. Like what you consider to be good or bad is it's subjective. Like there's the same argument for the vegans, right, or the pesticide-free and all that stuff, where they have to tear up and kill so many animals and so much land,
It's not.
to
No,
keep
it's not. It's not
low or
subjective
to keep
because
it
it's
clean.
been decided and it's fairly known now that there's not enough minerals in the world to even create enough vehicles to make enough vehicles as the world what we know it to run off electric vehicles, and that's the fucking plan. They don't want us to have vehicles anymore. They don't want us all driving around in electric cars. That day will never come. It's a giant scam. So not only is it not sustainable, they lied to us all. And it's incredibly expensive. You want to go buy an electric car now for like $50,000? Go ahead, be my guest. We've all heard the stories about how they're almost impossible to charge and incredibly expensive. Forget about that. It's not sustainable in any kind of global environment, or whatever word you want to use there on that one. There's not enough lithium, for example, to create enough batteries to power the current world's, culture.
How many times are you gonna say?
What?
I don't know. Maybe you should repeat all that again.
Well, I mean, okay. Do you want to? Okay, no, I said it. You're okay. Maybe I said it twice. I apologize. What do you think about that?
Oh, maybe lithium isn't the answer.
Solar. The answer is
The
solar.
thing is that cars running on water is not something magical. It's actually quite easy to build. The first guy who did it in the 80s, and he mysteriously was found in. Listen, let me finish. The guy was mysteriously found in a hotel room dead with 2 bullets, I think, in his head, and it was ruled a suicide, of course. The thing is that it's actually very easy because all you have to do to obtain hydrogen is to electrolyze water, i.e. pass an electric current through water, and what happens is it splits up into hydrogen and oxygen, its constituent components. The problem is that as soon as something like this comes out, the oil companies buy it up, silence the people, and just quiet it down. That's why you never see it go out in the mainstream.
We know that, yeah. You look into Stanley Myers and his electric water car. We know that. Or if researchers would know that. But the reason why I brought up the Japanese car company is because I know Stan Myers wanted that to come out and it didn't. But I don't know if it's the exact same technology, but I think it's something similar. It's happening. And it has been happening for years now. And for some reason, people sit around and they're like waiting for a water car. And it's like the country is already mass producing these things.
Because
now it's mental at this point. It's a psyop.
If you build a water powered car and you release the patent openly to the public, they're gonna kill you. They will guarantee.
There's Japanese. You're not listening to me. There's a Japanese car company that's been making these things for years.
Yeah, but are they openly releasing their patents for everyone to see?
It really doesn't matter at that point, dude. It's out there. At that point, it's out there. It's not like, what are you going to do? Shut down that company? No one's ever going to be able to mass produce them again? No, the technology's out there. And what we need is like someone like Elon Musk or something to like buy up a company like that and then mass produce it from that point. Did you guys know?
They won't do it.
No, did you guys know last year Elon Musk actually announced that he's going to be starting a new hydrogen car company. He's actually going to be ditching the electric vehicle thing. Yep, he announced that last year. So, yeah, he fucked up.
It's because that motherfucker found out that outer space is made out of water. That's why.
Maybe.
The thing is that, I don't know if you guys haven't understood this, but the reason why they're trying to phase out petrol cars and they get electric cars is because they don't want to give us the range to be able to move about. Because at the moment, the best electric car will take you about 450 miles. That's like the maximum range, and that's under optimum weather conditions as well. So with electric cars, they can limit people's range much more, because that's the difference between an electric and a petrol car, that you can go much further with a petrol car. And that's why they're trying now to hoard us into the cities. They want everyone gathered in in lumps in the cities where we're easier to control. So the thing with water cars, I don't think it will ever become mainstream because that would allow anyone free
I
movement
agree.
all over
It's
the
too
world.
good.
Electric
It's
cars
too good to
definitely
be
aren't going
true.
to get
You
their
got it.
kids on
Exactly.
Route 66.
Exactly.
All right, I'll let
You're
you
right
guys
about that.
carry on.
Yep, 15-minute cities is the ideal goal. Most people won't even have cars. If they do exist, yeah, maybe they'll be water-based. It'll be perfect. Look, it's good for the environment. But boom, you don't own one.
You realize, BT, there's other people in here trying to talk too, right?
Dude, I
You're
barely
not the
talk.
only
So
one,
whoever keeps
No,
saying that,
you keep
you just
monologuing.
quiet
You
your
just keep
mouth.
monologuing, bro.
ET, can you relax, man? Other people are trying to talk, ET. I don't know who
Jesus
they are. But
Christ.
they're probably out there.
All right, go ahead, ET.
There'll be there'll be easier ways to. I mean, you could just say that we're out of gas. Like you don't have to invent a whole new system of transportation with. People want electric stuff. They got. It's not like you're sold on it completely. You got your video games, you got your phone. You're like, shit, man, let's do everything electric. This is easier. This is more powerful. So it's not like. I don't think it's a conspiracy to keep you, not able,
Oh,
from
it's a
traveling further.
massive conspiracy. That's exactly what it is.
But who called for it? I mean, like somebody had to call for it. Somebody, like the people had to want it.
Here's an example. We all know about this popular thing going on called the World Economic Forum. Everyone wants to talk about that now. You will own nothing, and you'll rent everything, and you will be happy. What do you think the fuck that? What do you think that means?
That means that a bunch of fucking kids like have a voice now with the internet being like electric and like instantaneous with communication. That a bunch of kids like 17, 18, 19, 20, they're all under this idea that that's the way the world should be because when they were kids their mom was like, all right, brother and sister, everybody gets their fair share, you don't have to work. They're fucking idiots.
Exactly.
They
They
run the
think
world.
you don't have to work. Yep. And so everyone likes the idea of socialism because they get free money. Sweet. What does that mean? That means the government basically is in complete control of you. They will dictate how much money you get and where you will spend it. That's the problem.
Yeah, but it didn't come from nowhere. It came from people. Like I could go meet somebody who's in that
Really?
age
Like the
range right
Federal
now.
Reserve? That came, they just print money from something. It came from somewhere, but we don't know where, but it's money now.
Oh, that's not my point. I mean, I get that what you're saying is like once the thought is put out there, it can be manipulated. Yeah, sure. But I'm saying the thought was natural.
No, it was not. No, it's evil is what it is. It's evil.
It's natural.
No, it's not natural. There's nothing natural about it.
Socialism is 100% human nature. Yeah.
Oh, listen to him now. Yeah, now we're all supposed to be socialists. Great.
No, I'm just saying it's human nature. Yeah, it's just a way. It's just natural.
You're still wrong there. You're wrong about that. It's not even human nature. Actually, human nature. In human nature, we work hard and we get some kind of benefit, and we grow families, and then we create communities. And then, if we're lucky,
but who's the head of the family? Who's in charge in nature?
Usually, it's the man in the family.
Okay, well then there you go. You're back to socialism. It's just natural, right? So they're not like
you jumped
everybody's.
the gun there.
They're not like everybody's equal, and you guys all make up your own rules, and you only provide for you. Yeah, it's not natural.
You jumped the gun. No, you asked about the family, and it usually goes the man and the female, and then they have kids, and then they grow their own family.
Yeah.
And within that, they're part of a small community that had like food and blah blah blah.
I get it.
You're
describing socialism, communism. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's natural.
No, I'm describing a small community is what I'm doing.
Yeah,
and you think this global community thing is supposed to be a good idea, dude? That will fucking murder you. Don't you understand? Especially the people. How about this, dude? The people driving the whole thing, they want to kill off 95% of humanity. Why would you fucking sign up for that?
Yeah, that's what communism and socialism will eventually lead to. That somebody has to starve. There's like it's a pie, right?
You're somehow still for it. You love the idea somehow.
You that? Who told you that?
Who told me what?
That I'm for it.
I don't know. I thought you just. I don't know. From your words a minute ago, I thought you were saying that you thought it was a good thing. So
no, just because I'm saying that it's human nature doesn't mean I think it's a good thing. It's just it is human nature, so it's really hard to avoid. So when you're younger, I'm just pointing out that it's human nature. So when you're young and you're optimistic, you're thinking, well, this is natural, right? Like this is what I've always experienced. This is how I feel. This is what should lead to the next step and the next step. So it's natural for them to have that feeling. But the more experienced, older experienced people around should be able to somehow teach and get it through to them that that's not sustainable for on larger.
That's why we're having this conversation. Yeah, doesn't work, and it'll murder it'll end up creating this group of people that will murder us all, especially in the 21st century.
Yeah, but it's not that they want to murder. Well, maybe they do, right?
Well,
but
that
even
too.
if they don't want,
Yep.
even if they don't want to, it's just that they have to.
I don't know why you have this justification tone in your voice, but I don't like it.
Well, it's not that it's. Yeah, I guess it's justification, right? It's just, but it's not exactly what I'm trying to point out. Is that there's a root cause for this way of thinking, and it's because that's what comes naturally, right? To humans anyway, but not as far as nature is concerned. Nature is the exact opposite of human nature. So,
yeah, okay, we can kind of agree there.
Yeah, so like when I say it's natural, right? Like then you're assuming that I'm saying that human nature is a beautiful thing or something, right? Like what if I flip it and say, yeah, it's natural, it's human nature, and human nature is inherently bad.
Most people are good.
Yeah, people are good, but that's not their nature.
No, and that's why most people are good. It's our nature to be generally good people.
Yeah, that's a different subsection. Like that's a different section of it. Yeah.
Okay, well, you want to talk another but different subsection of it? It's that the world is controlled by this weird ass, freak, obscure section of people who are incredibly small, probably in the hundreds, if not maybe 1,000 or two, and they're in complete control of the whole world. I mean, and one of their goals is to fucking kill everyone. Now that's a problem for me. I have a problem with that. Yeah. If you think that's okay, or if you think that's not happening, I have a problem with you. Like, well, I mean, you don't have to agree with me, but
I don't know if it's happening or not happening, right? But when
it's fucking happening. Like, you lived through it. Were you alive 2-3 years ago? You just saw it. Yes, you were. You were.
Prove it.
Dude, you think that COVID thing wasn't a fucking attack against you, dude? And they're going to do it again. You watch it. They'll do it again.
Yeah, so I mean, if they use that to manipulate humans, right? Like, so like, there's a difference between like intentions, right? Like that's like separate. Like intentions are separate from what you're gonna you're gonna fall back to, like in a default position. But yeah, when somebody puts forward like the idea that 2,000 people are running the entire world, and then somebody else says that's ridiculous, that's not how it works. Then you can look at one company that's owned by one person that has 10,000 employees. Like it's very possible that one person can run 10,000 people.
It's just it's a consortium of several different corporations and military industrial complexes all working in conjunction with each other to basically take over the world. It's been going on for decades. It's they had the dream hundreds of years, a couple hundred years ago.
That's just capitalism, dude.
No, this is beyond capitalism. It's an anti-human conspiracy. They want us all dead, and they think they want the world to themselves. Go look it up, man. That's what they all talk about, and that's why they get all this weird Satanism shit and everything. And you can be like, "Oh, ET's all crazy about this." No, they're anti-human. Why do you think that every little fucking thing you consume is poisonous?
Yeah, like
why do you think that might be? You think that's a fucking accident?
Well, that's subjective again. Like, what's best or what's good? How poisonous? How beneficial? It's all subjective. Like, if you say it's poisonous,
excuse me, dude, you can buy any fucking food item in the grocery store for the most part, and I could probably point something out in it that's bad.
Yeah, of course. That's what I'm saying. You're going to find something that is subjectively bad for you because you think you think that muscle.
And they just happen to be fluoridating the entire water system. They just happen to be spraying us with chemtrails the entire time. They just happen to choose the most poisonous plastic when they could the most expensive one. When they could have easily standardized the cheaper one that was less poisonous. But no, let's pick the most poisonous one. I mean, give me a fucking break.
There's stuff in apples and grapes that's bad for you. And those
go live in a dream, dude.
Fine.
Good luck. Hey, man, I will say this. The faster you grow up to this reality...
Yeah, but you're not even listening to people. You're just over talking everybody. You know, like, did you even
Not
hear
over
what I said?
talking everybody. Okay,
You're
go.
right.
You're
What
right.
should I?
You kind of are
What
a
should
little
I
I
bit.
say?
So
did cut you
give
off.
him a
You're
break.
right.
Give
No,
him a
I
chance.
want to have a conversation. I
But
cut you
what did
off.
I say
I
though?
apologize.
Yeah,
You said something
yeah.
about oranges and grapes, and I cut you off, and I'm sorry. I apologize.
Jesus.
I do want to have a conversation. I'm sorry. Okay? I'm sorry.
He means it. ET's
You're
all
right.
right. He's all right. I mean, he's not an asshole. He's just who he is.
You know,
Yeah.
I
But
was
basically,
loud and I overtalked you. I'm sorry. I
yeah.
apologize.
The point I
Yeah,
was
you
just
do
trying to
talk
make
too
is
much, bro.
Ah, um,
So are
Go ahead,
grapes
man.
bad
Make your
for you?
point.
Because grapes kill dogs. They say so. Grapes are bad, but I love grapes, and grapes are good for humans. So grapes are good.
ET, we need to infiltrate these groups
Grapes or
and
groups?
mess them up from the inside. That's what we need to do.
The groups or the grapes?
The groups.
I'm not trying to infiltrate anyone. I'm trying to just raise awareness, like within the confines of conversation. I mean, like, I want to talk about things, but when it comes down to things like this, man, how can I not bring it up?
I'm just saying the solution's right in front of you. Infiltration.
I mean, the answer is right in front of us. I feel like when like literally, like when you say the answer's in front of you, it's literally on your front lawn and in back of you too, in your backyard. We're all complaining about how these foods and they treat them, or just grow them in your own yard, and the problem is solved.
Don't you
It's
need like
not that
3
easy,
acres to
people.
like feed like a
Exactly.
regular
Yeah.
family?
Most
Yeah.
American people live in cities, so
Well,
that doesn't
most
work.
people have always lived in cities. Like,
I have a garden, right? Oh, I had a garden, right? I got rid of it to put like a building there. I'm gonna grow another one. Absolutely was sustainable for the whole family. I mean, the things that grow in a garden are enormous.
how large was it? Like,
It's probably about, I would say, probably 30 feet by 40 feet. So it's pretty big.
that's not enough
Maybe
to feed a
30 feet by
family.
25 feet. Something. Well, it was up on. I had up trellises going up where the like zucchini would grow from it. They were huge tomato plants in rows. Yeah, maybe it's probably like 40 feet by. I can measure it actually. I still have the print of where it was.
You need like at least an acre to feed a family.
No way. I never ran out. I had to give stuff away. You know, people who have gardens, they're giving it to everybody. Here, take tomatoes. Here, take this. It's too much.
You have to keep in consideration, though, the wide spectrum of nutrition that the human body requires. You can't grow that all in your backyard, even if you do have an acre or so. No, it's not an excuse. Yeah,
At
you
like
should
the
be able
very
to.
least, right? To
Yeah, I mean, listen, you can grow it in your backyard. You can survive in just your backyard. What you can grow out of the ground in your backyard for sure. I mean, what will
I
you
don't know
lose? I don't
about.
know.
I don't know about that. Do you buy food during the winter?
Yeah, I mean, I took the garden down, so I buy food. Yeah, we had to put the garden
Well,
back up.
before then, did your garden feed your entire family through the winter?
No, I still buy meat and stuff like that. Like I still buy
See,
granola bars.
you got to trade. Yeah, you don't have any cows in your backyard or anything like that. It's a full-time job, and you need more than a backyard to do it.
You don't
Well, the
necessarily
garden,
need meat to survive, but
right? I don't need it, but I still buy it. And the garden was not a full-time job. I had hoses hooked up to the gutters, had buckets filling that, which then would slow feed. You didn't have to do anything. I didn't have to do anything. It fed it. It did it all itself. I had to pull weeds once in a while, and put up a fence to keep animals out, like a wire fence. It does it. It pretty much does it itself. You can grow I mean, it is interesting, right? That like you grow the world is made, the earth or ground or whatever is made in a way that food grows within like the 6 inches. Like you need 6 inches of dirt. You're good. You can grow peas in water. Like you don't even need dirt. You just like throw them on the water and grow them. You need a little bit of dirt.
oh yeah, it needs to get nutrition from somewhere.
Yeah, but the roots go in through the water into the dirt. Yeah, but you need some dirt eventually. But yeah, I mean, you need like an inch, like 1 inch of dirt, and you get this. Somehow you're getting this food out of 1 inch of dirt.
Yeah, do you guys remember growing little tiny plants in school? Like
high school and junior high and
In a
elementary.
styrofoam
We all did
water.
that.
It's called hydroponics when you grow things on water. The only difference between that and growing in soil is that when you grow on water, you constantly have to every day or several times a day even provide nutrients where it's possible. That's how they grow most of the weed.
And angry about it, but yeah, I mean, I remember in school they did it. And what do you think, ET? Why would they make kids who are they're trying to teach them to go green, right? Grow little plants in styrofoam cups.
Okay.
Part of the conspiracy, is it not?
How is that part of the
Styrofoam.
conspiracy? Like that, the styrofoam doesn't like fucking degrade.
Exactly.
Yes, it actually does. And no, that's nothing to do with the conspiracy. If you want to talk about a real conspiracy, I'd be worried about the chemtrails spraying it all over all our plants. Not to mention the fluoridated water that they water all the plants with. You know, they say, oh yeah, this is organic. This is an organic food crop. Is the water fluoridated? I don't even know anymore. You know, even if it is, it's still sprayed with chemtrails. You can't fucking win.
Yeah, you can win. You can go. It's right in
That's
front.
not
You
why
can go
they
right out
put.
front. You can go right out back. Grow your own. And when the companies are like, oh shit, where did all of our money go? They'll do a survey. Say, well, I don't like the chemicals, and they'll have to change it. That's capitalism at work. But
Well, you do know about that whole Monsanto thing where they started suing companies next to their own because they're like, oh, we caught one of our seeds coming off of one of your land area because like literally Monsanto will sue, and you know how much money they probably have, like endless. They will sue farmland around
Weren't
them.
they just bought
If
by another
one
company?
of their seed falls onto their land, they're like, boom, you just contaminated us, and like, boom, you're sued, and they'll shut them down. That's how evil it is. It's crazy. By the
Yeah,
way, that's not
an American company recently bought Monsanto.
probably BlackRock or something like that.
No, it was Bayer. It was a German company.
BlackRock
It was
isn't
Bayer.
actually that wealthy. It's
Bayer.
Hey,
bought
anyway,
Monsanto.
by the way, even if you want to talk about that growing stuff, keep in mind, like, think about everyone in New York, for example. They all live in high rises and apartments and all that stuff. Nobody's buying acres of land here, okay? If
Why do you
you're
think I
lucky
said
enough
that
to
they wanted
already
to put
be in
everyone
that
in the city?
situation or you have enough money to do it, good luck. That's good. That's awesome. Good for you. But most people don't have that, man. I was reading the statistic the other day, like 60 or 70% of Americans are still living like paycheck to paycheck, meaning they're basically broke. Like no one's buying land here.
Bill Gates is buying up land, I think.
Okay, what does that have to do with it? Most Americans.
I just said the majority of Americans can't afford to
Well, no, I
do
was
what we
talking
were
to
just
him.
talking
Like,
about.
what does Bill Gates have to do with like Americans being able to afford things?
No, he's buying up farmland. ET said nobody's buying up land.
Oh my god. Yeah. Like the average American. Come on, dude.
Like,
there's a little
a lot of
subtext if you listen to something. I can't tell if you're being serious or not.
Bill is like an extremely average name. William?
Shut up.
You don't even have to be like a little bit weird or facetious about it. It's straight up honest. Bill Gates has bought up all that shit, and now he wants us to buy bugs and with Klaus Schwab and eat this fake meat and all this crazy mRNA. You think you're going to stop eating meat? Now it'll be in the vegetables too. You won't be able to get away from it.
I don't really have a problem with eating bugs. I like shrimp. Shrimp are tasty.
Okay, how about genetically modified lettuce in your salad?
Sure.
Are you okay with that?
Yeah, well, you're probably already eating that. So.
Well, they say that about pork actually. So
I don't really care about that.
You don't care about that. Okay, so
Yeah.
you're down to die. You're down to die. Cool.
We all die eventually, dude.
I'm aware of that, but you're ready. You're fucking prepared to get annihilated. You're like, yep, now's my time. New World Order was like, yeah, we got to get rid of you guys. And you're like first in line. You're like, yep, me first. I've had my fun. I want to die now.
I feel like you're about to cry, dude.
I'm not crying. I'm laughing.
I feel like you're crying.
I'm not crying. I'm just saying, man, look at how pathetic that is. You know, there's this small group of people who are trying to kill everyone on Earth, and you're not even.
That. That's just capitalism, man. That's just capitalism.
Dude, that's sad that you don't recognize it. And then, you know what? And then you're first in line to be like, yeah,
I'll go first. You fucking idiot, dude. You're a fucking idiot. You're like the first in a Nazi camp.
Suck my
You're
toes,
like, take me first, Nazis, and then and then they'll take the rest. But at least you could say that you were the first.
I don't like Nazis.
Well, what do you think you're living under?
A capitalist regime.
You're ignorant. Where do you think Nazism came from, and where do you think it went after World War II? You didn't think it came over to America? It did.
I know, dude.
Operation Paperclip.
I know.
There you go.
Yeah.
So you're and now you don't care. You have no preservation for life, and you're down to
So
die.
you're saying, wait a minute,
you're
wait a
basically
minute.
you're the first one.
Wait a minute.
Walking into that
Other than
little
like a few,
fucking.
other than like a few like scientists, who did we grab that ended up in control of like the American government?
Oh, there's thousands of them.
Thousands, okay.
Mm-hmm.
The only ones I'm aware of
Paperclip.
the only ones that I'm aware of that got away with it, like the most got away with it, is probably in West Germany, where they helped form the new.
There's literally thousands of them. I know that's hard to conceive, but there are. I know. I couldn't believe it either when I looked it up, but there's literally
thousands doesn't mean that they're in control of the American
government. Not like 10 or 20 of them. Literally thousands. It's insane.
You know, like when they get someone like Werner von Braun, who was like a high-profile one. So what they don't tell you is they got him, but they also got all of his helpers and all of his engineers who were with him on the project.
Yeah,
so you're
but-
probably talking
Yeah,
about
but
at
does
least
that mean that
100
they're in
people.
government?
Yes, of course they are.
How you know that? Who?
Because the people who found it, the people who basically they took in after World War II are the same people who went into the CIA, went into all branches of different, like in government. They just changed their names in some cases as well.
The CIA is just a bunch of fucking frat kids who love to like kill unionizers.
Red tape's a
Yeah, I
troll.
agree.
Red
I
tape
agree.
troll.
No.
Troller.
The CIA is made up of a bunch of insane, like American
Psychopaths. I know. I agree.
Yeah.
So
I just think that that's just normal American stuff.
Normal
The CIA
American
is
stuff.
literally
What the
filled
fuck
with,
does that
like,
even mean? Normal American stuff. What is that?
The American government has always been evil. What the fuck are you talking about?
actually, the Americans learned from the British, but fine. Did you guys know that there's a native Indian saying that says if two fish are fighting in a pond, there's probably an Englishman hiding behind a rock nearby.
Well, yeah, the English are evil. Yeah.
And the English still control Americans. And if it wasn't the case, then tell me this. Why are there more American banks in the city of London than there are in New York?
Because Britain is our little bitch.
Nope. Actually, you got it backwards there.
Okay.
Red Terps,
Okay.
you're either a troll or a complete idiot. The royal English royal family basically runs a huge portion of this whole thing. You know, when you see the Queen and all that shit, that's just like fucking. Those are games. It's that family, dude. It's that family.
Yeah, they should be guillotined. I agree.
See, man, just I don't know what your deal is,
These are my
dude.
honest beliefs. Like, why? It's
They should be
absolutely.
guillotined. I agree with you. They should be.
The French had the right idea about how to deal with
Yes,
it.
they did. They did. They just went a little bit too far, but otherwise, yeah.
No. They didn't go far enough.
So what?
See,
You're
it's
saying
way
they
more
didn't go far when they
sophisticated
even
than
beheaded
that. Now that's
Robespierre?
just one.
Hold on. Yeah,
Robespierre.
Hold on. Let me turn down ET really quick so I can talk to Alez really quick.
Oh, here you go.
What was it?
you
What was it you
troll.
were saying, Alez? I didn't hear you.
I was saying, how can you say they didn't go too far when even Robespierre would
Yeah,
be?
Robespierre and the Committee of Public Safety were definitely fucking slandered, because again, the moment that they were taken out of power, a bunch of like essentially reactionary members of the Republic took control, and which allowed Napoleon to basically take control of the entire Republic as an empire. The guy did not go far. Like Robespierre, like abolished slavery. He was planning to do universal. What's the term for like when every person can vote? Universal suffrage within the French Republic. Like the guy, he was just getting rid of the fucking like nobility and like people who were actively plotting against the Republic. Sure, maybe
So they still killed him, and they still killed him.
Yeah, because he was a real.
And you're saying that's not going a little bit too far. to kill the person who like were one of the
Wait a
like
minute.
most
No,
important countries behind
I'm
it.
saying that the Robespierre and the public Committee of Public Safety, I think is what it was called, right?
Yeah.
They didn't go far enough. I'm saying it was
Yes.
a mistake to get rid of them.
In some cases, I agree with you. They should have killed more of the nobles, but in some cases, they went a little bit too far when they turned on each other.
Yeah, I would agree with that. But in general, I would say they should have completed the terror. They should have completed the revolution, etc., etc.
Got a good quote from Robespierre, if you'd like to see it.
And you know why they didn't? Because they were run by the by nobles. It was just one group of nobles killing the other group of nobles off by using the people to do the dirty work.
Well, no, they were mostly like burghers, the middle class. That was the real driving factor of the French Revolution. Like literate urban city dwellers were like the main drive of like the revolution in France. Now, even when it got corrupted under Napoleon and like the reactionaries who took over the Republic, like even Napoleon was a massive improvement when you compare it to the French kingdom, and the fact that he basically destroyed feudalism in Western Europe.
That's a good thing.
I understand your
And
point, but
thanks for
where did
sharing that.
Napoleon?
Yeah.
Where was Napoleon funded from? And also, because you forget where he was funded from, and also the fact that at Waterloo, Napoleon lost on purpose. I think so, at least that's my opinion. Because reading over the whole events of the thing, Napoleon wasn't that dumb. If he just waited a few hours before attacking, he would have won at Waterloo. But it actually appears as though he sacrificed his army.
Nah, the guy was too proud. He wanted to be emperor of Europe. I think, honestly, the world probably would have been better if he won. I don't see any reason why he would want to like lose his throne, lose his and like live out the rest of his days on a miserable island in the Atlantic.
The abolishment of the feudal system is no small thing.
Yeah,
it's a
he did a very good. He did a very good thing.
Yeah.
I don't really like Napoleon because he usurped the Republic, but he did do more. He did a lot of good for Western Europe. It was really cool. Like the coolest thing he ever did was probably, you know, the story about him taking the crown from the Pope and crowning himself.
I personally never heard
Yeah,
that
in front
one.
of
Did he do
everyone.
that?
Yeah,
in
yeah,
front
yeah.
of
So
everyone.
when he was going through the whole ceremony of declaring
exactly.
emperor, he basically took the Pope captive and
crowned himself, took his crown off in front of everyone and put it on his own head and said, "I'm the king."
It basically usurps like the authority of the Catholic Church there, because like traditionally in Europe, like the church were the ones who completed like the ceremony to like make yourself emperor or whatever. It's like the whole because Napoleon was also the one who took out the former like Holy Roman Empire and declared himself like the sole emperor of Europe, that kind of thing. And he was going through the whole ceremony and just basically went up the Pope. Like the whole crowd was shocked. It was like something that just was never done before.
I would have loved to seen that.
It's a really famous scene. Like there's a lot of art of it.
Yeah. That must have shocked the hell out of them. Yep.
Oh, it did. There's a lot of like contemporary accounts of what happened.
So I presume he gave it back to the Pope after?
No,
Or he kept it?
Yeah, he did. Well, it wasn't the Pope's. Like, you know how like they'll anoint the crown and then they'll put it on the king's head or whatever. Like the crown is usually like the property of like whatever monarchy is there, right?
from the god Dagon. That's what that is.
Oh, I
The
can't post
Sumerian
that.
god.
But I posted a link to it. There's a.
Is this what he removed from him?
No, that's the papal tiara. Or
That's not it.
That's not the tiara, but that's not the crown.
The more
I'm talking
lavish
about
one.
like the Pope was supposed to put a actual crown on his head. You know, a coronation.
So they have a crown with jewels and stuff. I
Yeah.
imagine.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was going to like crown him as Emperor of the Franks, etc., etc. And he just like out of nowhere grabs it himself and puts it on to kind of represent that he is the one who did all this, and etc., etc.
I imagine this is the one you mean.
No. That's the papal tiara. That's the Pope's crown. I'm talking about a crown, like like representing his imperial whatever.
This one's not bad as well. Look at that thing.
Yeah, they haven't
Jeez.
used it since like the 1800s, I think.
I guess that's what you would call being humble and walking the walk, right? Giving up your belongings. What hypocrisy, man. Anyways, I don't even want to get started. Forget I said that.
Yeah, I keep looking into this Friesland. I don't know if anybody's heard of that, but it's fun. This is the sigil, apparently. That inscription means better dead than slave.
That's a Slav.
Slav, yeah.
Is that in German?
Yeah, well, it seems that I don't know. I'm trying to piece it all together, but it's not straight. It's like it's not easy, obviously. But the
North Frisia.
Yeah, right. I take so many screenshots when I watch these documentaries and stuff.
Well, why did he post it? This is like from like a border region of Germany, I think, or
Yeah.
the Netherlands, maybe. Frisia.
Yeah, it's like the Goths. The before that though, I think they were. It's hard. It's hard to put it together. Sorry, my brain's not in gear today. I have good days and bad days.
I went on cam for Jim, and he said, "Thanks for playing. I'm going to post your picture all over social media." And then he ran away.
Jim or Jim or Jin?
Jim, Jim. The
Jim Waterworld, Jim.
Waterworld.
No, he's just an insane boomer, dude. I wouldn't take much of it.
Oh no, I'm just telling you, it doesn't matter.
He's all right, Jim. I mean, for a boomer, is to wake up from all that shit that is, been spoon
Right.
fed. Pretty
Yeah.
impressive.
But why has he turned that into an ego battle where he wants to destroy me intellectually on camera in a hypothetical thing in the future? But he won't discuss anything.
Well, yeah, that is a bit insane. So I'm not. I don't know. I don't know what he exactly win.
What were you talking about?
Oh, I triggered ET. Okay.
That's a good screenshot. It's funny that New York used to be called New Amsterdam. It's interesting, don't you think?
Well, yeah, it was a Dutch colony first.
Ah. That's where they found the Orlinda book, actually, wasn't it? I think it was in the Netherlands.
Who?
The Orlinda book. I think that's where it was found in the Netherlands.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really buy into the Orlinda. It just seems too convenient. A lot of the stuff that they claimed in it. It just feels like a recreation of a Germanic paganism.
I mean, you could say that about most things, though. You could say that about the Bible, right?
Well, yeah, but like I don't put much stock in the Bible either.
No, I'm just saying you could say the same thing.
Well, yeah, like the Bible was basically put together at like the behest of a Roman emperor for like state propaganda reasons.
But there's still plenty of gravy in there, plenty of wisdom.
I don't know, like they picked and choose what books they were putting in.
But there's still plenty of stuff worthwhile in there, don't you think?
Yeah.
Meh.
I mean, like most of the stuff in the
stand.
Bible that I think is worthwhile is just like common sense.
Well, it wouldn't have stood the test of time otherwise, would it?
Well, I could point out that it stood the test of time because like it was something that the state supported, right?
Yeah, they don't seem to support it anymore, though.
Oh yeah, because like of secularism. Like the Roman Empire used Christianity as like a state ideology to justify the rule of the Roman Empire. After it fell, all the monarchies that kind of like rose up used Christianity as a enforcer of serfdom and the rights of the monarchy. Even during the Protestant Reformation and stuff like that. Like the Protestant churches still supported the rights of the nobility, quashed the rights of the peasantry, enforced serfdom, etc., etc.
Andy, another interesting one like New Amsterdam is we have it here in America a place called New Smyrna, and it's one of the oldest cities in America. It's interesting because if you read, about Smyrna, the ancient Greek city they call Izmir in Turkey now. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, it is interesting. You think it makes me think of brother wars. I mean, World War II, for instance. Well, both wars really, and America should have never had anything to do with those wars.
America had way too much to gain from the first.
Well, obviously, but they shouldn't have had anything to do with it.
Like, even just selling weapons to like the Entente made America a lot of fucking money.
Great way to get a central bank system in here too.
In World War II, we got to demolish like the remaining European colonial empires, which is something like America's foreign policy has always wanted.
Both sides of that war were funded by the same dude.
Yeah, I always enjoyed the story. Remember that song? I can't remember it now. Come on, Brain, you can do it. Henry Ford, wasn't it? He had his factories bombed by the Allies, and he took the American. he took them to court, and he won. Yeah, but they were all Fords, weren't they? If you lifted up the cowling on a Jeep in Germany, it's a Ford. Yeah.
Wasn't Ford pro-Nazi?
He was pretty pro-fascist, yeah.
Yeah.
He said that Hitler.
He did try to. I think it was Ford and some other CEOs. It might not have been him, but there was like a. Do you know about the business leaders plot against FDR, like the attempted coup?
No, probably. If you keep talking, I'll probably might actually spark something.
I think this was during like FDR's first term. A bunch of business leaders during the middle of the Depression got really mad that he was doing like welfare reforms and stuff like that, public works, increasing taxes. So they tried to convince a Marine general to hold a coup. And, hold on, maybe I can find an article on it. Yeah, it's called The Business Plot. But here's the thing: the business leaders very foolishly contacted like the most left-leaning general in the entire army. Not the army, the Marines. Smedley Butler, the guy who like later like
column.
What was that?
A fifth column. He basically heard them out and then he went and snitched on them. He pretended like he was on their side, got their entire plan, and then he told the public and the president.
Yeah, and what happened? Nothing at all.
No one was prosecuted, but eyes were on them.
And then he wrote his book, didn't he? War is a Racket or something.
What? No. This was a. He was
Smedley Butler wrote that book, right? War is a Racket.
Iraq?
War is a Racket.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, yeah. I thought you said Iraq.
No.
But yeah. He was later became very anti-America. He was an old school, like American-style socialist. Basically decried the military as like having always basically worked for like the business interests of the business interests of like American companies in like South America and Central America and the Caribbean, which is true.
So, Ballers, are you finally ready to admit that your cosmology is in deep trouble due to the recent and prior developments?
I don't care about that. I only care about politics.
Politics, huh? Yeah.
So, flat earthers, are you ready to accept that your model is totally made up, since you can't prove an ice wall or a dome or tracks for the sun or the moon?
Hey, Don, are you a concaver now?
No. Flat earthers?
Give us an argument, Don, for your ball, your spear. You have any argument? One argument, anything.
The moon looks like a ball in space. So balls in space exist. So Earth is a ball in space.
Really?
Yep.
So there's land in the sky.
Balls.
Balls made of land, like the Earth.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Terra
Are you
firma.
using a voice changer?
Like the ground you walk on, that's up in the sky.
Yeah, I think so.
Skyland.
About the world goes dark after the sun hits the horizon once every 24 hours.
You ever see the Terminator line from that?
Yeah, it's freaking awesome, dude.
Seen some photos. Yeah.
I look at the Terminator line almost every night.
The sky appears as a celestial sphere because there's 2 points of rotation seen in the sky above Earth. And stars move as you track on Earth. In alignment with a spherical sky and a ball surface.
With the night sun?
What? Night sun?
You haven't heard of the night sun?
Is this one of your flat Earth arguments? The night sun?
It's not mine. I wish it was mine. It's a good one. I think that's Jeremy's, that one. The night sun.
You mean the black sun?
I hope he means
No, this is different. No, this is different.
Sounds really boring and made up.
Black hole sun.
It's Masonic. The Germans knew about it too. They call it the black sun.
Saturn.
The black sun is Saturn. Saturn is referred to as the black sun. That's what they call the black sun.
It's also
not necessarily though.
Concept.
No, it is.
Nah,
It's when you
that's
talk
actually
about this
accurate,
whole
yeah.
thing that what the Germans refer to is the Saturnalian Brotherhood. They call Saturn the Black Sun. It's a secret society as well.
I heard something about Saturn was the first sun before some celestial event that created the sun we have now.
Well, they believe Saturn is a failed star, don't they? Or Jupiter, I don't know which one of them. They believe that it's like a failed star that didn't have enough mass to ignite inside and start fusing elements.
Yes.
I've heard
Yeah,
something
but
like that.
That's
Saturn,
Jupiter.
Saturn's also represented as X.
Black sun also refers to the idea of something so bright that it's darkness, or that darkness is really bright, or that you can use the power of light to hurt people.
It's called a laser. The power of that light, which you refer to, is called the laser.
Let's take this down the rabbit hole even further. Isn't the Saturn connected to the cube?
Yes, it is.
And it's also a black cube. Doesn't
Yes,
Islam?
yes.
Doesn't Islam also circle the black
Islam
cube?
and
The
Judea.
Kaaba.
Islam has the Mecca, which is a black.
It's called the
cube.
Kaaba. The cube is called the
Okay.
Kaaba.
Thank you. And then the Jews also have a black cube that they worship as well. They wear it on their heads. A lot of the high priests have that.
Which come from Saturn.
Right. Yeah. They're Saturn worshippers. Exactly.
Yes. Even if you look on the Jewish star, the Star of David, there is. So go online and search for the hexagonal shape or whatever it is on top of Saturn, and you'll see on top of Saturn there's like a storm. I don't know if it's a storm or what it is that looks like it's in the shape of the Star of David, which begs the question: how the hell did they know this thousands of years ago?
Do you believe?
I also heard that the cross, the Christian cross, is a form of a cube, just in an open form. So, like, if you were to open up a cube from all sides, it would represent the cross.
It's the net, the tetragrammaton, the net of a cube. Well, no.
Yeah, the Star of David is two Dalits. You know, David's name has two D's in it, or two Dalits in it. In the ancient Hebrew, Dalit is a triangle. You got a triangle going up and a triangle going down, like in heaven, so below. Or, you know, like the Masonic literature is based off Solomon, you know, and Solomon.
Alasma, do you believe those pics of Saturn from Voyager, or do you think the Jews could have made that up?
You know what? I actually do believe it, because, I mean, I've seen have you seen the red dot on Jupiter?
Yes.
I've actually watched that myself through a telescope when I was a kid, so I can believe that it could be something on Saturn. Why not? I'm not sure though if I believe the pictures or not, but yeah, maybe I believe.
Do you explain it? Maybe Saturn was tilted this way before, and they managed to see the North Pole or something.
Either that or someone told them. I think someone told them.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I think.
Very astute.
No, I'm not stupid, because I didn't say anything specific. I said I think.
No, astute, not stupid.
Oh, astute. I thought you said I'm stupid. I was gonna say what? It's they have too much knowledge about it, so I think that it was told to the ancient ancestors of the Jews as a way of kind of showing that this has come from a higher source, so that when later people look at this and discover that it's actually the case, they look back on it and say, well, how did they know? Maybe there's something to it.
I went through all that thought process, but I wanted to say, could they have known by seeing it? So I had to give them telescopes in the past, and I had to have the solar system be slightly different, where Earth was flung about and Saturn was closer, or it was pointing this way and it had a bigger bright source.
Definitely. Definitely. I definitely believe in that. I mean, because definitely. Because I mean, I've looked out to Saturn as well. I've seen the rings of Saturn through a telescope, and if I could see the rings of Saturn, I mean, do you understand my reasoning here? That anyone else could have seen it as well. So yeah,
I agree with it. I still doubt Voyager a little bit. I agree with the reasoning.
Do you? I also actually think that our solar system was different in maybe not even that distant past. Because the thing is, if you look, there's a lot of evidence for this. For example, if you look at the moon, the Earth's moon is way too big for a planet this size. It's it should be a lot smaller than what it is. The reason scientists think how it formed is that it wasn't in an accretion disk around the planet, but it actually formed through a collision. So what a new theory is suggesting is that where the asteroid belt is in the solar system. So they're saying that there was another planet there called Tiamat, a water planet, which was struck by another object and is split into several pieces. So two of the pieces turn into Earth and the moon, our moon, and the other pieces turn into the asteroid belt. Now this would also explain why, one, why our moon is so large, two, why the Earth is missing so much of its crust. Because if you look at the Earth, it's missing like a third of its crust. And we are the only planet in the entire solar system who have tectonic plate movement because of the lack of crust. So that would make sense. And a lot of ancient cultures talk about this as well. For example, the Sumerians talk about this.
Wouldn't it be interesting if we saw plates move on Mars or something, but we don't. You're right.
Yeah, but the statement of lack of crust is at best a guess because nobody has seen the Earth in its entirety to make that statement. So
what do you mean it's just a guess? We see earthquakes and tectonic plate movement and volcanoes. How is it a guess?
The missing
So are you
part,
saying that
not
it's
the
kind of like a crust?
volcano part. You said there's missing Earth. Did you not say that?
Yes, I said it looks like there's about a third of the Earth missing, because if you look in the oceans and how deep some of it is, because let's say you drained all the oceans and you looked at the sphere, it would literally look like an apple that someone's taking a fucking bite of, because there's a big chunk of the Earth missing.
Yeah, but
and to
you're
me,
assuming that we know
literally looks like
the whole.
That chunk that is missing is the moon.
You're assuming that there's something missing, and you're assuming that the Earth as a whole has been observed. And you're also
Well, if you
assuming
listen
it's been observed
to
without
me, why
water.
I'm assuming. So listen to me. Essie, listen to me. Let me tell you why I'm assuming.
Is he breaking up just for me, or is he?
Please listen to me
Essie, just listen to him.
carefully.
Carefully.
We are the
You're breaking up, bro. You're breaking up.
only planet in the entire solar system, planet that has not, unlike on literally, if you look at the Earth, you have several tectonic plates floating. We don't have.
You're roboting, buddy.
It's on any of the planet.
Should I put him in the hot mic room, Essie?
Which is why.
Yeah, put him for now. Yeah, this is going on too long.
To the hypothetical.
I mean, the amount of presuppositions. Ugh.
Were you carefully listening? Essie?
I was trying, but.
Me now. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're good. You're good. Try it again.
Yeah.
Guess not.
I don't
You're just
understand.
not
Can
listening
you hear me or not
carefully
hear me?
Yeah, we're listening, bro. Come on.
So you explain to me then. Think about this, yeah. If you look at the Earth, imagine you're looking at the Earth from outside of the Earth, and the Earth is a sphere, right? And you drain all of the water off the Earth. It's going to look like a big chunk of it is missing. That chunk is so. Say for example, you're looking from outside the Earth, and what you're looking above Africa. To the left of Africa, so to the west of Africa, is the Pacific Ocean. Now, if you drained all of that ocean, there's a chunk of it. It looks like there's a chunk missing out of the Earth. That chunk is literally, if you take the moon, it almost like not perfectly, but the mass of the moon would almost perfectly fit in the mass of everything.
We heard you say all that. Did you hear SE say this is all based on assumption?
Yes, it's an educated guess.
Yeah,
because
I mean,
the Earth.
if you go with the pre-assumption that Earth is a sphere and the pictures they show you are accurate, because outside of that, it wouldn't necessarily depict what you're explaining.
I understand that, but do you know why I go with that model? Because I have asked several times for flat earthers to explain to me what the moon is. Because you see, when I was 10, I got a telescope for my birthday, and I've looked at the moon. Now, one thing I've seen that I can tell you straight right off the bat is I've seen shadows inside the crater of the moon. So that kind of destroys the whole argument that the moon is self-luminescent. And it does look like it's a big piece of rock. That's what it looks like through a telescope. I can't say where it is because I haven't been there. But what is the moon then? And
I can show
the
you
globe
something
model.
similar. Yeah, if you were to take one of those pieces of glass that's been highly radiated, I forget what they call it. It's that green, kind of glowing looking glass.
Yeah.
And you were to stick a magnet in there with some water and some ferrosurfactant fluid, you would literally see a hologram that is representing the moon. You'd see a crater within that, and that's all due to the alpha and beta gamma radiation mixed with the magnetic field creates this this hologram. You can do this experiment yourself. There's also plenty of videos on YouTube. So who's to say that what we're seeing isn't necessarily analogous to that?
I don't know. It looked like a rock to me. Have you ever looked at the moon through a telescope? Do you live in America? I'm assuming you live in America. You can get a half-decent telescope for about $200. Take it and look at the moon, and then tell me what you think yourself.
It could be a weird plasma hologram. We never know.
No, whatever it is, I'll be honest with you. To me, it looks, because I zoomed in on it, right, with my crappy P900, as people call it, and it does look like it has mountains, valleys, craters. It does look that way. I mean, you got to be intellectually honest, right? But now, looking one way and being that way are two different things.
I've never heard an alternative explanation though, so until I do, I'm going to assume that it is rock, because just like you said, it looks like a rock.
Yeah, see, have you seen that Shoot the Moon thing by Crow 777?
Is that the one where they show a star through it?
It's a long, it's like he took tons of hours just filming the full moon, and he sees like the little moon wave that goes by. Have you seen that?
The wave, yeah, I seen that. Yeah.
How crazy is that? That's so wild.
That's crazy shit. Yeah.
Yeah, I never seen a rock do that.
Can you send me the footage for that, bro?
I think it's like a documentary I had to pay for, I want to say, but I'll look around.
I had a dream one time where I was looking at the moon and I seen a ripple through it.
Yeah,
and I was
dude,
like, "What the heck does that mean, man?" I was like, "What's that even mean?"
That means the moon is a hologram.
Yeah.
Now, if you want to be honest about this stuff, right, Ballers? Now, see, I told you that the moon looks like it's a rock, right? Dead honest. You look at it, it looks like there's mountains there. There's no doubt about it. Now, I'm going to ask you guys to be honest. During a solar eclipse, we have this same object that we just said is a rock, that appears to be a rock, right? But during a solar eclipse, we don't see the moon coming in at all. At all, as it approaches the brightest thing in the sky, which is the sun, undoubtedly, right? How do you guys explain that? We don't see it approaching the sun. Then we just see a black thing, like a shadow. The shadow moves, blocks the light completely, then leaves without being seen at all. What do you guys have to say about that?
Yeah, because it's during the day. It's too bright to see the moon. You only see it when it covers the light between the earth and the sun. But then as soon as it's moved out of the way, it's too bright to be seen, because it doesn't have any of its own light.
Right, that's the official explanation. But how come we can see it when it's, let's say, 6 degrees? Do you know why they say you don't see it in the daytime?
Yeah, because it's not bright enough.
No, because they say scatter. They say the light scatters and blah blah blah, right? But that we do see the moon on other days. I can show you pictures of the moon during the day. I got a lot of them. So why is it that other times we see it clearly, but at the time when it's the closest, as it approaches and as it covers the whole sun, how come we don't see it at all? That whole thing. There's never been
Because the
a
angle of
solar
inclination,
eclipse.
the angle of
Sorry?
inclination of the light, the angle of inclination of the light.
The angle of inclination. So you think you can reproduce this?
I'm not sure. I can't say right off the bat.
I've been asking for years. I guarantee you won't be able to do. Well, I won't guarantee it, but let's just say I haven't seen it so far. It's just a story that happens in the sky. I want you guys to really think about that. Is it possible for the biggest rock in the sky to approach the biggest light source in the sky and eclipse it, cause day to become night in the middle of the day, then leave without being seen at all? All we see is a shadow. Does that sound logical to anybody?
Yes.
Would you care to elaborate?
Nope.
Okay.
Does an eclipse seem logical on your model when you see one?
Doesn't matter in any model, in reality. First of all, I don't have a model, but in reality.
Does it feel logical to you when you see it in reality?
Can you reproduce it, Don?
I'm asking you the question now. In your reality,
I'm the one that
when
brought
an
it up. It
when an
seems
eclipse happens, is it logical when an eclipse happens in your reality?
not the way it happens. No, I just explained to you why. Were you not listening?
So you think nature's illogical when you see it?
Yeah, okay, Don.
Well, try and answer my question correctly then, or else it will seem like you've said something weird.
Nah, go troll somebody else, Don.
You do that. You go and troll somebody else.
You. That shit was fun.
You go and troll someone else, SE.
So come on, tell us how you think you can recreate this, Don? If you were tasked, if you were given all the money,
Can you recreate a flat Earth eclipse?
Yeah, you're too funny, man.
You can't. Why should I?
See, that's what they do. They redirect. You give them a thing to think about, and then a guy like Don comes in just to redirect and make fun.
That's what they do. They try and pick holes, but there isn't a hole. They get freaked out when you redirect.
Black hole sun.
See, guys, that's what they do.
Hey, Don, when you plan on getting laid, bro?
Saturday, I think.
Nice. Saturn day. You're gonna get some hole on Saturn day.
Yeah. But I can masturbate if not.
That's intellectually honest of you.
You what?
That's intellectually honest of you.
I mean, I've got a girlfriend, so the projection of you need to get laid is a bit silly.
Just saying, bro. It helps.
I know.
So why do you feel you need to defend something that obviously there's no explanation, right? No baller is sticking up for it, or
Why do you feel the need to attack something?
yeah,
you
you're gonna
don't
turn it around.
believe
Okay,
in?
forget it, Don. I tried. Forget it.
Ask yourself the question. If I'm defending, you're attacking. So you ask yourself about that.
You don't want to have conversation. You don't want to have logical discourse. You just want to be a contrarian.
You've proved you can't have normal conversation last night when 3 of the honest flat earthers had to disagree with you and say you're stupid.
You see? There you go. That's what you do.
Was it last night or
Literally
yesterday?
happened
Did I miss
yesterday.
something?
I was here. Literally happened.
Okay. I don't think they called them stupid.
They said, this is a stupid argument. This is a bad argument. You shouldn't say this. This isn't true. Of course, ball surfaces curve with a hump in the middle. They told him in every way possible, and he wouldn't listen.
I don't know. I was hearing both sides, and I don't know. I was kind of agreeing with SC on that.
You stuck up for
What they were saying
thanks,
was that
bro. By the way, yeah, you were the only one.
You're strawmanning the globe model, actually. They're saying that you're strawmanning the globe model, and that before you can like criticize a model, you need to fully understand it.
We don't have to go into that, Gary. I'm just
Yeah, but
saying,
you see what you guys did right
that's
now?
proof.
Instead
You
of
can't-
answering
you
the
can't have a
question,
conversation.
Don redirected the whole. This is what they do when they have nothing.
What question? You didn't ask me a question. And the thing is, you were doing that to me, SC. You were
No,
saying
not
to
you.
me.
No. We
Let
were
me
cool.
finish. Don't interrupt me. So you were saying to me when we were speaking 2 days ago, you were saying that if the Earth curves, so would that mean that water flows? You know that my model doesn't say that water flows, but you still kept saying it. And that's what they were talking about. They were saying that you just strawman.
That's proof you can't have a logical conversation, SC.
Yeah, see, this is the thing now. In your model, right? In your model, I understand that you say water doesn't flow, right? But it doesn't matter what you say.
No,
That doesn't. So don't interrupt me, Don. My point is that water flows in reality, no matter how you think it flows, right? So even in your model, it can't flow that way. It's impossible. This is what you.
It doesn't flow in
this
our
is what
model.
you do not realize, and you will not realize. But I get it. It's no big. It's no big
doesn't
word.
flow because of the curve, but I understand you don't believe that. You have to stop saying it would have to flow off because that's the straw man.
Exactly.
No, in reality, water flows and it flows one way. Now
we're not
you
talking
can
about
say
reality.
it flows that
We're
way in
about
your
our model.
model. I don't care. It does not. It's impossible for water to do that. Now, if you want to believe in your model, you go right ahead. I'm going to speak about reality. Period.
I think you might have adjusted your rhetoric quite well. If you keep doing it in that path, you'll be fine.
Nah, water is your Achilles heel, bro. Water is what's going to wake up the whole world to this fantasy, right? Because you can't lie about water. It's beautiful. Anytime you guys want to talk about water, I'm your man. You talk to me about water.
I
And
believe
there's a
you can
couple
lie
other
about
people
water.
too.
I believe
Water
people
will
lie about it.
dispel your fantasy any day of the week.
Rovers will tell you the water in the tap is safe to drink and no one's fucked with it. It's a huge lie about water.
You can believe that water clings to a ball and spins in a vacuum.
We do.
I will laugh at you and I will tell the whole world about your model.
And
Always, all the time.
I'll tell
You don't
Anytime you want to
understand
talk
our
about
model.
water,
That's the
I'm your
point.
man.
I'll tell
You
you
don't
off.
actually
Stop attacking
understand
me.
our model. Our model doesn't say that water flows. See, again, you're displaying that you don't actually understand. It doesn't matter what you care or think is our model. This is still our model. Just because you think that is something else doesn't change it. And all they were saying was that if you're going to represent a model and you're going to basically pick holes in it, you need to understand what you're talking about first. And if you say that water is going to flow, no matter what we say, then you obviously don't understand our model, because on the globe model with curvature, never does it say that water is going to flow, because water flows downwards towards the center point of gravity.
Perfect. And I want you to say that every time so everybody can hear it. In your model, water doesn't flow due to elevation change. I want you to say it. I want you to repeat it.
that.
And I want everybody to hear it.
I didn't say that. I never said that.
Why do you
And I'm going to remind you that water always flows when there's an elevation change. And I want you to repeat to me how in your model that doesn't happen. That's music to my ears, bro. You haven't figured it out yet, but you will
You're
one
a
day.
fucking monk.
Wow. You hear that?
I don't think we're having the same conversation, Montreal. I think you're talking to yourself.
Yeah.
Because you're clearly not having the same
Tell
conversation.
me again, I don't understand your model. Tell me.
You don't.
You misrepresented what he said straight after he said it on purpose.
Either you don't
I know you
understand
did
it,
it because I've
being a
heard you
prick
do it for
and
years.
misrepresenting and strawmanning on purpose, which is even worse. So which one is it?
Say it again. I want you to say it again.
Either you're misrepresenting on purpose, or you're just being or you just literally don't understand it. So which one is it?
I'll repeat it again. Try to listen. I'm telling you how reality works. I don't care about your model. I don't care what you believe. If you want to believe that water doesn't flow when there's humps or drops, I don't care. I want you to say it, and I want you to say it loud so the people out there listen. Do you understand? That's my response.
If you don't
Say it
care
again
about our
now.
model, why are you talking about it again?
You brought it up, not me.
Why are you claiming not to care about our model if you keep going on about it?
Because you're
Every
asking
day?
me. Don't ask me a question, and I won't say another word about your model.
You
Let's
ask
see if you can
questions,
do it.
mate. You tried to do the little fishing technique where you make up something and hope that Glober can answer. You've been shut down every time.
You see? You're
keep
trying.
doing
You're
it.
trying. You're still talking about it.
It's
Your
fine.
model is a
If
fantasy.
you enjoy attacking and trolling ideas, that's cool. But you can't claim that you don't care while you're doing that, because that's obviously bullshit.
No, you're the ones that are triggered. You're the ones that brought it up. And I told you, you want to talk about water? I'm your man. I can talk
really
about it
do
all
care.
day long. I can make fun of you guys using water all day long. Try me.
Why would you make fun of things you don't care about?
Because that's what you're trying to do.
And things don't understand as well.
Anyways, this is unproductive. I am gonna disengage with you guys. You're not gonna trick us into this. So either you have something to talk about, or we end the conversation.
Well, when you've been dropped on your head, comprehension can be a problem.
Right. Comments like that are not gonna go down very well here because insults are not permitted. Check the rules.
Why do you keep doing it then?
Where are
So
you
there's
from,
proof.
Dom?
They have nothing, ladies and gentlemen. I offered them to rebut. They have absolutely nothing except insults. That's what they do.
It's gonna pretend we didn't have an answer now.
Okay. Dom, where are you from, bro? If you don't mind me asking.
Southeast Norfolk.
Oh, okay. Nice.
I see. Ain't no one saying water flows when there's not an elevation change, though.
No
one said exactly.
Thanks.
Yeah, like no one says that. If there's an elevation change, water flows, right, guys?
Some people say it by accident, but Al Asma's too smart to have said that. SE just lied.
All right, let's do it. So we have a canal, 5 miles.
No, I think it's Paul's turn to talk about religion. You should
Yeah,
shut
you got
up.
a canal. It's all level.
You want to talk about religion now, huh?
Yeah.
You got a canal. It's all level.
Got a canal, it's all level, right?
You have nothing, you fantasist.
So now, in their model, when you ask them, Jeremy, from one side of the canal, which is level, to the other, how does the water behave?
It's not flowing, right? Is it not a flowing canal?
I didn't say anything about flow. Yeah, well, yeah. In reality, yeah, the canal is in a lock. It's 5 miles. There's no wind. You can say it's perfectly level, horizontal. Okay?
No, they're not going to say that. No. They're not going to say that. They don't believe it. That's where your argument needs to start right there. You can't bring it past that because they're not agreeing with that.
They're not agreeing with what? That it's not level or it's not horizontal?
Let me say something real quick. So, like, they believe the elevation is consistent throughout the curve of the Earth. It doesn't change. So you can't use that as a debate tactic, right? You can't use that as evidence.
Elevation.
the elevation is consistent throughout the curve of the Earth. So there's no elevation drop at sea level throughout the curve of the Earth. So the canal analogy is not going to work. But what I would say,
because you don't understand it.
Well, hold on. It's all right. It's all right. We don't have to agree on that. We don't have to agree on that. But what I would say is another point that you can bring forth is that how come skyscrapers, right, or the Khalifa Tower in Dubai, how come it doesn't tilt forward?
You're like a little right in that. It's getting better now. In the face there.
Because it's such a small degree.
You want to talk about skyscrapers?
It should tilt forward, and it doesn't.
Such a small degree.
Yo, my bad, guys.
Don't
My
see
bad.
it. No one's looking for 1 degree curves in buildings. 1 degree slopes, I mean.
I don't know what's going on here. We have 3 people talking about 3 different things here at the same time.
Yeah. We're working on phasing you out.
Good luck.
Yeah. SC, you're at the canal. They don't think it's horizontal. That's where your argument has to start. You can't like bring it past that because
Forget horizontal. Okay. Take horizontal off. We have a level canal, right? We have water that's level 5 miles long, right?
Okay.
Everybody's been in water. Everybody, I'm sure, has been in a calm lake and knows what that feels like, right?
Yep. The water's not moving. It's nice and still. It's all level. It's not flowing. Perfect. What else?
Exactly. Now, in that canal, in that scenario, you have 2 sides, right? I'm on one side and you're on the other side, Jeremy, of the canal, 5 miles, right? Okay. Now, how does the water appear to us in their
Does it
model?
appear to us?
When you ask them, what do they say? Because you're playing the baller now, right? You're being a baller?
All right. Yeah, sure. It's curving.
So you're admitting now that the water is curving from me to you. It's going down, right? It's curving, right?
Yeah, like a non-developable surface would. There's constant positive causing curvature everywhere.
Exactly. Now, from you to me, how does it appear?
There's drop. Wherever you're standing, you can go anywhere on that water. There's a drop from anywhere you go.
Okay, so let's be clear now, everybody listening. He just said that there's drop from me to him and from him to me, right? Everybody heard that clearly. That's
everywhere. Anywhere you go on the water, it's a sphere. Anywhere you go on the water.
We're not talking about anywhere. We're talking about in the canal now that we establish his level.
Okay, yeah. From me to you, there's drop. From you to me, there's drop.
Okay, so in their model, can I see you or can you see me? If we're right at the Sorry?
It depends on the refraction and whatnot.
I'm saying according to their model.
Yeah, their model has refraction. It depends on like if there's refraction or not.
So you're saying okay, let's say we move a bit further where they're gonna say it's the curve of the Earth. Because maybe you're not catching this.
Okay, we'll pretend there's no refraction that day. Okay, fine.
Yeah,
pretend there's no refraction.
Okay, what would we still see each other?
At 6 miles, if you're just standing on the water 6 feet high, probably not. No.
Okay, and what would be the cause of us not seeing each other in their model?
The sphere.
The water, right?
Yes, the water, the sphere on the water on the sphere, yes.
Okay, the water that you said drops from me to you and you to me. Now suddenly in the middle, there's a hump there. It humped and it's blocking us. This is what you're saying. This is what they're saying. Because you're playing the baller now, right?
That's how spheres work. That's how spheres work.
How, bro? How could 2 drops become a hump that's blocking your vision? How?
You have any balls on you right now? Like a basketball or?
No, there's no balls around me, bro.
A soccer ball. I mean, I got.
Try to explain it like verbally what you just said. How could 2 drops make a hump and block you?
Because if you're on the top of a ball and you make a horizontal, there's going to be drop, right?
How is there going to be drop? From
make
where?
a straight line anywhere on a sphere. There's going to be drop from that point, right?
All around you, anywhere. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, there's your drop, right? So we're good on the drop. So we're clear on how the drop happens. Now, if you took a basketball, put a little army toy soldier in one spot, then went, I don't know, a third of the way around the basketball, put another little army toy soldier. They can't see each other. What's blocking them would be the ball or the water or whatever's the ball is made of. The ball would be dropping them, blocking them.
That's a hump, no? Isn't that a hump?
Yeah, you call it whatever you want. It's the ball's blocking them.
But it's no longer 2 drops. There's a hump
still
there.
have drop there. Everyone still has drop from their feet. Yes, because it's still a sphere. We just went through that.
There's no drop in between the 2 people, like you said in the canal. Why can't you understand that, man?
The model doesn't say there is.
He just said it. Then your model does say that. He just admitted it in the canal.
The globe model says that anywhere you look away from you will appear to you as though you're dropping. So for me, when I'm looking at you, it looks as though you're dropping away from me and that I'm on top. And when you're looking at me, it looks like you're on top of the earth and I'm dropping away from you. And if we added a third person as well, then for him, it would look, depending on where he is, let's say he was between us, it would look like we're both dropping away from him. So,
yeah, we got it. So, SE, what's the problem is that you don't think a ball can... If there's 2 objects on a ball, you don't think the ball can block one object from seeing another object?
How can you have 2 drops making a hump?
We already went through the drop thing. You understand how the drop happens, right?
Yeah, we already went through the hump thing. You understand how the hump thing can happen, right? You understand how 2 drops can make a hump, right, Jeremy? Do you understand that?
No, I don't. I absolutely disagree with you on this. We just went through the drop thing. You understand that anywhere on a sphere, there's constant drop from any point on a sphere, right? There is drop there. You know that, right?
Yeah, you know that. We went through it on the canal, right?
Drop.
And what you're saying is absolutely ridiculous, right? You understand that, right?
Okay, there's the drop. Now, if you're on a ball and you have 2, say you have 2 army guys and you put them on opposite sides of the ball, you realize they can't see each other because the ball's in the way, right?
Yeah, you realize that one of them has a drop and one of them doesn't. One of them goes up, right? You realize that, right?
They both got drop, bro. We just went through the drop. I thought we were all clear on the drop. You're back to the
obviously we're not clear on the drop.
Okay, when you're
obviously,
standing on a
don't
sphere,
understand what drop
anywhere
is.
you are in a sphere, SE, relax, because you don't understand this, bro. Anywhere you are in a sphere, there's drop from you, right?
Jeremy, take it easy, bro, because you don't understand how drop works, bro. Water cannot drop and then hump, bro. Put that through your head, bro. There's nothing you say that's going to change that, bro.
You got a ruler on a basketball. Anywhere you put the ruler, it's going to drop. The ball's going to drop away from the ruler, right? Do you understand?
Got a ruler now. Where's the ruler?
Anywhere you put a ruler, anywhere on a sphere, there's going to be drop, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're all clear. Anywhere you put it, everywhere you can put the ruler. Everywhere, anywhere on the ball, there's always going to be drop everywhere. So we all understand if you're on a sphere, there's drop everywhere, right?
Yeah, but if you put 2 rulers, let's say you put a ruler on top and you put a ruler on the side, where's the drop, Jeremy?
In their model, there's drop on both the rulers.
Yeah, but let's say you're on the side ruler and I'm on the top ruler. Where's the drop, Jeremy?
From every point on the ball, there's drop.
See, you're model afflicted, bro. You don't get it.
I'm not model afflicted. I just understand how spheres work. You just don't understand how spheres
reality works, bro. And even in their model, it doesn't work. You can't have that, bro. No matter what you say, in any model, 2 drops will never make a hump. Do you understand that? It'll never happen, ever, in any model.
No one has said it either. You're the only one that's talking about humps.
All we need is Gio to agree with Wits and Jeremy that SE is being silly, and we can totally ban him for it.
I don't care who agrees with me, man. Water cannot be changed. 2 drops can never make a hump. Period. End of story. You can't go against that.
If you, SE, on their, do you not understand how the drop works on their model from drop from horizontal?
Yep, I understand it perfectly.
You understand it perfectly. So anywhere you go on the globe, if you make a horizontal, there's going to be drop. We're all set with that, or do you get it?
Listen, bro, I don't want to go through all this again, right? I don't care what you say.
Just tell me you understand
In
the
their
drop at
model,
least, please.
What?
Tell me you understand the drop and their model. Anywhere you go in their model, there's drop from horizontal, right? You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you understand on the ball? If two things get far away from each other, they won't be able to see each other because the ball's blocking them.
Yeah, because of a hump. Do you not understand that? Not because of
Okay,
two
so we know
drops.
how spheres work now. Good. It's perfect.
You don't get it, man. It boggles my mind, bro. It really
Dude,
does.
it's hurting me that you don't get this. It really hurts, Etsy.
All right, so let's both hurt and whatever, because we're not gonna solve this. It seems you're gonna think how things work in their model, and I'm gonna keep telling you, even in their model, it can't work. Two drops cannot make a hump. Now I don't
You
know
don't know
how
how their
else to
model
tell
works,
you
man.
that, man.
You don't know how their model works, then, bro. I don't know what to tell you.
Maybe I'll learn one day.
I doubt it.
Bro, it pains me that you don't get this. Seriously, I don't understand how you don't get it.
Bro, it pains me too, bro, because water is very simple. Very, very simple. You cannot change the flow of water. No matter how much you try, no matter what model you use, you cannot have water flow. If you have elevation change, you will have water flow. It's as simple as that. There is no fantasy in which this will change. No matter how you say gravity works, no matter what, you cannot change. You cannot make water going down between two people and then saying it blocks because of hump. You can't do it, bro. Not in my world.
You clearly don't understand it then.
Clearly, I don't get it. Yeah.
Do you want me to get a basketball in my shed? I'm running a little tight on time right now. Maybe tomorrow, or at school. You know what? We got globes at school. I'm gonna get a globe at school and take some pictures.
All right, do a little presentation, bro. The Double Drop Hump by Jeremy.
There is no double
Can't wait
drop.
to see it, bro.
Essie,
They're
what a
trying so
ball
hard to
is.
help you, and you're just not listening.
As if he's negative 10 years old.
Negative exponent, 10 years old.
What? This is two guys going at it respectfully. What, you think we all agree like you guys? We all back each other no matter what bullshit you say? No, we don't do that.
What you mean to say is you don't believe water can curve like the globe model says round a ball. But what you actually say is ball surfaces are a paradox. And that is bullshit. Because they're not.
That's well said, Don.
You've held a ball in your hand many times. We all know this. So we know you're lying.
Yeah, see, this is beneath you to think like this. This is basic shapes. The things you learn when you're like 1 or 2, where you put the square peg in the round hole and it doesn't work. These are the things you should understand right now. Simple. No double hump. Just a curved line that goes away from you.
Yep. When Zanuck comes in to agree with you, you know you're on the right track.
Everyone, I think, agrees with me, even Jeremy.
Yeah, I know.
Why do you think that this is? Maybe you should look in the mirror and say, "Fuck, I don't get it. Help me understand." And we would help you because other humans like to help each other. That's just it's instinctive to us.
Bro, when you know how water works, when you know how water flows, it's game over.
What does that
There's
mean?
no amount of bull that anybody could tell you that can convince you otherwise.
But what does that mean? You know how water works. What are you talking about?
I know how water flows. We even made a song about it.
I'm sure you did. That's all it's really good for is a song, right? I think because you write a song about
Imagine what
something
you're
doesn't mean you
trying to
understand it.
convince people. You're trying to convince people you have one Niagara Falls on one side, one Niagara Falls on the other side, but yet in the middle, the water rises up to block your
You
view.
can't even say it.
This is
You
what you're
realize you're
saying.
stupid while
You
you're
see, and you
saying it.
can't See how triggered they get? They can't even let me finish.
No, because they're saying such silly things.
Yeah.
SE.
They sure are.
If we had, maybe if you can think of the concept of this, I hate to use it again, but it's the best analogy because it's reality. A ferrofluid over a steel ball. You realize it would have a coating. It would basically create itself a coating with a depth, a measurable depth, all the way around. And albeit it might be a little thicker on the bottom, but just for the sake of the discussion, a ferrofluidic substance around a steel ball. And you could do things to make a waterfall on the top and on the side. You could do these things and make things move and create forces if you were to make depressions in the ferrofluidic, or maybe blocked it with a little, a dam. You dammed it up a little bit. If you release the dam, there'd be some movement. This is all that's happening on the Earth. And now, it may not be true. Maybe the Earth is flat, but you just aren't understanding the concept, and that's what we're concerned with. We're concerned about you, SE. It's very concerning that you don't understand something so simple as the waterfalls in two different spots on a curved surface, all having water that's flowing downward.
Have you ever been to Niagara Falls, Danik?
I have.
What a spectacular sight, huh?
Yeah, amazing.
That's how water flows, my friend.
Correct.
There's nothing that you're going to say or do that's going to change that.
It follows
Water
equal potential.
is your biggest Achilles heel of your
Hardly.
spinning ball in space. Water
It's
is
the
your
proof.
biggest Achilles heel.
It's the proof. It's actually the proof of the spinning ball in space. It actually validates it. If you understand why the water falls downward, it makes all the sense in the world.
Yeah, see, they think everything's pulled to the center. So I feel like this question would be similar to them asking you, how does your space disk float in space?
Nah, not really analogous, but I get your objection or your point.
I feel like it's a straw man, you know what I mean?
It's not a straw man. Oh my God, a straw man means you're actually not a straw man.
No, you guys are not getting. They're saying water behaves in mysterious ways in their model.
No.
You understand? And
saying
it
it
just
follows an
doesn't
exponential.
do that. Even in
They're
their
saying water
model,
follows an
it
exponential.
doesn't work.
It doesn't.
Just
So
know
water
that.
doesn't follow an exponential.
And especially in reality, it's just there's no way around it.
You have to pretend you've never seen water surfaces bend, the same as you have to pretend you can't understand balls. That's how low the level is.
No, you have to pretend that you've seen a ball surrounded by water in a vacuum spinning.
No, we don't.
Sheer fantasy.
No. Of course, surface is a water curve, just like in your bath when you splash about. You dummy.
If water doesn't curve, then go and fill up a glass and look at the top of the glass. Is the water not curving on top of the glass? Of course, water curves.
Can it curve if you slosh it around or put a force on it?
That's water tension.
Can the surface of water curve?
Spin the glass. What does the water do?
Not the same though, is it though? You can't compare a little glass to the earth, can you?
You can't admit the surface of water curves, can you? Why is that?
Me? I said the surface of water curves.
What are you talking about? The surface tension?
Yeah, like a meniscus?
That's all you
That's
got,
what they're
bro.
talking about, yeah.
Put a water on a turntable. Watch what the water does inside the glass.
You didn't need to admit it.
So let's go back to the water surrounding the ball in your model. Like, how illogical is that, and how did you come to accept that?
Because boats go over the curve.
Like, where else can you see a representation or demonstration outside of NASA of a water encompassing a solid object, i.e. a ball?
What about dust encompassing the moon?
Yeah,
I mean, why do you always
in the shape
why
of
do you
a
always got to
sphere?
take it somewhere else, Don? I'm being very specific here, and you're trying to red herring away from it.
And you guys even use
When have you ever
the
seen a puddle in the
explanation.
ice the size of the Earth?
Don,
Another
you guys,
red herring.
You haven't,
You
have you?
Go ahead, Hammer.
In
Hammer's
your
trying to get
mind,
in.
that's
Go
where
ahead.
you saw it.
you guys even say at this point that water in a glass or water in a tub. You know what I mean? Those are all containers for water. So It's sticking to the outside of a ball without the glass or the tub or anything. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I'm just getting people to admit the surface can curve under a force because people find that really hard to admit. Even though it's blatantly obvious when you have a wash.
That's fine. That's fine. Even if we accept that, how do you get it to do a full 360 to encompass the ball?
A mass pulling to the center, magic god mass.
Right.
Iron core,
gravity.
iron core, something we don't know about, a mystery that's
Gravity.
so heavy it pulls stuff towards it. That's what we believe.
Gravity.
Yes.
Something that can never be isolated, falsified, or verified. We just have to believe in this fairy tale.
You could make it work on your model if you imagined a big, heavy plate, molten iron
I'm
plate.
just saying, like, think of how ridiculous that sounds.
But you won't imagine that. You just have to make stuff up.
Like, I don't understand why you can't provide like a scalable version of what it is you believe in. It's only outside our realm of perception. You can never bring it inside a demonstratable situation.
Show me the universe in a cup. No.
No, I didn't ask for a universe in a cup.
No.
Another red herring. I'm asking for a ball encompassed by water.
The answer's no.
I mean, DMOC's been asking for this shit for years. Everyone just ignores him.
Don't be unreasonable. No, that's the answer.
What's your answer?
No, don't be unreasonable. Don't waste my time with requests like this.
What do you mean waste your time? I mean, this is the premise of your entire belief system.
You show me your flat Earth in the puddle with the ice and all that on a small scale with the sun and the moon moving around.
I don't claim that.
Polaroid sky reflecting in the south. You show me all that in a tiny model.
I mean, that's just another red herring.
Right. My request's a red herring, but your one, that's totally fine.
I mean, you're placing claims on me that I've never made.
Why don't you make any claims?
I make claims all the time, but I didn't specifically make the one that you placed onto me.
Okay, show me a little model of what you believe the Earth is.
Show you a little model of what I believe the Earth is.
Yeah, please.
Don I don't think the Earth is.
Don needs to look at a little toy model to see whether or not what you believe is real. That's why.
That's the logic I'm going with, yeah.
Yeah. It's not logic, but okay.
Yeah, where do you think I got that from?
Maybe your parents. I couldn't tell you.
Maybe it's the guy I'm mirroring.
Well, you can use that as an excuse, but I did call you out, and you're embarrassed.
It's an excuse.
No, go ahead. Go ahead and talk with the young man there, Don.
He didn't ask me for a small globe Earth just before that, did he? I imagine.
No, I'm just asking for you to demonstrate what it is you're saying. I'd like to see some sort of a possibility that what you claim is even possible.
I've got evidence, but I've not got a tiny globe for you.
No, I don't care what size it is. I just need something to show the logical connection between what it is you're believing in.
The Earth is it then. If you don't care what size, the Earth is it, what we live in and exist on.
Nah, you're the king of begging a question, bro.
No, flat Earthers beg the question to me.
What question do we beg?
You beg the question, why do you still believe the globe, even though there's all this evidence?
No, begging the question.
So,
every day, all day.
Dawn, why don't you define begging the question for us?
Oh, no, get the guy who said it first to define it, please.
Well, no, because you're using it.
No,
so
because they used it. They used it first, so they'll need
Yeah, but I know that they know what that is.
By the time he's looked it up, I will have.
No, I already know what it means. I don't think you do.
If you're Mr. Smart Language, you tell the audience what it means.
Why would I do that right now to give you the answer that you require to tell me?
I don't need that answer.
But you used the language.
So did the other guy.
Yeah, but I know he knows what it means because he used it correctly.
Yeah, we all know. We all know he knows what it means, Don. You're the only one that's suspect right now.
What does
He's proven. He's proven, Don. You're not.
Yeah, what does begging the question mean?
Prove us wrong, Don. Prove us wrong.
He doesn't want to say it.
Go ahead, Google it, Don. Go ahead.
This is why you use it so much, because you don't know what it is, bro.
Wait, you tell me what you think it means.
Between arguments.
Give him a wrong. Give him a wrong answer with it. And see if he agrees with.
Don't tell him. I want him to say, because he's the one using it incorrectly.
Just give him a wrong answer.
Don, tell us what begging the question means.
Come on, Don. You can do it.
My interpretation of what Don thinks
okay, boys, I'll give you an
unanswerable question.
Assuming all the oceans are flat, just so you can believe Earth's flat, so you can go on about the globe not being true.
No.
Don, do you think begging the question is like literally whenever someone says, which begs the question, as in like, you think it means literally just asking a question?
Assuming the whole sky's a toroid, even though you have no evidence, and then carrying on the discussion as if it is.
You're inching closer. Yeah.
So, are you guys guilty of it then?
No, I don't want to tell you.
How guilty of it? How many times a day do you do it?
I don't beg the question.
Well, I'm accusing you of begging the question. Just because you.
Yeah, but you would have to know what it is.
The only reason I accuse you, because you accuse me.
You would have to know what it is, Don.
I just told you what it was.
No, he said you inched closer, but you didn't hit it.
I've given 3 examples.
Yeah, none of them.
Just tell us what it is. Just define it.
Well, lots of words are being redefined nowadays.
Well, no, this has a very specific definition.
All words did, but we're redefining a lot of words.
But this one has a specific definition.
You guys know English. English is a bunch of spells from the Romans.
Buddy, wow. Oh, this is amazing. This is fucking amazing.
What does level mean? You guys tell me.
Now I just feel bad. Now I just feel bad for Don. Can we maybe stop picking on Don? He's
making the globe look great.
Well,
you could say, I don't really know. Sorry for using inappropriate language or something like that. You could play it cool like that. No one would care.
Oh.
Yeah.
Which it hasn't proved he knows what it means.
He doesn't have to.
He does have
He's
to.
bona fide.
To satisfy me, he has to.
Wait, you think I just told you that you were doing it, but I don't know what it means?
What, you think I just told you were doing it, but I don't know what it means?
Yes.
Yes. Your satisfaction. I do. Yeah. Yeah, I think you don't know what it was. I think you have no idea what it is.
Yes. So
or you've got a rough idea.
There you go.
It's like in the name.
Fuck it, let's do fallacy hour. Dawn, can you define straw man for me?
Crypto, can you define horizontal for me?
Ask him what a red herring is. Commit it. Continue.
Yeah, what's a red herring, Dawn? Because you just did that.
Can you define measuring?
And the reason I say this, Don, is like 4 different times today, I've heard your answer be like a textbook begging the question. Like you did this with the atmosphere as well.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying we all do that because we both believe in huge cosmology models when we're discussing it. Of course, we're basing it on stuff we believe, assumptions, what we're already assuming are true when we're discussing our own point for our own model. Of course.
No, man. Like whenever when I'm very clear about speculation and what's not. I never ever beg the question. It's fallacious.
Here, Don, I got the definition of horizontal for you. Are you ready?
Oh, you're gonna tell him the definition?
Yep, here it is. Here's the definition of horizontal, folks. Ready? The first word is flat. So the dictionary definition of horizontal, the dictionary definition that hasn't been changed on the internet, because we all know internet definitions can be changed. Well, this came from a book, which isn't being changed anytime soon.
We all think that flat is horizontal. We all agree.
It'll be that I finish. Horizontal means flat and level with the ground, or a line considered as a base. Uh-oh. Flat and level is horizontal.
We all agree that horizontal is flat. We all agree that.
Dun, dun, dun.
Doesn't mean it's level. Doesn't mean it's level though.
Zanik, maybe you can help us out. Can you define the begging the question fallacy for us?
What? It's just circular reasoning. What's the problem? Come on. Why are you beating up on Don on that?
Come on.
No. Define begging the question.
I just did. It's circular. It's a
No,
form
you
of circular.
didn't.
It's circular reasoning.
Dude, you can't define it either, man. This is why you guys still believe in the globe. You
No, I don't play your games.
How
you don't
is
know
this
what
a
begging the
game?
question is. You shouldn't be here.
Oh,
Dude, that's my point.
I love discussing logic with globes.
I think Don has used begging the question correctly throughout his declarations.
Well, then you both don't know what it is.
Yeah, what?
I know what it is. I'm not going to tell you.
Well, why don't you define it?
Why should I tell you?
Why shouldn't you?
What challenges? What do I have to gain by telling you what it means? Then you'll know. I don't think you know what it means.
Lose?
I don't think you know what it means. I gave you the hint. I gave you the greatest hint of them all. It's a form of
Dude, I needed that.
circular reasoning.
I needed that fucking laugh, dude. That was awesome. Thank you, Zanik.
Dude, this is like epically bad, dude. This is so funny, dude.
Why should I? Because if you'd have done it 5 minutes ago, we'd have moved on by now.
Yeah, like I don't think you know what it means.
This is between you. This is between you and Don, not between me and you. You know I know what it means.
I'm just amazed that
not a problem.
find it.
We're letting have a lifeline, man.
What's it? It's the only person who needs a lifeline here is you, pal.
All right, so Zanik, you can call a friend or you can ask the crowd. Are you going to take the option?
Call Eratosthenes. He knows all about
I'm
it.
not involved in this kind of discussion. I told you the answer.
Please consider the flat Earth as semi-real while we have a fake discussion.
All right, Zanik gets to phone another friend. So we've gone from Don to Zanik. Zanik, who you want to phone in for help here?
Please pretend the flat Earth is a possibility, so we can have a discussion on Discord.
It's so bad. Like the reason this all started. Oh, my AirPods died because you keep on doing it, Don. Like you did it with mass attracting mass. You did it with the atmosphere, with like not needing a containment for gas pressure, and now you did it again.
Yeah, instead of just using fallacy, tell me why do you believe that other thing, and then we'll talk about the other thing.
Can you define the fallacy?
It's when you use words to try and prove a flat Earth.
Wrong. So, Dawn, you just invoked the fallacy.
Yeah, we need to move on. We need to move. Just stop calling me that word and ask me why I think the thing that I'm saying, why I've made an assumption.
I can define fallacy, and fallacy. And that's why I get to use those words because I know what they mean, but you don't.
Well, you gave up your English language rights when you became a flat earther, so it's your own fault.
What? That's just a no true Scotsman fallacy.
This is bad.
We can't trust you.
Don.
We can't trust you to use words correctly anymore.
Yeah, again, that's just another fallacy.
Understanding logic will bring you closer to the flat Earth, brother.
Yeah, buddy. You need to get with logic, bud.
What logic? What do you mean?
What do you think logic is, Don?
I think logic is just explaining how you came to a thought, how you thought about something.
You guys think it's a coincidence that none of the Globers have a basic grasp of logic?
Well, you just interrupted me trying to tell you what it was. That's not fair.
Well, Dawn, why don't you define the fallacy? Because you invoked it. What does that mean?
I did. I told
you. Yeah,
you.
but you did it badly. Try again.
I told you an example, not the definition.
Okay,
You said when you use words to try to say the Earth is flat.
This is great. So,
man.
Would you like me to define your fallacy for you? No, you don't even want to.
Oh, so he's got Google. Hey, but Don, let him go because he's probably been pulling up Google now, so he's got a definition at hand now for you.
Google, dude. Dude, I'm driving. I'm driving too.
I'm not saying you're doing it with it. I'm saying the person challenging Don has Google open.
Listen, both of us are driving, and me and Crypto have spouted off textbook definition of fallacies 100 times.
As I have too, Witsit. So you keep on saying we don't understand logic. You're crazy. You're absolutely insane.
What's the fallacy?
You guys are the Googleists. The Googlists are running the show here.
What's the fallacy?
How am I going to Google a definition when I'm driving, dude? Right,
What's
exactly.
the fallacy? What's the fallacy, Zanuck?
When you keep begging the question over and over again instead of addressing my arguments.
No,
you're going back to begging the question.
God,
you're gonna have to start begging the question. Dude, let me help you out here. First of all, if you point out something as a fallacy, that is addressing the argument.
No, you did a fallacy.
Yes, it is.
You did a fallacy.
That's not what that means. I can't do it anymore. Okay, fallacy. I gotta just define it. It's unbearable. Fallacy is when you assume that the person's conclusion is wrong just because their argument was a fallacy. Okay? That means that your argument can suck and be invalid because it's fallacious. That doesn't necessarily mean that your conclusion is wrong. I can say water. I can say, listen, I can say when I add heat to water, it boils. And then someone asks for evidence of that, and I say, everyone knows that heat makes water boil. That's a fallacy. It's an appeal to consensus or majority. That's an invalid argument. Yet my conclusion is still true. Water makes or heat makes water boil. Do you understand what a fallacy is now?
I'm telling you, you do the fallacy. If you can't explain my fallacy and you just call it out and then move on, that's a fallacy.
I think it's just over his head, dude.
Well, yeah, but that's the point. The point is that when you make an invalid argument, that needs to be pointed out, because then you can possibly address it and make a valid argument in its place.
Correct. That's the definition of a logical fallacy, an invalid argument.
You guys are just Googling.
You gotta explain it.
Right. So, I mean,
wait a second. So the Google artists,
fallacy is hilarious because the people
Google artists are telling us that
really
we're
know
Googling.
about fallacies.
Sorry, go ahead,
People
Crypto.
don't really know about fallacy. Maybe they heard like Craig say the fallacy over and over. Maybe that's how this is working. But like, he invoked a fallacy because he doesn't know what the fallacy means, right? And so he doesn't understand that when a fallacy is made, it doesn't necessarily mean that when you say fallacy, that it re-invalidates your argument. That's what he thought it meant.
Wait a minute. I think Sensi still thinks I'm a Glover. You think I'm a Glover, Sensi?
No, I don't.
Okay, all right, just check.
Yeah, dude, this is what happens though, Crypto, obviously. So like in these debates I get in, I have to call out fallacies the whole time. Like, in fact, I only call out about 10% of them, or that would be all that happened. And so what they say in all the chats and comments, and even in the debate, is that it's a fallacy. They think that when you call out a bunch of fallacies, that is a fallacy. That's what they think it is.
Can I next time?
Yeah, they don't understand that.
Tell me about my misunderstanding. Yeah, so tell me which question I begged.
Okay, he asked you. He asked you for a demonstration of the possibility of the water bending convexly adhering to the exterior of a spherical surface, and you said the Earth, which is what the question is. Is the water bending convexly around the surface of a supposed spherical Earth? You begged the question of the Earth. It's when your argument's premise. It's when your argument's premise assumes the conclusion.
I'm admitting that's the only demonstration. That's my demonstration. If I want to use one, it's not going to be a small globe with water stuck to it because that doesn't have gravity. It has to be the actual Earth.
No, you can show. That's why I use the ball with a ferrofluidic around it. That gives you an example of how some kind of liquid can actually adhere to a spherical surface.
First of all,
through magnetism. Through magnetism, yes. Through a force, yes.
They have to use magnetism for everything, dude. And hey, Don, do you know what a begging the question is now, so that you can stop using them?
I already knew what it was.
Okay, can you tell me what it is now?
If you tell me what it is.
I just did.
Oh my god!
It's when you're arguing. When the
you were pointing out.
Listen,
you pointed out one of the questions. You did an example like I did.
No, I didn't. I literally defined it. Listen carefully.
No, you fucking didn't.
I did. I said it's when the premise of your argument assumes the truth of the conclusion.
I'm afraid that's not the definition I read on Google 5 minutes
That
ago.
is the definition.
Read it off. Read it off, Don. Let him read it. Go ahead, Don. Read it.
When you assume something to make an argument, that's the one I read.
But where was what was the source? I want to see this.
Google.
Okay, Google is just the search engine. What did it lead you to?
We agree generally what it means.
What did Google lead you to? I want the source that it led you to.
Don, yeah. Give us a citation or a source, please. Go ahead, Don.
Top result I clicked on.
Also, it's like when we say, what kind of gas pressure doesn't require containment? And you go, the atmosphere.
Exactly. I'm pretty sure that, like, if you look it up, it's almost going to say verbatim what I said. So just look up the begging the question fallacy. Dude, this is bad, man.
You've got to point out my question.
Don, you're begging the truth now.
In that example, I have to beg for you to look at the real Earth and all the things we know about it as the example for water sticking to a planet. Because that's what Daiso wants. He doesn't want a tiny ball with fluid around it, like Zanuck suggests. He wants a small globe.
Don, what you're saying,
gravity.
You're saying this to somebody who understands your model better than you. Do you realize that?
No, I don't agree with that.
Okay.
Let me help you out. Let me just help you out. So even if you can demonstrate, right, physically demonstrate the possibility of your claim being true, it doesn't actually mean your claim is true. But at least you've taken a step in the right direction, right? Like, if it's a speculative claim that you can't directly verify, at least you've offered empirical evidence. Empirical meaning observable, testable, repeatable, falsifiable. At least you've offered empirical evidence, right, to substantiate the possibility of your claim, at the least, right? Like when people say, how could the moon not fall to the flat earth? I'm like, there's all kinds of ways. It could be magnetic levitation. Then I can show you a physical demonstration of quantum locking or magnetic levitation where an object will perpetually orbit over top of a flat surface and stay in place. So now I've demonstrated with the same physical mechanism the possibility of that idea, right? The only difference is I would very clearly state, I don't know that that's what's happening. I'm definitely not claiming that's what's happening. It's just a response to your claim that there's nothing that could keep it from falling down to the flat earth. There are many things, for example, magnetic levitation. And then I gave you a physical demonstration to show it. Do you not understand that that's way more valid and intellectually honest than what you're doing?
That wasn't a conversation for me, I don't think. About the
okay,
moon.
what I'm saying, no, but dude, I'm making a point. It's if I was to do what you're doing, you would say, how would the moon not fall down to the flat earth? How does it just stay up there? And I'd say, well, look at the moon.
Well, I wasn't actually arguing for a model or against a model. He demanded a small little globe from me. So as a silly word game, I demanded
that's an argument from insanity
from him. That's all. That's the only place we got to.
No, this is what's funny though, right? Like
that's actually a lie. All I asked for was a ball encompassed by water. A scalable version. Like if you can demonstrate that, you're throwing red herrings again.
Begging the question that we can make small scale gravity balls.
Okay, let's take it step by step. Like, okay, you weren't talking about water. Okay, you say that water bends convexly around the exterior of a spinning sphere because of gravity. Now you can't demonstrate it, so you're just going to beg the question of the earth. Okay, now we're saying that water finds its horizontal level via fluid dynamics and fluid statics. Okay, and that it's typically contained and finds its level within that containment. We can demonstrate that a million ways. I can literally just fill up a bathtub. Okay, so we demonstrated
that. That's also a circular reasoning. It's also a logical fallacy called what you're begging the question. Both are begging the question. Even your example is begging the question. Because when you start affirming yes. If I said the ball, we have a ball. Why does water stick to the earth? Because of gravity. That's begging the question. And you say, well, because what prefers it to be gravity versus electrostatics or magnetism? That's why they call it begging the question. You're using the same exact example, which is another logical fallacy, to explain the reason why his description of logical fallacy is incorrect, which is kind of ironic.
You're so
yes, you did.
dude.
Yes, you did.
Dude, the premise of my argument did not assume the truth of the conclusion. I did not say the earth is flat with water laying flat on it because, look, it's flat. Just trust me, the oceans are flat. We can go out and physically measure that the surface is flat. We can demonstrate fluid statics and fluid dynamics with empirical evidence. So I gave you a physical demonstration to show the nature of water and fluid dynamics and fluid statics. That's what I just did. I gave a direct analogous of the physical mechanism that we are invoking. You can't do the same thing. You cannot demonstrate your physical mechanism. It's just a fact.
That's not a fact. Why would you even say something as silly as that?
Okay, demonstrate your physical mechanism, please.
Measurements.
Measurements is your physical mechanism.
The physical measurement of water, shape, horizons, altitude measurements of horizons going down with respect to eye level. These kind of things are all physical measurements. You can make
optical.
There's no begging the question. There's no begging a question that if I rise above a sphere, basketball, and I see the horizon of the basketball go down angularly, that is a physical measurement. It's not begging the question at all.
I asked for a physical mechanism, dude. I asked for a physical mechanism, and
the measurement, the angle is a physical measurement.
Measurements are not physical; they're conceptual, Xanax.
No, they're not.
They're definitely not physical mechanisms. Like, what is
it
wrong
is a
with
physical
you?
mechanism.
Oh, so measurements cause the water to bend around a globe?
No, you want to know why? So now you're asking about the cause of the effect, which is different than what we're talking about. No, we are talking about physical measurement to determine what the shape of something is. A measurement could be a physical mechanism to show the shape of something. You want to know what causes you're asking a different question. So now you're strawmanning me. You want to know what the cause? Hold on. You want to know what the cause of this object being a sphere is? That's what you're asking me.
I asked for the physical mechanism the whole time.
Of what?
You're claiming the water bends convexly around the exterior of a spherical surface, and you're claiming there's a physical mechanism.
Okay. Yeah, I get it. So we call that an attraction. There's attractive forces that take the water and have an equipotential all the way around this particular surface to the center of this object. That's the mechanism. Attraction.
So attraction is the mechanism?
Yes, there's an attraction.
What's actually the physical mechanism, though, that's causing the attraction? The attraction would be the effect.
That's a different question, though. Now we want to know what the cause of the attraction is.
Well, because the attraction would be the effect.
They're different questions.
No, they're the same.
Yeah, attraction actually doesn't exist.
No, it's not. Because it could be a multitude. By saying it's gravity would be circular. That would be begging the question. But no, we don't know if it's gravity or not, or we don't know if it's gravity or magnetism. We don't know, or electrostatics, or some kind of magical force.
Magnetic attraction is a misnomer. You guys don't even know what the fuck you're talking about.
Okay, but Dyslow does because he's been studying.
Magnetic attraction is a misnomer. It's actually acceleration to the null pressure point between the two magnets.
That is not that cannot be substantiated, nor even clarified, or even enunciated by you.
Yeah, actually, it is. I
want to hear Whitsitt talk about how does it. So that's begging the question, also. So Whitsitt, tell us why. No, yeah, you're begging the question. Why does it have any preference of what he just said versus how we tell it? Because it doesn't what? No, come on.
And it's not lineal.
Okay, well, please explain.
Attraction is a straight vector from A to B.
Go ahead, Dyslow. You have priority.
Over me. Yeah, I was going to say, in your mind, attraction is a singular vector from A to B, where we're telling you it's curvilinear, which extrapolates out a three-dimensional force vector, i.e. a toroid. Nothing moves from A to B in nature, Xanac. It's always curvilinear.
And I guarantee if you tell me why it's curvilinear, you will give me a begging the question fallacy. Go ahead. Why is it curvilinear? You can't answer, can you, Dyslow?
Yeah, no, I can answer.
Let's hear it. So just so everyone knows,
It's due to incommensurability.
I'm sorry, incommensurability. There we go. There's your there's your begging the question.
What is incommensurability, Zanuck?
It doesn't matter. That's the argument. The argument is a circular reasoning. You've given a reason.
So you can't define it.
Okay, so you're not gonna let me talk.
Go ahead.
Your answer is commensurability. That's your answer. Incommensurability.
Yeah,
what is incommensurability? Okay, why don't you tell us to the audience what I can't even say it. Whatever that word is, because that's made up. What does it mean?
So in order to deny it, you have to define it. So if you're going to deny it, now you have to define it.
More circular reasoning. So now I can't. Now you've given me an answer that I can't define or have an answer to because I don't know what it means. So that's the answer. It's begging the question. The question it's begging is, what the fuck does that mean?
Well, why don't you into it, Zanuck?
No, that's not the argument. The argument is you don't have an answer. Your answer is circular reasoning. Your answer is affirmative consequent. Your answer is begging the question. You don't fucking get it.
I got a definition for it, which is logical and concise. You don't understand what it is.
Tell me what it is. Go ahead. Tell me what it is.
All right. Let's pull up incommensurability so I can read it to you verbatim here.
Let's pull up incongruity as well.
Uh-huh.
You know I'm right, and you're just going to dig yourself a ditch.
No, I don't know you're right. You're not.
You are. I am right. It's
not even close.
This is like Witsit said. It's basic logic, and we do understand it. By the way, Witsit. So here we go. Here's an example of circular reasoning. Dysel is going to be the poster child for it right now, and you will too. By the way, Witsit. Go ahead. Sorry.
What's that?
No. Go ahead.
Yeah. So essentially.
Say the word again and then use it in a sentence.
Incommensurability.
Okay.
So it has to do with the intrinsic geometry that all of nature follows.
It has to do with what? You're muffled out like you had a sock in your mouth.
The intrinsic geometry which all nature follows. It's akin to the Fibonacci sequence or the golden ratio.
Okay.
Right. So if this is attached to everything in our reality, then it must be of some importance.
There we go. There's begging the question again. That what makes it more important than other theories? You can't answer because you're using circular. This is the problem with begging the question and circular reasoning. You'll just find yourself with a Fibonacci sequence of answers. The more you try to defend yourself, the more you spiral into the center of incredulity. You're just going to follow this vicious circle, this spiral, this death spiral into incredulity because you don't understand what you're saying.
No, I completely get what I'm saying. I'm pulling up to a job right now.
I'm laughing because you know it's obvious. You're not giving me the answer. You're just giving me words.
That's because you're just over talking. You just keep talking, so you don't even allow him to explain himself.
Oh, I'm sorry then. I will
quite
stop.
funny, actually. It's almost like you're avoiding.
It's the geometric expression. It's the geometric expression found within everything, whether it be innate matter or living beings or entities.
And how does that apply to the question I asked?
It's curvilinear. It's always curvilinear because it follows this geometric expression. Even your so-called math.
I mean, Witsit's. I know Witsit's in the background because I know he knows
me, dude. I gotta go.
I know Witsit's listening and laughing because he knows I'm right. Every answer he gave me was begging the question.
No, you're just not listening, and then you overtalk him, and then you overtalk me, and you have this like laughing because you know that it's not a begging the question.
It is. Come on.
You asked what curvilinear was and why it was curvilinear, and he said it was the incommensurability that gave that geometric expression, and then he defined it. It was
that's not what I asked.
That's exactly what took place, and it completely.
I asked what caused the attraction.
Circular argument.
I asked what caused the attraction. He said curvilinear. I go, what's curvilinear? He said it was this incommensurability. And I go, what is incommensurability? Oh, it is the geometric expression of all things in nature. That is begging the question.
Nope.
All that was begging the question. If you not see that,
him
if you don't know it, then you don't know what begging the
You
question means.
gotta
Okay.
fucking chill out, man. So he didn't say that that curvilinear caused the attraction. That was not.
That's exactly what he said.
That was not his claim. That
I'll go back and
curvilinear
listen to the
was
tape.
cause. Yeah, go back, listen to it.
I remember. I know what he said. He said that. I go, what causes the attraction? He says it's because curvilinear. That's what he said. That was the answer. And I go, what does that mean? Well,
They
it's
said that
incommensurability.
the attraction, as stated by them previously, was not an attraction to each other. It was an attraction to the null pressure point, in which Dyslo said that path was curvilinear.
That was caused by a curvilinear.
No, he said
curvilinear space or something.
The path was curvilinear.
So everything in nature follows this Fibonacci sequence.
Curvilinear path.
Yeah. And I said, how does that cause the attraction? And he kept on using more and more words that were made up and terms that were made up. Nothing told me the mechanism for which this attraction occurs. That is the definition of begging the question. He did this the entire time, which is ironic because we're talking about logic.
He was not defining a cause. He was giving you an explanation for the curvilinear path. You asked him what curvilinear was.
I didn't ask what that was.
It was there. Yes, exactly.
I didn't ask what it was until I asked him what causes the attraction. I said the attraction. There's not an attraction. It's not an attraction. It's just because it's a curvilinear. He said that in the beginning. It's not an attraction. That's a misnomer. It's curvilinear. That's what he said.
It's
what
a
does that mean?
curvilinear path. Both him and Witsit said that it was that both objects were moving towards the null pressure point.
Right. And how does that cause an attraction?
Well, if you have a null pressure point, right? If you have pressures that are mediating and you have a point between them, which is a 0 point in pressure, the pressures would mediate to that null pressure point. There would be a movement based on that that pressure mediation, right? So like high pressure moves to low pressure. Why? Why does high pressure move to low pressure?
Because if there's a differential force, there will be an acceleration.
Right. So when they said that the
second law of
acceleration
thermodynamics, you'll never know why.
Yeah, so some of these are laws of nature, right? And when they say that it's an acceleration towards a null pressure point, you should understand that if you understand why pressure systems move the way that they do, right? So if there's a null pressure point, meaning there's a 0 pressure in between them created by this geometry.
That's begging the question again. What means that this pressure is? It's not even answering the question at all because the null pressure point is all nonsense. But I know what you're saying. You're saying there's a higher pressure moving to a lower pressure.
It's not answering the question.
Well, okay. So we're asking why is there a higher pressure moving or trying to move toward a lower pressure point? This null pressure, as you're calling it. Why is this happening? What is causing this higher pressure? We have multiple forces in nature. We all agree. It could be a magnetic force. Could be a gravitational force, could be all sorts of forces, atomic force. What force is causing it to move from a high pressure to a low pressure? Because I don't think anyone would disagree with high pressure things move to low pressure when they're allowed to, when they're not.
It's funny you were about to explain why, though. It's funny that you were about to try to explain why high pressure goes to low. Xanax, stop, man. You're just rambling nonstop, bro. You got to stop at some point. It's funny that you were about to try to explain why high pressure goes to low pressure. Nobody knows that shit, dude.
No, we do know that.
You know the law of the second law of thermodynamics. You know why that happens.
I do. Yes, I do. And it has to talk about energy movement. Energy moves from high to low.
Well, cite it.
That's the definition of second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah, it's a law. It says what happens. It doesn't say why it happens.
Well, the why of the second law has to do with things like gas law or Newton's laws. Those are all fundamental foundations for the second law. Why
None
something
of them
moves?
say why.
Because if something is higher pressure, that means there's forces acting on objects around them, molecules, atoms, whatever, could be even substances, that are greater than some other area that you're talking about. This other area has less forces acting on these particles or objects. So obviously, if they're able to interact, the higher forces will impart forces and accelerate the objects that are moving at a slower velocity and accelerate them to higher velocities so that these forces then will equalize in the system. That's how energy moves. When you have high energy near low energy, in form of pressure, the pressure will accelerate those particles in the other side until everything in the system is actually moving at the same velocity.
Okay, so you know why high pressure. You know why high pressure goes to low pressure.
I just got done telling you that the higher velocity objects are hitting lower velocity, changing the momentum with this force that was required because they are going faster, and this change in momentum will accelerate those objects, and so all things will equal. So there will be
asking why. He's asking why, and the why is because it seems like
momentum is exchanged. That's why.
I'm after you both, you guys, especially you, Zan.
No, I'm
one at a time.
The reason why it happens is because in the universe there is a tendency for things to seek a balance. That's why it happens. No one actually knows exactly why. But it's because the universe.
Zanuck knows exactly why. Why'd you jump in? Zanuck knows exactly why.
Yes. So yes, these things will equalize, and the equalization mechanism is this change of momentum. The exchange of momentum is what we're talking about. Very clear. That's what happens.
But you're gonna have to forgive me if I don't just believe you. Can you just cite that real quick?
Cite what? That this is why pressure equalizes?
Cite the why. Cite the why. Why does the second law of thermodynamics happen? Yeah, why?
Which part of the second law of thermodynamics? There's several properties.
High pressure to low pressure.
Well, it's really more about
high energy to low energy.
High energy moving to low energy. Hot moves to cold.
Yeah, why?
Because the hot will heat up the cold.
Dude,
it'll impart energy into the cold. There'll be a momentum change of those particles.
Okay, cite it.
Okay, let me come back with you. A little citation for you.
I was hoping for I am the citation.
Crypto, I was very close to saying that, but I figured I'd defer back to something more easily palatable for Jeremy.
Well, I do appreciate that you consider it. Thank you.
There's a tendency for forces to seek equilibrium. We don't know why, but that's the way it is. No one knows exactly why.
Zanuck just told us he knows exactly why.
He's explaining how it happens. I think he misunderstood the question slightly.
He doesn't have to explain
No,
it.
I didn't. I understood very well. There's a mechanism. There's a mechanism that allows hot to move to cold. The mechanism is these atoms.
The mechanism perfectly.
I'm trying to explain to you. You're just talking over me. The mechanism is the faster velocity atoms will impart a momentum to the slower velocity atoms because things are going faster, hit something going slower, there'll be an exchange of momentum. And this momentum change is how this equalization occurs. That's the mechanism. You want a citation? It's in the chat right now.
I agree with you, though. I agree with you. That's exactly how the mechanism works. But what he was asking was why it happens. Like, why is the reason that it moves from hot to cold, from faster to slower? Why not the other way around?
No, we answered you already.
Okay.
You're just not listening now.
I'm agreeing with you.
No, I gave you both, the mechanism and why. All of it. I gave you. Stop talking to me. You're irritating me now.
Okay.
It's in the chat, Jeremy. And I heard him also. He almost said entropy. and I didn't want to go down that path, but I'm glad he did, and he talked more about just primary
the centrifugal
thrust of
forces.
the second law, which is why energy moves from high to low.
Why does it do that? You just posted something that just told us what it does. Why does it do that? Why does it go from hot to cold?
Well, it comes back to it actually relates to the first law. Energy cannot be created nor destroyed. So if you have something that has high energy and it hits something since this energy cannot be destroyed or created, it'll impart that energy to this other object. That other object will share in the kinetic energy, and that will be equalized. There'll be an equilibrium.
But why, Danik?
Because when something bounces off something, it changes direction. When something changes direction, there's a force required. When force required, that requires energy. So the energy is actually transferred. It's not created; it's just transferred. So the transferred energy is why things will equalize out. Why will become equilibrium in that particular system due to these objects exchanging energy via these forces.
Virtual forces,
not virtual forces.
So equalization would be a result due to the idea is that it's moving to the least resistance point of space, therefore equalizing?
No.
Yes.
You missed the point entirely.
If it's going to transfer energy, it's going to go from the high state to equalization. That's what the whole process is about, is equalization, which it moves to the point of least resistance.
Pseudo.
Virtual particles.
And that's what the second law says.
So if the geocentric and heliocentric models are both kinematically and dynamically equal in validity, but the geocentric model would not have the dark matter and dark energy problem, wouldn't that mean that the geocentric model is more viable than the heliocentric model? I actually told SC at like 8 o'clock this morning that I was going to ask this question throughout the day, and the ballers would never actually answer it.
I'll answer it. There's some aspects of the geocentric model that actually makes sense on a galactic scale because of that reason, but locally it doesn't.
That
So
actually
we could
didn't
have a
answer the
hybrid.
question. So
I did. I said it makes more sense in some ways, not always.
First of all, they're dynamically and kinematically equivalent in validity. Like, maybe you should listen to my question very carefully. I'm going to say it again. If the geocentric and heliocentric models are dynamically and kinematically equivalent in validity, equal in validity, yet the geocentric model would not have the dark matter and dark energy problem, wouldn't that mean that the geocentric model is more viable than the heliocentric model?
It's got caveats, but in some ways it does, yes.
The answer is just yes.
No, it's not always yes, because we have things like the moon's orbiting the sun, the Earth. That's geocentric.
Do you not know what kinematically
yes.
equivalent means?
Yes, I do.
What is kinematics?
It's the motion of these objects, the things in motion, the study of motion.
It's the study of the bodies moving in relation to one another.
Right. It's implied. Study of motion, objects in motion. So
No,
yes,
in
kinematically, we
relation
can say there's no difference between what we see, the sun moving around us, or us moving around the sun. We can do transforms to show both can be equal.
Okay, so we agree that they're kinematically equivalent in validity.
But it's not even necessary. Like the question was based on that anyway, so it doesn't even need to be like true in reality. Like, so he's asked basically, Zanik, he's asked you if things are equivalent, then X, and then your rebuttal was, but they might not be equivalent. That's not answering the question.
They're no. I said because it's not an easy subject to talk about. A lot of factors here, but yes, generally, there are ways we can solve for the problem, dark energy and dark matter, by saying that the entire universe revolves around us. That seems to get around the use for a lot of ancillary, made up, unknown, ununderstood influences to be able to allow for us to answer the questions of why things behave the way they do kinematically. So yes, in many ways it works. In some ways it doesn't. Hold on. In some ways it doesn't, though. That's only caveat.
So your reply to me pointing out that you didn't answer the question properly was to just repeat the same invalid answer.
Yeah.
If it was completely answered and resolved all the issues, then it would be established. It would be agreed upon right now.
Do you know what the word if means? Do you know what the word if means?
If, because it's not completely, does not completely satisfy all aspects of the question.
It's crazy, bro. It's a
Where's that nervous laughing?
Come on, man. I know that you know that you're being deceptive here. I know that you know.
In case you were curious, Danik, I also know that you know. See, like, and you said it's not a simple question to answer. It is actually very simple. It's very simple. If there's a kinematic and dynamic equivalence between two models, yet one of the models has a 96% discrepancy, and the other model does not have that 96% discrepancy, which one of the models is more viable? That's such a complicated question.
Again, there's caveats to that, because yes, it does solve for a lot of the problems, but it also creates problems. Hold on, it also creates problem of its own. For example, the orbits of Mars.
Dude, I literally have a paper that specifically shows the kinematic and dynamic equivalence in relation to the Sun, Earth, and Mars.
I know, but the math. This is kind of ironic, because you talk about how it's just math. It's math. So yes, the math works out. You can have these strange paths of Mars orbiting the Earth, and it kinematically works out with the math. But then in reality, what allows it to have these paths?
That's called dynamics, right? That's called dynamics.
The dynamics is just a study of these bodies in motion, like you said.
No, that's kinematics. You're so
I know.
lost always.
No, I know. The dynamics, the kinematics, all the physics that are involved with motion. We all seem to have a high level understanding here. We're talking about it. But when I look at Mars and I see that motion that has the loop-de-loop as it runs around the Earth, if the Earth is the center, even though it works out mathematically, it doesn't make sense in physics that it can do that.
That's called dynamically, and it does make sense. So
No.
you're wrong.
What force? So you realize that things make a circular path. There was a force required for them to achieve that path, right? Because circular motion means a constant change of direction. Who's eating? Crypto, is that you?
Oh, sorry. I'm not
No
eating.
problem. Oh, thanks for qualifying that too. So you say, well, it's due to electrostatics, or you're going to have some reason for it. But I'm just saying that we don't have agreed upon reasons for why we can actually substantiate and validate how an object that large, that far away, at that speed can make those kind of motion changes.
Your ability to create such a convoluted paradigm of conversation is like actually pretty impressive. But anyway, for one, kinematics is the way that bodies move in relation to each other, which means geometrically mapping out the motion of the stuff in the sky.
We already said that.
Dynamic. Can you please stop? I have to teach you. So dynamics. Seriously. So dynamics is the dynamic relationship between the bodies that causes that motion, like the force. These are two totally different things.
Yes, I know, and I mentioned both.
So what you tried to say when you said that, but how would it happen? And you couldn't explain it in terms of physics. You're talking about dynamics. But
yes, we agree.
I clearly stated both a kinematical and dynamical equivalence. So you don't seem to understand.
I do understand.
I was going to say, stop interrupting me, dude. I'm teaching you. Raise your hand. I'll call on you when I'm done. So you then said something about electrostatics or something. But even within the Einsteinian framework and within the Newtonian framework, you can show the kinematic and the dynamic equivalence of the two models. When equivalence of validity. This is just a
Explain
fact.
to me how Mars can make a circular path sometimes throughout its path around the Earth.
So you're asking about retrograde? Like,
yes.
This is what's wrong with the ballers. They think retrograde only works in a heliocentric model. Like, you guys are on like first base. So what I'll do is I'll try to remember to send you a little animation, okay, that shows this when I get back. Oh, did I forget my phone?
Is that the one that has all the squiggly lines, and then the other one's nice and circular, and we all believe that the Earth is kind of in one of those orbits, and then the squiggly line one that looks all crazy is the one we all should accept because reasons?
No, this is an animation that shows retrograde from a heliocentric perspective, and then it flips over to a geocentric perspective showing retrograde. It's like an 8-year-old could look at it and understand.
Okay, why don't you show that to me?
Same with parallax and aberration.
Show me a retrograde of the heliocentric model.
Yeah, I'll show you the animation whenever I'm not at the store. But anyway, so the primary point here is that if they're kinematically and dynamically equivalent in validity, and by the way, if you invoke either Einsteinian or Newtonian mechanics, you actually have to say this, then the geocentric model is exceptionally more viable because it doesn't have the 96% discrepancy that the heliocentric model does. So, like, if we're talking about quote unquote science, we're talking about trying to figure out the most viable theory. How in the world are we pretending to know it's a heliocentric model when it's 96% less viable?
I already agree with you that it seems like a hybrid of these theories makes a lot of sense to me, especially the fact that there's so much, like 95% of this makes literally is translated to say it doesn't make any sense. And the other way, geocentric makes more sense because those 97% issues go away. So I lean toward that.
So how would we hybridize these two mutually exclusive models?
Good question. I don't have the answers, but I would imagine it's some kind of hybrid. What's it funny?
Well, because you can't
why is that
hybridize
funny?
mutually exclusive models.
No, hybrid. You could still have, for example, what if our solar system is the center of the universe?
Oh my god, that's not even
Why would
possible
you say?
based on the. It's not even possible based on the observations. I think that you actually don't understand this stuff.
No, I do. I do very.
No, you don't. But it's okay,
Yes, I
dude.
do.
So then you agree that if
Astrophysicists have been debating about this for years now.
I know, I just dunked on one the other day live for thousands of people. So here's the question. So then you agree that if they're kinematically and dynamically equivalent, then the geocentric model is actually more valid. See, I would consider stuff like dark matter and dark energy a pretty big issue with cosmology, right? I mean, 97%. I mean, we can get into all the details too, of course. Whenever you don't have nearly the energy you need, right, known as the cosmological constant, which is the energy causing the expansion, the accelerative expansion of the universe, which is called the Hubble constant. And then we have the Hubble tension issue.
Well, the Hubble constant was incorrect, right? The Hubble constant was incorrect.
Calm down, man. And
What?
then, calm down. They're all. All of it's incorrect. And then we see that they claim that space is expanding 4 times at least 4 times the speed of light. And then they try to get.
I think it was 10 times.
Dude, I'm teaching you, man. You should pay me tuition, man. $, what's it get
No,
you?
I already understand this. You've talked about stuff I learned, 20, 30, 40 years ago.
$, what's it get on Cash App?
Yeah, but look, they go ahead. I'm sorry. That's what you're doing.
Yeah, just real fast. So then they try to figure out where can we get this energy from? We need a lot of energy to make the universe expand 4 times faster than the speed of light. So where are we going to get this energy? So they then looked at, well, it's a vacuum. So they're like, okay, well, vacuum energy, that would be a perfect fix, right? Quantum vacuum energy. So we'll just go with that. But then they try to apply it to what they need, and it's way too much energy. In fact, 10 to the 120th power too much, right? So they can't use quantum energy. It would actually be way too much energy. So now they're just kind of stuck there. And then dark matter, right? We see that only 1% of the mass needed for the galaxies to stay within the galaxy clusters were there. 1% prediction, right, of the prediction. So that didn't work. And then we had the galaxy rotational speeds where the outer edges were moving just as fast as the inner edges, violating Newtonian mechanics and any type of gravitational claim. So they need what's called dark matter. They've now said that dark matter makes up 84% of all matter in the universe. These are major problems, and neither one of them are even a problem at all if the Earth is in the center. So which one should we go with?
Wait, that's the joke. Is they say it's only 96%, bro. That's counting black holes and quasars and raining diamonds on Jupiter, bro. It's literally more like 99.9999999% fucking Yeah, I mean, dude, all the fictitious
No, they
horse shit
don't
they
say
made
that,
up to even
Brian. You're
get
making
it that close.
nonsense now.
Wait. Which model should we go with then? Yeah. I'm just gonna start talking about. You know, how, you guys know how I went on my like relativity bender. I'm about to go on my geocentric bender. Just slice them up, have them all spiraling. I can already go ahead and tell you what the anti-flat earthers on the internet are gonna do. They're gonna say, "Oh well, Witsit at least finally came to his senses and acknowledges that the Earth's a globe. The geocentric models he's invoking assumes a globe."
Yeah, but what?
Flaw number one. Their own citations debunked them.
Yeah, but if the Earth's not spinning around the sun, like the other day, man, I had to drop out. I had something to do. They were all jumping, like talking about, well, all that Michelson Morley, what y'all say just means it's not rotating around the sun. But what they're failing to realize is that if the Earth is not going around the sun, it can't be spinning. It doesn't work in their model, which means then it can't be round. I mean, their whole model just starts crumbling to pieces if it's not going around the sun.
Yeah, for sure. But that's why I'm honing in on it, because I'm well aware of the implications, and I know that they have no way out, because I actually know I've researched their model better than them. There is quite literally no way out. This is why, if you ever get annoyed with the anti-flat earthers, just bring this up, hold them to it, and it'll get quiet.
That's how you defeat your enemy. You use his, you find out what he believes and you use it.
Yep.
Pretty powerful.
I did it with relativity, and they freaking spiral for weeks. Now I'm doing it with Newton and Einstein and the entire heliocentric model. And dude, it gets worse and worse and worse and worse.
This is their story they tell. You're not making that up. You're what they believe.
Yep.
Witsit, I'm still waiting for you to do an episode called The Succession of Errors.
He pretty much has done it. He just ain't titled it that.
That's how they devise everything, through a succession of errors.
Bro, I just released episode 3 of Celestial Navigation on the Flat Earth, and the more I look into this, man, I mean, I found out the hands on the Gleason's map. One is a longitude, and the other one is a time hand, and the longitude hands has the latitude marks all the way down it, so it spins in a circle. And dude, it's so obvious that it was literally used for celestial navigation. And the more you look into it, dude, it's just ridiculous, dude. It's like
Brian, as far as I understand, it's a sun clock, and it wasn't used for navigation like you described.
Either way, dude, you look at it and you see that there's no way they could go out there and use a globe with celestial navigation with the angles and the tilt and all that bullshit, dude. It would take a fucking scholar and fucking two students to work it out on an AE map, bro. It's so obvious and easy.
Brian, the issue is the declination from the circles. So when you're going to claim 23.4, you're claiming a declination angle, which is derived from a sphere.
Anyway,
before this gets too far, can we get an answer from the globe side to Witsit's question? I don't think they've answered yet.
No, but I'll just repeat the question so you guys can know what to ask if you ever just want to shut them up and just completely win the entire conversation, because they don't understand the implications. Brian started pointing out the implications. This is called being intellectually tactical, right? We know the implications of this, so just focus in on the first domino and then watch them fall. So this is the question. You can rephrase it, I guess, if you want, but if the heliocentric and geocentric models are dynamically and kinematically equivalent in validity, yet the geocentric model does not have the dark matter and dark energy problem, wouldn't that mean that the geocentric model is more viable in the heliocentric model.
Have the answer for the energy, and then there you go. So they didn't have the answer for the energy. That's why dark matter, dark energy is there. So what is the energy in the geocentric model?
So the geocentric model doesn't need the energy because, for one, the geocentric model doesn't have the universe, doesn't have an accelerative expansion. So that's not even a problem. You don't need energy for that. And then how fast the galaxies are moving doesn't matter either, because there is no presupposed universal limit to light. And since the entire cosmos is moving around the Earth, it has this gigantic angular momentum. And the further away from the Earth you get, the faster it's going, right, to maintain that angular momentum from the Earth all the way out. And so the galaxies are just moving super fast around the Earth. And what this does is it causes which in this understanding, it means that the galaxies complete a circuit once a year. No way. That's just so illogical that the galaxies complete a circuit once a year, and that the magnitude and immensity of the force generated by this angular momentum and the motion of the distant galaxy would then translate a net centripetal force towards the Earth, thus hold it there and hold everything else in angular momentum perpetually.
If you want evidence of that, look at the galaxies themselves. The stars on the outside are maintaining with the stars on the inside. So there's direct fucking evidence in there, and by their observations that that this shit is happening on multiple levels.
Correct. It's literally over. It's just over. So because if you want to take it back to where this all started, you have the geocentric idea, heliocentric idea, and they all were like, oh, it's heliocentric because Kepler came up with laws. Now you can satisfy Kepler's laws with the neo-Tychonic system. And then Newton thought, when he came along with the dynamic force, he's like, oh, well, he applies it to a heliocentric model. But it's because he doesn't. Now, Newton didn't even come up with any type of mechanism, right? Basically, he just denoted the relationship of the bodies dynamically, including a force assumption, and then didn't define it. It could literally just be an ether facilitating instantaneous action at a distance, and there's some real force, probably electromagnetic in nature, that causes the stuff to move around. That probably is actually what happens anyway. So now, of course, you don't have to apply it to the absurd distances and nonsense that they claim in the vacuum and all that. But anyway, so he said that space was absolute and fixed, which means he couldn't think of a way to generate an equal and opposite force, which is what would be required to keep the Earth in the center. But if you actually don't have an absolute fixed space, rather the entire cosmos moves around the Earth, then that'll cause that very real equal and opposite force. It'll be centrifugal force, and it'll also generate Coriolis force, which will be twice as strong. So then you'll have a net centripetal force towards the inside. So a radially inward accelerative centripetal force towards the inside. You also have Euler forces, which are much less impactful in the grand scheme of things, the primary ones being centrifugal and centripetal based on the Coriolis. Anyway, so according to Newton's own physics, in his own system, in his own words, if you didn't have an absolute fixed space, then the Earth could be in the center, and perpetually so. And this also fixes the problem he pointed out, which is like to think that gravity is some force that's an innate and inherent property of matter itself that acts on other brute matter through great distances in a vacuum is absolutely absurd. But you don't have that problem with an etheric geocentric model. You do have instantaneous action at distance. There's literally a medium connecting the body. So it's actually all the way top to bottom, the geocentric model is more viable. Like literally top to bottom. If you want to keep going through the history, you can fast forward up to where you get to Einstein, who had to remove the absolute fixed space, right? Which, there you go. You're giving even more validity to geocentrism at that point. He puts out special relativity in 1905, saying that there's a universal speed limit of light, and that there is, of course, no absolute frames of reference, and that he asserted the non-existence of ether. By the time we get to 1915 and he puts out general relativity, He flip-flops and says, I was wrong when I asserted the non-existence of an ether. Some type of ether in the sense of physical properties of space has to exist for relativity to even be a thing. And he removed the universal speed limit of light and then acknowledged validity in the Machian principle, because Mach had to come to him in between 05 and 15 and say, wait, you're not applying this to the distant galaxy, so you're not understanding the implications of your theory. And then he wrote him a letter and said, looks like you're right. I have to concede you're right, and you're being ridiculed for no reason. So, long story short, that's the whole progression where now relativity has been forced to remove the assertion of non-existence of ether and remove the universal speed limit of light, which is the two parameters needed for geocentrism. It's hilarious. And then you go a little forward to 1925, and that's when you get into Edwin Hubble looking out and seeing, well, they expected there to be blue shift and red shift all over the place, mixed up. And in fact, relative to the center of wherever that universe is expanding out from the Big Bang, from the Big Bang, but they didn't see that. They only saw red shift at all the distant galaxies. So to say, oh, well, it does look like we're in the center, but that's an illusion. It's going to look like you're in the center everywhere you are. Like literally every step of it. You can go back a little bit to 1919, Arthur Eddington and Einstein's eclipse observation, where they pretended that it was verification of relativity. And you look at it, actually only two, after fudging the numbers, only two of like the 35 plates showed the effect even close to relativity prediction. Two of the 35 plates after fudging the numbers. And they weren't even precise enough to make the measurements. We know that now. And then no one's been able to replicate it since.
Because that whole experiment's begging the question. That whole experiment's begging the question in the first place.
But that's actually granting them that the actual observation happened. It didn't. It's a lie. Only two of the 35 plates even showed anything really close to what you could say relativity predicted. And they had to fudge relativity's prediction itself and fudge the numbers of the observation, and it wasn't precise enough. And then Eddington did it again, and it didn't show it at all. And the people have done it since then, it doesn't show it at all. We don't even have to go into the correlation, causation, begging the question thing. It's not even a real thing. So then you move forward even, 1933, and you have Fritz Zwicky observing that the galaxies, there's not near enough mass in the galaxy clusters to prevent the galaxies from escaping. So what's keeping them there? There must be 99% more mass than gravity predicted. And then you fast forward to 1955, and you have Vera Rubin observing the galaxy rotational speeds and the outer edges of the galaxies moving just as fast as the interior, which blatantly refutes the heliocentric model and Newtonian Einsteinian mechanics, the gravitational assumption. And now it's 2023. None of those problems have been solved. They claim that there's no center to the universe, but there was a singularity and everything expanded out from that point, but there's no center. They claim that everywhere you are looks like you're the center. So simultaneously, it's expanding away from every point at the same time in all directions, right? And they claim they now have tons of redshift anomalies all throughout the entire universe that don't match the prediction. They see red and blue shift in the same area. The redshift's not evenly distributed. They have areas where there's peculiar velocity of certain galaxies that are way too fast moving in the wrong direction, where they've now created the idea of dark flow. They now have to say space is expanding a minimum of 4 times faster than the speed of light. They can't explain the energy to try to get there. The one attempt they had was 10 to the 120th power off. And now we just have the undefined terms of dark matter and dark energy to try to save the day for a 96, 97% discrepancy. And it is all solved, and every single observation means what we see just is what we see, and it all works.
Hold on, Witsit. One issue though with dark matter is action at a distance, right? That's usually what dark matter is attributed to, is action at distance. What is action at a distance at the geocentric model? What's causing the action at a distance? If it's not
there's
dark,
an ether. There's an ether.
Okay.
Yeah, and now why was the ether thrown out? Because Michelson-Morley didn't find the fringe shift based on the heliocentric assumption of the orbital velocity of the Earth going around the sun 30 kilometers a second, even though it was over 10 times more sensitive than it needed to be. So they threw the ether out. Well, if the Earth is stationary, of course Michelson-Morley didn't detect any motion around the sun, because there is no such thing. So now we still have the ether. And then if you go to 1935 Michelson-Gale-Pearson, it did match the sidereal rotations prediction within 98% accuracy every single time, which shows the only and then you combine Airy's failure, right, where he had the air field telescope and the water field telescope, and basically if we're actually going around the sun and spinning, then we should have saw the light actually hit the side of the telescope, but it didn't. It made it all the way through in both telescopes. So combining all of these, Michelson-Gale, Pearson, and Michelson-Morley, and then the cherry on top, Airy's failure, then the only viable explanation to explain why there is sidereal rotation but no orbit is that the Earth is not moving, and there's one real rotation, which is the sky around the Earth. So, and of course, the person that discovered that effect, the Sagnac effect, said it was a vortex in the ether. It's just also that.
It would also clear up a lot of the sidereal diurnal motion discrepancies when it comes to a unified motion of 15 degrees per hour. Once the Earth is stationary, it's easier to, I would imagine it would be easier to calculate these motions without an additional rotating of a body, right?
Yeah, exactly. You wouldn't have to say that the Earth is slowing down and speeding up all the time. It's just that the sky itself is moving. It's not us. Every single part of it is an absolute death blow. I think that it would be tactically efficient for us. I know I just talked a long time, but I'm like just laid it all out. And I think that we should hone in on this and make sure we familiarize ourselves with some of the specifics, because I promise you're not going to hear them say anything but sophistry. They're just going to gaslight you and ignore everything you said and say, "Oh, you think you're smarter than all scientists? You think you're smarter than Einstein?" It's like, no, I'm literally invoking him. So, yeah. Anyway, I'll stop ranting now.
Good time. So who's going to be the first to change the size of the sun and the orbital path of Mars around it?
Well, that's another good question, because basically the whole thing is they say the Earth has to go around the sun because the sun is such a bigger mass than the Earth. Well, for one, I don't even have to make that assumption. But secondly, that's not true if you include the rest of the universe. Then actually, no, we wouldn't go around the sun. So, I don't know. I mean, obviously, we would have a step to do ourselves to implement a topographical plane that's stationary. And, how do you know the distances and sizes in the medium? It's like you'd have to make some assumptions. That this would actually require a team effort, which is why the real solution is to shatter the modern paradigm of heliocentrism. So now you have all these people with years of experience of studying the sky. They can compartmentalize different aspects and make more viable explanations. There's actually no way that like a couple of us on Discord are going to get together and rewrite all of astronomy.
Well, you mentioned that Einstein concurred with Mach, right? And we talked about this yesterday.
Yeah, he said that the Machian principle is valid. And it's because Mach had to point out to him he wasn't even considering the stuff in the distance. Einstein's such a genius that he didn't even consider the distant galaxies. What a genius.
Well, but in 1917, he wrote another letter to Mach and saying, "I'm sorry, buddy, but it doesn't appear to be that the universe is doing anything, but only interactions of mass between mass produce any results," something like that. That was in 1917.
No, you're going to have to give me the actual letter and what the actual context and wording was, because what he actually said in 1920 was that we cannot claim any unlimited validity to the universal speed of light, which means he admitted in 1920 that, in fact, the stuff in the distance could be moving faster, and that would generate a real force. And this is basic physics that can be replicated on the Earth. So,
yeah, this was in reference to the universe causing any effect on the surface of the Earth, that there didn't appear to be, they were too far away to cause any effect.
Yeah, but okay, for one, the main dispute was that the lights would have to go faster than the speed of light. Anything past Neptune would have to go faster than the speed of light. But in 1920, Einstein said, well, actually, things can go faster than the speed of light. In the presence of gravitation, material bodies can go faster than light. In fact, there's no limit to the speed. Okay, and then if you have an ether, then you have a medium to directly impact things instantaneously, which means you now have instantaneous action at a distance. So that's what he wasn't accounting for. If you apply a speed limit assumption and you assert non-existence of ether to facilitate the distance or action at a distance, then you can say whatever you want to about it not working. And then he actually ends up saying that spooky action at a distance is what he calls it. No, it's just that there's an ether and it facilitates it, and it doesn't work with his theory. There's nothing spooky about it. There's a background medium there connecting everything. Of course, it can be instant. There's no way out. I'm just letting you know. Like I've done my research. But I would love if people would send me these letters that Einstein specifically says this, so I can actually read the context and not just paraphrase what he said out of context.
Well, I posted it yesterday. I'll have to.
Well, I can try to search it later. And of course, I've shown you modern physicists showing this very thing. I've also shown you William Rosser in an introduction to general relativity, who was a colleague of Einstein, explaining specifically that material bodies in the distance can go way faster than the speed of light. And in fact, relativity necessitates us concede this. So here's my real question. If you have an ether, you have the entire universe moving around the Earth, the stuff in the distance is going way faster than the speed of light, and there's an ether connecting all the bodies, how would that not translate a force to the Earth? How would that angular momentum of the entire universe, including immense magnitudes of distant galaxies moving around the Earth, how would that not generate a force that's imposed onto the Earth? That would literally be denying basic physics.
It should be already acknowledged that base conversation or optical experiment, according to physics.
Yeah, no optical or terrestrial experiment can actually establish the motion of the Earth, and everything on the Earth takes place as if the Earth is in a state of rest. That's what he said.
Well, I just watched a Einstein relativity lecture, and the student asked the professor, is there a way that we can test for relativity mechanically or optically? The professor said no mechanical tests and no optical tests can prove relativity.
That's right. That's why it was such an ingenious, clutch save for the heliocentric model, because it's unfalsifiable. But you'll have people
you still haven't gotten that book yet?
No, but I'll have to check again because I don't go every day because it's like a 30-minute drive.
Other people got it, so I don't know why. Like I'm just getting eyes on it for the story, right? If you bother to read it, you know that you're going to be reading some things that will be corrected, but essentially the story is there, the essence.
I'm literally waiting to get it, bro. I DM'd you my address, bro, and I still ain't got it, but I'm really excited because I listened to you ask a lot of questions along the way, from dating way back, bro.
I appreciate that, Brian. The copy that I printed off, I already sent out. The final copy that I will be doing will be hopefully the 99% proof edited one, and then it's done and date because I've already printed off like 3 or 4 versions. I think 4 versions of it now, just to hand it out to have people that I know read it and give me advice on it.
I'll read it the second I get it, bro. But I'm just waiting on it.
What did you end up rocking? What was the title you went with again?
The Great Delusion.
Nice. Very nice. But you said you wrote it kind of from like a perspective of just laying out the info, not asserting a conclusion.
Yeah, so I basically tell the story as far as from neutral position, but also from a position where I have a few things that have been challenged upon me, because as you're in this arena, you get challenged, right? You get challenged to prove your assertions or your beliefs. So based on that premise of being challenged on my beliefs, I presented a few claims. But at the end of the book, I give you my thoughts on it all. Like I give you the breakdown of my thoughts, but throughout the book, there's a story there. There's the story of where the everybody, not everybody, but people involved, kind of what they feel, what they thought, and then allow the picture to be painted from whoever's reading it to understand that they can make their own choice with the information, and that's really what's key is making your own choice with the information.
Yeah, for sure. I like it, dude. Hey, real fast, has anyone seen Bacon in here lately? Because I really want to have this conversation with Bacon, because I told Bacon about this, but not nearly as detailed. I wasn't as researched. I told him about the Machian principle and how Einstein wrote in a letter that it was valid. And then it took him a couple weeks. Him and Kosho and all them worked together. And they finally came up with a rebuttal after like literally 2 weeks. And they say, oh, well, it wouldn't work according to relativity, though, because of the speed of light. But then I re-looked at relativity, especially in general theory, and on page like 78, he specifically says that according to the laws of general relativity, regarding the constancy of light in a vacuum, which is the main postulate of special relativity, that assertion cannot claim unlimited validity. So in general relativity, you cannot claim that there's a universal constancy of the speed of light in a vacuum. That's what he says on his own book. So he actually says that, now this may look like with that declaration, special relativity is buried in the dust, and along with it, the entire theory of relativity. But this is not so, because things can be true in certain scenarios and not true in other ones. That's his argument. So, but he concedes that he flips in general relativity and removes the constant speed of light. But all of modern cosmology has been built upon the fact that there is, in fact, a limit to the speed of light. As if they don't even fully understand relativity, only a few people do. And even beyond that, they just took it and ran with it. This is how they came up with all their distances and everything about the sky. So if the speed of light is wrong, and that's not actually the limit, the entire model crumbles. So I was just saying all that to say, like, I wanted to bring up the Bacon, like, well, I actually found where Einstein himself said that according to GR, there isn't a like universal speed limit. So whatever. I've had a lot of flat earthers like getting triggered at me, like going into such depth on this, and I'm like, bro, what the hell is wrong with you, bro? Like this absolutely destroys them.
No, we love hearing it, bro. That's why nobody tries to interrupt you, bro. It's fucking gravy.
It's quite wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah, of course, yeah. I appreciate it. I'm just saying, like, some players get mad, and they jump in my chat and my comments and they're like, why are we talking about the sky? Like, dude. Well, maybe that's the trick. Ironically, the sky kind of refutes their entire claim.
There's a whole breed of flat earthers who've never really been in real debates. You know what I'm saying? So the shit that they think just don't work. I mean, it sounds great and everything, but in a debate, it doesn't go very far. Some of the arguments, and some of them do. I'm not gonna lie, but some of them are they're not gonna hold water in any kind of debate with any backlash. Once again, some of them do, but most of them, and the more you dive into it, the more you see that there's a way forward. And dude, this is the way forward. This is the way forward, dude. Is like disprove their model. If we had all the brains like they have looking out in space and all that, yeah, dude, we could make a ultimate model. We had the help that they have.
Yeah, well, like this
I
is
don't
just
like
so
talking
bad.
about the light, but you showing that that even their model and what they believe, it doesn't even work. Yeah. So
No,
I don't
no, it
see
actually
moving the
refutes
ball forward
itself.
like that at all. I mean, that moves the ball way down the field, bud. We're like on the 1-inch
Yeah, I
yard
agree.
line.
Yeah, now all you
Yeah.
got to do is show that you're not on a stationary ball in a vacuum. So that's a much easier feat. Yeah. Right, because all the logic goes out the window. Like, what made the Earth turn into a ball in the first place? Because they claim that dust particles stuck around the sun, and then gravity coalesced them together into a ball. Over time, the gravity coalesced it into a sphere, and it's spinning, and then that creates an equatorial bulge, right? So, like,
Dude,
if they don't have the spinning and the revolving, they don't have the ball, dude.
besides that, anybody who has a problem with Austin taking a steaming pile, just making a steaming pile of shit out the globe model is, dude, I got a problem with that. Like, he's literally demolishing at academic levels, even, and just demolishing
That
and
is a
taking
problem.
steaming shit on the globe model. How could somebody have a fucking problem with that? It just doesn't make sense to me.
I can guarantee you
Yeah.
it's just a matter of time before FED has something to say about it, my dude.
I
Yeah, but
just
I want
want them
something
to
viable. Like, give me a reason.
Does
It's
it
not
make
like
our
you're
model
making a
more
million
viable
claims,
or
bro.
not?
You're not making a million claims. So if they give me a reason why what you're saying is harmful to the movement and to the spreading of and to the education, I mean, then I don't. They haven't given me nothing yet. I mean,
Well,
I
what
don't
they're
get
going
it.
to say is that I'm conceding too much ground to them, basically, right? That, like, I'm going off into their world too much. I'm going off into Narnia. But I'm actually not on YouTube for, like, this weirdo, like, FE dick measuring contest. I actually want to wake people up. Yeah, I want to wake people up, and this is how you do it.
Yeah. You're doing a good job of it, bud.
No, thank you,
Dude,
man.
like if
Also,
they're
I want
arguing
to
the
say,
moon, if they're arguing the moon landings or ISS or satellites or any of that, their entire argument is that that medium doesn't exist. That don't mean shit, dude. Even if that medium doesn't exist, that doesn't mean. I mean, you need to come up with more than that if you're going to get into a moon landing debate. That lasts about 10 seconds before that's just thrown out the window by somebody saying, "Okay, well, even if it ain't a vacuum, that doesn't prove we didn't go." I mean, that
well, we
just by
also
saying
have
that
to
medium can't
understand.
exist, I do believe he's right, but it's just no way to debate.
Yeah, we also have to understand the levels of the levels of cognitive dissonance we're dealing with. So, like, if you just say, like, vacuum can't be next to gas pressure, like, that's true, but they're just going to keep saying gravity, it's going to get real circular, and they're just going to keep saying it. And the other person's, they're going to interpret it a lot like refraction. Like, okay, well, the globe has a simple answer here, and it's up to me to decide, well, like, okay, this isn't good enough for me. It could just be this. Even though they're wrong, but when you do what I just did, when you rip out their whole freaking, like, heliocentric soul, with specificity, where they're just like, they feel like they're being tortured, they want to leave the room because it's just so overwhelming, they can't say anything. That breaks the cognitus. It chisels away at the cognitus because it's so much different information in different aspects of it, and it's just so damning piled up. That's kind of why I'm doing it. And also, if you pull away the movement of the Earth, then you really just crumble the entire model. Like, and that's what you're going up against is people. You think these people on YouTube know more than all these scientists? You're just dealing with the mainstream model must be true. The solar system must be true. So, and then what I'm going to actually do is I'm about to offer, like, debate courses where people can literally, I'm going to, like, make little short courses on, like, basic logic and how to tactically debate. Always set up your opponent a few steps ahead and stuff. And then I'm going to even offer, like, personal one-on-one. So, like, I know a lot of people are struggling with waking up their family and stuff, So I'm like, well, just jump on this call, schedule this call with me, and I'll talk to you personally about what you're struggling with, and I'll help give you some advice on what I've learned. Not that I'm some, like, debate guru, just like I've learned a lot from debating so much, and I think that'll help Flat Earth out a lot. Is if we just kind of normalize, like, teaching flat earthers logic and how to debate. Because that's one of our biggest mistakes is we have people running around representing FE and not doing it very well.
I agree. I might be one of them at times. I admit I make mistakes sometimes. It's
well, we all do.
This whole thing is you know, it wears on you. But it's good to see that we have, you know, a man like Whitsitt, you know, that's powerful. I wish he could write all that down, how he disproved all that and just put it in as short as he can possibly make it. And then we can start using that, you know, to address, you know, subcommittees of Congress that are in charge of funding for science and technology. And start asking them
that's such a
serious
good idea.
questions.
Dude, what if
And
I
make
go to
them
a
answer
city,
the question.
what if I go to a city council meeting and I actually break this down in 3 minutes?
Yeah, if you could put it in like a PDF form, just something you got to keep it as like concise as possible because paper is expensive, you know. But you just write some contracts to the science and technology, whoever's in charge of that subcommittee in Congress or wherever, whoever's in charge of the funding for science and technology, and we start demanding half the funding.
That's why I was talking about having a political party so we can be represented at those kind of meetings. And the flat party isn't really a stupid idea because once we get any momentum with people, we have to make an appearance in places. You know, we have to represent something besides flat Earth.
It's
like
really
imagine
not
going
about a
into a
political
council
party.
meeting and talking about how the ISS is a lie, and then actually breaking down the physics of why it's a lie. Like, how is someone going to say this flat earther's stupid? You know, like what Justin Harvey did was amazing. Imagine like doing that, but breaking down all the physics in 3 minutes.
You're gonna have to start going to higher levels, though. The city council, they don't have really any real power to fund you.
Well,
you know,
no, it's
they
just
don't have.
about like it's just Justin Harvey's video got 10 million views across platforms. It's just about like getting the word,
Yeah,
like,
that
getting the
does
word
make
out.
a difference. I agree. I agree. That was strong. No question.
Yeah, like they'll never do anything.
No, they're going to ignore it. They're on the team. So that's what I'm saying. You got to kind of be a little not, you know, kind of passive aggressive. You give them a conditional agreement to, you know, that you're willing to accept that you give all the money over here to science or to NASA for the science budget. But, you know, there's just as much, if not more, you know, evidence for a geocentric Earth. So why can't we have some of the money to study that possibility?
Okay. You're going to have to demonstrate it. You can't just say it and get the money. You got to show it.
Where were you
Is that what
earlier?
they did? Is that what they did, Left Lane?
Yeah, they show it. They got all the. I mean, you can't imagine the amount of work that goes into the model that y'all make fun of.
100 years, and they're what, 4% correct?
Well, I don't want to get into a debate about it.
But did they prove it?
My point is, you're going to have to demonstrate what you say. You can't just say it and make it happen.
Which model's more viable? Which one would be the smarter choice? Left Lane.
The one in existence, the one we can observe from our backyard.
Yeah, the geocentric model, right?
No, heliocentric.
Okay. You're 94% wrong, but that's okay. You're really willing to accept that for 100 years, man.
Well, as far as the heliocentric model goes, yeah, it would be more like 99% correct.
You're intellectually dishonest also, by the way.
Do I?
I said that's intellectually dishonest.
No,
and I
it's
think
not.
everybody
No, it's
here
not.
sees it. Yeah.
No, that's not dishonest. You're talking about the cosmological issues that exist in the universe that don't relate to the heliocentric model.
Yeah, and you're willing to accept that it's 4% right, and you're throwing in a lot of carbon that too.
No, it's not.
It's more like less than 1% right.
No, it's not acceptance. It's what I observe.
Good for you.
And I don't want to debate. I don't want to get into the debate about it. My point is, if you're going to make progress,
You already answered. That's all I wanted. Now I know. Now I know who I'm dealing with.
that if you're going to make progress, you're going to have to demonstrate what you say, because words won't get you anywhere.
Don't you worry. I'm working hard on it, bud. I'm going to put something together they're not going to like. I promise you that.
Let her rip. I'll be interested to see it.
Yeah. I'm trying to move the conversation down the road to where we can start thinking, instead of thinking about magic tricks and all kinds of fancy light shows and all kinds of mathematics. How about we just start figuring out what this place is really like and deal with reality? I wonder where would we be if we weren't lost in some Disney story about cartoons, about being less than 1% right about where we live, and pushing it to children, by the way. You're okay with all that, though, right?
Yeah, I
You're
want
good
my
with
child educated. I want my child educated. That's right.
Yeah, you want to tell them, about the 1% theory you have, the 1% that you're right about, the universe.
As far as the universe goes, it's a full disclosure about what they don't know.
What are you gonna do when your son or your daughter or your grandchildren ask you, what's dark matter?
Tell them they have to see what the experts have to say about it, and what does that have to do with your day-to-day life?
That makes up all the 90% of the universe. But we don't know what it is. Yeah, that's a good way to start your grandchildren off on the right path.
Yeah, I don't think it'll really have any bearing on them being successful people.
Are you going to let them watch TV all day long?
No, I discourage that.
How come?
Yeah, I don't like what's on TV. It's a bunch of crap on TV, from the news all the way down. Propaganda.
Well, if you're honest, can we have an answer from Zanuck and the rest of them? You're being intellectually dishonest. I guess that's a baller form of honesty, I guess. I guess you're the only show in town there, Left Lane.
I must be busy.
Probably busy reading exactly what Witsit said, trying to catch one word that he said wrong. Right?
You watch him digging around.
There's probably a team of you in a room with like 7 blackboards.
Digging around and Googling.
Well, thanks for showing us who you are, Left Lane. We appreciate it.
You guys able to hear me?
Yeah, Jeremy.
I finished that job. Is Zanuck still here?
I'm not Jeremy. That ain't Jeremy. That's one.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead, Jeremy.
No, I think it was you that I called Jerry. I just heard you say you guys hear me, and I thought it was Jeremy.
Oh, is the room? Did I interrupt something, or is the room silent?
No, you're good.
Okay, Zanuck ain't here anymore anyway. Nah, I just wanted to get back into curved linear, and because he was saying a bunch of stuff that was a red herring as to what I was referring to. Thankfully, Napalm was there to kind of help guide that. But yeah, I had my hands tied, so I couldn't really interact.
Hopefully I did an all right job and didn't straw man you.
Nah, you did a really good job, dude. honestly, nobody ever tackles the null pressure point between the two set objects, and I felt you did an awesome job at depicting that pretty well.
Slow, do you want to give me a breakdown just quickly on this null pressure point between two magnets and why it was called a null pressure point?
Just look up the barycenter in your gravitational model.
I was referring that to Dyslow.
Well, Fundy and Napalm are actually pretty spot on when it comes to that topic. Yeah, if they want to go ahead and chime in on that, I would definitely take what they're saying into context.
Is the null point a point of least resistance?
Yeah, I would say so.
And so all things equalize into the null point or the place of least resistance.
Right.
Does that create the null point and the path of least resistance? Does that create a vortex?
Yes, it extrapolates out a vortex, a toroidal pattern. But if you look at it from a two-dimensional perspective, it would be curvilinear. So that was the connection there that Zanuck must have missed.
Why does the water always turn into a vortex when it's going down a drain?
I don't know. Zanuck likes to talk about that. What happens when you take the glass of water and spin it? But yeah, you're absolutely right. That cyclonic effect, that suction, if you will, from the centripetal convergence.
So wouldn't it be true then, if we were to look at magnetism as an example, that light, as the path of light, it moves. If it was to move through something, it would create a vortex to some degree if it was moving to the path of least resistance. And as light moved or transferred from one state to another, that it would create, like they claim that photons create a vortex, the movement of photons create a vortex, right? So if we have light moving through the Earth, then wouldn't it be true that light is passing through the Earth to meet least resistance for equalization, therefore creating a vortex or a downward vector?
Yeah, I call it a, oh God, I'm drawing a blank all of a sudden. I call it a coaxial circuit. So if you ever look at like a cross section of a coax cable, it doesn't actually travel down that copper line, rather around it in a vortexual pattern, analogous to light, which would be, yes, a vortexual pattern, also a coaxial circuit of transverse and longitudinal propagation.
Circuit would mean that it would be returning to the source?
No, circuit as in a vortexual circuit. So like if you look at how like a coax cable works, it's analogous to that. So it's got a smaller proximity, but still follows that same pattern.
Very interesting.
Yep. Light, in short, is a coaxial circuit. It's not a material emanation or projection, rather shear induction containing 2 axial and 1 longitudinal radial component.
But it acts like a physical matter, though, or it can act like physical matter. For one to act like physical matter must mean that it obviously is physical. It is in our physical world. It does affect the way matter moves.
Well, it's principle versus attribute. So the attribute of light, i.e. illumination, is what you're analogizing to be physical.
No, what I'm analogizing is the attributes of physical is light, right? Its attribute is physical, but the light itself has these other characteristics as well, not just physicality, right? It has modalities as you described.
Yeah, I don't think I disagree with that.
I'm just trying to look at matter, and I keep coming across this writing that matter is frozen light.
Yeah, well, that's Einstein. That's Einstein.
No,
That called
Einstein.
frozen light.
No, that's what I thought. I came across an earlier scientist who came up with that before Einstein. Can't remember his name.
He got it from Henri Poincaré. He stole all of his works from that guy, who was the true brilliance behind Einstein's garb.
Well, if matter is frozen light, and then it would be basically, then you could conclude that matter itself, or light itself, is physical matter and has, it has layers, if you will, or characteristics that you can manipulate.
Matter and light are reconciled. They're you can reverse E equals MC squared, and that was proven a couple years back in a laboratory where they took high intensity lasers and pointed them at one another, and at the apex of those 2 lasers intersecting, a small amount of matter was created. Therefore, light and matter are reconciled.
Did that in a vacuum? They did that in a vacuum, bro?
All right, guys, since everybody is so quiet, can somebody
Sorry, I'm ordering one.
Straight line is?
Can someone what?
Can somebody define what a straight line is?
Quickest path between 2 points.
That's a description.
I would agree.
Not bad. That's not bad.
Yeah, a line doesn't actually exist, only conceptually.
Yep.
Because a line takes part in 2 dimensions, and 2 dimensions only exist conceptually. The second it's brought into the 3rd dimension, it's no longer a line.
Correct. How about a straight line segment in reality?
So it's a section of a line, or the concept of a section of a line.
Yeah, you can think of it that way. Yeah. Because like Dicelo correctly said, a line is 2-dimensional. It doesn't exist, right?
Correct.
I think that's getting a little technical, man.
Yeah, it is. It is.
But this is how technical we need to get in order to break the spell that's binding us all.
Yeah, but I could draw a line.
Right. But is that line that you just drew 2-dimensional or 3-dimensional?
I mean, 2-dimensional is a concept, but I don't think a line is a concept. I mean, in a way, but I mean, it's still
If the
fair to
line
define.
takes part,
I see what you're saying, bro.
yeah, if the line takes part in physicality, it's no longer 2-dimensional.
Yeah, but the way we define it in geometry and the way we draw it on paper and architects and shit like that is a fair way to define it, I would think, anyway.
Yeah, I mean, conventionally and conceptually, sure, but ultimately, no. You know, we're discerning ultimate truths versus the
To me,
concept.
yeah, that's good. But to me, a concept is like height or time or freedom or love or mass, any type of measurement or something. You know, it's a concept because it's kind of arbitrary. A line really doesn't completely fall under that category. Like I said, I see what you're saying, but it's like right in on the bubble of concept and demonstrable. But like I said, to me, a concept is like a term.
So even if it was even if it was a straight, let's just call it a crack in the ground or a crack in something, meaning a void, not physical, but still follows the description of a line. It still takes part in dimensionality, spatial dimensionality, which no longer is 2-dimensional anymore. So no matter how you flip it, it's only a conventional concept.
I mean, I would agree with you. There's no such thing as a perfectly straight line, because if you keep looking down microscopically, then you could find bumps and ridges. But that once again, that's. But I'm not disagreeing with you completely, man. But like I said, to me, it's hard for me to call it a concept. Like I said, a concept would be like if I describe the line, like with an inch. An inch is a concept, you know, or the width of the line.
Well,
Width is a concept.
Let's define what a concept is. It's literally a conveyed thought.
Like an adjective.
Well, it's a conveyed thought, right? Like you can have a thought in your mind, but until you convey that to somebody else and they understand what you're saying, it's not necessarily a concept until that takes part.
To be clear, an inch is a noun, actually. Just saying.
No, to me, a concept.
What do you
concept
mean by,
would be like an adjective.
Well, hold on, extremistus. What is a thing within the context of a noun? Can you define that?
I don't. He said it was an adjective. I said an inch is a noun. I'm going to leave it there.
Yeah, but what gives you the qualifications to put that within the category of being a noun? I would assume it would be the fact that it's a thing, right? And if so, then what is a thing within the context of that?
A concept is a thing? Is that what he's saying?
No.
Okay, I'll just go ahead.
He's saying you called it an adjective. He calls it a noun, and I'm asking him to support that.
Yeah, you asked me to define concept, and I would define a concept as an adjective.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know if you heard extremistus, but extremistus was talking to you.
How about love? Is that a concept? That's not an adjective.
What's the quantification of love?
I don't know. I'm asking the question. I don't know.
I don't think the proper argument is trying to figure out where these things fall within grammatical syntax. I think it's more the ideas of what these things are, whether they are things, whether they are concepts. How do we define those? Not necessarily where they fall within the structure of a sentence.
Like, to me, a concept would be straight. And I'm not saying something can't be straight, but that would be a concept, like a straight line. To me, the concept part would be the straight part. Line, I don't know. That's that's a tough one, dude. To really. That's a tough one.
Well, the thing is a concept doesn't necessarily have to be logical. Like we can all conceive of the concept of a unicorn, even though nobody can empirically substantiate that. It's just a conveyed thought that we can essentially agree on, but it doesn't
Yeah, it
have to
doesn't
be
have to be
logical.
logical, bro. Like spherical is a concept that doesn't have to be logical.
Let me give you something that might illustrate something here for just a second. So when you say a straight line, the term straight is something that we can define, right? Meaning like no deviation from a specific point in a certain vector or direction, however you want to define that, right? And then the word line is something that we can kind of define. The word line is something that we can kind of define as well. But if we said straight line, if we're trying to give that some sort of physicality, we would need something to attribute those two terms to, right?
I think that's counterproductive, being it's redundant.
Well, here's the thing. A line can be curved. You can have a curved line and you can have a straight line. The line is the concept that we use to typically to draw or define the edge of some object is what we define by lines.
Well, wouldn't a curved line just be an arc?
Yeah,
but
you can have
lines in reality, bro.
You can have a sinusoidal wave-like line, right? Which would be various arc patterns, but that squiggly S could be defined as a curved line as well. But either way, my point being overall is that if I said, can you hand me a straight line? You wouldn't hand me a straight line. You would hand me something of physical presence that could be defined as straight and could have some sort of linear type spatial dimension to it.
I could
Point
stand
being,
in a.
you would have to hand me something of physical substance.
Right.
The straight line is the concept. A 2x4 is a piece of wood, right?
Sure. I can see what you're saying.
Yeah, but it's the edge, it's the surface that we depict as being straight, not the overall thing.
Correct. That's kind of the thing. We use these concepts to define the edges, and everything within this world is literally really just kind of defined by its edges. Its edges are what gives us the spatial dimension within this reality to begin with. But the concepts that we talk about can't be handed to one another. They're not necessarily of physicality in and of themselves. You can't hand me length. You can't hand me width. You can't hand me depth. But you could hand me an object that possesses all three of those concepts.
Yeah, you can't hand me mass. You can't hand me weight. You can hand me matter, but you can't hand me the fucking measurement of that fucking matter. You know what I'm saying? That's why when they say mass, it's stupid, dude. It's like fucking it's like saying length attracts length. It's fucking retarded on its face.
Yeah, it's a very similar very similar thing. Yep.
How did the conversation end with Xanax?
I just kind of stepped in for a period of time to make sure he wasn't straw manning you, which he was kind of trying to do. And then it went off into a little bit of a different direction. But I've been working, so I wasn't paying too much attention. So I don't know for sure.
Yeah, I got to working too. And thank you for doing that. Appreciate that.
No problem. I just, sometimes when somebody has to leave the room, people can step in to just go off into a direction that tries to paint the conversation as something that it definitely wasn't. And I just wanted to make sure that didn't take place.
Yeah, like I tried to tackle it, but my coworker's looking at me like, what the hell's going on?
Incommensurability, that's what's going on, bud.
Yeah. he had to add on the crap out of me over that one because he knew he had no chance in explaining.
Yeah.
I only gave a brief tutorial on the word. I mean, it honestly gets pretty in depth, but it's something that people should be aware of.
Yeah, and he had to project his wordsmithing onto me as if trying to congratulate me for being a good wordsmith. I'm like, what are you talking? First of all, I'm not. Even if I tried
Oh,
to
yeah.
be. Like literally that's what he's doing, trying to project it onto me to distract away from his wordsmithing that was taking
Right.
place. Yeah.
The last I heard was literally Witsit congratulating him from being able to, I forget the words he used, but basically flip things around in such a way as to perceivably feel like he's got something of an argument.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
mean,
know how Witsit will do it.
I'll hand it to Zanuck. He is a black belt at that shit. The problem is people fall for it, and it's very hard to continue along a conversation constantly playing whack-a-mole with his word games.
For sure.
But yeah, somebody summed it up very well a long time ago. I think it might have been in 24/7, where they just kind of, I guess it's kind of an ad hom and kind of name calling, so I'm not going to say it. Never mind.
Bro, it's so frustrating trying to point out contradictions and problems with mainstream and maybe come up with new ideas and interjections and concepts and just speculating, when you got somebody just telling you, I mean, just puking the mainstream right back at me. Like, dude, that's what I have a problem with. That's why I'm trying to point out all the first shit I said. Like, dude, it gets so old when somebody's so certain the way shit works, dude, and then they can't answer the fundamental questions, man. It's like, dude, you're so content with everything you've learned, but you can't answer the fundamental shit. It's just, it gets exhausting, man.
It's because it has no connection to reality.
It just sets limits on everything, man, and it just tells you what can't be done. Like, I don't want to hear what can't be done. I'm trying to figure out shit that can be done. New shit, I don't want to just I don't need you to keep telling me what's impossible. That's what kind of way forward is that? And that's the way that the mainstream science is now, man, with all these laws and their mathematical physics. It's just telling you what's not possible. It ain't telling you what is possible. Yeah, sure, maybe you could use it to make what's already there a little more efficient, but they're never going to come up with nothing new, man. With all these, with all these laws and mathematical stop signs everywhere you look. When all they do, when you try and throw something at them, they'll say, no, because of this. But then if it doesn't work in their paradigm, then they just say, variable, and redefine it. Like, kind of a crude example would be like the geometric horizon. Like you claim it's this, but then we test it, and it doesn't apply. The math is wrong. Oh, well, variable, refraction or whatever, and here's the new math. Or that's just a crude concept, but it's like that with everything. Everything that they have the math for everything, and they have it worked out, they think, and then something doesn't work. You point it out, it doesn't work, then variable. They just come up with a variable, like dark matter or something, variable. Oh, it's all still a fact. It's scientific fact, but the reason that don't work is because of variable. It's fucking retarded. And then they come up with the mathematics of the gap in which it doesn't work, and that's the variable. So it does literally make shit unfalsifiable. If your error is your fucking variable. Your error bar is literally your variable, like especially with dark matter. So you just define your error, and now it's no longer an error. It's a fucking, and call it the reason or a variable. You know, it's for goddamn ridiculous.
I actually like the way you put that, Brian. It's like making the error the solution, the answer. Like somehow they think they can pass that by us, you know? It's amazing.
Yeah, it is amazing. It's amazing how they don't recognize it. And then I'm thinking maybe they do. Some of them have to recognize that shit, you know. But then that would make them dishonest, man. And I hate to just flat out call them out. But then I would realize that a lot of them maybe don't realize that. But then when you point it out, they should.
Like example, rotation of galaxy arms. Problem, according to their calculations. Solution, invent dark matter. It's like, really? That doesn't work like that. When you have a problem, you scrap your model. You change your idea. You don't just invent something. Yeah. It's
Well, they
ridiculous.
actually didn't invent it. They hijacked it from the ether model.
Yeah, sure. You can even say that.
Yeah, that's even worse. And then like with the radius. So basically, if I'm looking at the horizon and I'm proving to you that mathematically it's wrong, and now you just change the radius and give it a window. You gave it a literal error bar. That whatever it takes to make it right is what's happening. Like, no, the horizon's 9 miles. Well, then it's 7/6R. The horizon's 12 miles. It's like, 4/3R. You just change the fucking radius. It's ridiculous. They mathematically make the error the fix with a name. It's ridiculous, man.
Which ultimately makes the claim unfalsifiable.
Yep. It's like my patchwork. The tire scenario. You get a flat, you patch it. You get a flat, you patch it. But after a while, it's like you don't have a tire anymore. It's all patches. Well,
Yeah,
that's
he got
what
a big
they're
patch.
modeling. Yeah.
That's funny. That's what I call their model patches. But that's like what he just said. It's unfalsifiable. Like y'all right, like Rumpus said a long time ago. Like if the refraction was if you could see far enough, you literally see your own ass through a telescope. He literally agreed with that when we were saying, "Man, you're just making this unfalsifiable." So you trying to say that if we could see far enough, we'd see our own ass in a telescope? He's like, "Yeah," and he's dead serious.
I like the one where
Yeah.
if you travel far enough away from the surface, you can look back in time and see the dinosaurs roaming the earth.
No, that was my saying. If you found like a moisture like a conglomerate of gases that are reflecting way out where, if you're looking through Hubble or something, you find a reflective clump of gas and look back, could we see the dinosaurs if we were to see a reflection back at Earth? That's hilarious. I didn't word it very good that time, but
I got what you were saying. Your analogy was never leaving the surface where mine was. So that was pretty good. I never thought of that.
Okay, yeah, that's right. You did say leaving the surface. I was thinking of seeing a reflection way out in bumfuck, like if they were to look through James Webb Telescope and if they put a mirror out a long time ago, and there's a mirror floating in their world, of course, and it's like 2 light years away or something, and they look back at Earth through that mirror, would they see the dinosaurs or would they see themselves looking through the telescope?
Well, as stupid as that sounds, right, Brian? In their fantasy model, yes, if you were away from the Earth, right? That means if you were Listen to this. Listen to this magic words now, right? If you were far away from Earth, that the light of the beginning of Earth didn't reach you yet, like billions of light years away, then yes, you would see dinosaurs roaming. Yes, that's the fantasy. You
Pretty
get
far
it?
fetched.
The light, yeah. Just like they say we see the baby galaxies now, because they're so far away, the same would be in reverse.
That's why I pointed out the reflection part of it to try and take it like a step further. Like, say there was a reflection, a mirror, 100 light years away. Okay, and we look at it, we point our telescope toward it. So, are we seeing the light that hit it 100 years ago? In other words, we'd be looking literally back in time at ourselves. And that's a paradox, man. It's fucking retarded, dude. But I was trying to take it a
Baby galaxy, do 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 do.
Yeah, it's all this time travel stuff is all fantasy. Yep. Unless, of course, you believe that light has a limit and these vast distances. And you have to believe another thing, that light or singles don't dissipate. They don't lose their coherence, shall we say?
Oh, well, except for when it does, and then it's just variable, right? Variable. And then here's the math for it.
Yeah.
Did they had to make something? I understand they had to make something constant. And then when they ran into the roadblock of making, distance constant, then they had no choice really but to make the speed of light. Because if they couldn't use time, I mean, if you can't use distance, you can't use time. So all they had left really was light. It was just, it just makes their whole thing unfalsifiable because it takes a shit on time, it takes a shit on distance, it even really takes a shit on directionality of everything, of every fucking thing, and it's just, yeah. Austin said it good earlier when he said they just made their shit unfalsifiable, sealed it shut. Because literally they're taking the real world measurements and befucking them and saying, well, that's because of this. So if I go to measure it, I'm still going to measure this. But the reason you give is bullshit. I don't need to pretend I'm moving. I'm good with just measuring it and the fact I'm not moving. I don't need to befuck the mathematics to make it where I am moving to get the same answer. That's just a waste of time. That's why nobody uses that shit in reality, except for them with their model. Nobody uses this shit in reality because the answer is right there in our face. The freaking the kinematics. It's the same damn answer. If you say this thing is firing light at me or sending a signal, and it's taking this much time, okay? But you have to factor in the fact that that thing sending the signal and me or whatever are moving. You gotta change shit. You gotta update shit to keep me moving. But you still have to get the answer that I measured. So you didn't. All you did is add unnecessary equations to what the fuck I've already measured in the first place. And then when you try and say it's wrong, if I try and make this argument and you say no, that's wrong, then when you break it down to its roots, it's because they assume that the thing sending the signal is moving. If they never made that assumption in the first place, they wouldn't need the bullshit extra equations to begin with. It's hard to explain, man. I don't need time dilation because I'm not assuming that I'm moving. Now, if you want to say, yeah, we're moving, and try and use that and beg the question that we're moving, then yeah, then you think you're proving something. But it's the same fucking measurement. It's the same measurement. You just complicated it. In my opinion, you just complicated it. Is all. You've complicated the explanation. Is all. Nothing more, nothing less.
Oh man, just leaving this ramen place for lunch. Probably one of the best ramens I've ever had, dude. Holy cannoli. So good.
Did you say cannolis?
Yeah. Yeah, I dunked the cannoli in the ramen.
Dude, everything was silent, dude. So I was yapping on. I'm like, well, if nobody's gonna talk, I'll just keep yapping and giving my philosophy, dude. And I look up and it's got the close app or wait button or send suggestion. I like, dude, I don't know how long I've been I don't know how long I've been yapping, dude. But I'm glad y'all are talking there. I'm glad to rejoin and hear everybody talking, dude.
Did
I
you
hate when that
come in real life, or did you just let it slide, Brian?
Say that again?
No,
I was
I
just
didn't dip I didn't dip myself in shit, bro. I just was like, damn, I'll be dipped in shit.
no, for me. I mean, I have done those moments when you catch yourself actually muted, actively face palm, and realize, holy crap, what the hell? But yes, sorry. Carry on, boys. I was appreciate
Man, I
that.
was flowing with it too, man. I was flowing with it, dude. This is like my best speech ever, of course. The one that didn't get heard, right?
It's always that like that. Or you say some really embarrassing shit you regret and then you go, phew. That was a sign of relief.
It's funny. No, but in that instance, there, I solved the entire universe, man, and now I forgot.
I don't know, but every time SC says Baby Galaxy, dude, a fucking stupid song plays in my head, dude. And I can't get it out.
That's their death nail, bro. That's their death nail. Their cosmology is finished.
Yeah, I just want to say, man, I appreciate all you guys being here. I don't know. Ever since I found this place, man, I've had nothing but fun, dude. I don't think I've ever been bored ever since I found Discord and you guys. So I appreciate that.
Same, brother.
Right back at you, bro.
Yep, I'm right there with you, partner.
Fine, I'll go after Glat and say I appreciate you guys. Be well, you know who you are, even the intellectually dishonest ones.
I hate you, Dysel.
Oh, thank you. Love you too, brother. Yo, someone get me some professors and astrophysicists to come onto my show. If anyone has any connects or knows anything like that, hook your boy up. Yeah, we should we should be spending a little bit of time, like once a month or once a week, calling around some of these prominent universities or institutes and seeing if we can throw some bait in the water and get anyone to bite. Like, we should all collaboratively be doing that. And then bringing them over to Withet's channel, watching them fucking just get eviscerated. Yeah, I think what's going to happen is the idea is as I build the show up, I get more used to my OBS and the format and more used to like hosting people as guests. Then they can be referenced as something for the people to look at to see if they would enjoy coming on. And like even the first one wasn't bad, right? With Professor Parks, it was like super cordial and respectful, high level, no interruptions, blah blah blah. But it'll get better where like I'll have graphics introducing the speakers, maybe put together a little like 30-second clip about them. It'll look really nice. And that's when you'll get the better people, I think, is when you can show them a decent amount of views and interaction and like a real professional combo. So I'm kind of limited right now. I mean, of course, I had him. He's good credentials. I have a good guest for this Friday.
What are you
I have
calling
to
it?
start setting
What's it?
It's called In the
Sorry to interrupt.
Field because
Okay.
I have a rap song called In the Field, and so it's like a play on the idea of talking to people in their respected fields.
Gotcha.
Slightly irrelevant. Oh, go ahead.
Possible subtitle, real quick. I'll withdraw after this, but I was just gonna say possible subtitle. Witsit features. I'm wondering just because of the appeal of who you are as a person, right? Witsit features Professor Parks, just as a subtitle.
Okay, because right now I have In the Field featuring Professor
Yeah.
Robert Parks.
But put your name in there, dude. I'm telling you, because again, like, and I say this honestly and respectfully, your personality is very captivating. The name is captivating, right? So putting your name, inserting yourself into there, featuring, because you're choosing to feature this person under your guise, which I think is important. Sorry, please go ahead, boys. Thank you.
I would call it in the undefined field, since no branch of academia has ever accurately defined a field. But what I really wanted to say was, I don't know if any of you guys watched that board member from Berkshire Hathaway within their annual conference get arrested for saying some pretty controversial stuff in regards to the connection between Bill Gates and Warren Buffett and Epstein. But he was interviewed after that on a YouTube channel, and basically he came out and said that I'll have to watch it again, but he said this is a result of academia. Like, that was pretty much the point of his contention. And I thought that was really interesting, and I don't think anyone really like looked further into what he was actually depicting. But if you go to what's the channel here? Let me look. Give me a second. Give me a second. The Jimmy Dore Show. Yeah, if you go on the Jimmy Dore Show, they had him on there and they interviewed him. I suggest you guys watch that. It's pretty good.
Is Dan the Waterman in here? No. He had a connection with someone. Oh yeah, to go on what you're saying, like that's actually what's happening. We're in the process of the facade, the curtain being pulled back on the idea that academia is somehow infallible arbiters of truth. It's a very amazing time to be alive. The world is going to improve tenfold once that occurs, like even just in the sense of innovation. So, yeah, I mean, as crazy as our world has been, it's a pretty good time to be alive, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that for a while too until I started pondering the possibility that this is all just a repeated thing. You know, every few millennia or something. And you know, we could be that much closer to the reset button getting hit.
Why
If
don't
that
you
makes
cry
any
about
sense. Well, I just think about my kids, you know what I mean? Like, I want them to be able to experience the beauty that life has to offer and not get it cut short due to some assholes having their gig pulled from them.
Yo, Chronic, the guy that comes in here, Chronic is he's an astrophysicist, right? And he specifically actually teaches now. Because I won't be taking most of these anti-flat earthers on here, but Chronic is actually pretty chill. So Chronic is not unbearable. Like if he's willing to show his face and jump on camera and have a combo, then I would maybe have him on. I think some people that are more familiar with some of my arguments are going to be a little bit more hesitant to come on, except for the ones that have no shame, right? Like Professor Phil Bell would come on, but it's like, I'm not doing that. I'm absolutely not doing that. He's notorious for over speaking.
Yeah. I mean, I would try to take this to more of like a formal setting on their home turf, because that's really where you're going to drive it home. You know, we're already in agreement with you. It's the ones that haven't heard the arguments that, you know, need to have this ran by them.
Yeah, but I think I need to be able to build a reputation to be able to intellectually hold my own, void of any like proper credentials. I think, oh, you might find this interesting, dude. I think Professor Parks said he actually, one of his buddies has a PhD and is quote unquote an expert in magnetism, and that he can get him to come on and talk to me.
Oh God.
How cool would that be, dude?
Oh yeah, that guy would get dunked on so hard.
I know, it would be so cool. So yeah, that's pretty cool. What I'm and what made me think of that, it's like, well, it's like intellectual respect from Professor Parks. I mean, you know, he had to admit, even though with the backhanded compliment within it, but like he's like, you're one of the I have to admit, you are one of the smartest flat earthers. So he had to basically like say you're the fastest kid with no legs. All I'm saying is demanding intellectual respect is the goal of the show. Is destroying the facade that this alternative cosmology conversation has no business in intellectual forum. That's a joke, right? And I want to destroy that illusion. And once you have more and more of these go down, then the word's going to kind of radiate out, and then their colleagues can then begin to integrate themselves in. And then you're going to I'll have like more of a reputation to be able to have these like real respectful, professional, high level conversations with these people. And then maybe we can set up something where, who knows, maybe one day I'm on stage with a Lawrence Krauss debating them. That's kind of an extreme example, but you get the gist.
That's not extreme, dude. That's where it needs to be, bro. Like, we need to be fucking beating down the doors of academia, dude, and forcing them to the table, dude. Like, and if they're not willing to come to the table upon their own accord, they need to be dragged in by their peers.
Well, I might actually be able to pull the Bravo Rogan card and get him to set something up, like what was supposed to happen with Dubé. But maybe the way that I slip in is under the guise of geocentrism. Much less polarizing and volatile of a subject. And if I can get a really like popular, right, like a really popular astrophysicist is not going to turn down something extended by Joe Rogan. You see what I'm saying? So like, I think when you come into the prominent person, you're going to have to push public pressure on them somehow.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, when you've got university students questioning their professors and not happy and satisfied with the answers given, you know, based on the information that's been presented either from us or another source, but the point is, it's contradicting the mainstream narrative. They're going to have no choice but to come to the table and discuss these things. And that's the point, is they never will until they're literally see their whole paradigm shuttering and falling apart based on the fact that a consensus is working against them. That's where we need to get them by the short hairs, is based on the consensus.
Are you alluding to some type of like debate within Rogan's platform? Does he open his platform up for like two opposing viewpoints to come on and have kind of a back and forth, or is it mainly just him and guests?
It's mainly what you said, yeah, but he has in fact said that he would do that, and it was specifically about flat Earth. Then it didn't go through, right? So
Right.
I don't know how many times. I think there have been scenarios where there's like more than one person on discussing things. It's not very common, but I just know, like, think about how many views a geocentrist versus heliocentrist debate on Joe Rogan would get. Like, it would get so many views. Like, it's like maybe worth considering for him. I don't know though. I'd have to definitely just pull the inside card to get that done. But, and I'm also thinking about like stomping in like the InfoWars realm with geocentrism as well. Like, I'm going to take it, like I'm 2023 and forward. For me, it's like tactical. It's like they've brainwashed us with compartmentalized propaganda tactically. We need to do the same thing. And so we got Odysee over here, and then I'm using geocentrism on the other wing, where I'm just going to slice up the mainstream model. And when it limps away, there's going to be a whole bunch of flat earthers when it's all said and done.
I mean, I think we should put money on the table. Go ahead, sorry.
I was going to say, just in my opinion, I would try to steer clear of like the InfoWars type path, just to not get painted in a certain light. And if you could get in through, like, get an appearance or something like that on Joe Rogan, I would say maybe go for that, even if it is something like, here's two geocentrists talking about why the heliocentric model isn't congruent with observation, right? And it's just, even though you vehemently disagree with somebody like Robert Sungenis, being able to have somebody like that with you in a platform like that, somebody that has a book, right? So things out there within the realm for people to take in the information. You kind of piggyback on that. You start with geocentrism, see if you can get a call back to then have a heliocentrist and maybe yourself in
I
some
agree
type
with
of
that.
debate.
Nah,
I
yeah,
agree with
but
that
no,
because
but you're making it too complicated. Most of the people who would listen to Joe Rogan, I would look at the level.
I can't hear Fuzzy. Your mic is horrible. It sounds just like wind.
Yeah,
yeah,
well,
but
I'm walking the dog. But if you can hear me, the reason why today was so fuzzy, so funny, and epic about was it about Zanuck and what's his name not being able to list what logical fallacies are. That is where you need to take it. And once people understand what logical fallacies are, and then they can start to see where they're incorporated into the lie that's being told, that is what's going to wake up more people than
yeah,
talking about
right. But
cosmology.
Austin's talking about reaching the people though, and he's got an idea, and I like what you
I
said right
agree,
about.
but go on Joe Rogan
Wait, hold
and
on, hold
talk
on.
about that. Talk about that. Joe Rogan would be perfect. Don't even bring up flat Earth. Just talk
Yeah.
about
I like what
logical
Napalm said,
fallacy.
bro. I wasn't done, bro. Real quick, I like what Napalm said too, because if you were to get a spot like on Joe Rogan talking to another geocentrist or something like that, just breaking it down, the debates would follow. Like they would follow like some and maybe bigger debates platforms.
You got to make
if
it.
there is such a thing.
You got to make it clickbaitable. You got to have a title that's not cosmology. People don't. I don't know if that's
Yeah,
going
the
to
solar
make people.
system is fake. That's the clickbait.
Well,
The
that's
solar
something like
system is
yeah.
not real. Yeah,
Yeah,
I know.
we were taught bullshit.
So the
Because he's already a fan
solar
of
system is
the
a lie.
principle,
The solar
right?
system is fake.
He already knows that movie, The
Who? Joe
Principle.
Rogan?
Yeah,
I don't know. The only
I'm
reason that any
pretty
of this
sure.
conversation ever happens is because him and Eddie Bravo were longtime friends long
Yeah.
before he was a flat earther. And now he's actually like kind of triggered and doesn't even really bring Eddie on now, and occasionally does it. But another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to set up a debate with Destiny, but I think I'm going to actually do it with the same thing. Like, the solar system is fake, because it's so clickbait that it'll go viral. It's like, the
Okay.
sun is not the center of the solar system, or something like that, where it's like, whoa, what is this dude talking about? And then they come watch this Destiny guy just get like sliced up. Obviously, that would just be like terrible for that guy to try to debate me about heliocentrism. And I think that working my way up the ladder like that is what's going to actually be productive. It's like then like Stu Peters, like stuff like that, and then before you know it, and I have a reputation like Dave Weiss does. Only it's much more of like a debate and show, like specifically with the cosmology and how we've been lied to about the whole system, and we're actually in the center. Flat Earth will follow.
100%.
Flat Earth will follow.
That's what's so great. You show people where the fallacy lies, and then back it up with all your extensive knowledge about all of where specifically it's being implemented, and then it's up to the audience to see it. Because that to me literally was the biggest wake-up call for a whole lot of things, is that once all of your proofs are ticked off the box for the globe about always being a logical fallacy, you have nothing left but a bunch of logical fallacies.
Yeah, well,
Hey,
imagine
Austin.
this. Imagine me destroying all these people with heliocentrism and geocentrism, and then they find out later down the road this guy was a flat earther the whole time. Like, the idea is that they don't even know. Like, when they ask about satellites, I'm just going to answer the question. I'm not going to be a flat earther and say, satellites, I can't verify that. I don't know if they're real. They're not going around the ball. I'm just
Exactly.
going to answer the question from a geocentrist point of view and say, actually, they have to use geocentric equations and account for real inertial forces to even put the satellites up. So that eventually down the road, all of a sudden, this person like gets slapped in the face with the fact that I was a flat earther the whole time.
Yeah, no, I like that approach, because I love.
Well, wait a second. We just had
Dan
Dan.
apart from the inside out, like by its own claims, it doesn't make sense. Even begging within the fallacy, it still doesn't work. And being able to point that out to people, they don't even understand. That's a good but it begs, you have to beg their question. That's the problem.
We had Dan the Waterman tell us that these satellites used hydrazine in propulsion. So in a geocentric world, that's what you would use for a satellite, is a type of propulsion system. It would make sense.
Yeah, and there's actually going to be angular momentum of the sky moving around you. So there actually is a real force that you can utilize to keep yourself moving around.
Yeah, but these GPS satellites are just sitting there, Austin. These satellites that they're talking about, like GPS satellites, they're just sitting above a fucking certain.
Not all satellites just sit there, though.
Yeah, but the satellites that are any way useful for anything at all and doesn't cut out once every 45 minutes, like GPS, they're claiming all this shit, but literally they're just sitting above the ground. I'm just saying.
No, I know. I'm just saying, like, yeah, the geostationary satellite, same thing though. They use like geocentric equations. So when they say, oh, the way we know the heliocentric model is true is because they used it to discover Neptune. You guys have heard that, right?
Yeah, we did the math, and then we opened our eyes and looked, and there it was.
They use that within. Yes, I've heard that before.
Right. So what actually it was spotted like 4 times before that, but the story is, but they didn't know it was a planet. They didn't know it was a planet, right? So anyway, then they start doing the math. They start looking at stuff, and they quote unquote predict it. Now it was already known to be there, but they quote unquote predict it. And the math shows where it's going to be at a certain time. And then like 17 years later, they use the math upon that to discover its moons or whatever, right? What's so funny, though, is they used geocentric math to do it. They used real inertial forces, which are not present in the heliocentric model. They're not real inertial forces. They have to use the real inertial forces to even like accurately find this ratio at all. So within their own paradigm, actually geocentrism is the only reason Neptune got discovered. This kind of stuff is like paradigm shattering. It takes the whole religion and it rips it out of their body, dude. It rips the little religious heliocentric soul out of their body. That's why this room has been so quiet today. Because every time I hear the baller start talking and it gets annoying, I just jump in and ask that question that I've been asking, and then they shut up. So I think this is like definitely the best tactic. They're gonna be flat earthers that come at me about it, and I'm just gonna be like, okay, whatever. I'll just wake up millions of people, and then you just sit over there and you scream at 40 people, and then we'll just let the rest speak for itself.
I did want to say that I think one field that really needs to be explored is the creationist field, because it's entirely global for the most part. So, like, if you could find some common ground with some creationists to get in there, that would be awesome.
Well, that's not really debatable. That just kind of follows.
But geocentrism, yeah, exactly. Geocentrism does that as well. Like, there has to be a creator. So
true.
That would automatically win it over. Yeah. That's
hey,
like
Austin, man.
Like, the biggest part of the lie for me. Okay, actually, the biggest part is they hide the undeniable fact that there's a creator. Although in the heliocentric model there would have to be a creator, also, like have to be one. People are convinced it's not because they're like, think about how tiny we are. The odds are that eventually an Earth would exist. But geocentrism, you got no way out. And then the second biggest thing that seems to be what they're hiding is land. They seem to be hiding other places on this earth. Okay, that seems to be the 2 biggest things they're lying about, right? And hiding from people. Well, the first one is arguably more important than land, and land is very important. If there's more land, that's very important. But if you check off that first box, you're still winning like a major portion of the battle. And that's what geocentrism does. And I think that you kind of got to walk people through cognitive sometimes. If like you just straight up drop flat earth on the table, people just shut down, bro.
Yeah.
I want to say to Witsit that, bro, like, I really admire your pursuit for truth, and also it helps to have a fellow believer who's like a cornerstone, bro. You're like a cornerstone when it comes to flat Earth. Like I've heard a lot of people talk about flat Earth, but bro, you really shine in this community. And bro, it just helps to know that you are a believer of Yah and you're not ashamed of it, because you know when it comes to religion, you can lose your credibility. When it comes to flat Earth itself, you lose your credibility. It sounds so outrageous to the Globers, but when you combine that with religion, bro, it's extra tough to prove yourself. But you defend yourself and you prove yourself with shining colors, bro. And I just have to give it up for you. That's all, bro.
Yeah, he's good at it, man. He's out researched most of us, probably half of us put together, but he retains that information. But hey, Austin, what do I do if I is there any way link or something you could send me to? Like I heard they were having like debates on TikTok and shit. Like a lot of people who aren't privy up to date with some of these arguments and shit. What do I do if I want to get in a debate like on a TikTok channel with like a lot of audience and shit? Because I want to bring up like the underlit clouds and show them how their math is fucked up. Just a few things that I've never heard on that platform. I wanted to bring up and the refraction bullshit. You know, what would you do if you were me? Who you got any recommendations or any channel names?
Create a TikTok channel and then go to Troubling Tribune, who consistently Troubling Tribune consistently holds TikTok debates. So just go to his channel, and you can keep up with it on YouTube and know when he's live. And then just jump in, just ask to join, and just kind of jump in, and then like make a name for yourself. People will see your channel, and then
Thank you for that.
Yeah, that's the best place to start, in my opinion. You can. I don't know much about TikTok. I'm just now about to get on it myself, but yeah, you can ask around, because I know like there's a whole realm of ballers that want to debate it, and they just get destroyed on TikTok. They're like 10% of the baller that the Discord ones are. So
the first video I put up on TikTok was you and that black girl who goes running off talking about. I put instantly woke and got 1,000 views in one day.
Okay, Chemo's up on TikTok, and in order to debate on the thing he's on, you got to have like 1,000 followers or something. So, but yeah, Chemo's up in there debating them every day. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Do you know what?
Yeah. What channel is it on for me to even watch? Because I got Troubling Tribune. I'm gonna try that out. The first video I put up was Austin's. I put Instantly Woke and that black girl saying, "Hey, the Earth is flat," like a little short, and I got like 1,000 views in the first day. That was my first video I put on there. That to me is still the funniest fucking flat Earth video ever.
Brian, Troubling is on here on Discord, so you might be running into him here or there. Talk to him about it, because yeah, it's a good
name? Say the name again, bro. I'm sorry. What?
No, Troubling Tribune, who you were just talking about.
Oh yeah. I just wrote that name down. I'm gonna look that up. I've heard the name for sure.
Yeah, another Floridian too.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, like Melodome jumps on there too. They have a round table thing. His whole schedule is up on his YouTube. I have a screenshot somewhere in Telegram. I can drop his schedule. It's 10 p.m. Eastern, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Sunday, I think.
Yeah,
Shane 10 p.m. Eastern, Monday, Wednesday, and what else?
Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Sunday.
Friday, Sunday. Got it.
And yeah, Chemo too. I mean, I forgot about that, but Chemo's apparently been doing this for a long time. He went away from Discord to TikTok, so I don't know if Jeremy's back in here, but if you can
Yeah,
say
can you hear me?
Yeah. What's his name, channel?
It's some chick with blonde hair. I don't know her name, but in order to even get in there, you got to have 1,000 followers. So you can go live on TikTok or something and join their thing. I don't know. I tried to get on it.
Oh, I have 1,000.
I don't have 1,000 followers.
Like, I would love to know if you can find out where it is. I'll jump on. But I'm about to get on TikTok. I have 1,000 followers and I've never posted one thing. It's just because a bunch of people shared clips of me.
Send Chemo. I've seen you on TikTok before, not on your channel, but I've seen you on it. But anyways, just send Chemo a message, a DM in Discord, and he'll probably tell you where it is, the name of the chick's channel, because he's on there every day.
That's ironic because my first video on TikTok was of Austin. But
yeah, I've seen a good amount of clips of like little clips of like say the PhD dude screaming and stuff like that.
Bro, that shit was funny, dude. That girl, the way she went running off, there's this flat, dude. That shit had me rolling, bro. I could watch that 10 times in a row and laugh every time. I don't even Glovers look at that shit and laugh their ass off, bro. That shit's funny.
It's so funny, dude. It's because like they liked me, like that group of girls liked me because I was like freestyling at one point, and I was talking about the government lying and stuff. So they were like, "Oh, this white boy's cool," you know. And I was like rapping. I was rapping to Post Malone, like in rhythm and stuff like that. And then all of a sudden, I tell her that yeah, she trusted me. And then all of a sudden, I told her the Earth was flat, and she just took it like the gospel.
That's what's funny because most people take the other shit like the gospel, but she trusted you. And when you told her there's a splat, she's like, "Oh shit, splat! There's a splat!" Like she went screaming like the sky's falling, bro. This shit was funny, but the way she ran off too, dude. She ran off with fucking energy, boy.
Yeah, it's definitely probably the funniest.
What is that? What's the logical implication of the Earth being flat? Like, even for the Globers out there, like just hypothetically conceiving the notion thereof, what does that imply in your thought? Not to you, Witsit, because I'm sure you already got the answer, but anyone else.
It does like looking back at hindsight with some of the questions you might have had in your mind growing up that kind of subconsciously, it does like instantly, like my brain, when I finally understood it and accepted it, like my brain kind of scrambled like a Jeopardy board, like and everything that I had questioned instantly made sense, man.
Well, I would say if you're following the proper path of logic, it's quite objective that it's 100% verifiability of God's existence, being that the realm we're within is creation through intelligent design, not spontaneous. So that
I don't know, man. My bad.
Go ahead, Jeremy. Go ahead. You got it.
I was gonna say I don't know. I've heard people try to explain flat without a creator.
Wow,
And
did
how does that work?
Did you watch them trying to tie their shoes?
He was asking logically, Jeremy.
Yeah, it doesn't sound very intelligible.
But I do want to hear the ballers answer. See if the ballers like this is just intellectually honest conversation. So just like hypothetically,
Chucky.
if you were to conceive of the notion that the Earth is flat, what are the logical implications of that?
Yeah. Would it be spontaneous or creation? Like, what does your mind go to, Chucky, or who else we got in here? Zanuck, Clown.
Zanuck.
Or like
hold on, before we get into
implication would be to Ruhip, the implication would be the psych ward.
Yeah.
Before we get into that, though,
call in the clown for the psych ward. Sorry, go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah, before we get into all that, though, I like that thing you were saying yesterday with the infrared. That sounds easily like doable, and I mean, it would blow the whole refraction model and what's happening with light out of the water if we saw farther. You got to catch a day when there's serious, when you could see seriously too far, though, you know? Like a black swan or
Mirage, that'd be almost every day, Jeremy. If it wasn't for the Imperial Mirage, almost every day would be like that. That's what I see the most when I go out is Imperial Mirage, and then probably second most I'll see like magnification with obstruction, and then the third most right behind that would be fucking Infinite Horizon and seeing like real far on a good clear day. But usually there's an Imperial Mirage, so if you can cut through that, bro, you're gonna fuck it up almost every time.
So I think that we need to get as far down the infrared spectrum as we can. And I can maybe try to like pull some money together to get this figured out. But anyway, And then it just has to be that you're seeing too far, period. Like it can even just be a standard refraction value. It can be just 15%. It doesn't matter. If I once I throw that infrared on, and the further down the spectrum, the more this is true. I should see more of the object should be obstructed and the horizon should be closer. If we see the
Yeah,
opposite
you shouldn't see as
at
far.
all,
Yeah,
yeah, exactly.
that blows their whole model out of the water. Anyways, go ahead with Dice Flow's thing if you really want to hear from Zanuck or Chucky.
Well, no,
I'm
just
just
saying, like,
wondering.
you do like that argument because I just threw that out there yesterday, and then I realized, like, oh my
That
gosh,
was
this is so
dope.
damning. Yeah.
That was dope. Yeah.
And I'm just wondering if they have enough humility or honesty within them to answer the question. You know, hypothetically concluding the Earth is flat. Like, what is the logical implication of that? Is that depict the spontaneous creation or creation through intelligent design? Or are you guys just gonna hide and act like you're not hearing me?
Are you saying, like, can you have it without a creator?
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
I'd love to hear someone explain it again because I've heard it before a few times because I've asked that. That's a good question, but yeah.
If the rules weren't, if the rules of, can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
We hear
sorry,
ya.
go ahead.
Okay, so if the rules of nature were different, yeah, I guess the Earth could be flat spontaneously.
Oh, okay. You're breaking up. Or is it just me?
He's breaking up.
As
He's still breaking up.
There's
Chucky,
something
you're
with the
driving.
like when you're saying something that's so
ether
infinite, like the ether just isn't trying to.
as I understand it now, it would have to be a creator.
Chucky, you're breaking up.
Just tip
Who
his hat
said
to the
that
idea
last
of a
statement?
creator.
Chucky. Basically,
Okay,
let me tell you what Chucky said because I felt it through the ether. He said, "Yeah, if like nature and the laws of nature and physics were completely different than what they actually are, then in theory, sure, the Earth could
No,
be flat. And if
I
that was the
said
case,
you.
I'm almost done, man. I'm almost done, man.
Well,
And then you can tell me what I got wrong. And then
okay.
sure, the Earth could be flat in that scenario. Then maybe it could be spontaneous because all the laws of nature are different. But as I understand the laws of nature right now, then yeah, it would be God."
Yeah, you're pretty close. The only difference is I said what I think the laws of nature are, or would understand them to be, not if they're completely different. It's just if they're different than what I understand them to be. But it was pretty close.
Yeah. I mean, we couldn't hear like anything. I just kind of like put it together.
Do you think you can create a system that's beyond the unseen that defies your natural laws?
I don't think I can, no. A god could, yeah. A god could create whatever he wants, as far as as long as it's logically consistent.
Okay, so what about the other way around? Can you have a flat Earth through a spontaneous cosmology?
I didn't hear that. Did everybody else?
Can you hear me? I'll repeat it.
It was muffled, but now it's better.
Okay, sorry about that. Can you have a flat Earth?
What do you use for this? Snell's law or Snell's? Oh, all right.
Jeremy, you don't hear me?
My bad. No, I was.
Can you have a flat Earth?
Yeah, through a spontaneous. I forgot the word I used.
Creation.
I don't want to say creation because that kind of implies intelligent design. I said
when you say
spontaneous.
you just mean natural.
I said spontaneous cosmology is what I said.
So you mean natural, right? Just without a supernatural being.
Right.
Not with the laws as I understand them to be now. No.
Well, I appreciate the honesty and you answering. Thank you for that.
But if there's a God, he could do whatever he wanted.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that either. Because the reason I brought it up is because when I first came across the whole flat Earth thing and started looking into it just through my thoughts alone, like that was my conclusion almost instantly, which intrigued me more. And the further I looked into it, the more I confirmed and solidified my faith and my knowledge that God exists. I don't want to say belief because it's no longer a belief. It's objectively, factually true, in my mind at least, right?
But if there's a God, he could have created the Earth as a spheroid, as we think it is.
Right. But the answer to that would be that the laws as we know them wouldn't be accurate anymore. So if we're going to apply the laws, then it would have to follow this logical framework.
Right? Isn't that what we do?
Well, yeah, and that's how I come to the realization the Earth is flat through logical necessity.
See, that's funny because I think I follow the same logic, or I follow not the same logic, but logic, and I come to the opposite conclusion.
Yeah, but I think there's some holes in that.
Of course you do.
Maybe it's just America that's flat.
Chucky, what are your base axioms for thinking what you do? Maybe 2 or 3 of them would be great.
Yo, my bad, Dice Law. I was trying to talk over you. The science teacher was
Oh, you're good, bro.
I just heard somebody say, Chucky, what do you think? And then he stopped.
Yeah, go ahead, Hammer. He was asking for 3 axioms to base your assertions upon.
Thank you.
What assertions?
The ones you just stated.
That you come to the opposite conclusion that it's not flat.
While still applying the laws of physics.
Well, okay, my axioms would be that the way I understand physics is what physics actually is, and I think that would probably end there. That would be the only one I'd need.
No, it doesn't work like that. You don't
Yeah, it was pretty vague, dude.
base something on top of an existing principle and then just walk away with your hands up and say, "That's it for me. I'm good. High five."
I never took philosophy, so
I'm not done. I get to live in my little box, right? I'm asking you for 2 or 3 understandings that you apply that gives you this idea that it's not flat with undulations. Please.
Well, I don't know what you mean by axioms in this context because I'm not really a philosophy guy. But my understanding of physics, so let's say specifically forces would be one. My understanding of forces leads me to believe the Earth is a sphere also, and with orbits. Secondly would be my understanding of surveying. And I don't know what the third one would be. That would be enough.
You don't see how that's intentionally vague?
What's plane surveying if you know surveying?
Well, that's kind of
plane surveying is for small areas, but
if maybe we can take that down, so we can strip it down a little more locally, so we don't have to consistently try to appeal to maybe a subject that not everybody's familiar with. Let's take the idea of what actually surveying is all about and just strip it down. I'm going to survey my kitchen counter. I'm going to survey my table. I'm going to survey my floor. I'm going to survey my ceiling, i.e. I'm going to look at them. And I'm going to realize that these are all flat surfaces. So then I get into the idea of going to different places around this place and asking different people, do they survey the same thing that I survey, which is in fact that we are interacting with these flat surfaces. So I guess my follow-up question to that, if you say that you're understanding surveying, and I think I've just kind of gave it a really brief summation, how does a circular object start to interact with a series of flat surfaces all over the place?
Well, it's a very big circular or round object. And if you survey those surfaces to be flat, your tolerances are it's within a tolerance. And those are such small surfaces that tolerance can be fairly small, within a few millimeters, right? But when we get to something the size of the Earth, we're talking it's not flat within millimeters, feet, or even kilometers. But over a small area, it is close.
How do you imagine the elevations differ? Let's say if they were to take the planar surveys of a bunch of different cities in Florida or whatever, how would the other surveys, how would the elevations differ from the elevations that we measured?
Did the room just go quiet?
No, oh, sorry, I dropped out. Differ from what, Brian?
I'm asking how would the elevations differ? Like say all the cities in Florida, we surveyed them and got all the elevations and we're putting it together. How would the elevations differ from what we measured flat?
That's what I don't know. Differ from what we measured flat. Well, the cities aren't quite flat, so of course they would measure different.
So how would you change the elevations? What would you? So if I measured water sloping down, over 10 miles here, 10 miles there, okay, and I've got everything mapped out and surveyed, level, planar, flat. How would the elevations differ in your world? How would they differ from what we measured in every city?
If your water is sloping, I wouldn't call that level. So you're talking about a river that's going
So
down.
all the measurements would basically be the same as far as elevations go. They'd be what we measured. You would just add, and you would just curve the level. Basically, nothing would change as far as what we measured flat. So everything that's measured. So all these surveys that they're putting together, all these different state planar surveys to make an overall model. All the elevations were measured flat. You are using these measurements and making an overall model, but then how would they differ? If you say no, how would they differ from what we measured?
The elevations are measured to the baseline or base elevation of. Did I cut out? I back?
Yeah, you're back. So if you want to lay out, let's say a 3 mile curb, okay, and you want it to have well, I was going to say a percentage, but let's just make this easy and say, let's say you want it to have 6 foot of slope, a perfect transition from beginning to end, 3 miles, and you want it to have 6 foot of slope. How would you go about doing that?
You would vary the elevation by 6 feet from the start to the finish.
Well, how would you do that with a tool? Let's say you got an auto level. How would you do that?
Well, you'd put stakes along the way and mark the stakes where you want it filled to.
So you would you'd measure down from a horizontal, right?
From any horizontal.
That's how I do it. Is if I want water sloping, then however many inches I want it sloping, that's how much I drop it from the horizontal, and that's how much slope I'll get every time, no exception.
Okay.
How would you do it different than measuring higher or lower than the horizontal line?
I wouldn't. Why would I?
Well, if in your world level is curving,
correct.
In my world, I just drop it down. You know, I'll mark horizontal, and then however many inches of slope I want, I'll just make another mark on the stake. I'll make a benchmark, and then I'll drop it down. Let's say a foot. If I want a foot of slope, okay. If I want 5 inches, I'll measure 5 inches down for my benchmark. I'll extend my horizontal line to indefinitely, however far I want to. I'm asking, how would you do it in your world if level is curving?
The same way. You do it over small stretches, and you would still measure to the mean sea level, or you'd probably set 0 as one of your either your top or lower elevation, and then just go off of that.
So basically, that's what y'all do. So you do everything the same, but you would say that level is curving. In reality, that's not how we measure it. Okay, how would you lay out a level line then? If you wanted a 3 mile level line, straight line.
Well, would we not do it with a series of stakes and mark the stakes? I mean, what tolerance are we looking at here? A couple inches or?
Yeah, just whatever within tolerance. It's I'm just asking for a method, okay? Because or tell me what I'm doing wrong when I lay out a horizontal line. Let's just say I do 3 miles, okay? I'm laying out a straight line. How do you lay out a straight line?
You don't do that though, do you, Brian? Brian, you don't do that though. You don't lay out one horizontal over 3 miles. You do several horizontals, don't you?
No, I said it's indefinite though. It's indefinite. I can go as far as I want.
Okay, don't you do maybe a stake every, I don't know, what do you do, 50 yards, 30 yards?
Yeah. And I can add as many as I want. Yeah, I could.
So let's do a stake every 20. Let's do every 20 yards, just to have a nice even number.
So okay, that's what you're saying. You're saying I just I do it the way I do it and call level curve. That's all you're saying, bro. You're not giving me a different method. So let's say every foundation I've done, how is it? So I call this foundation level. Is my foundation curved?
Imperceptibly, because I doubt your foundation is a few miles long.
What if I did a 3 mile foundation? Okay, I mean I've done jobs longer than that as far as slope, but it was curb, and I've done a seawall that was not quite that, not even nowhere near that far, but still bigger than any buildings or anything like that.
Yes,
and,
the seawall
was it curving?
Yes.
So my straight wall is curving.
No, your level wall is curving. It's not straight. It's level.
Okay, if I made it straight, like the way I did make it, what way would the water fall in your world?
If it's at the same level, it wouldn't.
No, if I made the wall straight, like I know that I did, Okay, I know for a fact I made this wall straight and level in my world, like a straight level line, horizontal line. What way? So if it were to hold water, like if I were to put walls on it and trap the water, what?
Like a seawall, like you're talking about?
Yeah, what would the water do on top of the wall?
It would be level. It wouldn't fall. It would be level.
If it's
Because you
straight
built it level.
in your
It's not
world.
straight. The LIGO,
That's what I just said, bro. I said
foundation
if it
is
were straight. That's what
Well,
I
then
just
it's
said.
not level.
Right. So
Because
if
the
it's
LIGO,
straight, so if I built the wall horizontal, like I know that I did, then what's the water doing? If I were to trap the water on top of that wall, collectively, what would the water do?
it will be going towards where you started the horizontal because it will actually be going up in elevation, just like LIGO.
What if I started in the middle?
Well, then it would collect in the middle, wouldn't it? Just like
Okay.
LIGO.
So if I started in the middle, the water would collect in the. So if I did a horizontal, dude, this just sounds so crazy. Like I'm sitting here asking dumb, questions and everything just to try and get.
Can I ask?
to get me
Can I ask
thinking.
him?
But that's
Can I
what
ask him something?
LIGO shows you, right? As you go farther on the straight line, the elevation increases. Right?
Brian, can I get in here real quick? I don't even know what the point of this is because, the conversation was how, and it was getting interested because I really don't want to hear measurements for the next 2 hours. Like you guys talking about measurements. We were talking about, what I heard was that he believes that the heliocentric model proves that God exists, that's how he sees it. And
What?
then you went off
Did
talking
not say
about,
that.
or was it you or somebody else? Thought it was you. The globe.
Well, I don't believe in God, so that's ridiculous.
Oh, I'm sorry. Then no, because I wanted to see. Somebody said earlier, and I'm sorry, I shouldn't have interrupted. Then no, because somebody said that the heliocentric model actually proves God, and I was interested to see how that is. But it's all right. Never mind.
No,
Sorry.
I think if
Oh, I
the Earth
said
were
that.
flat, if the Earth were flat,
Wait.
it would either be because God or I don't know physics.
Before
I
we
said that
wait,
even
before
if the heliocentric model was true, you would have to have a god because of like all the insane odds, like the universe being completely flat with just the perfect energy density and the horizon problem, and that the sun and the moon are the same size. Blah blah.
The sun and moon are not the same size.
They're the same size in our sky, with just random, irrelevant coincidence. When you stack all the odds in your model up, you would still need a god.
No.
It's actually called the fine tuning problem. So.
No, we don't know that there's any. There can't be life anywhere except for where it's quote unquote fine tuned.
Hey, can I ask one more question before I gotta go and I ain't trying to change the subject, but while it's fresh, I just want real quick one more question. So he said the 3 mile what I laid out was level. Okay, he said it was level, and so I guess I didn't know it. I thought it was horizontal. So now how would I lay out a horizontal 3 mile line if what I thought that I laid out was horizontal, but you're saying that it wasn't? How would I go about doing the horizontal line?
Well, you would account for the curvature like they did at LIGO. So we don't want to bore people with those measurements, but go pull up those drawings. They are available from Caltech, free online.
I've seen them, bro. They don't add up. I'm about to make a video on that. I've
They
already
don't
got
add
videos,
up.
but I just found a new problem. But I don't want to go off in the weeds like he was talking about the measurements. I really don't want to do that. But I'm saying you just said that I thought I was laying it out pretty much horizontal. So you said just do what you did. You said that it was level. And so I'm asking you, if I wanted it straight, how would I go about doing that? Because I thought what I was doing was straight.
Right. I thought I answered you, but I said you would increase the elevation as you went away to account for curvature, just as they did with LIGO.
So I would increase it. Okay, if I went 100 foot per measurement, 3 miles, how much would I increase the horizontal to make it?
I don't know what the math is.
How much would I increase the horizontal to make it horizontal?
I increased the horizontal. You wouldn't increase the horizontal. You increase the elevation, but I don't know the exact figure. It would only be a millimeter or two.
All right, go ahead, man. That's you're talking in circles, really, because you said that I'm doing it level, so that means I'm doing it curving. Okay, and I'm laying it out. I'm laying it out in horizontal increments. But so I'm asking you to get it true horizontal. What would I have to do? You're saying I'd have to raise it up above the horizontal that I'm measuring. So I'm measuring horizontal,
Not
and
above the
but
horizontal,
that's
above
actually
the zero
curved.
elevation.
You're saying my
If you
horizontal
set
that I'm measuring and marking is actually curved.
Yeah, if you set the top of your elevation at your starting point as 0, you're going to have to increase elevation gradually as you went along. Just like they did at LIGO. But where do you have your own channel for that video they're going to do? And
Yeah, it's Flat Earth Test. I'll post a video real quick so you can have a link to my channel.
Okay, can you DM it to me? I'll be done in 10 minutes.
Yeah, I could DM. What's your name? What's your name?
Chucky Bradboy.
Yeah, I'll
Chucky
DM it.
Bradboy. But no, just if you post it there, just post it for everybody. I'm only about 10 minutes away from my Chinese food. I enjoy you, Brian. You're fun.
Thanks,
Everybody
man. I appreciate it. Yeah, I like talking to you. Okay, the video I'm posting is just the one I just put up today, and it's episode 3 on celestial navigation on a flat Earth, and it's another method, and that's just to give you a link to the channel. And I do have some old videos on LIGO, and I did have a plan on going to LIGO and showing that the slab is going to match the if that laser makes it from one end to the other. If I compare that foundation to the water beside it, I'd bet money. I wouldn't bet everything, but I'd bet a lot that it's going to match the water, and that would be the reason they would even put the ditch or canal ditch next to it, is to make sure it lines up with the water. That's my opinion.
You're saying that's going to be the same elevation? Sorry, the top of the foundation is going to be the same elevation of water?
It might be tilted, but it might be angled, but it'll be a graduate. It'll be a straight angle and not a curved angle. In other words, even if it's not level, it'll be a straight line, and the water comparison will reflect in that. It'll be a straight line and not a straight line on a curved Earth. You know what I'm saying? In other words, it could be higher at one end, as long as it's a gradual transition, a proper flat transition. Then the water will show that.
It will be gradual. Every 100 meters, it's going to increase by the same amount. But
let's say at the beginning it's 0 feet. At the beginning it's 0 feet. At the end it's 6 feet. Okay, on a globe Earth, it's not going to be 3 in the middle.
It's 1.4 meters difference?
I'm just saying. I'm just making a point. You understand that if whatever it is at the end, in the beginning, it's not going to be halfway in the middle on a globe.
Correct. It won't. Yeah.
And so that'd be very easy to I'd do 2 measurements, and if the second measurement could eliminate the possibility of a globe, but it might not. But the third one most certainly will. So if I get to if I measure 0 at the first one, and then I measure 0 at the second one, then I don't even have to go all the way to the end to make a third measurement. But if I measure 0, because it can't be 0 and 0 on a globe.
Where are you measuring your second one? How far down? Halfway.
Halfway. Yeah.
All right. It's not going to be 0. That's fine.
Yeah. So if my second measurement matches my, I'm just saying 0 just to throw out an arbitrary. I was just going to use a fucking swivel laser. I don't even need nothing more than that. But I'll bring a couple lasers, and I'll bring a auto level too. But I just have it in mind to bring my swivel laser, which is like a laser that spins.
What's the total distance of the one arm? Is it 2.4 kilometers?
I think it's
1.4 miles.
2.5 miles.
One arm is 2.5 miles. I thought it was 2.5 kilometers.
2.2 miles. I think it's.
Is it okay? Well, then halfway is going to be more than 0. So that's. But surely you can walk the full 2 miles.
Yeah, I can, but I'm just saying I might not have to. If let's just say I call my first measurement 0, just because I'll call that my benchmark. If I get halfway and it's 0, I can turn around and go back. I know I don't even have to do the third one. But
Brian, why do you have to do that when you have the as-built drawings already provided?
them as-built drawings don't mean shit. If they built it, assuming the Earth is a globe, if they built it assuming the Earth's a globe, then they're going to assume the drawings are right, and they're going to lay it out as is in the field with least squares method. They're going to use a least squared method in the field, and they're going to have freedom to do what they know they're doing, and they know it's going to be straight, and they're just going to assume that the as-built drawings are to match.
Are as-built assumed or measured?
I don't think you're getting my point, bro. I think I'll be the one
I'm
to
not.
verify. If
No, I'm asking
like
you,
I said,
do you think they bothered measuring when they did the as-built, or they
of
just
course they did.
assumed
They
it was
laid the
right?
motherfucker. I think they laid it out dead ass straight from the benchmark they were given. They did a straight ass arm, completely straight, double checked it, triple checked it. But what they didn't do is compare it to the canal and shit the whole damn way.
Then where's the baseline?
You see what I'm saying though? In other words, if I didn't compare it to the straight line of water, I don't need that water to know it's straight with my instrumentation, you know. So if they know they laid it out straight and they know they live on a globe in their minds, then they know that they're matching the as-built.
So let's look at this conversely. I agree with you that if you measure no change in elevation from the water, that will cause me to have serious doubts. What will it do to you if you do measure
I'll need some other explanation, or it can't be flat.
And have you asked them, or do you have access to not the inside of the lab? You're just looking at the outside.
Yeah, I'm gonna go on the other side, and I'm not gonna ask. I'm just gonna go make 2 measurements, and I think they're closed down right now anyway. But I'm not gonna fuck with anybody. I'm not gonna touch their shit. I'm just gonna go on the other side of the property, on the other side of that ditch, and just do the couple measurements, and ask for forgiveness, because there's no signs or nothing like that, you know. I would imagine they wouldn't want me up there, you know, fondling their shit, but I'm not going to get nowhere near it.
Yeah. But you talking the way you do, you'll probably allow you if you get it done. That's why I just say, just go straight to the end. Get the first one and go to the end, and then if you have time, come back to the middle. But if you get busted,
that'd be fucked up, bro. If I went all the way there, it'd be probably about a 7.5 hour drive. And then I measured the first mark, made my benchmark, and then hiked and cleared, make sure the water was continuous, and made my second measurement, and it's sloping a little bit. And then I go to make my third one, and they run me off, dude. I'd be fucking pissed.
Yeah, but just don't litter while you're there.
Oh yeah, I don't litter anyway, man.
Anyways, I'm at my Chinese food,
that's
so
cool.
gotta head out.
You know, I talked to him about it with Blue Marble Science, and he looked at it and he came back and told me, you know, that they damned it. They literally damned it after me and a bunch of other people talked about it. And I'm like, man, that sure is convenient. They damned the fucking ditch out of nowhere, just put broken concrete there's nowhere it could even came from. Like, where did they even get this concrete from? Like, they literally brought in broken concrete to dam the ditch. It's almost like they're watching or something, bro. Or I can't imagine any reason in the world they would literally bring in concrete to just put a dam on their ditch.
You dam rivers, you don't dam canals, do you?
Right, Dan. And but either way, if it's continuous,
but is it a canal or is it a river?
It's a canal. It's a ditch.
Okay, is it designed to drain water away from somewhere, or is it designed to just have water at the same elevation?
It's a retention. Yeah, it's stagnant. It's just retention. Yeah, I'm not running from the truth. Like if it turns out that it matches the as builts, like that's gonna be fucked up for me. Like but I'm like I said, I'd bet a lot of money that it's not gonna be that. But I wouldn't bet everything, like everything I own. But I would bet a lot that it's gonna be if it is sloping, it's gonna be a smooth transition, a straight line, and it can't be on a globe. And I think I have problems even with the like with that with the tangent being in the middle at the conjunction. I don't think that can work the way the measurements are laid out. When I first looked at it, I was like, okay, well, yeah, on a globe, that's how it would work. But no, not if the tangent is where they claimed at the conjunction. That the measurements they offered wouldn't work.
Hey, I'm curious if Chuck, you're still in here. So you were like, yeah, well, if it was flat, then a logical implication would be that there's a God. And then you later said you don't believe in God. Is it possible that you have a bias against a geocentric Earth because the logical implication is that there would be a God and you don't believe in one? Or better yet, like, how do you think that would affect your life if you were to discover the Earth actually is geocentric, or more so, the universe is geocentric, and thus there is a God?
Yeah, that would change things for sure. I don't know how, of course.
Fair enough. Do you think that maybe there's like a subconscious bias against the idea that it's in the center because of that?
I think it's a conscious bias.
Okay, well that's refreshingly honest. Well, fair enough. Don't you agree? Of course, bias can cloud our judgment, though.
Probably, but I don't think it can do much with measurements. Like Brian says, he's got a conscious bias against it, but it's not gonna change his mind if he does measure a couple feet different.
Well, like flat or globe, you still have the same predicament on your hands. Heliocentric or geocentric, right? So.
Like you're saying, you and I both have a bias. Yeah, I agree.
No, I'm saying like whether it's flat or globe, you still have the same predicament, which is geocentric or heliocentric. Even if you thought it was a globe, yeah. So what's crazy is when you really start to peel back the layers, it turns out that the geocentric model is actually more viable.
And to be fair, if I found out that the universe was geocentric, I'm more likely to believe that I don't know anything about physics than believe in a God.
But why? All physics shows that it is geocentric. Like, what physics exactly are you talking about?
Well, let's start with orbital mechanics, knowing that
Yeah,
the
yeah.
sun
All
is a greater mass than the Earth.
uh-huh.
So the smaller mass orbits around the larger mass.
Yeah, yeah. So if you look at it from that perspective, and you just stay within the solar system, then in your paradigm of, say, Newtonian or Einsteinian gravitation, then you're correct. The Earth would tend toward the sun and orbit around it. But if you apply Newtonian or Einsteinian physics to the entire universe, which is what you would have to do, then if the entire cosmos is moving around the Earth, like with the angular momentum of that, would actually keep the Earth in place and keep the sun in place going around the Earth because of the angular momentum. So if the only way you can make the claim about the bigger mass is to just stick to the solar system and ignore the rest of the universe, which is what Newton did.
Okay, sorry. So how does the sun orbit around Earth when it's part of the solar system?
Because way bigger masses and thus way greater forces are all revolving around the Earth, and that angular momentum is way stronger than the Earth-Sun relationship.
Okay. And now let me agree with you for a minute that the moon and sun are orbiting around Earth. What about Mars? Or
Yeah.
sorry, Venus. Mercury?
Well, Mars is the better one to bring up because Mars is like the whole crux of the issue. That's what was used initially. That was like, if you can actually work out the Mars relationship, as in the Earth Sun Mars relationship, then you can explain all the planets. The same holds true for all planets. But yeah,
I'll bring up Venus because we never see Venus not on the sun side.
yeah, that's just a coordinate system. That's a kinematic coordinate system effect, which, I mean, even according to Einstein, you can just flip the coordinate systems, right? So
If Venus is orbiting around us, it's just always staying on the sun side. Is that what
yeah, well, like a neotectonic system actually has the planets. That's just one example of a geocentric model. It actually has the planets moving around the sun, and then the sun moving around the Earth. And in that scenario, yeah, you would just have the same exact thing. I mean, I have an illustration at the house that you can see. Actually, the illustration shows that. It shows retrograde, it shows aberration, and it shows parallax from both the heliocentric and geocentric position.
Can you take a picture of that for us? Oh,
I'll drop.
sorry, I forgot to grab your link.
Yeah, I'm driving. I'll drop the
But I'm
video
almost
when I get to the house. Though.
Anyways, I gotta go because I got Chinese food getting cold. But good chat, everybody. Good chat.
All right, man.
And I'm out.
Much love.
See, what's it? We don't have.
Chin choy.
Yes.
Which it also posts a depiction of the heliocentric next to the geocentric. Because that's epic, I think.
Where'd you post it? Because I couldn't see it.
No, I hadn't posted it yet. I was just saying it really helps to explain how, you could explain it using both.
Sorry, I got a phone call. Like, I heard my name a couple times, but I was on the phone on my other phone. I don't know if you guys are asking.
I was just saying, along with our posting that picture of the geocentric next to the heliocentric, to show that flower of life kind of depiction.
Yeah, like I actually have an animation that shows the heliocentric motions, and like it actually shows like retrograde specifically, like with one planet. I think it uses Mars, and then it actually shows it from a geocentric position. So that depiction's cool, but this is like an actual animation, like a 3D animation that shows it. Shows the parallax, shows aberration, shows retrograde, shows like addresses the Lagrange point argument, like everything they think they have. The Lagrange point, the parallax, the aberration, and retrograde, all explained with like an animation that a 10-year-old could watch. It's actually very simple. It's just the perspective in which you see this, you see the stuff from. It's not even complicated. I'll get it for you when I'm at the house. I'm actually picking up food. It's bad because like the best I could find for heliocentrism was aberration, retrograde, parallax, the Lagrange point, and the path of comets. That's the best I've gotten from anyone. The best I've found. Even the path of, say, the moons around another planet. All this stuff, all of it is explained easily within geocentrism. So it's very telling. So
Nuh-uh.
nuh-uh. Those are just words.
Yes.
And that's why I keep on saying, that being the case, if they're kinematically, meaning the way that bodies move in relation to each other, and dynamically, meaning the force relationship that causes the bodies to move like that in relation to each other, if they're both kinematically and dynamically equivalent, but the geocentric model doesn't have a dark matter and dark energy problem, then wouldn't that mean that the geocentric model is more viable?
So how do you explain the phases of Venus and Mercury?
It's all explained within a neotychonic system of the planets moving around the sun and then the sun moving around the Earth.
So why are only Venus and Mercury to observe phases?
Because of their relative position to the sun and the Earth.
It's correct, because they're interior to the Earth's orbit. You're very correct. Thank you. Thank you for proving heliocentrism. What's it? I like playing
You're
with
lost. You're lost. You'll get through that.
You are 100% correct. The phases, the only reason we see phases on Mercury and Venus is because they're interior to us on the orbits. Thank you for proving geocentrism. Not
You don't understand. You don't even understand.
What's
the okay, describe the neotychonic system and how that wouldn't cause the phases.
Wouldn't cause neotychonic. You mean like 400 years ago? I'm sorry, I'm not up to date on 400-year-old theories. Perhaps.
Do you know what the word neo means?
Yeah, new. But it's a 400-year-old theory. What's it? It's been
Wait. How does new mean 400 years old?
Well, it's based on a 400-year-old theory that was disproven 400 years ago by Copernicus and crew.
Oh, what did Copernicus do to disprove it?
Oh, no. Why don't you tell me what's it? You're the expert.
You're the one that just made the claim that he disproved it.
He disproved it. Yeah.
How
Everybody
did he
knows
do that?
by observing it. Everybody
Wait,
knows
by
that.
observing what?
By observing it. So again, explain to me how the phases of Mercury and Venus work.
How
Or
long
Mercury
ago
and-
did Copernicus do it?
Please explain to me how that works again.
Abort. Wait,
No,
I'm
thank you.
saying,
Thank you for proving heliocentrism, Witsit, because you're correct. It is the positions of Mercury and Venus relative to the Earth. Correct.
Hey, so you claimed that that Copernicus
Witsit,
debunked the Tychonic system.
Witsit,
I'm just wanting to
these
know what did he do?
These two observations disprove your theory about geocentrism. Sorry. You cannot explain the phases of Mercury and Venus and only Mercury and Venus because on the geocentric model.
Hey, dude, would you agree that if I apply a different kind of story within a cool story that just works because in itself it is a created story and you applied some story to it, it can come up with a different story to explain
No, it's
the
not
phase?
a story though.
Okay.
See,
So you
can make up some
been,
shit.
listen,
you can make up some shit. That's correct.
So
You
listen,
could probably
you have
make up some
been.
shit. That's what
Let me
Witsit told me
finish.
today.
Why do you interrupt me? Why do you interrupt me? Okay, so let me finish. Have you been into the so-called realm of space and have seen these planets for yourself? No, you haven't. So you just accept a commonly used story, okay, that explains something to you that could be a complete different story, dude. Like it's the same with someone who has never seen a certain type of technology. It doesn't matter what you explain to him, he will buy it as long as you seem to be someone who's credible to say it.
Dude, the dude, I was exposing the dude that we can't let him out of it. So Jay says, here's where he pretends that since he doesn't know about Copernicus, I'm right. No, actually, Jace, try to pretend you are the intellectual that you claim to be. What he said, he made the claim that Copernicus debunked the Neo-Tychonic system, which is
100%.
so mind-blowingly incompetent, it's hard to put into words.
Witsit, you haven't explained to me the phases of Mercury and Venus yet. Please.
Buddy, can you admit that you just made that up and you don't
No.
actually know anything about what Copernicus supposedly
I
did?
know exactly what Copernicus did. You don't.
What did he do?
He
What
called
did he
you
do?
Explain to
mind-blowingly
me
stupid.
the
That was
phases of
awesome.
Mercury and Venus first, and then we'll get to the other. To get to your.
That's dude. This is how the conversation progressed. I explained that within
Mercury
a
and Venus.
Neo-Tychonic system, you
No.
would have that same thing with Mercury and
sorry.
Venus.
You won't.
And you said no. So then I said, wait, do you even know what it is? And you don't. So we'll get there.
Witsit will ask questions until I don't know something and they claim a victory. But he doesn't know shit. The problem is that Witsit is that you pick and choose and cherry pick all your things, and none of this works together. I'm sorry.
No, so I didn't just ask questions until you didn't know something. You made a claim. You brought this up, not me.
So
I
again,
said,
Witsit, explain to me the phases of Mercury and Venus.
The only way you can debate me is to not let me talk.
Because you talk bullshit and you don't shut the fuck up. How about that, Witsit? Now, again, explain to me the phases of Mercury and Venus.
Okay, you're gonna have to control yourself, or I'm gonna have to mute you, bud.
Okay, fine. I'm gonna leave. Bye.
See, there you go. And he's gonna run away. And so I'm just gonna
always
recollect
does
and let's see if Jace is this dishonest, right? That he's gonna double down. So I said, yeah.
Witsit, go ahead and claim victory now, okay? Crow-son, bye.
Yeah, bye. So I said that you can explain it with a Neo-Tychonic system, right? There's many ways you could explain it, actually, but we can just stick with that one. A Neo-Tychonic system. Neo means new, meaning an updated and revised version of Tycho Brahe system. Neo-Tychonic system, which is the Earth in the center, the sun moving around the Earth, with all the planets moving around the sun. And this creates a directly equivalent kinematic relationship. And thus you would have this same relationship of the planets and the sun, and thus the Earth, simply changing the coordinate system to the Earth at the center. Then he said, oh, you're talking about some system. He said, no, that doesn't work. I said, do you even know what the Tychonic system, the Neo-Tychonic system is? Can you describe it? It was after I'd already said what it is. And then he said, yeah, I do. I'm like, what is it? And he said, I'm sorry, I'm not up to date with 400-year-old ideas. Okay. And then I said, wait, do you know what neo means? He said, yeah, new. And then he said, but I'm not up to date with 400-old ideas. I said, how is new 400 years old? And then he said, Copernicus debunked that model. So then he invoked something from hundreds of years ago. And I said, wait, how? He said, Copernicus debunked that model. Then I said, wait, how did Copernicus debunk that model? And then he started imploding. And then Jay said, I'm just asking random questions to try to find one that he doesn't know so I can claim victory. And that if he doesn't know about Copernicus, then I win. When he's the one that said Copernicus debunked that model. And he's doubling down on the dishonesty right now. And that's really all that needs to be known about Chase, to be honest. So intellectual inferiority actually manifests itself through intellectual dishonesty. And I'm just being blunt.
Yeah, I'll be the first to admit that the Tychonic system deals with the phases of Venus and Mercury just fine because it's kind of the same sort of geometric relationship there. And furthermore, Copernicus came before Tycho, so he couldn't have debunked Tycho's system. But you probably know my thoughts on the rest of it, but just wanted to throw that in.
Thank you for the refreshing honesty. I know that we definitely disagree. I have to order my food real fast. Just a second. Well, actually, I have to walk back to the car. Yeah, because I like that you are giving like very specifics you think are exclusive, and I would actually appreciate if you could if you would type out what you think like the best exclusive evidence is, so I can look at it because I want to actually like just find the truth. So I know you said something about comet predictions. I do know comet predictions can be done, but just saying it can's not really the most satisfactory. So I can give you more details at one point. But yeah, if you could type out the specific things you think only work within the heliocentric model, then I can get them answered for you. I mean, if you want to. It's up to you.
Yeah, I can do that. And we've discussed it a couple times, and they're definitely not, could only work on a heliocentric model. But like I said, I think they are best explained by it. But yeah, certainly could make it work on other systems.
You know what the strange thing is about reality, especially what we talk about in here? Everything regarding geocentrism, regarding our worldview and the limitations of it is easily explainable and it underlines the very basis of geocentrism. The very reason that we see how water behaves when we look at water, the very reason that we don't have any detectable curvature and so on doesn't match up with a spherical ball Earth. So everything within the limitations of our own research and understanding of this very place that we live upon, it all screams flat and stationary or topographical plane, right? So why is it that people then go out in the heliocentric model and think that only because you have a story about a place you never have been to, that within that story it explains everything precisely of how the moon was formed, how the whole thing came into existence, why you have these or that phases, why is this or that light in the sky doing the things they do. And just because you have a story within a story that makes sense because, in itself it's just not verifiable for yourself, you just can't go there to that plain place. Why is it that people think that that's like credible? Like this is like why do they even give it any authority? I mean, it's just a story that tells them something and they accept it as if it's reality, even though they just can't prove it for themselves. It just matches the overall story. If I create a baseline, whatever else I'm going to insert upon that baseline will add up because it's a made up story at the end of the day. But the only thing we can do when it goes outside of the boundaries of what we can observe and verify for ourselves to be true, it can be everything, as a story. So what is it that people are so satisfied with these stories about a place they never have been to, never will be at, and no man has ever gone to?
Your monologuing, bud.
Hey, Gio, are you there? Well, I was gonna ask Gio for permission, but I don't think he'll mind. I'm gonna post a video in the live chat, just a little meme that I put together. But I'm trying to build my channel, build my following. So if any of you guys would feel so inclined, I'd really appreciate it if you just took a look, and if you like it, like it. If you don't, that's great.
All right, yeah, I'm back. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Like the Venus thing and stuff, like that's not gonna work. But I think this is what's crazy, right? So like, if you look at it from one perspective, you can say the heliocentric model is like more elegant or simple, right? On this real base level, like you draw these circles around the Earth. I mean, around the sun. But actually, it's much more chaotic. And so for me, it's like, oh, well, if our determining factor is like subjectively determining which one we think is simpler or more elegant or makes like it's more probable because it just works better, like basically aesthetically and mathematically. Like, okay, if we have equal equivalence across the board and we're going to say that, okay, fair enough. But we don't actually have equivalence across the board because, again, the geocentric model doesn't have the dark matter and dark energy problem. And so this is a 97% discrepancy. So one model has a 97% undefined discrepancy, and the other model doesn't have that. So that's a much more substantial, like, distinguishing factor than I think this one is more elegant geometrically and mathematically. And so that's why I keep asking the question, like, if the heliocentric and geocentric models are kinematically and dynamically equivalent in validity, but yet the geocentric model doesn't have the dark matter and dark energy problem, wouldn't that mean that the geocentric system is more viable? You could just as much ask the question, if there's a model you have that has a 97% discrepancy, and there's another model you have that doesn't have that 97% discrepancy, which model is more viable?
Exactly. And I think what is even more important is that reality doesn't even need to be a model, because I think models regarding reality are a very easy escape to really digging deeper. Like the very reason we have been born into a society where you go to school and they tell you we have already understood and researched everything, and basically they can tell you where this star and this planet is supposed to be and why this rotates and why you see this light changing in the sky, and you know every part of the spherical earth has been explored, and there's nothing to see here, so to say. So this whole model thing, or this whole story in itself, it just takes away so much from us, especially the fantasy and the imaginary thinking as children is going to be completely destroyed when you're grown older. like great visionaries and so forth have been a thing of the past.
Have you guys noticed whenever you pour a fluid into a container, you can always see the meniscus?
Mm-hmm.
So, how come the meniscus is stronger than gravity?
Well, what is gravity? Isn't that a great story?
Well, I'm just
Well,
trying to figure out.
gravity means gravitas, which is weight. It means how heavy something is. Gravitation is a different thing. And shout out to Issa for making that important distinction.
But like, here's my question, which it is like, if I pour that water or whatever it is into a containment unit and that curve, that little curl of the water shows up, why isn't that water measuring flat consistently? Because I mean, everything should be showing down. Otherwise, otherwise I'm observing that surface tension is winning over quote gravity. Am I wrong in saying that, or what are your thoughts?
They're not working against each other in that example, are they?
Hey,
The
Bacon.
tension.
How's it going, man?
I'm going all right.
Bacon, I was just talking about you earlier, bro.
Thursday?
Yeah, do you remember when we had this conversation? Sorry, I don't want to hijack.
I can just finish that answer then.
Doesn't it
The
have to do with
surface tension-
capillary action?
It's related. I think the
You
cause
guys,
of
you guys are
the
totally good. I
reaction-
honestly, I'm sitting down to have something to eat. I just wanted to listen to the some of the chattering you create. Thank you so much for the consideration, boys. Please go ahead.
All right. I think he's giving you the floor with it.
Go ahead, Bacon.
Okay. I'm not sure about the capillary reaction. I think it's also caused by the same forces that create the surface tension. Surface tension is the forces within the molecules. It's one molecule pulling against each other on the surface of the water. That's like a horizontal force, so it's not really working against gravity. Except for like maybe at the borders. But at that point, those forces are electromagnetic, which are stronger than gravitational forces. So that's the answer.
Is that satisfactory for whoever asked the question?
Totally fine. Thank you so much for asking. Please go ahead, boys.
I think Witsit wanted to address something about Bacon's conversation or something. You still there, Witsit?
He just typed in chat. He's on the phone. Bacon, give him a second. He was asking.
All right,
before
sorry,
you-
I'm back. Yeah, like my wife FaceTimed me on the other phone. So yeah, Bacon, you remember back in the day we had this conversation. And I found that letter from Einstein to Mach, where he's like, because so basically what happened was Mach was like, Einstein, dude, you're tripping. You didn't even apply your theory to like the distant masses, and so you don't seem to understand that this equivalence actually extends to dynamics, and you would have this effect, force on the Earth. And so Einstein was like, wow, yeah, you're right. And you're getting unjustified criticism. And it turns out you're true because inertia arises as an interaction between bodies. And so he actually acknowledges this principle. And then like a couple weeks later, we had a convo and you were like, and then tell me if this is like a good stillman of your position. Like, yeah, in principle or in theory, it could work, but it doesn't work in relativity because it would require everything out past Neptune to go faster than the speed of light.
That wasn't my wait. The letter was about the Max principle, right? So you could have a rotating universe because the same non-inertial forces here on Earth, right? Well, give me one second.
What would be real?
Bacon, are you sleepy? You sound very sleepy, Bacon.
Turkey bacon.
Yeah, you gotta say.
I'm back. So the way you described the letter this time doesn't relate a lot to how I remember it.
I remember you and Kosho and I talking, and you guys came across information that someone later refuted the idea that the Machian principle could be applied to with relativity, and the Earth could be in the center. And it was because things in the distance, specifically out past Neptune and further, would have to go faster and faster beyond the speed of light, and therefore that can't work within relativity.
I think that was
because
Kosho's
relativity
answer.
has a speed limit of light.
I think that was Kosho's answer. I don't even think that might necessarily be a good answer. Because as far as I understand, if the whole universe is rotating and dragging space-time with it, space-time is rotating around the Earth, it's relative to space-time that you wouldn't be able to go faster than the speed of light. So in that case, because space-time would be moving with the planets, they wouldn't be going faster than the speed of light relative to space-time. So you wouldn't have that problem, as I understand it. But
no,
well, I wouldn't use that response. The response has
I
been
don't think
that
that's correct. Like the actual material bodies themselves would have to be physically moving faster than the speed of light. Like the distant
space would be
galaxies,
moving
for
with them,
example.
wouldn't it?
Yeah, like just the distant galaxies in relation to the Earth, even if it's moving with space time, the material bodies in relation to Earth would have to go faster than the speed of light.
But that's not an issue, I think, because if you like about objects past the observable universe in relation to the Earth, they're also moving faster than the speed of light. But they're not moving through space faster than the speed of light. The space-time, the space stretching, so that spacing is moving with those galaxies. The galaxies aren't violating rules of relativity.
Yeah, well, that's a paradox in your paradigm, sure, because that doesn't make sense if the universe, which you guys now claim, your model claims now that space is actually expanding at least 4 times faster than the speed of light. But if the material bodies are dragged along with it, then they're thus also moving faster than the speed of light. But either way, say the whole universe is moving around the Earth. The material bodies are also moving around the Earth, and they have a real angular momentum in relation to Earth. So, like their motion is determined relative to what? Not space-time, relative to the Earth, because it's going around the Earth, and in relation to Earth, it's moving faster than the speed of light.
Yeah,
so,
but in relativity, in that case, like the same way they say if you're on the surface of the Earth, the surface is accelerating upwards. That is in reference to space-time because it's bending inwards towards the Earth. So if the Earth is only accelerating outwards in a reference frame of space-time, but usually that's the preferable reference frame within relativity, as far as I understand. So I think if you're talking about the whole universe rotating around the Earth, space-time rotating with it, that space-time still works as a reference frame.
Wait, how can space-time be a reference frame, though? It's like it's constantly changing and adapting relative to the mass. It's not like absolute. It's not fixed. So, like, how is that going to be a reference frame? But anyway, let's just agree to disagree on that, okay? Like, so basically what you're saying is that what would be your rebuttal then to, like, the fact that relativity necessitates us say that geocentric Earth is viable, not only kinematically with coordinate systems, but also dynamically.
Give me another minute, just a second.
No worries. See, Bacon's pretty good at this, man. Bacon knows that I'm trying to pull him into the trap.
No, just helping the girl get dressed. But yeah, my rebuttal. Oh, what was the last question again? My rebuttal to.
Yeah, what would be your rebuttal to the fact that relativity states that not only is a geocentric Earth viable kinematically, as in it's a viable coordinate system, um, right, kinematically, but also dynamically, right? Like kinematics being how bodies move in relation to each other, and dynamics being like the force or the physical mechanism that that causes that motion. The relationship between the bodies. So you have kinematics and dynamics. And I think we all know that Einstein says, well, like kinematically, it's no big deal, right? He said the struggle's so violent in Copernicus' day, whether or not the Earth is geocentric, or whether the universe is geocentric or heliocentric, would be rather meaningless because it's simply a coordinate system preference and they're equally valid. But it also necessitates that people acknowledge that a geocentric universe is viable dynamically, which is a pretty big distinction, and it's a pretty big deal. Most ballers are going to say that's not true, and then they're going to fall upon what Kosho said, that, yeah, he acknowledged the Machian principle, but then someone else did the math in the 40s and found out that the speed of light, that the stuff past Neptune would have to go faster than the speed of light. But I'll just jump to the chase and tell you. So the reason that argument doesn't work is, turns out that according to Einstein in general relativity, there actually isn't a universal constant of light. There actually isn't a universal speed limit of light or material bodies according to Einstein. He actually specifically says this in Relativity, Special and General Theory on page 78. He says, we see that according to the laws of general relativity, that in regards to the constancy of the constancy of the velocity of light in vacuo, meaning in a vacuum, as is one of the primary postulates of the theory of special relativity, in general relativity, it can claim no unlimited validity. And he goes on to explain that it would have to change even in a vacuum if it were to, say, bend around the sun in this eclipse. Therefore, it can't have constancy. There is no actual constant speed of light in a vacuum according to general relativity, unlike special relativity. And then he goes on to explain, now that may look like that means that special relativity is wrong, but and that it must be laid in the dust, is how he phrased it. But actually, that's not true, because things can be just accurate for the applicable scales and situations, basically. So anyway, long story short, general relativity says there actually isn't a speed limit to light, and that material bodies can in fact go faster than the speed of light when in the presence of gravitational fields. This is also explained by William Rosser in an Introduction to General Relativity, which was one of Einstein's colleagues. So yeah, all that to
wouldn't that be
say,
because?
Go ahead.
Wouldn't that be because the gravitational field is bending the space, so within that space they're not actually going faster than the speed of light?
No, it's just that in the presence of a gravitational field, it's not inertial. And so special relativity only applies to inertial frames without any external forces on infinitesimal small straight lines. And as general relativity is in the presence, specifically in the presence of gravitation, then the special relativity limit of light doesn't apply.
I think all he's saying
And look,
there is
Jason's
that
just gaslighting, but
I was going to say that that passage from Einstein talking about the constancy of the velocity of the speed of light, not the velocity of light, not the speed of light. The velocity isn't constant because the velocity changes direction in a curved spacetime in the presence of a gravitational field. He's not saying that the speed in vacuum changes. He's saying that the velocity changes, and the speed being constant is just a postulate. of both theories. And that just
No,
comes from
that's not what he
Maxwell.
said, though. That's not what he said.
Yeah,
He specifically says that this directly counters special relativity.
right, because special relativity doesn't deal with curved spacetime. It doesn't deal with changing velocity of light in vacuum, whereas general relativity does. It's just velocity, not speed. That's the difference there.
Okay, well,
What?
he specifically says that it's one of the main postulates of special relativity. So, what is he talking about then? Why does he say that that's a main postulate of special relativity? And can you enlighten me how the velocity can change but the speed doesn't?
Yeah, are you
Yeah,
just
'cause
trying to
velocity.
semantically get out of this?
Yeah, because velocity is a vector and speed is a scalar. And velocity has basically speed is the norm of the velocity vector. In other words, if I go 100 miles an hour straight north, let's say, and I turn a little bit, staying at 100 miles an hour, my velocity has changed, but my speed hasn't. That's all he's
Acceleration.
saying.
No, but what he
Maybe a
says
change in
is
acceleration.
what he
Well,
actually
acceleration is the
says.
change.
What he actually that would change speed. First of all, if you have change in direction, then that's going to require acceleration. If you're going to
Right.
like what?
Acceleration means change in velocity, not necessarily change in speed. And velocity is a speed and
Velocity
a direction.
or direction. Change in velocity or direction.
No,
That's the
change in
definition of
speed or
acceleration.
direction.
Speed or direction, right.
Which is change in velocity. Like change in velocity is the same thing as change in speed or direction, because speed is one of the components of velocity. The other one would be direction.
Which is why he explains very clearly.
It's not even
that
positive.
he explains very clearly that it sounds like it's burying special relativity because it's one of its main postulates, but it's not, because they're just applicable on different scales. And that's why William Rosser then breaks down the math and shows that in the scenario of a stationary Earth, the distant galaxies in the presence of a gravitational field, right, would create such a magnitude of force that it would be able to, the material bodies would be able to exceed the speed of light.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with.
I can
I'm
drop
not
you guys.
familiar with. Yeah, drop me the Rosser thing. I'm not heard of him, but certainly Einstein didn't think that light would exceed c in speed, but he certainly thought that the velocity could change in the vacuum because light, general relativity is all about the curvature of space-time and light following bent paths in gravitational fields.
Okay. So I'll show you the math, the relativistic application of the math, and then we can maybe take Einstein to mean, he could of course mean, if he says the velocity isn't constant, you're kind of reading into it that he's only talking about direction, right? But actually the problem is that he's talking, special relativity only applies to inertial frames, right? Which is why there's a fundamental difference here, because general relativity doesn't do that. Let me find the thing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I'm reading into it because, I mean, C is just a postulate of the whole theory. And then, he says very specifically that, the only way the velocity could change is from the curvature of the rays, which is a change in direction.
There it is a little bigger. So yeah, so if you read the on the right there.
Yeah, I've got the full paragraph up in front of me, which she talks about the curvature can only take place when the velocity of light varies with position. So the velocity varying is the curvature, which means it's a change in direction, not a change in speed.
Okay, so take that principle and apply it to what the guy says right there to the right, in his introduction to the theory of relativity. And maybe we can figure out what's wrong with this guy's assessment. Because obviously what Einstein is allowing for is the possible interpretation that both the speed and direction change. So.
Hey, Coffee, still there?
Yeah, what's up?
Could you explain, not now, I mean, maybe now, but you don't want to do it now. Explain your solution for that challenge. The projectile.
Oh, the Coriolis.
Yeah.
I was essentially using a couple different formulas. I think I started with the vis viva equation since I kind of knew the initial trajectory and the distances and all that. You know, like I added up the tangential velocity vector with the projectile's, you know, vector relative to the ground.
Yeah, the
northward.
initial velocity and
Yeah.
inertial frame, right?
Yeah, so I ended up with a single vector that was, you know, pointing whatever northeast, and I knew the distance from the center of the Earth because of the problem, and that with the vis viva equation you can use the specific orbital energy then to kind of I can't remember the exact steps I took, but I used vis viva equation and the orbit equation, which is basically Kepler. And yeah, so since you have like that initial trajectory and you have the mass of the Earth, you know, you can then calculate the actual orbital trajectory. And then so I took the orbital trajectory, the orbit equation, and solved for how much time would pass until it was at a point where it was the radius of the Earth, basically striking the ground. That's the basic idea that I followed.
I did the same thing, but simulating it. But I wanted to know how to do the math for it. So you said you used a vis viva equation. What is this for? What does it do?
Here, let me link you to it. I've got it all in code, and some of it I probably can't explain all that well, but let me find a good link to it.
Right. I'm trying to build an NLima simulator, and I need a precession. Not the precession, the eccentricity of the orbit. And I don't want to simulate it all the time because it's computationally costful. So if an equation to solve for eccentric orbits and a closed form solution, that would be great.
Yeah, I think you can use stuff like this that, you know, then you won't have to do any of the kind of stepwise simulation that's going to introduce errors.
All right. Well, I guess maybe you guys can look over the roster quote and then tell me what you think at some point. But another question I have is like, what's the difference in like real forces and fictitious forces? Like, what would be the difference in a real centrifugal force and a fictitious one?
A fictitious force is a frame-dependent force. It's a force that only exists on the inertial frame. Sorry, non-inertial frame.
Okay.
Instead of being the result.
So on the when the ISS is orbiting the Earth, is that an inertial or non-inertial frame?
Which one you're using? You're using the ISS as a frame or the Earth as a frame?
The ISS.
That would be a non-inertial frame.
So the ISS is not in free fall around the ball. It's wait. So what? What external
Isn't it free
forces are
fall?
acting on the ISS?
That would be gravity.
I thought gravity wasn't a force and that the object was free falling and changing angular direction around the ball, though.
It's not a force in relativity. It is in quantum mechanics, which I think is a simpler paradigm to deal with orbits. If you want me to deal with it in relativity, I can't, because I can't even solve a simple orbit in relativity. But I can within quantum mechanics, so I prefer to use that.
So taking the ISS in relation to the Earth, is it inertial or non-inertial?
Non-inertial.
Okay. So then there is a real centrifugal force in the ISS whenever it's orbiting around the Earth.
Yeah, for the it's the same as the gravity force.
It's the opposite.
The same value. Yeah, not the same force. I mean the same magnitude.
Yeah, but we have a problem though, because if it was going to be equal and opposite to cancel out, then you'd have one arrow moving down from the ISS, and you'd have one arrow moving away from the ISS, right? But we actually have two arrows.
In ISS frame, that's how it is.
But we have two arrows in the ISS frame. We have the arrow coming from the Earth to the ISS, and then the arrow coming down from the ISS to the Earth. So we have two little blue gravitational arrows, and then we have one red centrifugal arrow.
Those two arrows that you're drawing are actually the same force. It's like third Newton law. So force is happening in both directions, at least the real ones. Which, like, if we're using Newtonian mechanics, gravity is a real force. So you have two arrows, which represent the same force, which is the force of attraction between the Earth and the ISS. It's not like gravity pulls the ISS towards the Earth or the Earth towards the ISS. Just pull them together. The ISS, of course, is going to suffer more because it has less mass. But it's the same force being applied to both of them, pulling them together with the same strength.
What? One force has to be coming from one
so
material body and then coming from the other one.
Yeah,
There's
no,
not a magical
in
force
Newtonian
in
mechanics,
between
forces.
them.
No, that's how forces work within Newtonian mechanics. It's they happen in between bodies. They don't happen in one body. They happen between bodies. It's an interaction.
No, wait, dude.
Yeah.
When you say how it happens in Newtonian mechanics, no one's ever defined the physical mechanism of gravity in Newtonian mechanics. So what do you mean
defining the
how it
physical mechanism of gravity? I'm explaining the concept of forces in Newtonian mechanics.
You just said how it happens. That's claiming the physical
How
mechanism.
forces happen. How forces happen. How they work within Newtonian paradigm.
Okay,
They work-
how does it? What's the physical mechanism?
There's no physical mechanism. There's just a description of how they work.
So
No,
you
explains
don't
them.
know how they work, but you're saying how they work.
It's this Newtonian mechanics describes how forces work. It doesn't tell you what they are. It just tells you how they behave.
Actually, what it says is that mass attracts mass instantaneously, instantaneous action at a distance, and mass is attracting the other mass, which means that there's a
They're both
force
attracting each
coming
other.
from both masses. Yeah, which means there's a force coming from both of them, and they interact instantaneously.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that.
How does that? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So they are coming from both of them. Mass attracting mass would imply that there's a force coming from one mass, there's a force coming from the other mass, and then they
It's the same
interact.
force. It's not two
It's not the
forces.
same force, it's two different masses.
No. The force happens. The force is like a rubber. It happens in between 2 points. You don't have two forces. One from the point that pulls the one end to the orbit towards the other, and then a second force to pulls the second point end to the first end. there's only one force that pulls both ends together. Usually, we draw as an arrow because we're dealing with one body at a time, so we draw them as an arrow. But it's not like that's the source of the force. The force is, in Newtonian mechanics, real forces are always between two bodies. They don't exist in isolation.
Dude,
That's the third law of
there
Newton.
isn't an area in between the bodies where gravity pops up and pulls things towards it. It comes from the mass.
I agree, but that's an interaction between the masses. The force is always between both masses.
Yeah, that
doesn't
would be
take
the
place at
net.
one mass
That would be the
or
net
at the other
force.
mass.
That would be the net force, Bacon.
No, if there's only one force, that's the net force. But you
There's
have
not
the
only
net
one force.
Yeah, between the two bodies, and you can draw them as an arrow in each one. But that's still the same force.
This is why
the
Newton was very clear about how he doesn't even understand his own idea, because to think that gravity is inherent and innate within mass and then can act instantaneously at distances is absurd.
That doesn't
You're
seem to be
basically
true.
saying what?
That specifically doesn't seem to be true, that it acts instantaneously. Well, I'd agree that
Wait,
that's not all right. But
so then you're saying
all
your
I'm trying to
equation's
explain
wrong,
is the
then?
idea of how force.
Wait, time out, just real fast. If you're saying it doesn't happen instantaneously, then you're saying that the law of gravitation is wrong.
Yeah, Newtonian mechanics is just a model of explanation of the physical world that is very proximate to what we observe. It's not the true, not the correct one, because it isn't perfect. But I'd still think it's good enough so we can use it to talk about orbits. That's why.
Wait, what do you mean it's not perfect? It's fundamentally incorrect. If you're saying it's not instantaneous, but the actual equation itself says it's instantaneous, then it's fundamentally wrong. And what's the time delay if it's not instantaneous? Because both Einsteinian and Newtonian mechanics apply it instantaneously.
No, Einstein would, in relativity, gravity travels at the speed of light.
Well, okay, but this is why he says time slows down. He says time slows down so that it can effectively be instantaneous relative to reference, right? But there isn't like a variable for the reaction time in the law of gravitation, which means it's applied as if instantaneously. So if you think that the math works,
I didn't catch that.
then either it does work or it doesn't work.
In that sense, it doesn't work, but it works pretty decently for multiple purposes. Whenever you're dealing with physical simulations, like for airplanes or whatever things here on Earth, I don't think you're ever going to find an implementation of a simulation that doesn't use Newtonian or Lagrangian mechanics.
Well, okay, but what you're doing right now is you're actually mixing two models. So when did Newton say that the fictitious force was just based on reference frame? When did Newton say that?
Isn't that the very definition of a fictitious force, a frame-dependent force?
Wait. But when did Newton say that? You're using Newtonian physics.
When he said, I don't know. That's my
He didn't say
understanding
that.
of mechanics.
No, what Newton said was all he did was say we're just gonna this force isn't actually there, and he treated space as absolute, which means that force can't really be there, but he had to have it to make the math work. So he treated them as if they were real forces, but just called them fictitious. Then you move on to Einstein. What?
You don't have to have them for the math to work. You can.
Yes, you do.
No, you don't. In whatever scenario you have non-inertial forces, you can switch the reference frame to inertial one, and not deal with any inertial force and get the exact same outcome.
Wait. So you're saying that you can show me the math for the ISS orbiting around the Earth without accounting for centrifugal force?
Yeah, you just don't use a non-inertial frame. I already simulated
No,
orbits
you can't.
without using non-inertial frames.
No, you cannot explain weightlessness on the ISS without using centripetal force.
It's only weightless in the ISS reference frame, which is non-inertial. So what I'm talking about is not to use a non-inertial. So of course, you're not going to experience weightlessness because they're going to see that the ISS is still falling towards the Earth, so it's not weightless. Well, the whole
So you're
ISS and the
combining
people
two
inside of it.
models.
No. Now I'm completely relying on simple Newtonian mechanics. There's nothing about relativity that I'm using right now.
Dude, Newton, okay, to make his math work, he had to incorporate a set of inertial forces as if they were real forces, but he called them fictitious because he knew they couldn't really be there. That's it. It's that simple. Now you move into
I
Einstein.
think that's I think you're interpreting it wrong.
Okay, can you
Non-inertial
show me the
forces.
citation of Newton before that, bro? Because I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't have citations for anything about Newton. I just have my understanding of Newtonian mechanics, and I think you're misinterpreting it.
Okay, so let's just boil down this because I actually have to take the food in and eat. But you agree that for Newtonian mechanics to work, it has to treat the inertial forces as if they're real forces.
No, only if you're strictly dealing with a non-inertial frame.
Dude, what the? Can you please tell me what orbital mechanics are inertial?
Orbital mechanics are inertial? What do you mean by that?
Yeah, well, you're saying that we can explain orbital mechanics, so orbital trajectories with Newtonian mechanics, without using the inertial forces as if they're real, because inertial frames. So can you explain to me how you can have an orbit that's inertial?
You can have an orbit on an inertial frame if that's what you're asking. That's exactly how I solve the thing I was just talking about with coffee converter.
Wait, so you're saying an orbit can be inertial?
I think you can describe an orbit in an inertial frame.
So something can orbit something else in an ellipse or a circle, and it's inertial.
It is inertial. You can describe that from an inertial frame. I'm not sure what you're referring to when you say that it is inertial. I don't know what that it is.
Yeah, the actual orbit, the path, the object moving in the path of the orbit is not inertial.
A path isn't inertial.
No, the object moving in that path. All right, I have to.
That object.
Yeah, sorry, I have to go. My wife's waiting on my food, but we'll continue this some other time. But just so you know, what I'm explaining is that Einstein or Newton had to use the set of inertial forces as if they're real and incorporate that into his system, into the math to make it work. But he said they're actually fictitious. And then he explained that you could have the Earth in the center if you had another force that was equal and opposite and akin to gravitation. Then you could have the Earth in the center, like Tycho's system, right? But he said he didn't know where. Sorry. He said he didn't know where that force would come from because he had space as absolute. If space is not absolute and actually the whole universe is moving around the Earth, then that would create that very set of forces, the inertial forces, only they would be real. And so that would create the very effect that he described in Proposition 43 that didn't make his final publication in Principia, right, where he says the Earth could be at the center. And so whenever they discovered Neptune, whenever they put stuff into orbit, all this stuff, they used the inertial forces as if they're real. So after I eat, I'll come in here. I don't know if this will be, but I'll drop all the math. I'll drop all the math from all the people that always use the centrifugal, Coriolis, and Euler forces as if they're real forces to make the Newtonian mechanics work.
I'm pretty sure that's a misinterpretation that's going on there because I've simulated orbits just using inertial frame and the simple laws of Newton, and I got the same results as you expect doing whatever we want. And I dropped a link of an orbit calculator that I put online. I strictly use the inertial frame there. There's no inertial force being used there. So if your interpretation is that, right?
Yeah, sorry, I gotta bring the food in later.
Later. Alright, let me do.
I did not have relations with that model.
Are you talking about special Lewinsky or general Lewinsky?
What's going on? You having fun with your AIs?
Yeah, I was earlier.
Are you stably diffusioning, or is that some mid-journey situation?
Yeah, mid-journey, yeah.
It's gotten a lot better.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. I like how I can just interact with it over DMs on a Discord bot. It's kind of nice.
Coffee, you got a crypto update? What's the news? What's happening?
Well, that's my day job and my side jobs as well, but I don't
Is there a night
necessarily
job also? Sometimes.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sometimes. I don't really keep too close of a pulse on like what tokens are hot or anything like that. I don't really trade at all. So I actually like spend so much time writing smart contracts that I don't really have much time to research what everyone else is doing or what's launching and what chains are around. So I'm actually a little less informed than people that just trade or follow the news on it. So I'm actually kind of not that up on a lot of things.
All right. That's kind of a cop out, but I'll take it. What are you smart contracting in these days?
So I've written a lot of NFTs. I've written a lot of DeFi stuff. I was the CTO of a DeFi protocol that I think is still the largest pool on Uniswap V2. It was $500 million at one point. I'm currently writing a Delta Hedge strategy smart contract that's going to launch on Arbitrum hopefully next month. It's looking pretty good. Right now we've got APYs in the range of about 40% on USDC, which is
Cool. You too many
beats
numbers
a lot of
already.
places.
But can I just back up? Are you talking about is it like an arbitrage situation you're trying to Delta hedge?
Kind of, yeah. You're essentially it's not arbitrage in the normal sense where you're trying to take good advantage of price differences into pools or something. Instead, what you're doing is providing liquidity in a pool, but then hedging elsewhere to kind of get rid of the losses you might have if the prices fluctuate. And so you end up just harvesting the trading fees and ideally nothing else, like no losses. It can go down in short term, but in long term, it's all up on our back testing.
Oh,
Pretty nice.
That sounds like interesting. It's kind of like a
Yeah.
low, minimal risk.
Yeah, exactly. You're trying to mitigate the risk, but then, get some returns. But yeah, 40% on your stable coins is pretty nice. It's hard to find that anymore.
Huh. Well, that's pretty good. This has been a crypto minute. No, I don't know. I don't want to keep track of it.
Yeah, I don't want to shill it or anything, but if you're interested in it, the link is in my profile. It's called Easy Pi. Kind of developing it with a couple other physicists turned programmers, essentially. So yeah, it's been a lot of fun. We've been working on it for over a year now.
Wow. Do you ever bring up the FE stuff to these, or do you just keep that like in a separate box for yourself?
Yeah, actually, I have occasionally, and I told them that I like to engage in these conversations. So maybe one of them will pop in. One of them's I think working on his
I mean,
PhD.
do they ever, what's the reaction, I guess?
I mean, similar to most people that are into theoretical physics and stuff, they're just like, it's easy to disprove and they don't want to waste their time with it. But I'm a little more open to it.
Yeah, I was looking at, I don't know, sometimes I'll just like look up numbers on Wikipedia. I'm a weirdo. Just be like, oh, what's all the details about the number? Do you ever do that? I mean, just because some numbers have different properties, you know.
Yeah. I only know of a few. I mean, other than the really common ones like prime and stuff like that. What was it? Perfect numbers, where like it's equal to the sum of its divisors. That one's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
I think 6 is the first perfect number.
I think I ran across this number is 1089, which is the square of 33. So it's already interesting, right? Because anything that's 33 to me is already fun. It's got 2 3s in it. What do you want? So, but 1089 is the square of that, and I just think it's fun because that number is used in a lot of kind of like these propositional setup magic tricks, you know, with math. You know, like, oh, give me, you know, pick a page in this book, or you know, you can almost like take any amount of products and you'll arrive at it.
Yeah, I've seen a few of those. Those are always fun.
So it's a really interesting number, but that's a 1089 is a number that does that, and it's the square of 33. But it's also like, what is it? The numerical value for the cosmic background radiation redshift.
Oh, okay. Like
It's like
1089.
the Z equals 1089, which, you know, I'm an idiot. I don't know what that means, and I'm just trying to even find that 1089 reference in something else, and I'm coming up empty. It's like a little difficult, but I don't really question Wikipedia articles too much. You know, they're usually factual, especially, you know, deal with numerals and stuff. I just thought it was interesting that, you know, behind a lot of these things could, you know, be relying upon math that's very mutable and very changeable and very easy to, I guess, convince people that it's appropriate, I guess, in some ways. And, you know, I guess there's always that, right? Like how do we trust the high maths that are being used in this, you know, especially if it's like, it might be rude to even question it, you know, in polite company of mathematic lovers and stuff, you know what I'm saying? It's just interesting, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's just certainly a lot of the physics math gets really, really complicated and hard to understand, even just like when you search for like a lay.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, like when you search for a layperson's description of it, even those can be hard to understand a lot of the times because they have to include some of the math for you to really gain a insight into it. But yeah, I don't know, like when I think about that, like things, mathematical things I don't understand, like can I trust that that's actually working? And like I kind of fall back on the idea that like if it produces tangible, you know, utility or something, then it's true in that sense, right? It's true enough to do something for us. Like maybe it doesn't perfectly map onto reality, but if it maps well enough that you know, we can do something with it, it's useful enough.
Be back in a minute. I'm going to convert some water into coffee. And then later I'll convert that coffee into something else, but we won't get there yet.
Nice.
It's the best way to make a cup of space coffee.
Is that Tom Pettit?
The special way to do it is in the International Space Station.
Thank you, Mr. Pettit. This is why
Uh,
the
um,
taxpayers are doing well. Thank you.
Yes, the Earth is flat. It measures flat. Just don't tell anybody. Thank you.
That's pretty good, Pettit. Can you do a democ though? That's the best one, I think.
I've never tried. Let me see. Give me a few minutes. Nah, man, I don't think I can. I gotta like listen to him for a while, and like while he's talking, do it.
How about
So-
a demonstration? You got a
Yeah,
water
you could
ball?
read. Yeah, read his text. You could try to just read aloud his text, and maybe. I don't know.
Well, yeah, like I said, I'd have to work on it.
You'd have
Certainly
to be
not
able
going to
to
bust it
sound
out
like
on the live stream.
you'd have to be able to sound like Billy Bob Thornton on Sling Blade. Hater. I can't do it. Dude, his voice is so fucking.
And I feel that's pretty good, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I reckon them are some good taters.
I reckon them some good taters. My voice isn't low enough, I don't think, to do it.
But you'd have to inhale a ton of burning hot Brillo before your voice sounded like that.
Boiling
Brillo's
hot Brillo? Like
Yeah.
the Brillo pads?
Yep. That's the filter they use in a crack pipe.
Oh, well, I've never smoked crack, so
What rock you
probably
been on?
contrary to popular belief on that one, eh?
I said, what rock you been under? Definitely not a crack rock.
Certainly not crack rocks.
In a world. I think he could make a lot of money. Voice, dude. He's got a very unique voice.
Do what with money?
No, I was just saying, I think he's got potentiality to make some decent money doing something with his voice, like narrating books or fucking something.
Who?
Demon.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, if he could set his attitude aside, he's got one of those like deep, leathery, raspy kind of. Yeah, he could do that.
For sure, dude. He could make money off his voice.
Yeah, man, like 60-year-old, washed up ladies listen to that shit in their cars. Sorry, that was mean. It's true though.
All right, what are we talking about here? Let's get into something here. No, I still need animations done. Or I'm gonna have to draw this shit in crayons, guys. Come on, really?
Battered old woman looking for a
And
scoop.
I love this the thermal the infrared thing. That's awesome. Xanax said it wouldn't be enough. You guys hear me? Mic check.
Hey Jeremy, good to go, man. What's up with the infrared?
I don't know, man. I can never tell if I'm roboting or not because half the time we have no social awareness, and half the time I am roboting, so I never even know.
I'm at work. I can only talk so much. There's like 150,000 people in this fucking BC, though. Come on, guys. Say something.
Anybody in the northern Midwest see all the smoke from the Canadian wildfires? I noticed the sun yesterday at sunset was like orange and dim. It was really crazy.
No, but I can hear Dicelo doing his fucking taxes. Dude,
No,
hot
I'm
mic.
sorry. Sorry, dude. I had to pee in a bottle, buy a pack of cigarettes, and a big
Dude,
gulp.
I love when people hot mic, man. I don't care. Shit's so funny.
Unless you're like doing something embarrassing or like having a fucking private
But see,
conversation.
I don't do anything embarrassing anymore. So, but the other thing is, I don't. It's only push to talk for me. So, like, it'll never happen.
Yeah. I don't know.
Unless
I
my
got
wife gets weird. My wife will sit and like type gibberish. Sometimes she'll turn the mic on when she's laughing. It's weird.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead. So, Dicelo, are you a flat earther now?
I think I've always been a flat earther ever since I've been on Discord.
Okay.
Yeah. Why did you perceive me as being something different?
Perhaps, but I guess I was wrong, and I'm cool with being wrong about that.
Oh, okay. What made me seem like a Glober?
I don't know. I don't know. Dude, it's so hard to keep track of everybody. So, and I don't have the best memory. I'm gonna be square with you.
Oh, okay.
So I apologize if I said something. It shouldn't offend you though. Well, I used to be a Glober. Shit, I feel like everyone did.
I don't know. I've always questioned the globe model ever since I was a kid, dude. And got ridiculed for it.
Crazy. Yeah, I only got ridiculed by my family when I brought it up to them, but that's because I didn't look into the flat Earth topic until about 2016. But before that, I was all 9/11 and all that stuff, and I was trying to tell my family about all kinds of shit growing up, and they just couldn't hear it, didn't want to hear it.
Right.
So
Yeah.
so Glap, on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being not laughing at all, 10 being laughing hysterically, where are you when you think about Globers and their fairy tale? Do you not laugh, or do you laugh hysterically between 1 and 10?
Kind of a laugh cry thing. I'm real sad for them, the way they live, the way they, think.
Do you have a
and
number
such.
for me between 1 and 10?
Sometimes the laughter gets up to about 8 or 9. Sometimes it's real low, and my crying is up to about 9 or 10. I'm serious. I get really sad that these people can't be honest. Can you imagine how hard it might be for some of these people to go look in the mirror and genuinely say, Earth's not a globe? Okay, and I'm okay with that, and continue looking at themselves. You know what I mean? Like, this is how bad it is. This is how unwilling people
Can you imagine never seeing a ball ever in your life, but thinking it exists for some reason?
Well, right. So, had I never been told that the Earth was a spinning ball in outer space, I would never have assumed that on my own. The world would never have presented itself that way to me or anyone. So you had to be told that stuff. That should tell you something, folks.
It makes you wonder, if they wouldn't have started teaching this to us at 15 instead of 5, how many 15-year-olds would have gone, yeah, right, we live on a ball, ha ha. But they get us at 5 before we can think for ourselves, and by the time we're 10, when we think for ourselves, we have 5 years of indoctrination, and we can't get it. So it's all indoctrination, because if they started at 15, we'd never, we'd laugh them out the high school, because we'd be in high school by then. We'd be laughing them out of the classroom.
I would, yeah, I'd be more, I mean, I don't know, at 15, I was just as skeptical. I didn't pay attention in high school at all. At all. Like, we dissected a pregnant shark once. I paid attention in zoology class that one time, but I couldn't be bothered with any of that nonsense. And to this day, I haven't used anything that I did learn in high school or middle school. Elementary school, I learned how to be respectful and such like that, and that was a pretty good experience, but middle and high school are worthless completely. This is the time when you're supposed to be creative and growing as a person out in the world, and you're relegated to a fucking cold classroom with a bunch of people who also don't want to be there.
That's right.
Fucking ridiculous.
It's an indoctrination center. You go in and they tell you about certain things that we can't talk about today, and then they tell you about the ball, and then it's like, okay, so, and oops, and so it's just amazing. We hear that from behind the curve, not behind the curve, but flatten the curve of February 2022. The eyes are useless when the mind is blind. We're all born into a prison system we cannot see, therefore we cannot get out of. But once the veil is lifted, there is no turning back. And the veil has been lifted. We know certain things, we were lied to about certain things, and now the veil is lifted, and we're not going back. I mean, baby, we're not going back. We're here, dude. In the language of the 30, 35-year-olds, we're here, dude. We're here, bro. We're not going anywhere.
We're here. Look, where? Oh, sorry,
Okay. Oh my goodness. Oh, yeah. You know, Glat, we're not going to dial it back, are we? We're not going to dial it back, bro. We're just going to keep going.
Yeah, we don't have a choice, man. This is not their win. Truth wins this time. So
Yeah.
do with that what you will.
They lied to us about Nagasaki and Hiroshima. They lied to us about the Bay of Pigs. They lied to us about August 2nd, August 4th, the Gulf of Tonkin. They lied to us about Vietnam. They lied to us about 9/11.
Dude,
They
if you
lied
pay
to us
attention to
about
the
everything.
mainstream media, you don't know what fucking happened yesterday
I know.
in reality.
Yeah.
So there's that.
Yeah, and we're not going to be lied to anymore. I told you that I got rid of my TV about 3 months ago. Now I watch Pluto TV on my laptop for free, and I look at the Star Trek Kirk and Spock and Scotty and McCoy from 66 to 69. And I think I said this once before. They pushed planets down your throat during those 3 years, and they push relativity down your throat during those. Now, obviously, we didn't know it was relativity when we were in our living rooms in 66 to 69, but now we know what relativity is. They push relativity down your throat for those 3 years, and then they landed on the moon the same year they canceled the series, but they gave us 3 years of fairy tale relativity. So when Apollo 11 came along, July 1969, the same year they canceled Star Trek, we were all ready for the fairy tale of going to the moon.
Yeah. Yeah, man, it's bad. I talked to my parents. I've told the story before. My parents have met, like, dudes who claim they went to the moon. And like when they tell the story at dinner, sometimes they'll start tearing up because they think about all the bravery and sacrifice and this, that, and the other that these men had to, blah, blah, blah. And what am I going to do? I mean, I have to sit there and just kind of look at my wife and just be like, because she's, she knows the truth too. And so we just kind of look at each other like, well, shit. Just let him sit there and and we just go, yeah, wow, crazy. It's just like, what the fuck else are we going to say? It means so much to them. The lie means so much to them. Who am I? Right? Who the fuck am I to say, well, actually, they didn't go and you're crying for nothing and fuck you, right? That's horrible. You didn't meet a hero. You didn't meet a national fucking treasure. Like, no way am I going to say that, even though it's 100% true. That's how bad it is out there, folks.
One of my sisters, who is a retired nurse practitioner, she's a few years older than I am. I remember February 3rd, just this year, I was moving from Dallas, to Indiana, and she told me on the way, I was driving through Missouri, and she sent me an email and said, your family's basically not knowing you anymore. They don't know who you are anymore, and you honestly believe PhDs who look through telescopes know less than you do. And it's just like, and she, I know a lot of people have different opinions on it, but she brings up the Bible and Christianity quite a bit, because I think she's she's a Christian and she's going to be in heaven someday. But it's just interesting. She says, well, I guess you don't believe in outer space, do you? And I said, well, of course I don't, because I don't believe in fairy tales. And you think when they look through telescopes, they're not seeing things out there? I said, yeah, they can see things in the sky, but it's not what the fairy tale says. It's not 13.7 billion years that a photon travels through the vacuum of outer space, which is 86 trillion, 600 quadrillion miles with 18 zeros behind it, in order to reach our eye 13.7 billion years later. It doesn't work that way. And if you want to believe Planck's constant, 6.626 10 to the negative 34. If you want to believe pound Repka, 0.00000007.
See, you lose them though. You've lost me. Listen, you lost me with all that minutia. Hold on. All the stuff that all the stuff that that goes completely against the narrative, that if any of these people understood 1% of, a fraction of, they'd be like, holy fuck, we've been lied to. This is crazy. But they won't do it. And it's not that these people aren't smart enough to get it, right? It's not smart enough to know what you're saying. They get bored with it because to them, it's not smoking gun. It's not on the news. It's not Elon Musk saying he's got some new technology that's going to make us see some, further into the past when we look up into the sky, all kinds of just nonsense, right? Nonsense. but we have to eat it up because the people that we love are too dug in, right? There's only going to be a special amount of people that really pull through, and hopefully maybe we change some shit coming up. But this paradigm needs to break in half, and most of the people that we know and love are just going to let it happen.
Yeah, people are dug into their soccer games, and they're going to vacations and having their homes and having their cars and having their paycheck every Friday or every other Friday. They are so dug into that they don't want to make that, that change, that hey, I might lose all this because we don't live on a ball.
Exactly right, dude. Exactly right. They don't have the balls to step up to the plate and admit that they've been duped. Not one of these fuckers.
Well, it's all based on beliefs, whether they realize it or not. They have a belief. And when you hold fast to your beliefs, eventually you closely identify with that belief to the point where anything contrary to it is a person not. So anything antithetical to their belief, they think is a personal attack. And instead of looking for the truth or the lie, they take the truth being antithetical to their belief as an attack upon them personally. That's kind of what I've come to
I
realize.
know, and it's not. It's like, listen, guys, if you didn't take it personally, we wouldn't be arguing. Oy, oy, oy.
Yep. Never assert yourself upon thoughts, feelings, and beliefs rather than the fact, logic, and wisdom.
Amen. Love that shit.
You know what's fun about the position that we're in, post whatever's happened the last few years. You know what's so fascinating about it is that we have the opportunity to actually go meet people out in the real world, whether it's beaches in the summer or restaurants or retail establishments or libraries. We have the opportunity to go meet people where they live and work and play, and perhaps tell them for the first time in their life, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 years old, first time in their life they've ever heard it, that they don't live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space. We are the ones that go in there and go, hey, just maybe you don't live on this globe, this ball, this planet, this oscillating spheroid, this oblate spheroid. Possibly you've been lied to your whole life. And we are the first people that maybe ever told them that. That's a very special responsibility that we have.
No shit, dude. Listen, I love you enough to help you try to understand this. Like, that's why I'm fucking here. Whoever you are listening. You too, Left Lane. Seriously, dude. Remember when you said the other day, he's like, I'll punch you in the fucking mouth. Remember that shit? I was making fun of you, dude, because you need to realize you're the one in the wrong, and it's okay. Back it up. Start over. You've been lied to about all that shit, dude. And you know it. You're smart enough to know this. All of you are.
Well,
Don't do this to yourself. Do not do this. Hold on. Do not do this to your fucking selves, guys. Right? You know we're on the right side of this. Stop fighting it. It's only hurting you, dude. It's only hurting all of you. We can see it in your chat. We can hear it in your voices. It's over, and that's okay. Let's move forward.
I think you got a portion to the topic.
Die slow. Your mic's kind of picking up a lot of weird shit.
Is this any better?
I don't know. Go ahead.
Mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check. Check, check, check it out.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Check it out. So yeah, a lot of these people are just willingly ignorant to the truth at hand. And then you have a portion of people that are upholding a position, whether it be wrong or not, they're heavily invested. Like, they've got careers, they've got education, they've got tons of money and time invested into this belief system. So it's kind of like two different types of characters here that we're dealing with and we're up against. We've got the person that's genuinely seeking truth and just hasn't quite made the logical connections. And then you've got the other people that are completely against the logic and the fact as it presents itself, despite the evidence. to uphold their position.
Listen, the evidence is so devastating that if they even conceded on one of the points, the whole thing would be over for them. That's how many holes are in the Swiss cheese.
Since Alan, since Alan came out with his How Math Became Reality, in that 94-page PDF, he comes out and says, hey, this photon has traveled 13.7 billion years through outer space, which is 86 trillion 600 quadrillion miles to reach our eye. And I've probably asked 8 or 10 globe believers, on Discord, do you actually believe that? And they all say yes. They don't even think twice about it. They all say yes. They have no idea what we're talking about, because if they concede on that, they concede on their whole heliocentric line.
Yeah, you're right. It has to look like a united front, right? They have to all look so confident in the globe that, they act as if every single person out there is thinking the same things that they are, and the flat earthers are the weird ones. It's not true, man. Talk to a lot of people, lots of people. I work in retail. I see a lot of people. We talk about a lot of cool things, man, and nobody's going, wow, what a weirdo. In fact, the conversation goes better and we connect more when I start bringing up things like flat Earth. No, couldn't be. Yeah, normies are actually curious about lots of shit.
They
And
are.
they're not going to just take someone's word for shit. So y'all in the chat and here in the VC trying to look confident, you are the only ones in the world doing it. It's fucking sad.
I think there's maybe not so much as it was 2, 3, 4 years, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, but I think a lot of people sense they've been lied to about some things. And I think if we're the one that comes out and says, hey, you've been lied to about the ball, I think they're a lot more able to say, hey, maybe tell me more. And I find it fascinating that people actually listen. Now, sometimes they might listen only for 60 seconds, but they at least listen and they ask questions. And I find that fascinating because like I said, I think maybe for the first time in their life, they've been told something that they thought was a fact. They lived on a spinning space ball through the vacuum of outer space. They didn't think of it that way, but once you say it to them like that, they go, that's stupid.
At least, the very least, yeah, you can get someone to immediately say, yeah, that does sound kind of crazy, huh? That's it, though. And that's it. That's usually where I leave it, right? I plant that tiny little seed. I'm just like, well, I don't believe all that story. So, but whatever. How you been? That kind of thing.
Yeah.
Dropping those little tiny seeds.
Yeah. It's, I approved my business cards today. I'm having them done here locally and I have information on the front and social media on the back, and I'll have them in a week or 10 days. And the weather here is supposed to be sunny and 70, 75 starting Sunday for about a week. And so, I was up at St. Joseph last week, and May 10th. Yeah. So just a few days ago, May 10th. And I had somebody here in Michigan City tell me, if you're going to give out business cards on the beach, make sure it's okay with all the authorities. So here comes these 2 police officers or security guards, whatever, they're walking by. They're walking by and they walk by and say, hi, how you doing? I'm going, what am I doing? I should just go ask these guys. And so I flagged them down and I asked them, is it okay to, give out business cards, on the beach, because it's going to start getting busy after Memorial Day. And they said, no problem. Just don't solicit, don't ask for money and don't try to sell things, but give out any information you want to. And I said, thank you very much. And I can get their names, but I got their descriptions and everything. And, they both had tattoos on their arms and stuff like that. So, and so it's going to be fascinating, because when I put my camera up on the tripod and I'm looking out over Lake Michigan towards Chicago, towards the sun, whatever, people come by. They'll stop and they'll say, what's going on? And it's very fascinating how much information you can give them in 5 or 10 minutes. It's just fascinating. I don't know if it changes their life or changes their worldview, but in the future, I'll be giving my business card out and say, hey, contact me if you have any more information. I don't want to know anymore. And maybe they'll give me their number and we'll rock and roll. We'll have a good time.
Yep. And it's super genuine. And a lot of people know that. There's a lot of good cops out there too, by the way. I don't know if a lot of those leftards or anybody out there, people on the right even. I don't fucking know. I don't partake in any of that nonsense, but that division bullshit. But